Peyote, also known as Lophophora williamsii, and San Pedro, which are a closely related group of Trichocereus species, are probably best known for containing mescaline. But these plants come from very different environments and cultures. Mescaline induces typical psychedelic effects, although consumers describe the visual effects of mescaline as more bright and colourful, like 2CB, than geometric, like DMT, psilocybin and other tryptamines. Mescaline effects can last for over 14 hours and is commonly associated with less stimulation but more nausea than LSD. The genera Trichocereus is part of the Cactaceae family. Most reports of mescaline found in plants have been from the Cactaceae family. Other mescaline cacti include species of Gymnocalycium, Islaya, Myrtillocactus, Pelicyphora, Opuntia, Pereschia, Peresciopsis, Pelasgia, Pterocereus, Stenocereus, and Stetsonia. However, it is not only San Pedro, peyote, and other cacti that are understood to have been traditionally used as an entheogen. Pelicyphorus, Celliformis, or Peyotillo. Peyotillo grows only in northern Mexico, where it has been traditionally used as a peyote substitute. By weight, Peyotillo contains less mescaline than peyote, as well as hordenine, anhydride, pelletine, 3-dimethyltrichoserine, N-methylmescaline, and other B-phenethylamines. While discovery of mescaline in plants outside of the Cactaceae family have been increasingly common, these finds are dubious. Publication of spectral compendiums without confirmation of at least the major alkaloids using known reference standards is a concerning trend. Keep this in mind when considering that researchers have identified mescaline in Acacia berlandii, Acacia rigula, Passiflora quadrangularis, and a medicinal plant combination used by the Khmer people. Despite the Australian Department of Defence developing a technique for manufacturing mescaline from sawdust of Eucalyptus obliqua and Eucalypt diversicolor in 1964, I don't know of any traditions of mescaline plant consumption that do not involve cacti. With increasing concerns about the environmental impacts of drug production, it's important to recognise that sources of mescaline differ in their ecological profile. While San Pedro grows quickly and is abundant in the wild, peyote grows very slowly, with a natural habitat under threat from mining and agricultural developments. This is similarly the case for peyotillo. With increased attention and greater awareness of the finite sources of some of these plants, there has been an expansion of ethnobotanical communities around peyote and San Pedro over the last few years. As commercial interest escalates, so does the value of rare mescaline cacti seeds and clones. Online auctions of small plants regularly sell for thousands of dollars. A key challenge for people who consume illicit drugs is that variability in purity and potency can impede the ability to titrate doses reliably and consistently. The same issue faces consumers of mescaline sources from cacti. Two cacti grown from the same seed pod may have very different mescaline contents. To make estimating potency even more complicated, mescaline content can vary depending when a plant was harvested or the conditions it was grown in. While some mescaline cacti have been selectively bred for a high mescaline content, other mescaline cacti have been bred for qualities like their colours, shapes and flowers. Mescaline cacti can be unpleasant to consume. Peyote plants contain more mescaline by weight than San Pedro cactus, but people are known to consume both these cacti fresh and dried for psychedelic effects. For San Pedro, this can mean eating more than a kilogram of slimy, bitter plant material. It comes as no surprise then that people use different techniques to extract mescaline from cacti to make consumption more pleasant. These techniques range from more complicated methods that may require lab equipment, like acid-base extractions, to simple methods using kitchen equipment, like stovetop water extractions. In addition to mescaline cacti having an unpopular texture and flavour, consumption of mescaline cacti is associated with nausea and vomiting. While the consumption of synthetic mescaline is also associated with nausea and vomiting, there are claims these symptoms increase when mescaline cacti is consumed. It is recommended that people avoid consuming monoamine oxidase inhibitors, or MAOIs, alongside mescaline, as there is a risk of serotonin syndrome, particularly with non-selective and irreversible MAOIs. Ayahuasca and Changa both contain MAOIs, so caution should be taken before combining these substances with mescaline. Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, or SSRIs, should be avoided for similar reasons, although in some cases they will simply prevent or reduce mescaline effects. To avoid death or illness, before taking mescaline alongside other substances, research a combination. Like all psychedelics, people consuming mescaline should aim to be in a comfortable mental, physical, and social environment. Avoid consuming alone and fast for a short time before consumption. Mescaline has a reputation for inducing nausea and vomiting. Be prepared for this possibility. A common dosage of mescaline hydrochloride is between 200 and 300 milligrams. This is approximately 20 grams of dried peyote or 100 grams of dried San Pedro. When extracted or synthesized, mescaline can take different forms. Dosage differs between mescaline products, varying from freebase mescaline, mescaline sulfate, and mescaline carbonate.
Hello and welcome wherever you are to Entheogenesis Australis Garden States Fundraiser Day, Sunday the 5th of December. Welcome everybody. We've got an enormous day of lectures and workshops ahead today. So I won't take up any more time. I'm just going to launch straight in and present our first lecture. It gives us great pleasure to welcome Giuliana Furci. She's the foundress and executive director of Fungi Foundation. She's a Harvard University associate, Dame of the Order of the Star of Italy, co-chair of the IUCN Fungal Conservation Committee, and author of several titles, including a series of fungi guides to Chilean fungi and chapters in publications such as Fantastic Fungi. She's co-author of titles such as The First State of the World's Fungi and Biouniversidad de Chile, Patrimonio de Desafíos, Ministry of the Environment, Chile. Excuse my Spanish, Giuliana. Giuliana has worked in the non-profit sector for the last 17 years, and she's held consulting positions in US philanthropic foundations as well as full-time positions in international marine conservation NGOs and Chilean environmental NGOs. Giuliana, it's a great pleasure to welcome you. And the title of your talk, The 3F Initiative, Conservation of Fungi. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning to you. Good evening from me. I'm speaking from the past, and from what I could see from yourself, the future is looking pretty good. So thank you. I want to start by thanking Caine Barlow for inviting me to give this talk, and I want to wish everybody a wonderful couple of days learning about entheogens. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to talk a bit about how we can secure legal protection for fungi in international conservation frameworks, or fungi. So I will be saying fungi, fungi, fungi. It's all the same, and they're all correct. Fungi is normally used in the US, fungi in British, Anglo-speaking countries. Okay. And so here it is. Let me just accommodate this so that I can start. So I'm going to talk about a term that is quite fashionable at the moment, that is funga. And you'll learn a bit more about what funga is with respect to fungi in a short while. And this is Amanita galactica, a beautiful species I found in southern Chile, where I actually am now, and also in temperate rainforests that I know we share as countries, southern cone of South America and parts of Australia and Tasmania, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea. I wanted to start a bit about talking about the Fungi Foundation. The Fungi Foundation is a Chilean NGO that was founded 10 years ago and that opened an office in the United States about a year and a half ago. And we work in a very mycelial way. We have programs that are all interconnected. The Elders program, where we're mapping ancestral and traditional uses of fungi around the world. With the Expeditions program, where we go to the last wild places on Earth to document fungal diversity and record or film for storytelling purposes. Conservation program, where we support the red listing of different fungal species. We're pushing and triggering the inclusion of fungi in environmental frameworks around the world, international frameworks, and also national frameworks. And we're also looking at fungi or fungi as quote unquote tools to help protect old growth forests around the world. And we also are starting to implement, as of January next year, the first global mycological curriculum, because we believe that as much should be taught about fungi to school children around the world as is taught about plants and animals. And we also very strongly support citizen science around the world. And so we've been working I've been working as an individual for the last 23 years all around the world, and as a foundation for the last 10 years in 17 countries. I've had the pleasure of visiting Australia, and I've had the pleasure of meeting Caine, and also I've had the pleasure of being in the field in Australia. It's incredible how the forests, the temperate rainforests, are so similar in some sense, but at the same time so different. So here in Chile and in Argentina, in the Southern Cone, we have 7 species of Sitarias, whereas I believe there are 2 in Australasia. But it's incredible that they're the only places in the world where these species are found, along with the Nothophagaceae. So we're probably best known as an organization for having triggered the inclusion of fungi in environmental legislation here in Chile. It was the year 2010 when we started with the opening of the law, that the general law that sets the basis of how the environment should be treated legally in Chile, was opened up for consultation and modification for different reasons, and we saw an opportunity to advocate for the inclusion of fungi in this legislation. And after 2 years of working incessantly with members of parliament, senators, their advisors, and a large network of national and international nonprofits, we managed to get fungi included in the legislation in Chile, and then from that law have the translation to regulatory texts, whereby fungal baseline studies have to be included in environmental impact assessments all over the country, from the Atacama Desert to the tundras, subantarctic tundras of Tierra del Fuego, for example. And not only did fungi have to be included in environmental impact assessments, but also the country was mandated to design an information system, a public information system for people to understand what species were in the country, and also for species to be listed inside the Ministry of the Environment species lists. So in 2014, for the first time, the country acknowledged the existence of species of fungi. Now, actually, this was the first time in history that a country mandates that every single project seeking an environmental permit had to assess fungi. And if they don't assess the fungi, and if in that assessment there are species that are found to be critically endangered or on the brink of extinction, that permit could be denied. And this policy is actually about to have a new anniversary. It came into effect on December 24th of 2013. Now, many of you may know, but others might not, that fungi are a group of organisms that make up their own kingdom of life, or queendom, as many call them too. They're not plants and they're not animals. They are completely different. And inside this kingdom of life are the yeasts, molds, lichens, mushrooms, conchs, and millions of microscopic organisms that live in fresh water, in marine water, in the air, in different places. And fungi are critical to human ecosystem and planetary well-being. And it is well overdue that they be included within conservation frameworks formally. Now, many of us for many, many years have been asking, where are the fungi? Where are they? They're not in any texts anywhere in the world, except for maybe a handful, as even being acknowledged as a component of nature. And for the best estimate suggests that there are up to 3.8 million species of fungi on Earth. And that's as many as 10 times the estimated number of plants. But we know that between 5 and 10% of all fungal species have been described. And of those species that are around 80 to 85,000 species, only 358 have had their conservation priority assessed with the red list of species that IUCN leads. And that's in comparison with 76,000 species of animals that have been assessed and 44,000 species of plants who have had their conservation priority assessed. And in other words, what that means is that a meager 0.2% is what fungi represents as a global conservation priority. And considering that they're the kingdom that sustain life on Earth, considering that no plant could live outside of water without them, this is pretty serious and pretty critical. And so this has been an issue that has been pretty much obsessing in my, I've been obsessed with it for many years. And in 2018, finally, a group of colleagues and friends from different countries, led by an author in Argentina with participation of researchers from Brazil and the United States, we came together and we started looking at what we could do. And ultimately, the biggest realization was that fungi are a group that have been neglected in language. They are explicitly excluded from conservation efforts and biodiversity conservation efforts because these texts and these regulations and people at large refer to macroscopic life on Earth as plants and animals or as fauna and flora. And so we set on the path of looking for the term that would represent fungal diversity on Earth. And that term is funga, F-U-N-G-A. And we published this paper which delimits the term funga as the valid term to refer to the diversity of fungal communities around the world. And we propose the 3 Fs as the way forward. Now, the 3 Fs is now an initiative, which I'll mention a bit more shortly, that leaves the term fauna and flora as obsolete and sets the future trajectory as the 3 Fs as a way forward. Now, funga is an artificial linguistic construction that is clearly analogous to fauna and flora, and it's based on the Latin word fungus, which in turn comes from the Greek word sphongos, which means sponge. The mycelial networks look a bit like a sponge, and many fungi, when you look at them, look a bit like sponge-like. Now, the use of the 3 Fs instead of the 2 Fs in overarching international assemblies such as the IUCN or the CBD, not the CBD many of us know, but the Convention on Biological Diversity of the United Nations, could provide a modern foundation for reference to what is emerging and what we now know is one of the largest groups of organisms on Earth. And on this quest to delimit the correct term and to find the language that we needed to transition to, we discovered this in 1974 by the author Schaefer, and who's depicted here is Artemis, or Diana. And she's the goddess of abundance, and she's normally depicted with flowers and plants, but in this case, this is the oldest depiction of a deity that could represent fungi that we've ever found. And so they're not puffballs that she has on her chest. They are in fact breasts. And Diana and Artemisa, when she has plants, also has these 9 breasts. But what you see below on her robes are different species of fungi. Could be chanterelles, could be common mushrooms. Now, what's the difference between fungi and funga? Now, fungi refers to the kingdom or queendom of life, and funga represents the fungal diversity of a given place. So we would say the funga of Australia refers to the diversity of fungi that you find in Australia. So the flora of Australia, the fauna of Australia, and the funga of Australia. And the term mycobiota is also correct, but it's less quote unquote useful for the rapid adoption of mycologically inclusive language, which represent the 3 Fs. What we know is that we should not say mycoflora, because flora refers to plants and fungi are not plants, and that we should be using the term funga. Now, last year, a group of us came together, including, well, basically led by Merlin Sheldrake, who is a British biologist, author of a fantastic book called Entangled Life. If you haven't read it, you should. And Cesar Rodriguez Garavito, who is a Colombian lawyer who is the director of the faculty of a faculty director, sorry, for the Center for Human Rights and Global Justice of NYU School of Law in New York, and myself from the Fungi Foundation. We came together again in an international effort to create the 3F initiative. Now, the 3F initiative was built to strategize both legally and from a communication standpoint as to how together we can secure legal protections for the fungi. And we developed a statement that was is still being circulated on the webpage faunaflorafunga.org. I'll show in a short moment. And this statement that has already been endorsed by many is based on the fact that fungi have long supported and enriched life on our planet, and they can help us address many urgent environmental problems. It is time for fungi to be recognized within legal conservation frameworks and be protected on an equal footing with animals and plants. And here's a web page. And what we do as an initiative is investigate the legal, policy, and regulatory landscape on a global level, as well as on a domestic level in targeted countries, in order to identify opportunities to advance protections for fungi. We engage governments and we participate in governance processes to advance the interests of fungi. Now, these processes include several treaties and agreements, including the Global Biodiversity Framework, and also what's happening in the aftermath, for example, of COP26 that just happened in Glasgow. Now, as things stand, most environmental legislation and international assemblies, together with many large international NGOs, still refer to the conservation of flora and fauna. And as I mentioned before, adding this 3rd F, funga, to the list would write this neglected kingdom of life into conservation and agricultural policy frameworks, and ultimately would unlock crucial funding for mycological research, for mycological surveys, and also for the inclusion of mycology in education programs around the world. We as an initiative call on state leaders, on civil society, on scientists, and on citizens of the world to seize the moment and create legal protections for fungi under international, regional, and domestic law and policy, both to state the equal significance of fungi among the kingdoms of life, and also to help address the threats that jeopardize the ability of many fungal species to thrive and survive. We are unthinkable without fungi, but seldom do we think about them, and it really is an ignorance we can't afford to sustain. So to now, to date, Actually, there are almost 2,000 signatories from close to 80 countries. And among the signatories, we can find Dame Jane Goodall, incredible chefs and cooks from around the world, like David Zilber. Michael Pollan is also signed on, and even I'm fascinated that even Peter Gabriel signed on. For those that are a bit older, they'll know who Peter Gabriel is, and it's incredible that the younger people don't know who Peter Gabriel is. But institutions have also signed on. So Kew has signed representatives from Royal Botanic Garden Victoria also, and also the IUCN Fungal Conservation Committee. Now, we've revised several international agreements to see where we can make change. Some of those are listed here. I won't read them for you. You can read them. But I wanted to just spotlight one case, for example, which very clearly illustrates some of the challenges we're facing. The first one listed here is the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Flora and Fauna, best known as CITES. Now, this convention, CITES Convention, governs international trade and use of species of endangered species, where the specimens and species are defined as fauna and flora. And when this was brought up and flagged many years ago, the Conference of the Parties meeting of CITES in 1987, curiously held in Santiago, Chile, through a resolution, defined and decided that species of fungi are covered by the convention as plants. Now, there are 183 countries a part of this convention, and I would bet that none of them, and no representative of this convention, would ever propose banning ivory, saying that ivory is a plant, or banning turtle products, listing them as acceptable plants. Now, that's the case for fungi. If we were to propose species of fungi to be protected, we would have to say that they're plants. And so these are the sort of things that we're trying to tackle as a group. And in order to do so, we've come together once again, an international community this year to really go forward on a frontal charge by large parties. Now, this past July, the issue of Science published a letter that was written by, once again, a group of international scientists led by a Portuguese mycologist, Dr. Susana Gonçalves, with Belgian, Chilean, and North American collaboration, where we call for the inclusion of all fungi in biodiversity goals. And this was a follow-up to a Chinese letter that requested the inclusion of microfungi, so the microscopic organisms, in biodiversity goals. But we did set forward that it should be all of the fungi through this letter. Now, around the same time, in July, the Chilean government endorsed and sponsored the 3F initiative, saying that they would give institutional support, and they would, and that Chile as a country could put forward the 3F initiative and the proposal of the 3Fs in many of these conventions. Now, this is huge because it's the first time that a nation or republic, a country, moves forward to really advocate for a transition to mycologically inclusive language on a global arena and in global fora. Now, following that, in August, the IUCN Species Survival Committee, after a lot of back and forth with the 3F initiative, called for the due recognition of fungi as major components of biodiversity and legislation and policy. And they publicly came out fully endorsing the Fauna, Flora, Funga initiative and asked that the phrases animals and plants and fauna and flora be replaced once and for all with animals, fungi and plants, and fauna, flora, and funga. And this really is historical. There is a before and after these organizations came together and country. So the Chilean Ministry of the Environment, the international NGO Rewild, that is co-founded by Survival Commission, that I just read before it came out with this formal calling, led by the Fungi Foundation and our allies in the 3F initiative, came out with this press release stating that they call for the recognition of fungi and that they are committing to promote the inclusive language of the 3Fs to ensure that fungi are integrated into conservation strategies. Now, this, it looks very, just in a slide, but this was a titanic task that is a game changer. And it trickled down and triggered an effect that led to even Leonardo DiCaprio himself using his platforms to advocate for the inclusion of fungi in international frameworks, and really promoting and informing that these organisms are the interconnectors of the wild, that they're missing from discussions and efforts to protect nature around the world. And he ends his post saying that we should be talking about fungi all the time, and that we can't rewild the world without fungi. And this is a big deal because there are many nations that are looking to some of the conservation leaders like Leo DiCaprio to see what should be happening in their legislation. And that also translated, the whole effort translated into media outlets like The Atlantic with titles, headlines such as "Flora and Fauna is so outdated. It's time to give fungi the respect they're due," which I think is a wonderful headline there. The BBC also caught on and also printed that wherever it says flora and fauna, we need to say flora, fauna, and fungi. It's the third F. And I want to invite you all to really think about this term fungi, to include in your language. Wherever you hear anybody or wherever you read fauna and flora or flora and fauna, flag that there's a third F and that it's missing, and that third F is fungi. I want to acknowledge that the artwork in this presentation, that's absolutely wonderful, is a college graduation project for a graphic design major of Paula Heredia, a Chilean designer studying at the University of Chile. And I want to open the floor for any questions and invite you to follow the Fungi Foundation and to understand how important it is, if you don't already, to use mycologically inclusive language. We need to say their name and talk about animals, plants, and fungi, or fauna, flora, and fungi. Thank you very much.
So, yeah.
Chile and Argentina. These cacti are prominent throughout the Andes. Botanical nomenclature and taxonomy is always changing. When we use the word San Pedro, we refer to a group of cacti that grow in columns, have big hairy flowers, and are associated with traditions involving cacti consumption for the effects of mescaline. Some people call the genus of the San Pedro group Echinopsis, but we refer to it as Trichocereus. Echinopsis cacti tend to be smaller, have more ribs, and a greater tendency to clump and a longer flower tube than Trichocereus. It is impossible to identify Trichocereus species with certainty based on appearance alone. We can make an excellent guess, especially with the location information and photos of the cacti in flower, but in an age of globalization and misinformation, we can't say anything for sure without a DNA test, no matter how similar the appearance of two plants. The lines distinguishing San Pedro species are very blurry. A test for identical plants we can perform in our own gardens without needing expensive science involves attempting to hybridize suspect plants. As Trichocereus are not self-fertile, if the suspect plants produce seed when crossed, we can assume they are genetically different. Growers have used these plants to test that Fields macrogonus and the Gala peruvianus are the same plant. The cacti most commonly misidentified as San Pedro are Cereus species. People not realise their misidentification until after they have prepared and consumed their cactus, only to experience no psychoactive effect. Besides a lack of mescaline, some characteristics used to distinguish Cereus species from San Pedro are Cereus's much narrow and more divided ribs and hairless flowers. The cross-section of a Cereus cacti will typically appear as an asterisk shape, whereas a San Pedro cacti cross-section will appear as a star. While we need DNA testing to settle the debate properly, species we might consider part of the San Pedro group include Trichocereus pachanoi, Trichocereus peruvianus, Trichocereus macrogonus, Trichocereus cuscoensis, and Trichocereus bridgesii. The relationship between the San Pedro group and the giant columnar cacti Trichocereus tereshekii and Trichocereus validus is also unclear, although these giant species also have a history of consumption for psychedelic effect. These giant columnar cacti take longer to grow and may contain less mescaline concentration by weight than San Pedro. These are likely factors influencing the lack of common usage of giant cacti for mescaline by the broader psychedelic community. San Pedro have been found to contain mescaline, trichoserine, tyramine, hordenine, 3,4-dimethody-B-phenethylamine, anheliniodine, and B-phenethylamines. There are regular anecdotal reports of higher mescaline concentrations in outer plant flesh, that Trichocereus bridgesii are the most potent species, and that potency can be influenced by stressing plants through increased or decreased exposure to sunlight. San Pedro potency varies incredibly widely between plants, so dosing according to the weight or size of plant material may not be particularly useful. Some estimation of potency can be made by choosing a particular clone. Some presume the same plant will be similarly potent, although mescaline content can vary depending on the environment that it's cultivated in. A common dosage of mescaline hydrochloride is between 200 and 300 milligrams. This could be found in as little as 500 grams of fresh San Pedro or more than a kilogram. San Pedro is more than 90% water, so this equates to a dosage between 50 to 100 grams when dried, significantly less if only the outer flesh is consumed. Because San Pedro dosage is so variable, we advise consumers to titrate their dosage. Because of unknown San Pedro potency, it will likely take a naive consumer a number of consumption attempts to achieve the effects they desire, but it is safer to have too little than too much. While appearance alone is rarely enough to identify a plant, some common features of many Trichocereus pachanoi include dominant V-notches, short, weak spines less than 2 centimeters or absent entirely, areoles between 5 and 10 millimeters, and a bright green or less blue epidermis. Britton and Rose's 1920 description of Trichocereus pachanoi reads, "Plants tall, 3 to 6 meters high, with numerous strict branches, slightly glaucous when young, dark green in age, ribs 6 to 8, broad at base, obtuse, with a deep horizontal depression about the areole. Spines often wanting, when present, few. 3 to 7 unequal, the longest 1 to 2 centimeters. Long dark yellow to brown. Flower buds pointed, flowers very large, 19 to 23 centimeters. Long, borne near the top of branches, night blooming, very fragrant, outer perianth segments brownish red, inner perianth segments oblong, white, filaments long, weak, greenish, style greenish below, white above, stigma lobes linear, yellowish, ovary covered with black curled hairs, axils of scales on flower tube, and fruit bearing long black hairs." Common features of Trichocereus peruvianus include 6 to 8 ribs, areole space 10 to 15 millimeters apart, and a blue coloured epidermis. Britton and Rose's 1920 description of Trichocereus peruvianus reads, "Plants 2 to 4 meters high with numerous erect or ascending stout branches, 15 to 20 centimeters in diameter, glaucous when young, ribs 6 to 8, broad and rounded, areoles large, 2 to 2.5 centimeters apart, brown felted, spines brown, from the first, about 10 unequal, some of them 4 centimetres long, rigid and stout, not at all swollen at base, areoles on ovary and flower tube hairy, mature flowers not seen, but evidently large and probably white. Common features of Trichocereus bridgesii include thinner columns than other San Pedro, somewhat curved ribs, and varying spination. Britton and Rose's 1920 description of Trichocereus bridgesii reads, tall, 2 to 5 metres high, more or less branching, pale green, a little glaucous, branches 10 to 15 centimetres in diameter, 4 to 8 ribbed, ribs obtuse, separated by broad, shallow intervals, areoles large, about 2 centimetres apart, spines 2 to 6, yellowish, acicular to subulate, very unequal, sometimes 10 centimetres long, not swollen at base, flowers large, 18 centimetres long, throat broad, inner perianth segments oblong, perhaps white, 5 to 6 centimetres long, scales on ovary and flower tube small, sometimes only 3 to 4 millimetres long, scattered, bearing numerous hairs in their axils, fruit scale, long hairy, 5 to 6 centimetres long. Common features of Trichocereus cuscoensis include a wavy rib shape, swollen spine bases, oval areoles, and yellow new spines. Britton and Rose's 1920 description of Trichocereus cuscoensis reads, plants tall, 5 to 6 metres high, much branched, the branches somewhat spreading, light green when young, ribs 7 or 8, low and rounded, areoles rather close together, 1 to 1.5 centimetres apart, spines numerous, often 12, very stout, rigid, sometimes 7 centimetres long, swollen at base, flowers 12 to 14 centimetres long, doubtless nocturnal, but sometimes at least, remaining open during the morning, fragrant, flower tube green, 5 to 6 centimetres long, inner perianth segments oblong, white, 4 to 5 centimetre long filaments, weak, declining on the lower side of the throat, scales on the ovary and flower tube small, bearing a few long hairs in their axils, fruit not known.
Giuliana, good to see you again. Thank you so much for your fantastic talk. We do have a number of questions coming through. Can you hear me okay, Giuliana?
Try again.
Can you hear me now, Giuliana? No?
Yes.
Yes, good. Good to hear. Thank you again for your excellent talk. We have a few questions coming through, so I'll just put them to you one by one, and away we go. First question, what are the best ways to encourage positive engagement with public around the topic of fungi? Does this work with people in government as well?
So, I mean, the 3F is a good way forward. I mean, just by stating that the 2F are obsolete and that there's a way to include a macroscopic kingdom of life into language and therefore into legislation, and that the benefits of that are very evident, being that the fungi are the interconnectors of nature. They store a large amount of carbon, and they ultimately enable life on Earth as we know it. So engaging through transitioning to the correct language is a good strategy. And when things are very difficult for people to understand or legislators to understand, I very quickly move on to explain that yeasts are fungi and that without them, there's no bread, wine, beer, chocolate, or soy sauce, and then they're immediately engaged.
So yeah, absolutely. Bring it back to the easily comprehensible and the direct experience for people.
Right.
Absolutely, fantastic. And I guess you have had quite a lot of experience in speaking with and making presentations to people in government. So do you find overall that you have a receptive audience normally, or I mean, apart from the technical side, do you feel that people are engaged or they're willing to?
they're willing and engaged when you can address something that they're worried about in the first place. So the most important way to talk to policy stakeholders or to decision makers is really to do your homework before, do your research, find out what they're worried about, and frame your points as a way to address their pre-existing worries or their pre-existing missions.
Okay, understood. I guess following straight on, we've got a question. Public engagement and pushing for positive change can really suck time and energy. So what do you do to recharge your own energy?
Oh dear, that's a good one. I thankfully for the last couple of decades have had enough recharge from just working in the forest. Rest hasn't been part of the equation, but recharge, I mean, I also have a very beautiful San Pedro garden at my home in Santiago, and I'm actually very much enjoying, after 24 years they started flowering, and so this year it's going to be incredible, and that recharges me for the whole year forward.
Oh, that's wonderful. I was actually very fortunate to visit Chile, well, just on 2 years ago for in fact a wine tour, and we saw some incredible native San Pedro in the dry regions, not terribly far. I think it was the Maipo, so not far from Santiago. Had a fantastic time over there.
Yeah, and they're from the north. I mean, they're very happy there, and if you come in December, they will be flowering, and it's absolutely spectacular.
Yep, they were flowering, and I was there in December, so it was a great time. Just waiting for the next question to come through.
Otherwise, you're going to have to improvise.
Yeah, we might have to. Very, very quickly then, is there are you associated with the university in Santiago? Is there a department devoted to fungi at all?
So mycology isn't a topic that's been addressed in universities in Chile for a very long time, and part of my mission has been to build those. And so I'm not affiliated with any university in Chile, only in the US, but I am striving to get more people to be able to teach in Chile, because thanks to our work at the foundation, there is a need for mycologists from a work point of view.
Right.
So we sort of started the other way around. There's a legal requirement, and there's nowhere to, there was nowhere to study, and we're slowly helping to build that.
Because we're certainly aware over here that there's a very rich, I guess, depth of knowledge in ethnobotany and entheogenic sort of plants in Chile, and active research. So it's really good to see that as maybe a foundation. So we'd like to see definitely more coming out of Chile in that regard.
Yeah.
Another question: what's the best practice for conserving diversity in archived fungal populations? And so how do you prevent genetic bottlenecks?
Because fungi are organisms that make up a kingdom of their own, there are many ways, there are different ways to collect fungi and to voucher them and to discover fungal diversity. Now, when we say fungi, it's like saying plants. So it's the equivalent of when somebody asks you, what do you do for fungi? It's the equivalent of saying, what do you do for plants? And that would include moss, ferns, liverworts, cacti, trees, herbs. There are so many. So there's not one answer for that. What we do encourage is the vouchering of fungal diversity, especially of macroscopic spore-producing bodies that some fungi produce, mushrooms, conchs, and others. And on the website of the Fungi Foundation, there's a tab that says campaigns, and you can find a campaign that says what you see matters. And there's a full tutorial there on how to voucher correctly. So every encounter you have, we like to say that every mushroom is magic, because you're ultimately coinciding with a macroscopic manifestation of a species that is visible macroscopically maybe for 2 days a year, and not even every year. So there are a lot of bottlenecks, but the biggest bottleneck is probably coinciding with the fungus. It's the amount of people out there trying to find them.
Okay, next question. What is your view of the term opisthocanta for grouping both the animal and fungi?
Well, the opisthocanta are the common ancestor that we know of now. There are fungi that are single-celled with a posterior flagellum, and there are cells in Kingdom Animalia that have that same cell, not going, so more than an opinion, what we know now is that it is the oldest common ancestor found to both kingdoms of life currently.
So it sounds appropriate to a degree, doesn't it? If we're prepared to appropriate that term anyway.
Right.
Should those of us who have the capacity just do the work anyhow and hope the paperwork catches up one day? That's an interesting question.
Well, that was that's been my way of working, and it's a big bet. It can be effective, and it's a very high personal cost. I say go for it.
Hopefully whoever asked that question will take your advice. Does the term funga include all microbiota, including things like slime molds and possibly kingdoms which have yet to be discovered?
So slime molds aren't part of kingdom fungi. So no, it doesn't include slime molds. Slime molds are protists, and they are completely different. Okay. We adopt them because they're sort of, orphans. And, they're sometimes, if you see, fungal-like organisms, they'll be included there. But no, funga should not be used for slime molds, because they're not from the same kingdom of life. Yeah.
Do you know of any kingdoms that are yet to be discovered, by the way?
That are yet to be discovered, no, but I very frequently get a lot of people sort of being actually sort of very confrontational, like, you're pushing for the fungi and the funga, and what about the bacteria and the slime molds and the protists? And I say, well, if you want to do it, I'll help you, but my mission in life is for the fungi.
Here's a good question that I just came up with myself, and because I'm the MC, I'm allowed to do this. What are your thoughts of the hijacking of yeast metabolism for the production of psilocybin and other potentially psychoactive compounds?
Well, biotechnology is not something I am against. I would like to maybe take your question towards something that I feel very strongly for, and it's that I don't believe that isolated or artificially produced compounds can get anywhere near the full therapeutic experience that the compound in its original species can have. Psilocybin, for example, does not function alone in a mushroom, and by itself, it can do the same thing that it can with its brother and sister compounds inside the fungus.
Yep. Interestingly, the yeast can also produce the entourage compounds, and the metabolism can be stopped, as I understand it, or you can select probably for various proportions. But yeah, really interesting new angle, I think.
I think also, there's a question here that also has to do with species. So, for example, the ancestral use of psilocybe in Mexico, Guatemala, is with species that aren't the ones being used to synthesize the compounds from. That's one thing that's very interesting to have a look at. I mean, we're working, and what's being spread around the world and cultivated around the world is a species that isn't the species that has the ancestral use, and therefore there's a lot of research being done on those that entourage of compounds that actually aren't from the species that are ancestrally used.
Yeah, really interesting points there. Quick question, any tips to minimise the impact of foraging on wild fungi populations?
Don't harvest polypores, don't conchs off the trees. I would say that that's actually an important point. When one is harvesting, as long as you make sure that you're not breaking up all the soil underneath the mushroom you're harvesting, you're pretty much okay. It would be like breaking the branch off of an apple tree to get the apples. You wouldn't do that. But the conchs, so these wood ears, these hard conchs, and normally they don't reproduce again once you've harvested that conch. So I would definitely not harvest, those big wood ears. Yeah.
Thank you. Still waiting. Do you guys get porcini in Chile? I've had some delicious porcini from Argentina, I know, but not in Chile.
Sorry, I missed the question.
Do you see porcini, native porcini in Chile? I've had them from Argentina, but not from Chile.
Right. So we don't have porcini in Chile. They do in Argentina, but we have one very delicious species of Boletaceae called it's Butyriboletus loyo, and gastronomically, and it's, I'd say, better than the Italian porcini. As an Italian thing, that's almost sacrilege.
Yeah, of course. I think we're just about done for questions at this stage. So, Giuliana, thank you again so much for your time and for your lovely presentation and for sharing all your wonderful knowledge with us. So it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and have a wonderful, wonderful event.
We'll certainly do our best. Thanks again.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, brief intermission and then cheers.
It's an autumn and winter fruiting mushroom. It has a beautiful caramel brown cap, white to grey stem, and younger specimens have a partial veil. It has a hygrophanous cap, which means that the cap changes colour as it dries out. This can be quite distinct, going from like a really dark chocolate brown colour to almost cream, almost white. The species is heavily associated with Psilocybe cyanescens and Psilocybe azurescens. They're very closely related, and they can look quite similar. There's quite often a little bit of confusion around these three species. From a pharmacology perspective, Picker and Ricards in 1971 reported that there was psilocybin to 0.47% dry weight. In 1981, Perkel reported psilocybin between 0.6% to 1.93% by dry weight. The first herbarium collection of Psilocybe subaeruginosa was made by John Burton Cleland in 1915. During the following years, he and colleagues collected them from South Australia, New South Wales and Victoria. He named and described subaeruginosa formally in 1927. The first herbarium collection of subaeruginosa was made by John Burton Cleland in 1915. He and colleagues collected them over the following years from South Australia, New South Wales and Victoria. He named and described them in 1927, and the description was republished in his 2-volume books on toadstools and mushrooms from South Australia in 1934 and 1935. The species was confirmed as containing psilocybin in 1971 by Pickett and Rickards. In 1974, Roy Watling, the Scottish mycologist, made collections of Psilocybe australiana, Psilocybe eucalypta and Psilocybe tasmaniana from New South Wales and Tasmania. All 4 were synonymised as subaeruginosa by Chang and Mills in 1992. And then in 1995, Psilocybe tasmaniana was removed by Johnson and Buchanan. Psilocybe subaeruginosa is found in wet and dry eucalyptus forests and occasionally on the edge of rainforests. They particularly enjoy growing on eucalyptus, but they're also quite often found in pine plantations. They have a reputation for growing in wood-chipped garden beds as well in urban settings. They're found in Tasmania, Victoria, New South Wales, South Australia, in southwest Western Australia as an introduced species, and they're now reported to occur in southeast Queensland as well. We know them also from New Zealand, where they're very, very closely related to the endemic species there, Psilocybe varroa. They require cold to fruit. So for fruiting to happen, the temperature needs to drop between 6 to 8 degrees C. They fruit between April to May to July to August, climate permitting. In an oceanic environment, they will fruit earlier, so late March even to April. But in the more Mediterranean environment, say inner Victoria, South Australia, we expect this more around May. This is an example of wet sclerophyll forest. You can see the eucalyptus, you can see the man ferns, Antarctica dixonii, and you might also have a few rainforest trees as well, Bedfordia for example. Then we also have dry sclerophyll. The photograph shown here is very dry, with lots of rain. This can become quite wet, well saturated, and Psilocybe subaeruginosa loves this. In this situation, you're also quite possibly more likely to find it on the edge of the forest rather than right in the middle. But it's always worth looking. So taxonomically speaking, the cap is 1 to 6 centimetres in diameter. This beautiful caramel brown, as mentioned earlier, drying to yellow, sometimes light as cream. The cap is conical to convex. It uplifts in age and it has quite a prominent umbo. The gill attachment is adnate to adnext. The stem anywhere between 4.5 to 22 centimetres long. They're really quite firm and quite fibrous. White in colour, turning grey with age, and then often brown when waterlogged. They have a really beautiful white partial veil. This can either disappear or quite often leaves a trace around the edge of the cap. Psilocybe bruise when damaged, and Psilocybe subaeruginosa can bruise really quite strongly. Here are some examples of Psilocybe subaeruginosa in their habitats. On the left you can see the white partial veil, the remnants around the edge of the cap, and quite a lot of the black purple spores still attached to that sticky partial veil. You can see this also on the right, and particularly in the right bottom right hand corner, you can see that uplifted cap with this sinusoidal appearance, hence the confusion with Psilocybe cyanescens. This is an example of Psilocybe subaeruginosa in habitat, growing from really well colonized eucalyptus branch, and they love growing up through grass clumps, and you can see this here quite distinctly. Every now and then you'll find them growing in really heavy clumps. Usually they're either singly or in little groups, but in this case these are really heavily clumped together, and indicative of really nutritious substrate. This photo shows their features really well. You can see that umbo on the top of the cap, the white partial veil around the edge, beautiful white stem, and you can see this grey appearance and also assumedly some of that blue bruising. The white gills that will in time turn kind of browny grey, and at the base of the stem some mycelium. The thing with Psilocybe subaeruginosa is there are quite a few lookalikes, and some of these are poisonous, particularly in the case of Gallerina, potentially deadly. Also Cortinarius, also potentially deadly. Hypholoma fascicular is poisonous, and then there are other species, Foliota, Protostropharia semiglobata, Gymnopilus, and Loradiomyces ceres can also look similar. The image here on the right hand side, you can see Loradiomyces ceres growing right next to a clump of subaeruginosa. So Psilocybe subaeruginosa, the pronunciation varies a lot with individuals. I tend to go with, I used to say Psilocybe, but this was corrected through being exposed to other genus names, Cainocybe for example, hence Psilocybe. Subaeruginosa is a bit of a mouthful. I tend to break it down into little groups, so subaeruginosa. But if you feel comfortable saying it in a particular way, then feel free to do that.
Okay, welcome back. And I'd like to really start the main part of our program today by inviting Aunty Di, who's a senior Wurundjeri elder, to give us a welcome to country. Thank you very much for joining us today, Aunty Di, and we're looking very much forward to your welcome. Are we? Okay, I'd like to welcome Aunty Di, who's a senior Wurundjeri elder, to provide us with a welcome to country, to the Wurundjeri country. Thank you.
Thank you. I honour my ancestors and my elders, and I pay homage to the sacred grounds that we're all on. I wish to acknowledge any elders of different nations, any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, any First Nations peoples from across the waters, and I acknowledge you all, and I pay my respects to your ancestors, elders and families. It's an honour and a privilege to be a part of your journey today, to be able to welcome you to country. And I think what you do is very important. We need to learn to live more sustainable. And I know we are taught from a young age about caring for country and about our country, what we should do, what we shouldn't do, where we should go, where we shouldn't go. So it's important to know what foods we can eat and what we can't. And unfortunately, that was lost a lot but I'm glad that a lot of people are now looking at this in our environment, because we need to have a good future for our children. And if we don't do anything now, it won't be good for them, and we need to teach them. So I'd like to ask all of you to talk to someone that you don't know. The reason I ask that is I firmly believe if we can understand each other, that we can live in harmony. When we live in harmony, we eradicate racism and stigma, and we pave the way for our young ones. They can live in peace and walk our streets without fear of any harm. So I offer you all my hand in friendship so that we can journey together. May Bunjil, my creator, surround you all and give you strength and resilience. On behalf of my elders, I say Wumajika, Wurundjeri, Barratt, Yemen, Gundibik. That means welcome to Wurundjeri country. For those that you aren't on Wurundjeri country, I can't welcome you to that country, but I can acknowledge the country and hope that their elders and ancestors give you strength and resilience. Nun Godjin, that means thank you for allowing me to be a part of your morning. Nun Godjin.
Thank you, Aunty Di, for joining us today, and we really appreciate the welcome that you've provided. Thank you again.
Hey EGA, it's great to be here. We're part of the team, much of the team from Psymposia, and we were invited to share a little bit about what we are, who we do, what we do.
I thought you were doing that intentionally.
Our affinity with EGA, our
That's staying in.
appreciation for the... Oh, of course that's staying in. Our appreciation for the Australian psychedelic scene, and I guess in its many flavors, y'all have always had, in my experience, one of the most robust underground collection of psychedelic cultures. And I know that there's like exciting research developments in the pipeline. I know that like some of the sanction stuff is cutting edge. And yeah, it's really awesome to have the opportunity to drop in from the other side of the world and say, hey.
Yeah. So, hey.
So I guess we were asked to share a little bit about what Psymposia is or how it got started. And I guess for that, I'll turn it over to Brian Normand, AKA Normie, for a beat to give us a little bit of the history.
Sure. I'm Brian. I'm one of the co-founders of Psymposia. I started Psymposia with some people back in 2014 when I was a student at UMass Amherst. I studied plant science there at the time, and I was interested in psychedelic science and drug policy reform. We did first conference on psychedelics at UMass, and that really got the ball rolling back then. So much has changed, over the years now. But I met a lot of the current Psymposia team back then, 2014, 2015. And Dave spoke at the event in 2015. Deshay spoke at the event in 2015. And here we are now. On the same team, and it's been great.
Yeah, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Deshay, but I think you mentioned at that 2015 event having been flown out to EGA prior. Is that...
Yeah, well, I don't know if I mentioned it, but that did happen.
Well, because I recall you saying like there was something about like being out in the bush and like just like I remember something, and maybe I'm misremembering, but I could have sworn you said something about like a tent in the middle of nowhere or something to that effect, and I don't know, it made me super curious about what was going on in Australia.
Yeah, well, so today we're recording this on December 2nd, which is the exact 10-year anniversary of my first time out to EGA. So that trip just absolutely blew my mind. I actually wrote a little essay about it when I came back that was on Reality Sandwich. It's still up, even though Reality Sandwich has changed now. But I was just so struck by the vibe there of just being able to be amongst other psychedelic people without the constraints of a kind of stuffy conference, hall with faded carpets and the kind of the usual thing, just being out in a festival environment, but with people just rolled out on sleeping bags beneath like art tents, lying down and listening to really deep talks on, interesting people talking on a stage, like out in the bush. I didn't know that such places existed. It was absolutely magical. And the other piece of it was, I was a young graduate student. I had just gotten my master's degree, but I was, nobody in the field at that point. And EGA really like took an interest in supporting me, and supported me to come out there, and invited me back some years later and supported that to happen. And so I just wanted to really emphasize how much it's been amazing to be so supported by the Australian community there, and it's Dave, I know with you as well, and just that has not been the case in all corners of the psychedelic community. So it really stands out what an amazing vibe you have there, and also just seeing the support of interesting ideas that are off the kind of usual path of kind of dominant discourse in psychedelics.
Yeah, I think that point is well taken. I mean, I certainly have felt incredibly supported by EGA folks in the broader community. And I think for me, I was struck, the first conference I went to was in 2017, and it was another outdoor. And I was taken both with the sort of setup there and that sort of merging of like festival conference feel, but also like the real interdisciplinary nature of what was there. I mean, the fact that you had researchers alongside, I think you could say more culturally oriented. I mean, the fact that you had like people talking about clinical research next to people trying to teach other people how to extract drugs. I think that's a kind of cool blend. And I want to echo Nishé's point about like, so with Psymposia, we've done a lot of what I would consider to be like critical psychedelia. We've tried to like hold up a lens to the issues that we see, that we feel need engagement, unpacking, commentary, things that a lot of people in the space don't want to talk about. And I have to say that I've found folks in and around the Australian scene far more interested in engaging on those topics, and certainly like, even the willingness of Australian researchers to point to the limitations of the current clinical research, to point out how few people have been in clinical trials, to point out how limited our understanding is around some of these novel psychotherapeutic interventions. It feels not just welcoming, but like there's a certain, I don't know, again, like maybe kindredness or affinity with communities who are willing to look at these difficult issues, and issues for which like none of us may have solutions, but still I think require conversation in order to see what solutions might exist or potentially work towards any possible solutions. And I think when I look at the kind of work that I would like to see in and around psychedelic spaces and cultures more broadly, I think that, to speak generally, that kind of Australian mindset is rather important, and I certainly feel a lot of appreciation for it.
Yeah, I mean, from what Dave tells me in the conversations that I am privy to, the Australian folks seem a hell of a lot cooler than the US folks. So good job.
Well, and I want to say, like, meeting Ronnie back in 2015 sort of put the emphasis on, like, having been involved on online forums, I'd meet all of these totally out there folks who were, like, they were not only up to date on psychedelic science in the sort of more mainstream or like published article sense, peer reviewed, what have you, but they were also like seemingly on the cutting edge
Field
of underground
tested.
shit. Yeah, field tested, bioassayed.
They've done lots
you
of
know,
animal bioassays, and they even know what that means.
yeah, and it was like, what the fuck is going on in Australia? And then actually like getting to dip my toes into a little bit of the scene, like for whatever it's worth, I've heard a lot of people make sort of self-deprecating jokes about Australia being a backwater, but to me, it's really always felt like it's on the cutting edge. And frankly, like looking at some of the work that we're trying to do in 2022, like I don't know. I guess we hope to join you on the cutting edge.
But before we talk about anything
Definitely.
else, we should talk about these people over here.
Ah,
Oh yeah. I'm Russell with
Introduction.
Psymposia. I've been working with Psymposia since 2017. I write a lot, and below me there is Brian Pace.
Wait. No.
That's
Russell
way too quick,
Hausfeld is absolutely like like the bones, the skeletal structure of so much of what Psymposia is in terms of the public facing output, that is here. Like Russell has contacted every like dodgy CEO, investor, person on Twitter with a bad take on psychedelics for years at this point, and we're all like better informed as a result of it. You don't get away that easy, Russell.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Russ has been covering the whole corporadelic sector, whatever you want to call it, the psychedelic industry, really intimately and in depth, and just really digging into that and understanding who the new players are, what have they been doing, what's going on. One of the biggest challenges is that within the last 2-3 years now, in the last year or two, there has been so many new companies and organizations, and it's difficult to keep track of who is who. And Russ has created all the charts and all the.
I've been like
Not
lucky or
mind
unlucky,
maps.
however you want to frame it, to kind of be observing the jump of the psychedelic industry getting started. And I remember when in like 2019, some of the first investor conferences were happening, and I think we were talking about like we need something that like puts a roadmap out of like who are these people, like where are they coming from, who are all these different companies, who's running them. And so that kind of set me on the path that I'm on now, of kind of trying to chart that out a little bit. So that's one of my main focuses.
Yeah, and it's not just that. It's like, I mean, you didn't just sort of like chart out who it is. Like you dug deeper in who's funding this sort of stuff. It's really quite it's a deep dive. And anyhow, we're all richer for it.
It's challenging to explain to a regular person, a lay person, what psychedelics are in the first place. It's even more difficult to explain that there's like this psychedelic industry and there's these companies and there's these investors, and it's this whole other different level.
Yeah, and an Australian connection to one of my pieces of reporting is when I wrote a series called Mining the Mushrooms about kind of all the extractive ties that are, or people who have been involved in extractive industries that are now getting into the psychedelic field. And I remember when I first started researching that, Dave, I think you sent me a piece from the DMT Nexus that I think was about Australian extraction of
acacias. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was hugely influential. Just reading that and seeing, okay, there's already some like literature out there about this idea of psychedelic, like this harvesting of this and this issue on like the Nexus and these other places. So I thought that was very interesting.
Yeah, the wattle stripping, which I mean, there was a period. I'm sure it's still a problem where, the extractive international drug market for DMT was having ecological effects, and I'm not up on this, so I would imagine it's still a problem. But the structures that encourage such things are still in place, and this is what we do at Psymposia, is that we have a broader analysis of how the economy works. By the way, I'm Brian Pace, but it allows us to take a look at what is happening and make certain predictions. So my background, I'm trained as a plant evolutionary ecologist. I spent the better part of a decade thinking about how climate change would impact frontline indigenous communities in terms of their farming systems, their food securities, or their food security. And, I spent a lot of time in Latin America, in southern Mexico, a little bit of time in the Ecuadorian Amazon, and it's very different what's being proposed right now in terms of a psychedelic industry with regard to what has actually sustainably carried the torch, the fire of psychedelic insight into the modern age. I teach a class on psychedelic studies at The Ohio State University, and I knew that I would have to touch on colonization, but once I really started teaching, I've been teaching it for a year now, I realized how much colonization is foundational to the discussion of why psychedelics seem both new and old. And they're old because they've been around since before humans walked the earth, and they're new because there was genocidal campaigns to suppress their use, and so that analysis is a much broader lens, but when we think about colonization as an ongoing process, resource extraction, the privatization of collective knowledge. This is something that we're witnessing. So, anyhow, just briefly, I wanted to point out that Nishay and I have a paper that's coming out very soon on frontier psychology, on right-wing psychedelia, and it's open access, so anybody is able to read it. The reality is with the mainstreaming of psychedelics, everyone will have access to them, and they will be purposed for whatever it is that somebody's objectives require. The reality is that psychedelics are they're just a tool, and we don't know what the future looks like. So anyhow, take a look.
And speaking of the future, 2022, what's coming up for Psymposia?
Nishay, you want to take
one quick thing on that paper. I think the paper is fantastic. I've been telling you guys how fantastic I think the paper is. I think there's a lot of boring shit that's published in psychedelia, and it is to me the most interesting paper that I've read. It's really fascinating, and I think it's so well researched, and I know how well researched it is, but it's also bringing something that I think is very novel and fresh to the community for discussion. And you guys, it took a lot of courage to write it as well, because you were challenging a lot in that paper. So when that's out, I really encourage people to take a look at it.
It should be out this week or next, and in true psychedelic form, it is a bitter pill. Nishay, tell us a little bit. Tell us a little bit about the future. What are we doing?
You mean the conference?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we just also announced the Psychedemia 2022 conference, which, if there's anyone who's interested, there's gonna be information circulating about just getting involved down the line, but it's exciting because 10 years from next, it's going to be in August of 2022, and 10 years ago from then will have been the first academia conference that happened at the University of Pennsylvania, which was definitely, inspired by this interdisciplinary kind of approach to psychedelics that treated the arts and, humanities and other perspectives really seriously that I experienced at EGA. We're trying to cultivate that atmosphere as well.
So
and currently,
come join us.
Be in existence without psychedelics,
and that's
too.
Hang on, real quick.
People connected.
Brass tacks. August 12th through the 14th of 2022 in Columbus, Ohio. Psychedemia 2022.
How about that, Columbus, Ohio?
Yeah, who would have thought? And also, I guess at the moment, Psymposia has been co-producing a podcast in collaboration with New York Magazine that's called Power Trip. It's season 1 of their new investigative podcast series called Cover Story. It's dealing with, you could say, the darker side of psychedelia. I don't want to give too much away, but that's the first episode is out. Episodes will be dropping weekly on Tuesdays, or I guess Wednesdays in Australia, and that'll be should be going into 2022, and I suspect there will be a fair few revelations about what has been going on in the shadows, and please feel free to give it a listen, check it out. We've got links up, symposia.com/powertrip, and definitely curious to know what folks think about it, how it's received, how it lands, what you love, what you hate, everything in between.
We'll also be doing commentary episodes that will be released every Sunday on symposia.com under the moniker Power Tripping. To do a little bit more of sort of a deeper dive on what's being doled out.
More bitter pills.
Good medicine.
The psychedelic community likes to vomit though, and shit like that, right?
Purge. You gotta purge.
Purging.
Yeah, I spent a good 3 months talking about vomit this year.
That we have.
Literally. Use that.
So yeah, I guess good. Sorry, what?
Nothing.
No, I was just gonna say no self-promotional plug would be complete without the if you want to support the critical work that we do, check out symposia.com/donate. We've got a Patreon. We've got other options. We've got merch if you want to get like a funky corporadelic shroom-headed businessman on a t-shirt or a variety of other things. We've got that. And I want to give a huge shout out to the Australian scene and
encourage support that way as well.
Yeah, please support EGA, support APS, support Prism. I'm sure
you guys are like the defense mechanism.
Seriously, look at what's happening in the U.S. Don't let it happen there.
Yeah. Resist.
Truly.
Yeah, and just one last thing. Can I add one last thing about?
Please.
Just, in addition to just how mind blowing the conferences that I went to in Australia were, the outdoor EGA conferences, there was also tons of kind of magical synchronicities that tended to just bubble up there, which always makes me happy and kind of adds a sparkle to my day. And there was a lot there. And just one story, did I tell you guys about how I found my picture 1,000 miles away from where I was in Australia? It's just a quick fun story.
Please.
Because I mentioned I was like a nobody when I went there, and they were really supportive and brought me in, and partially because there weren't a lot of non-men speaking at the time in psychedelic spaces. And so they had put my picture on the brochure, really prominently next to all of these heroes of mine, the Arrowids and all these famous people. And I was like, whoa, that's wild. But then I went back to Australia after the conference to visit a friend who took me to visit Nimbin, which was 1,000 miles away from where I had ever been before, in a town of like a few thousand people or something. And we went into I think it was the Happy High Herbs shop. And I walked in, and the storekeeper, the person at the desk, like looked at me, and he recognized me and was like, and not only had he seen me at EGA, but he also had seen me present in the UK in the Breaking Convention. And he said, and in fact, we have your picture right over here. They had a stack. They had a stack of printed of the featured speaker brochures, like in this tiny shop, 1,000 miles away. And I said, I was like, this is like my kind of early foray into the field, and I was just like, how is this possible that there's a picture of me in the store? So anyway, it made me really happy, and just seemed like a funny little cosmic wink because I ended up becoming more involved in the field, but I wasn't at that point. So it was just, and I always think fondly back to little stories like that.
It's great.
For sure.
Fabulous. That's awesome.
Well, yeah, thanks so much to the EGA team for organizing these talks and everything that's going on this weekend. I know that takes shitloads of work, and I know that there's other big things in store down the line. So thanks for including us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. And I hope to collaborate more down the line,
Yes.
around the line interest and kind of, mission stuff. So feel free to be in touch.
Actually, feel free to reach out if any of y'all have things that you need to share. There are venues here. This is a two-way conversation.
For sure, yeah. Hit us up, hi@Psymposia.com. Happy to connect.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, guys, and have a great event.
Goodbye to Psymposia. Thanks very much to the team for that one. Welcome everybody to the 2021 Entheogenesis Australis Garden States fundraiser live stream all day. As 2021, the year of the webinar, draws to a close. Given the uncertainties surrounding this year, we've also elected to hop on board. You'll have noticed that we have a very long day ahead. The beauty of the live stream format is that you'll be able to come and go throughout the day and access recordings of any sessions you've missed. Nonetheless, we encourage you to stick with us, as we've allocated plenty of time for Q&A, and we, the MCs, will quickly run out of challenging and smart questions to ask the presenters ourselves. We also have a selection of ethnobotanical videos for your viewing pleasure, of some of which you'll have seen already, of course. One small housekeeping matter, as anyone who's been involved in live streaming will attest, we do our best, but the technology is not always our friend. With this in mind, we hope you'll bear with us as we work through the day, and hopefully won't have to deal with too many problems in terms of sound quality, Zoom continuity, etc. To conclude, I'd like to thank our wonderful presenters all day, our fantastic technical and support team, and of course you all for your support and your interest in EGA Garden States. And we trust that you'll enjoy this day. We're moving on to the main part of the programming now, and so I'm going to present. Okay, so I'm not on anymore.
No, we'll do a little bio from Rick. So we're going to go and hand it over to Rick.
Do that now.
People down there. I'm very glad to be presenting to you today. Sorry if I'm a bit rushed because I have to go speak at a conference and then fly to New York for another conference. And there's a lot to say now. But let me just say that we're really hoping that the TGA in Australia will be one of the first in the world to approve MDMA-assisted therapy for PTSD. It's a lot of results of the conferences that EGA has had. We think you've done tremendous work.
Can you
While we work through our issues, you can hear my voice. Hello, my name is Nick Wallace. I am the co-founder of the Australian Psychedelic Society. I'm not on screen right now because I'm sitting in front of a bunch of buttons waiting for things to happen. Thank you all for joining us today on Garden States as well. We really love having you all here and really appreciated the lively discussion that is happening in the YouTube comments right now. Make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel and you'll be able to catch up on all of this content interruption-free over the coming months as we lead up to 2022 and the in-person Garden States event. We're going to cross back now to Rick Doblin's talk, which will work now. And here we go.
Upside down people down there. I'm very glad to be presenting to you today. Sorry if I'm a bit rushed because I have to go speak at a conference and then fly to New York for another conference. And there's a lot to say now, but let me just say that we're really hoping that the TGA in Australia will be one of the first in the world to approve MDMA-assisted therapy for PTSD. It's a lot of results of the conferences that EGA has had. We think you've done tremendous work. Where we're at, I'll start with plant medicines. The only plant medicine that we are really working with is marijuana. We just got a $12.9 million grant from the state of Michigan from marijuana taxes. And it's for a study in 320 veterans with PTSD. And it'll be comparing marijuana with THC versus placebo marijuana, either smoked or vaporized. And it's going to be about a 3-year study. It will be the definitive study on marijuana for PTSD. And we hope the results are promising. If so, then we'll move into another large phase 3 study and then try to get it approved by FDA, covered by insurance, and then gradually try to get it approved around the world. We're not doing anything right now with ayahuasca. We are trying to work with ibogaine, but that'll be ibogaine, not iboga. We're not doing anything with peyote, and we're not doing anything with psilocybin, mushrooms. And again, this is just an interesting point, but I'll say that there's this romantic notion that if it's from plants, it's good, and if it's from the lab, it's not so good. And I don't think that's true at all. I do think that with marijuana, there's the entourage effect, which means that marijuana smoked is going to be different than THC smoked or CBD smoked. And so I think, and in fact, myself and many long-term marijuana smokers much prefer burning smoked rather than vaporized because you don't get the full complement of terpenes and cannabinoids that you get when you vaporize that you would get when you smoke or burn it. So I do think the entourage effect is there. My guess is, though, that in medicinal, in mushrooms, compared to the isolated psilocybin, that the therapeutic results are going to be the same. There may be additional medicinal properties of mushrooms not related to the therapy. I think they'll be pretty minor. So I don't really believe that there's much in the way of the quote entourage effect, you could say, with mushrooms. However, I would say that pharmahuasca is different than ayahuasca. And I've heard from Dennis McKenna and others that people do prefer ayahuasca. So it's going to be different. I don't know that there'll be much difference between iboga and ibogaine. And I will say that I much prefer synthetic mescaline to peyote or to San Pedro. In any case, that's that story. The other part of it has to do with where we're at with MDMA and how do we bring that to the TGA, to Australia, and around the world. We have finished one phase 3 study, and it was tremendously successful. We published it May 10th in Nature Medicine. The results were outstanding, and actually they meet all the criteria for getting approval on the basis of one phase 3 study. It was highly significant. The probability value was 0.0001, 1 in 10,000 chance that the results were random rather than due to the MDMA-assisted therapy. The effect sizes were enormous, 2.1 within subjects, which is 2 standard deviations, 2.1 standard deviations from the norm. Tremendous. 0.91 placebo-subtracted effect size, meaning that that's just the effect of the MDMA when we subtract the therapy. We had an excellent safety profile. The One woman tried to kill herself twice during the study. Another woman had such severe suicidal ideation that she checked herself into an emergency room, into an inpatient center in order not to hurt herself. Both of those people were in the placebo group. Nobody in the MDMA group was there. We had no site-to-site variability, which means that it's not due to a few highly trained therapists. Our training program worked really well. We had 15 sites, 2 in Israel, 2 in Canada, and 11 throughout the United States. It also means even more so that I think MDMA is the great equalizer, and got really good results. And we replicated our phase 2 results. In fact, phase 3 was even better somewhat. 2/3 of the people no longer had PTSD at the 2-month follow-up. This is severe, chronic PTSD. 90% of them had suicidal ideation. Almost 1/3 of them, about maybe even a bit more than 1/3 of them, actually had positive behavior to kill themselves. More than 1/3 had severe suicidal ideation. We enrolled people with a dissociative subtype, poor attachment styles. They're the hardest to treat. They also did really well. Overall, it was just tremendously successful. But the FDA said no, that they wanted to see the second phase 3 study. And ironically, a short time after that, they approved an Alzheimer's drug, which is turned into a big scandal because they didn't even have one successful phase 3 study. They had multiple failed phase 3 studies, and they did a reanalysis of the data, and they showed some marginal improvement in some subsets with significant safety problems. And now it's a scandal. There's big investigations. How did the FDA do that? But in any case, we have to do the second phase 3 study. We've enrolled now 65 out of 100 people. The interim analysis will be in May of 2022. Will be done late October 2022. And then we submit to FDA early 2023. And we think by third quarter of 2023, we should have FDA approval. And before the end of 2023, we should have DEA rescheduling. We're hoping for Schedule 3. We're looking at other indications. We're starting eating disorder studies. We're working to partner with various people, including, we don't have these concluded, but working on MDMA for alcohol use disorder, MDMA for traumatic brain injuries, MDMA for eating disorders. We're thinking of MDMA for postpartum depression. And we're working with some other companies that want to do PTSD, but where people get MDMA first, and then a month later they get psilocybin. So, and we're also starting group therapy. We're waiting right now, a couple weeks. We should have a protocol review back from the FDA for group therapy with MDMA at the Portland VA. We're looking at what's called cognitive behavioral conjoint therapy, conjoint meaning dyads, where one has PTSD and it affects the relationship, and we bring both people into the therapy. And now we're working with the people that have developed that, and we've blended MDMA with that. Both people in the dyad get MDMA, and the results were better than anything they ever did before, both in the reduction of PTSD symptoms and also in the person that was impacted in the strength of the relationships. So it's kind of a way to get into MDMA for couples therapy. The key factor going forward is going to be the training of therapists. And that's what we need for scaling. That's what we want to see happen in Australia and elsewhere, Canada. We really are, Israel, we're really moving forward in this idea of training therapists, which should include therapists getting MDMA. That's the key aspect for scaling, and we're trying to figure out how to do that at low and minimal cost, just the cost of the therapist to give the MDMA. So all told, all these things are looking really, really good, very promising. We need to raise enormous amounts of money still, 150 million, 50 million a year for 3 years through a combination of philanthropy, partnerships, and possible investments. It's kind of sad to say that philanthropy is drying up because so many people want to invest in these for-profit companies. But we'll see how we're going to proceed. But I just want you to know that Australia is a big part of our plans, and I am very glad to be able to present to you virtually. And once the world opens up, I look forward to coming to be there in person.
Thank you very much to Rick Doblin, Dr. Rick Doblin, the founder of MAPS, the Multidisciplinary Association of Psychedelic Studies. You can head to their website, maps.org, to find a variety of resources, news on the research that they are engaged in, and heaps more. In fact, there are other projects that MAPS are involved with. There are harm reduction projects, there are international projects, and as I said, lots of support for resources as well. Thanks for joining us on the Garden States webcast today. What I really want to promote right now is the Garden States raffle. I've seen a lot of the bits and pieces that are in it, and I am hoping we'll be able to get some pictures a little bit later, but you can go to the website now. I'll get one of our kind EGA admins to drop the link into the YouTube chat and see some of the items that are up for grabs. Tickets are going to be on sale until pretty close to the raffle draw, which will be around 7 p.m. tonight. $8 for 1, 20 for 3, 50 for 8, 100 for 20, and 200 for 50. And all money goes to supporting EGA and helping us to run projects like this. Put together the resources as well. Some of the fantastic resources that EGA has to offer are over at entheogenesis.org/resources and include the Coke bottle tech. This is just one example, a terrarium technique, how-to guide, and that's just one of the many resources that are available at the EGA website. Make sure as well, while you're there, to head to entheogenesis.org/connect, where you can subscribe to the newsletter and get updates on everything from EGA. And I feel like I'm going back to front there. You know about EGA because we've been talking about it, but if you don't, actually, it has been around for almost 20 years now. It's been a incorporated organisation since 2004, but I was too young at the time, but I know that these fellas were meeting up 2001, even the late 90s, and I think there were seeds and mycelium growing away much earlier on. Thanks for being with us. We have plenty more, both live and pre-recorded talks coming up, and we are going to go to another video now, this one from Liam Engel, who is our resident EGA resource creator, and this is on some cacti. So I'll pass over to Liam. Thanks, Liam.
Lophophora species have a natural distribution ranging from northern Mexico to southwestern Texas in the United States. Lophophora species contain mescaline, pelletine, anhalonidine, anhalanine, lophophorin, hordenine, N-methyramine, N-me-HOM overt tyrylamine, anhalonidine, tyramine, N-me-mescaline, anhalonidine, anhalamine, and OMe-anhalonidine in varying quantities. Unlike San Pedro, the taxonomical distinction of peyote is quite clear. This is largely because peyote is self-fertile. It is important to remember that peyote only refers to Lophophora williamsii, and the relationship between other Lophophora species, which are not self-fertile, is less clear. Current botanical literature can be used to categorize Lophophora species into two taxonomic groupings or sections, the Lophophora and the Diffusae. Lophophora williamsii is the only species in the Lophophora section, although two variants are commonly identified relevant to their geography in Texas, northern and southern L. williamsii. In the Diffusae section, there are 4 species: Diffusa, Frickii, Corezii, and Alberto Vojtechii. Lophophora Frickii and Corezii may both soon be recognized as subspecies of Lophophora diffusa. Taxonomy will always be a work in progress. There are several other species outside of the Lophophora genera that have been referred to as false peyote. These other false peyotes have earned their colloquial titles due to their physical appearance, alkaloid content, or habitat. False peyote include Astrophyta mysterias, Eriocarpus fissuratus, Eriocarpus reticis, Aztecium ridderii, Pelacyphora acelliformis, Turbinocarpus pseudo-macroshell, and Obregonia denegrii. While there is no reliable data we can use to estimate the relative popularity of peyote versus San Pedro consumption, there is undoubtedly more San Pedro in the world than there is peyote. The consumption of San Pedro is thus likely to have less of an environmental impact. Even amongst cactus growers, the significant financial value of peyote and the long time it takes to grow means people who consume mescaline cacti tend to prefer to consume San Pedro. Peyote potency varies incredibly widely between plants. so dosing according to the weight or size of plant material can be inaccurate. Mescaline concentrations can vary depending on the environment the plant is cultivated in. Like San Pedro, peyote potency can be increased by stressing plants through increased or decreased exposure to sunlight. A common dosage of mescaline hydrochloride is between 200 and 300 milligrams. This quantity of mescaline could be found in approximately 200 grams of fresh peyote. Peyote is more than 90% water, so this equates to a dosage of approximately 20 grams when dried. Because peyote dosage is so variable, we advise consumers to slowly titrate their dosage. Because of unknown peyote potency, it will likely take a consumer multiple attempts to achieve the effects they desire. And as I said before, it is safer to have too little than too much. Southern forms of Lophophora williamsii can be distinguished from northern forms, as new pups on southern forms tend to develop their own roots and act somewhat independently from the mother plant. The original description of Lophophora williamsii occurred under the name Echinocactus williamsii. A translation of Lemaire's 1845 original description of Lophophora williamsii reads, "Lower stem with a low branch, tuberculate on top with ashy green, printed on top with broad tubercles, very slightly polyhedron at the ribs, 10 well below the cushions, and forming a rather remote woolly, dense grey wool collected into a long erect pencil, little rose flowers." Lophophora diffusa is a yellow or greenish colour. Unlike the bluish colour of Lophophora williamsii, Lophophora diffusa flowers rarely have any red pigmentation and will normally be white in colour, while ribs are diffused and not clearly defined. The original description of Lophophora diffusa occurred under the name Lophophora echinat var diffusa. A translation of Croizat's 1944 original description of Lophophora diffusa reads, "The plant is green glaucous, often cultivated as 10 to 13 centimetres. Broad head-on, 5 to 6 from the side, cut together with no spring ribs. Approximately 2 to 3 centimetres long, wide, and broadly closed, longitudinally approximately 2 to 3 centimetres, long, broadly closed longitudinally, exceptionally pencillate. Flower in anthesis, 2 to 2.5 centimetres broad, whitish, approximately 2 to 2.5 centimetres long, external lobes approximately 3 seriate, apiculate, pale green, often brown ribbed on the dorsal surface, 30, stamens numerous, with whitish filaments, anthers pale yellow, small. Pen approximately 10 to 15 millimetres long, whitish, at the apex of the stigma approximately 7 being shared. Fruit elongate, subtier, approximately 1 to 2 centimetres long, more often pale pink, with other seizures of the perianth. Lophophora alberto vodstechii is the smallest Lophophora species, often flowering when only 10 millimetres in diameter and almost always having 5 indistinct ribs. Bohata, Mysack, and Sneiss's 2009 description of Lophophora alberto vodstechii reads, "The stem is greyish-green, with a touch of mauve, and is for the most part concealed below the ground. The above-ground part, the crown, is flat to slightly convex, and 10 to 50 millimetres wide in adult plants, averaging at 18 millimetres, well under an inch. The subterranean part of the stem is cylindrical, extending 25 millimetres down from the base of the crown, the depth in adult plants increasing with age. The stem is distinctively small and divided into 5 ribs, or 8 in exceptional cases. Trichomes, fine epidermal outgrowths which might be called fuzz or hair, are visible only near the growing point and drop off early, leaving the areoles inconspicuous. The root is thick and bulbous, up to 30 millimetres long, and typically 16 millimetres in diameter where it joins the subterranean stem. It is smooth and a dirty white to creamy yellow colour. Lophophora frickii was first collected by Czech cactus enthusiast Alberta Vodštech Frick, and Lophophora frickii was named in their honour, as was Alberto Vodstechii. Frickii flowers tend to have some reddish coloration, ranging from carmine red to pale pink. A translation of Haberman's 1974 description of Lophophora frickii reads, "The body is soft in colour, apace grey-green to yellowish, Flat, spherical, with a moderately depressed apex, up to 8 cm in diameter and 12 cm in diameter, isolated, partly proliferated, with taproots. The ribs are low in number, 8 to 14, already evident from the apex, slightly spirally twisted, 15 to 20 mm wide, and are divided by a straight line with a clear fissure. Podaria in ribs are often badly divided by the obvious clefts. The air rolls are rounded, 3 mm in diameter, 8 to 15 mm apart. They are absent with spines, but dense bundles of white silk hair will be up to 15 mm long. In the old beds they were partly surrounded. The hairs form a thick layer on top, from which they become brighter than the perimbrium. Flowers are apical, funnel-shaped, up to 25 mm long and 25 mm in diameter. The pericarp is bare, greenish, the short tube is dilated. Lophophora coerezii is the largest Lophophora species. Coerezii flowers are a pink or cream colour and have a notable brown midstripe. A translation of Rehar's 1996 description of Lophophora coerezii reads, "The body is simple. Its part green, 4 to 45 mm wide and 20 to 30 mm long. The underground part 35 to 40 mm wide and 100 to 130 mm long. Brownish brown, gradually passing into a thick and fleshy roots. The green body above the ground, divided into 5 to 6 ribs, later up to 7, ribs 2 mm high and 5 to 7 mm wide, with a diffusely undulate blue-green epidermis. Areole circular, 2 to 3 mm large, whitish gennate. Perianth phyla creamy white to pink, up to 25 mm long and 3 mm wide. Oblanceolate, completely entire, sometimes slightly fringed at the apex, endowed with a dark central stripe. The reproductive organs conform to the typical variety. The fruit is nail-shaped to piriform, only 10 to 15 mm long and 4 to 5 mm wide. Stamen 1.1 mm large, globose, black shell, reticulate."
And that was another colossal cactus production from Dr. Liam Engel. Thanks very much, Liam, for that. Our next talk of the day is by Dr. Anya Ermakova. And Anya is, she has a varied, some say motley background and varied research interests in nature conservation, ethnobotany, neuroscience and psychiatry, interweaving and connecting these diverse paths through psychedelic science. Anya worked at the forefront of psychedelic research as a science officer at the Beckley Foundation in the UK and has provided psychedelic welfare and harm reduction services with PsyCare UK and Zendo. A deep love for nature and wildlife has motivated Anya to study biology at the University of Edinburgh, while a quest to understand altered states of consciousness has prompted her to specialise in neuroscience and later continued during her PhD in psychiatry at the University of Cambridge, where she investigated the origins of psychosis. She then worked for the National Health Service in the UK, developing and trialling a new psychosocial intervention for psychosis. After a brief stint as a clinical trial manager, she decided to pursue her passion for nature by studying conservation science at Imperial College London. She is currently working as a research consultant in London, but stays involved in peyote conservation work in the USA. And she's a part of Chacruna's Council for the Protection of Sacred Plants and a board member of the Cactus Conservation Institute. The title of her presentation is, if I can find it, Entheogenic Conservation, Protecting Naturally Occurring Psychoactives, and that's Anya Ermakova, PhD.
Thank you, Ronnie, for inviting me, and I'm so happy to talk about psychedelic plants and their conservation, which is a topic really, really close to my heart. And just a bit about myself. So I have a slightly unusual background because I started off doing biology and then specialized in neuroscience and psychiatry. So I have PhD in psychiatry, and I actually worked in psychiatry research for a number of years. And now I still work to some extent in psychiatry and clinical trials with psychedelics. I am an independent consultant, so I work collaborate with King's College London, looking at research with 5-MeO-DMT, but my real passion and the topic that I absolutely love is conservation biology, and I have masters in conservation biology from Imperial College London, and I started there a couple of years ago research on conservation of peyote cactus, and I did field work in Texas and spent several months in Texas, and I'm still very much involved in this field. And in conservation biology, I also member of the Council of Protection of Sacred Plants at Chacruna, and I write articles about conservation of different psychedelics. And I really hope one day these two fields can come into one for me, and I can focus on conservation more. Good time of day, everyone, and it's such a pleasure to present here at Entheogenesis Australis, and I hope soon it will be possible to have in-person gathering. But in these times, still I'm very happy to be able to present even the pre-recorded lecture. And if you have any questions, then feel free to email me as well. I'll have my email address at the end of the slides. So in this talk, I will present 4 case studies of naturally occurring psychedelics and their conservation status, and will shine a spotlight on the darker side of plant medicine use, and hopefully give some ideas on what we could do to help. First of all, I'll start with an introduction about psychedelic ecology. We all know that connection is key to mental health and well-being, and you'll hear more about this fascinating topic from Sam Gandhi, who is also presenting, on whose research this slide is very much based on. We know that psychedelics help to reconnect us to oneself, to others, and to the natural world. They predict pro-environmental behavior and awareness, increase nature-relatedness in the long term, and this is mediated by the ego dissolution and experience of awe. And these results are very interesting and important to highlight, yet I think equally important is to look at the other side of the story, where ecological and social vulnerabilities are exposed by the current surge of interest and increase of use in these medicines. More and more people are turning to psychedelics in search of healing, connection, and meaning. We all heard the term psychedelic renaissance and increase in more change in drug policies and everything that comes with it. Yet some practices aimed at therapy, spirituality, or recreation could be endangering to the very plants. All over the world, more and more retreat centers are opening up, promising healing, reconnection to various indigenous lineages using all sorts of psychedelics, like ayahuasca, San Pedro, peyote, that goes together with sweat lodges, meditation, yoga, and all sorts of medical and spiritual promises. Prices range from hundreds to thousands of dollars, and there is more and more coverage of this in the press, and all sorts of celebrities are talking about their psychedelic experiences. So we expect even more people would become more and more interested in psychedelics. But unfortunately, this comes with commercialization, commodification, in many cases, cultural appropriation, and resource extraction. So in this talk, I'm going to talk about conservation status of some of the naturally occurring psychedelics, and think about how can we ensure respectful, safe, ethical, inclusive, and sustainable sourcing of psychedelic plants and materials. And we started exploring these questions earlier this year at the Psychedelic Liberty Summit, and we need to continue raising awareness and offering possible solutions and having a conversation around it. I'll start my case series with the peyote. As I said, this is what I've done my research on, and was out there in the deserts in Texas measuring cacti. And of all naturally occurring psychedelics, peyote is without question under most threat. But Let's start with a bit of background about this fascinating plant. Peyote is psychoactive cactus mainly found in Texas, USA, and Mexico. Mescaline is the main psychoactive substance there. And mescaline, but not peyote, is listed by a UN Convention on Narcotic Drugs. But both peyote and mescaline are Schedule 1 drugs in the USA. Peyote is a very long-living cactus. It can live 50 or even more years. Actually, no one knows for sure how long it can live. But it has very slow growth and low levels of establishment. That means that if something disrupts the population, it takes very long time, if ever, for plants to recover. And I've seen it with my own eyes in Texas. So if the land was used for agriculture, even 50 years ago, lots of other plants come back, and including cacti, and recolonize the land, but you wouldn't find peyote in this disturbed land. It just takes very long time for it to come back once it's been removed from its natural habitat. And low densities and plants with smaller size reduce possibility of sexual reproduction and lead to a loss of genetic variability, which could be quite dangerous for the species. The latest assessment from the International Union for Conservation of Nature lists this cactus as vulnerable due to ongoing population declines, both in Texas and in Mexico. But in Texas, the situation is more dire. In Texas, it's listed as imperiled or threatened by Nature Serve, but it's not listed under Endangered Species Act in the USA. And the difference is that Nature Serve is basically something like IUCN, so they just provide scientific information, while if it's listed under Endangered Species Act, then there is certain conservation actions that are required to happen with this plant. However, listing it under Endangered Species Act might not even do much in practice because it does not apply to plants that grow on private land, and most of Texan peyote grows on private land. In Mexico, peyote is legally protected, and it's in the national list of species at risk of extinction, and it's listed under category subject to special protection. In terms of threats, by far the largest threat to peyote is habitat loss. The land use change includes expansion of agriculture, root plowing led for improved pastures for cattle. That's very common in Texas, where they just remove all the native vegetation, which is Tamaulipan thorn scrub, like lots of thorny bushes like mesquite, cat's claw, and all sorts of Apuntia cacti, and replace it with grasses, non-native grasses, and also over-harvesting. However, peyote is not just a wonderful cactus, it's also with psychoactive properties. It's also cultural keystone species. It's sacrament and medicine for many indigenous people whose cultural and spiritual identity depends on continued supply of the sacred cactus. So we need sustainable solutions to not only preserve the species in the wild, but also ensure supply for the vital indigenous traditions. So we need both cultural and ecological sustainability. In the United States, it is estimated that about 250,000-600,000 members of the Native American Church use peyote as a sacrament. And it's very hard to put exact number to those figures in the literature because there are no publicly available records of that, so we don't really know. And Peyote's Central Native American Church was officially formed in 1918, and unofficially it was started at the end of 19th century by a very famous Comanche, Connor Parker. And the Native Americans have been fighting for the right to use peyote, and only in 1994 with the American Indian Religious Freedom Act, peyote's central role in the Native American church has been officially recognized in the United States. Yet, since about that time, in the mid-90s, peyote crisis for the Native American church has really been noted, with the decrease in availability of wild peyote available, difficulty in obtaining peyote, diminishing size of peyote buttons. And it's only been going worse since then. But only recently, in the last 5 years or so, there have been some concrete measures to stop this. And now Native American church leadership is working on legal pathways to protect and conserve peyote, including culturally acceptable cultivation, repopulation of native habitats, and education by Native Americans. As for Mexico, there are several indigenous groups that still use peyote. It's Tarahumara, Cora, and Virarica, or Huichol. And under Mexican law, only indigenous groups are authorized to harvest and ingest peyote. And likewise, in the United States, only Native Americans are allowed to use peyote, but peyote can be harvested in Texas by anyone who receives a license. So there are several licensed peyote harvesters and distributors who can sell peyote to Native Americans. But going back to Mexico, the Virarica or Huichol are an indigenous people in Mexico that are probably most well known and associated with peyote. The Virarica believe that plant allows them to connect to their ancestors and regenerate their souls. And every year, Virarica communities make a several 100-mile pilgrimage to a sacred site in Viricuta, which is part of Chihuahuan Desert, located in the high plateaus of San Luis Potosi. And this natural protected area is a sacred place and very central to their cosmology. A few years ago, there have been all sorts of fights for the rights of Huichol to this land, and because there have been lots of mining concessions sold to various silver mining companies, and luckily Huichol went to court with it, and there was a big activity to try to stop the mining, and the mining was interrupted with court injunctions. However, other industrial activities continue to actively operate in that area. And researchers and indigenous pilgrims indicate an alarming drop in number of peyote buttons in the natural protected area of Viricuta. And as I said, it's under assault from aggressively expanding agro-industry, water misuse and mismanagement. Also, waste disposal facilities that are planned to be built there, and some are already built. Ever-present threat of mining, because the concessions are still owned by those mining companies, and also peyote tourism. This is probably the center where a lot of people who want to try peyote would go there. Yet, also, this is what we know about Viricuta. That's the probably best researched area in Mexico in terms of peyote populations. But it also grows elsewhere in Chihuahuan Desert, but population dynamics of peyote are unknown, and one of probably the only researchers that have been and seen various populations there was Martin Terry back in 2008, I think, and he also noted population declines and the disappearance of peyote elsewhere. Then I'll move on to the next study of iboga tree. And I apologize, there is so much information and so much I can talk about each of those plants, and each of those plants could be a separate talk, but I'll have to put lots of information into the short time. So now we move from North America to Africa to look at the Bernante iboga. It's an evergreen rainforest shrub or a small tree from West Africa. It's central to Bwiti spiritual practices in mainly Gabon, Cameroon, and Republic of Congo. So it's also a cultural keystone species. And the Bwiti use high doses of root bark to tap into spirit realm and contact their ancestors for guidance. And high doses of iboga are used for initiation ceremonies. And small doses are used in weekly ceremonies in which members of the community come together for ibogaine has potential for treating addictions to opioids and other substances of abuse. And it's been first championed in the 1960s by Howard Lotsof. After he tried iboga and it cured him of opioid addiction, he started to promote this method of treatment. And since that time, there are various iboga therapy centers around the globe, particularly in Mexico. And now there are several clinical trials to assess its effectiveness formally. And there have been several trials in the 90s as well. And even new psychedelic pharma companies are joining in, such as Atai Life Sciences. But of course, all the clinical trials, they use synthetic ibogaine, not the one from iboga. But for many of the retreats and the less formal things, still iboga from iboga tree is used. In terms of conservation, there are no published ecological assessments or population densities in Gabon or other countries where it grows, such as Congos, Angola, and Cameroon. So we have no idea how much iboga is there in the forests. But the current consensus is that most of the populations are in Cameroon, in Gabon, sorry. Iboga's fruits attract, among other animals, elephants and gorillas who spread the plant's seed. And as these animals dwindle due to hunting and deforestation, we lose not only them, but also an important step in the life cycle of iboga. IUCN lists iboga as least concern due to wide distribution and supposedly large population, but as I said, we don't know how large those populations are because no one has gone there and looked at the populations. In Gabon, iboga is declared a national treasure, a cultural heritage strategic reserve, and it's illegal to export wild harvested iboga out of Gabon. And it's governed by several laws, convention on biodiversity laws for protection of cultural goods, and the Nagoya Protocol. However, reports from Gabon indicate local shortages, where even the Bwiti have to pay a lot for the root bark, and which used to be easily foraged in the wild. And there are several drivers of those shortages of iboga in Gabon, and I get this information from 3 key reports. One is report to Gabonese government, which leads to banning the export of iboga in 2019, and more recently 3 reports made by ICERS, where they've done interviews with the both global ibogaine community in terms of where does ibogaine is coming from, but also did a lot of interviews with the local people in Gabon the VT practitioners, local communities, and researchers about the situation there on the ground. So synthesizing the information in this report, there are several drivers that lead to shortages. One is increased global demand in consumption and the production of its extracts. However, ibogaine produced from alternative sources is currently available, and I'll talk more about this later. Another threat to iboga is evangelical influence from Christian and Islamic missionaries that traditionally marginalized Bwiti practitioners and could possibly alienated political or financial support that could be used for preservation and maybe even cultivation programs. There is, of course, climate change, and the rainy seasons in Gabon have become shorter and temperature has increased, providing climatic stress on entire rainforest ecosystem. And again, nobody studied it in the context of iboga. And even though Gabon has very high forest coverage and 17% of Gabonese land mass is protected in a large system of national parks, but there are still other areas where there is logging and logging concessions, and of course there is a lot of poaching happening in national parks as well. Another problem is police seizing domestic shipments, and this is relevant because most of the population, Gabonese population, is urban and is actually centered in Libreville and other big cities, but many still depend on wild collected forest resources. So one of those factors is that police is seizing iboga shipments before they can get to local markets, and then where those shipments go, who knows. Next factor is organized crime and black market dynamics. Elephants and monkeys which distribute iboga seeds in the wild are often poached, their populations are threatened, and there is some rumors that iboga is also harvested by ivory poachers, and it's could be similar smuggling routes to the black market. But again, this is something that's rumored. There is no research, published research on that. And there is also lack of traditional agriculture, and cultivation programs are just starting because traditionally iboga was always harvested from the forest. It's been there and available. And there was some ibogas planted around the houses maybe, but again, not enough to satisfy demand. Currently, also another problems is that there is currently no system for product traceability. So once you get ibogaine or iboga, it's impossible to find out whether it's coming from plantation or it's been harvested from the wild, whether it's been poached in Gabon, transported to Cameroon and sold from there, where there are no regulations on selling iboga. Unlike in Gabon, there is networks of organized crime and also prohibition stops being able to put all those systems in place, and also bureaucracy and corruption in Gabon and neighboring countries. Now I'm moving on to the next case study of Sonoran desert toad, called Encylus, or as it's a lot more commonly known, Bufo alvarius. It's been renamed in about 12 years ago, but still many people call it Bufo. And as the name suggests, it lives in Sonoran Desert, and it's the largest toad living in the United States and very long living. And you can see in this photograph from National Geographic this magnificent toad. And you can see also these glands called parotoid glands that secrete milky substance that protects, and there are also some glands on its legs that secrete milky substance protecting toad from predators. And in this toad secretions, there is 5-MeO-DMT, bufotenin, and various toxins. There are lots and lots of components in bufotoxin. 5-MeO-DMT is one of the most potent psychedelics, and in the last few years has risen in popularity in a variety of ceremonial and recreational settings. Not all 5-MeO-DMT used ceremonially is from the toad. It can be synthesized, and it's a lot easier to synthesize it compared to ibogaine, for example. But still many people think that natural thing is better and prefer to use toad secretions. Even though 5-MeO-DMT is still the main psychoactive component. In terms of conservation, IUCN lists the toad as the least concern, but the latest assessment was done in 2004, and a lot of things have changed since then. And the toad is found in Mexico, in the Sonoran Desert, and in the United States in California, Arizona, and New Mexico. And the local, there have been no data from Mexico, no population assessments, but populations assessment in the United States indicate that in California, this toad has not been seen for many, many decades, and it's likely extirpated from California. And it's also declining in New Mexico and considered vulnerable in Arizona. There are many reasons for this. Toads and generally amphibians in general are very sensitive for environmental problems, for pesticides and contamination in the rivers and loss of habitat. Also in the last, there has been particularly notorious pathogen devastating amphibian populations worldwide, which is called chytrid fungus, and it has already wiped out 90 species entirely and caused drastic population decline in 500 more species, and this has been going on all across the world. This chytrid fungus has been really, really big disaster for all the amphibians. And there has been the first case noted in 2014 of Encelius alvarius in Arizona tested positive for chytrid. Luckily for Sonoran desert toad, chytrid is not deadly, but it's still for this particular species, but it still weakens its immune system and resilience to all the other threats that it faces. In terms of practices of getting the toxins from the toad, it's supposedly sustainable resource where you can get the toad, depress its glands, and then release the toads back. But it's still a very stressful event for the toad, and it can stress can negatively influence reproduction, immune function, and growth. It's also a lot easier to spread pathogens like that, particularly if toads from different locations are caught and combined together. This could facilitate the spread of pathogens. And also, if it's done at a very large scale, as I've seen some pictures from social media, and Robert Villa from Tuscan Herpetological Society has shared as well. You can see these toads with highly vascularized glands. I can see lots of blood vessels, and that indicates that the gland has been pressed many times So the toad has been probably repeatedly picked up for harvesting the secretions. And you can see like on social media advertised huge amounts of toad secretions. And I don't know how many hundreds of toads it takes to produce that much gland secretions to sell it. So definitely in Mexico, this extraction is happening at a very large scale. And very often the way it's done is that somebody goes with a truck, collects the toads along the road, because they often can be found along the roads because they're attracted by the lights that attract the insects that toad feeds on. And lots of toads are collected, combined together, then their secretions are harvested, and then they're released somewhere else not from where they were picked up. It's also important to note that there is no evidence about from archaeological, literary, or ethnographic sources of the indigenous use of these toads for their psychoactive properties. And the current toad medicine circles are thought to be a relatively recent phenomenon, tracing its origin to publication of a booklet, Bufo Alvarez, Psychedelic Toad of the Sonoran Desert, in 1984. That have been one of the episodes of Hamilton's Pharmacopoeia in the recent season, where he found the author of this, where Hamilton Morris found the author of this booklet. However, there are some indigenous groups in Mexico now that started to use toad in their ceremonies, but this is more recent revival of the as I said, there is no historical evidence for a long time use of the toads. And then moving on to my last case study, which is ayahuasca wine. Ayahuasca is a brew consisting of mixture of plants containing psychoactive DMT and harmala alkaloids. And in this brew, harmine and harmaline act as monoamine oxidase inhibitors, which neutralize an enzyme which breaks down DMT, the main psychoactive ingredient in ayahuasca. So it can pass to bloodstream and ultimately to the brain and have its psychoactive effect. For this case study, I'll focus on Caapi wine, which is also called ayahuasca wine. And this is just one part of the ayahuasca brew, the one that has harmala alkaloids. And I focus on this plant because traditionally it's considered the spirit of ayahuasca, and it's present in most traditional preparations and also in the preparations by the various syncretic churches in Brazil, like UDV and Santo Daime. However, ayahuasca can be made from any combination of other plants that have those two ingredients that I mentioned, and also additional psychoactive plants such as Nicotiana rustica, which is a type of tobacco, or Brugmansia, or even Datura can be sometimes added, even though it's a lot less common. Caapi, Banisteriopsis caapi is a jungle vine or liana. It grows, it's a fairly fast growing, but it still takes about 5 to 10 years to grow to maturity. And it's widespread all across Amazonian forests and biome. It's not assessed by IUCN. And in terms of the regulations, Brazil is the only country that has regulation on ayahuasca extraction, harvesting, and export. And in the last few years, there have been lots of talk about sustainability of ayahuasca, and the questions, are we running out of ayahuasca wine? And so I wanted to include this just to clear out some misconceptions. And there have also been some reports from ayahuasca centers in Peru, for example, Iquitos. And the locals, they report that they have to go further and further to find lianas in the wild state, which is sometimes preferred. And also the thickness of arriving vines has decreased substantially. However, there are also reports that rather than harvest in the wild, many started to cultivate their own ayahuasca vines and also psychotria. And this has been going on for at least 10 years or so. Some of those cultivation centers are fairly old, although they're still not large enough to satisfy the supply. And in Brazil, ayahuasca has been cultivated and harvested in various states to satisfy demand from the syncretic religions. And even though, because ayahuasca is available in cultivation and is cultivated, and all the reports so far indicate that it's just the local shortages around Iquitos, while there are no such reports from elsewhere, from Ecuador, from Colombia, where it grows, it still seems abundant. But so I think it's, at least with the data that we have now, we can conclude that Banisteriopsis caapi is not in danger throughout most of the Amazon, at least not from over-harvesting for ayahuasca. However, there are other things that we need to zoom out and see. We shouldn't lose sight of the forest for the vines. And the biggest threat for ayahuasca is global destruction of the Amazon rainforest. And it's a huge problem with lots of both legal and particularly illegal logging, particularly during COVID. And with the current Bolsonaro administration in Brazil, the situation is getting worse. And this deforestation is driven by the spread of cattle ranching, soy plantations, mining, and other forms of development. So we need to pay attention to what's happening in ayahuasca native areas, support the effort of indigenous people to protect the Amazon, and find alternative models not based on resource extraction. And it's very easy to think that if somebody goes to retreat of ayahuasca and the retreat advertises, okay, we have sustainable ayahuasca, to feel good about it. But if one is eating lots of beef and just thinking of the more global scale than a one-off thing as ayahuasca consumption. And another thing that one alarming research that came to my attention is that ayahuasca tourism boom could be an undervalued driver for jaguar body parts. And then this researchers, through discussion with street vendors, shamans, and individuals working in tourism industry in Peru, researchers found that jaguar teeth or skin and other jaguar products are being sold to tourists under pretense that they somehow enhance ayahuasca experience. So there could be other consequences of ayahuasca tourism rather than directly affecting the availability of the wine. So to summarize, moving on to the next question, are there ethical and sustainable alternatives? The answer very much depends on one's worldview, belief system, culture, traditions, values, and the intention for consuming psychedelic substance. For example, it would be highly unethical to suggest replacing sacraments central to one's spiritual belief with another plant. On the other hand, for Ludibond users, there are plenty of options, for example, synthetic sources or other plants that I will talk about in a second. And in terms of, aside from the issues of ethics and sustainability, many people wonder whether subjective effects would be the same between, for example, peyote, San Pedro, or pure mescaline, or between the toad secretions and 5-MeO-DMT. And many people report that the effects are not. And one of the scientific explanations for this is the entourage effect, where other alkaloids could influence the effect experienced from the main psychoactive component. But again, this is something that's not really well researched or studied in the context of psychedelics. The entourage effect is better studied in cannabis. But it's also not all doom and gloom. There are lots of psychoactive plants that are doing really well in the wild. Many psychoactive mushrooms thrive in the areas of human disturbance. For example, pasture-loving liberty cups and cubensis and Panaeolus species that really spread with the cattle ranching. And also, there are lots of psychedelic species that are considered invasive species once they moved out of their natural range. For example, DMT-rich plants such as mimosa and certain acacias, and plants like Syrian rue, which are considered highly invasive in the United States, that contain harmala alkaloids. And also many plants grow really well in cultivation, such as San Pedro cacti, morning glories, Hawaiian baby wood rose, or even salvia. And salvia is actually an interesting one here because in the wild it's found in Oaxaca mountains, and the populations there are quite small, but it's been widely available in cultivation, and nobody talks about going to Mexico to poach salvia from there because you can just so easily get it elsewhere. So in terms of mescaline-containing cacti, there are Echinopsis or Trichocereus species, and these cacti are really fast-growing and very abundant in the wild, both in the wild and in cultivation. And in terms of ibogaine-containing plants, there is Voacanga africana, which is a tree closely related to iboga that grows more quickly and in a range of different climates, making it more sustainable option. It's also is in cultivation because it has other alkaloids other than voacangine that are used medically, and its fruits are edible and eaten in certain parts of Africa. And there is a way to get iboga from voacangine using a semi-synthesis method that's fairly easy. And there are also several species of genus Tabernamontana that have been found to contain indole alkaloids, including ibogaine and voacangine. And there are at least 4 species of Tabernamontana in Mexico that have ibogaine. So this is one of the several alternatives for harvesting iboga root bark. And there are also so many plants that contain DMT and 5-MeO-DMT. DMT is one of the most common alkaloids found in nature, and it's found in lots of acacia species, as you all know from Australia, and also other species across the world. So in conclusion, I would like to draw parallels between psychospiritual balance and ecological balance. And part of taking psychedelics is opening your mind and becoming more aware of various issues and more conscientious about asking questions, where does the plant or toad medicine coming from? what impact it has for other people, whether it's the environment or indigenous people. And in the ongoing psychedelic renaissance, psychedelics bring so much hope and promise and healing and connection, and but we also need to expand our consciousness, political and cultural and ecological realities. These plants and animals are part of the whole ecosystem. It's not just a plant. It's something that has been here as a part of ecological and cultural landscape going back in history for thousands of years. So we need to respect and protect this and support efforts aimed at conservation and restoration, and support indigenous people that's been looking after the land as well. And this is so important all across the world, not just the Amazon. We need to think from sustainability and reciprocity principle, give back to local communities, and where possible, grow your own or substitute for more sustainable options. And this is just a quick run through various resources and organizations that you could support for. In terms of indigenous reciprocity, and all sorts of reports confirm that indigenous people are exceptionally good at protecting biodiversity in their territories. And over 80% of the world's biodiversity resides inside traditional indigenous territories. And here there are several organizations you could contribute to and support that give back directly to the communities. And for peyote, organizations like Indigenous Peyote Conservation Initiative that engages in many strategies of restoration of peyote, Cactus Conservation Institute that has been at the forefront of peyote conservation for the last 20 years, Virarica Research Center, Nierica in Mexico, that work with the Huichol people. For Ibogo, it's an organization called Blessings of the Forest that works in Gabon. For Sonoran Desert, though, Tuscan Herpetological Society, Coalition for Sonoran Desert, several projects to ayahuasca, and also all sorts of organizations and NGOs for the Amazon conservation. And on this note, I'll finish my study, and I'm looking forward for the questions. And please feel free to email me any other questions as well. I'll be happy to answer. First of all, I have to say that I'm a lot more familiar with the situation in the United States rather than Mexico. So I would not be able to answer like what is the spectrum of opinions in Mexico about it. But I know in the United States that even the Native American Church is not one centralized organization. There are different branches and different chapters of it, and lots of different groups of indigenous people are members of it, so they don't speak with a unified voice as well. So there is a variety of opinions, even amongst the Native American Church. But there are, as you said, there are lots of other groups that practice peyote religion that, for one reason or another, do not have federally recognized status in the United States, but they still practice peyote religion and use it. And sometimes they get in conflict with the Native American Church as well, who don't recognize their rights to use peyote. And there are also various debates whether it's possible to include non-indigenous people in the peyote meetings and churches, and there is a variety of opinions about that as well. So there are lots of controversies with peyote in particular that came to light with the recent debates about decriminalization. and it became a very, very heated discussion and brought to light many of those conflicts. And yes, there are some amongst the Native Americans who believe that you shouldn't cultivate peyote because peyote is better living in the wild, and cultivating it will reduce the potency of the medicine and it shouldn't be cultivated. Yet there are some groups that really want to cultivate because it would provide them independence from the peyote harvesters and dealers and allow them to be more self-sufficient. And there are several groups that are already starting cultivation projects in addition to IPCI, such as, for example, Comanche are planning to start a greenhouse, and I know of others that are cultivating. So, and then there are people who think that you generally shouldn't interfere with peyote because it will look after itself as it has been looking after for thousands of years and growing. I personally disagree with it because it would have been looking after itself, but unfortunately there are so many anthropogenic pressures on the land itself, and so much less land for it to grow that at how it goes and the trends that we can see, it's not going to look after itself. It really needs our help, I think. But for this to happen, it's really important that we have the collaboration of all the stakeholders involved, particularly Native American community, and also the landowners on whose land it grows. In the context of iboga, in terms of IP, I generally don't know that much about intellectual property rights and all the legal issues around it, because I'm more of either biology or the neuroscience. So I might not be the best person to answer all the legal questions about intellectual property and stuff. But I know there has been a lot of conversations now about the Nagoya Protocol and whether it's a good way of giving back to native communities who hold the traditional knowledge about these plants, and what sort of systems can be built in. Is it possible to build into maybe supplement the Nagoya protocols? And I know there have been several IP laws around ayahuasca in the 80s and recently as well. I'm not that familiar with the iboga. Yeah, this is a very, very, very important issue, and this is something that very, very hard to. There is no good easy answer to this question. This is something I think that we as a psychedelic community, and even wider as well, all those debates go way beyond psychedelic community about how to navigate those issues. Like, for example, one of the classic examples with the indigenous knowledge holders is the case of Hoodia, which is a succulent from Africa, and that was marketed as an appetite as a medicine by pharmaceutical companies, and how they have been setting up agreements with the San people about benefit sharing and debates around it, who to include, what communities, how does this benefit sharing work in practice. And I think there is something we can learn from that case and possibly apply to psychedelics. But again, a lot of those things are not easily defined. Like, for example, in the case of iboga, indigenous communities that can be included would be the pygmies, but also the Viti practitioners. But then the Viti practitioners can come from different ethnic groups. And do you just include Viti practitioners from Gabon or also Cameroon? And what if they are from Gabon and then moved to some other countries? Like, how do you, who do you include in those agreements, and how do you set those questions, set those up is a good question. And also in terms of commercial production, a lot of companies that develop psychedelics, what they could say is that we use synthetics. It has nothing to do with the plant. So they could say, well, if it's done in the lab, why should we share? But I think it is important to acknowledge the lineages and indigenous people that use it. But again, how to formalize it, I don't know. There are some discussions about labeling and certification of iboga, for example, if it's produced in cultivation and then sold, so something that can be traced back that, okay, this iboga has been produced in cultivation and this iboga is probably coming wild harvested or poached. So yeah, there are some movement in this regard in terms of labeling, but of course, as you said, it could be just another layer of administration that could be circumvented. But I think it's also very important to address the issues of prohibition, because under prohibition, it's a lot harder to make this certification schemes and labeling, because if it is a legal substance, how do you enforce that? It all has to be voluntary and has to be voluntary both from the consumers and the suppliers. And you can address it to some extent with education, but there is like no other way to make sure that people would adhere or even use these schemes. So in terms of false peyotes, they're not really that widely used. They sometimes mistakenly collected they're sometimes mistaken for peyote, but they're not under such harvesting pressure as peyote itself. And I wanted to say about Astrophytum asterius, which is listed as under Endangered Species Act. So yeah, I wanted to mention that. And once it's listed under Endangered Species Act, there is conservation action plans for it, and all sorts of. There is more protection for it. But also the problem with Astrophytum is not just that it's sometimes mistaken for peyote and harvested. This actually doesn't happen often, because a lot of harvesting is done by professional pickers who can definitely tell peyote apart from Astrophytum. But Astrophytum has it's a lot more picky about its habitat requirements. It grows only on certain soils, and the problem again, the land use change, there is less and less land for it to grow. So for it, the problem of habitat loss is a lot more pressing, even for peyote, which is a bit more hardy plant. I guess, get the information out, write articles, talk at various events and conferences, post on the forums the information about it. So basically just educate people, because a lot of I personally very much believe that people, once there is information, a lot of people are able to form their opinions if they know about it. That's the first thing, is to raise awareness. Of course, that might not be enough for some people, because there are many prior beliefs that could influence it. As I said, for example, lots of people believe that natural is better, or maybe wild grown is better. But at least education is the very, very first step in addressing those questions. Well, currently it has less protection, unless you count the fact that it's Schedule 1 drug as a protection, which some people think is sufficient protection for it. Yeah, it's not listed under Endangered Species Act in the United States. It has some environmental protection in Mexico, but again, it doesn't stop expansion of agribusinesses and various development in the territory where it grows. And again, the problem in the United States is that peyote grows almost exclusively on private land. And the law in the United States is set in that way that a lot of environmental protection applies to animals that live on private land, but not really to plants. So people are still free to do whatever they want with their land. And in Texas, it's like most of it is private land, and most of peyote habitat is private land. Yeah, it's a very interesting system in the United States that some people can harvest peyote, and you have to apply for a special license. And once you get this license, which is not very easy to get, but it's possible, and it costs also several thousands of dollars to get this license. But once you get this license and also enter in the agreements with the landowners who own the land to harvest peyote, then peyote is harvested by the licensed distributors, and it's the distributors that sell peyote to the Native Americans. So that's the system in place. And there are also a lot of issues about poaching in Texas. And there is some people raise concern that a lot of poaching is coming from just recreational users who come to Texas for poaching. But just seeing the situation there, it looks like most of the poaching is happening by the pickers that are employed by the distributors, because first of all, they know the land very well, and a lot of poaching is happening on the territories adjacent to the land where there are licenses to harvest peyote as well. And also, peyote is really not easy to find in Texas. It's you really have to have a good local knowledge where it's found. And once peyote ends up on the local on the distributors' drying racks, it's very hard to know where it's come from, whether it's been poached or not. So it's basically an issue of how is going to find out. And another reason why I think that poaching by recreational users is not as common. Of course it happens, but it's not as common as it is sometimes portrayed, is that it's quite dangerous in Texas to trespass on other people's land. And there are lots of gun-carrying people who are very protective of their land. And they'll have issues with trespassing, with all the immigration that's coming from Mexico. And a lot of landowners are very sensitive about any sort of issues of trespassing. So it is quite dangerous for somebody who's never been there to just, jump the fence and go harvest peyote on somebody's land. And in practice, most of the people who want to try peyote recreationally can just go to Mexico, where it's very easily available in the local markets. And there are lots of, you can just either buy it yourself, or there are even safaris going to Chihuahuan Desert where you can harvest your own peyote. Of course, all of this is illegal, but it's the enforcement is not quite there. Ayahuasca tourism is a lot more common. Again, it's hard to estimate exactly the numbers, but for Peru, which is particular center for ayahuasca tourism, it's probably like several thousands of people a year that go for retreat centers there, and there are probably more that maybe don't go to official retreat centers. And then there are centers also in Colombia, in Ecuador, and Brazil as well. So this and with ayahuasca, it's also legal in those countries. So a lot of those things happen above ground, so it's a lot easier to quantify. For peyote, nobody can quantify that. Yeah, I would estimate that it's a lot less than ayahuasca, but it's still happening in Mexico.
Yeah.
Probably not anytime soon. Given our Western materialistic worldview, I don't think that would see it a UN representative for peyote.
Damn.
I'd love to see it, and there are also some discussions, and some of them are actually led by the indigenous people about the personhood for maybe rivers or mountains. No, if a corporation can be legally considered a person, why not a forest or a mountain? And it would make sense to offer rights and protections. Actually, a lot more sense than offering rights and protections to a corporation. But yeah, I don't think we are there yet. Also, how do you know that people represent the interest of the plant and not their own ego? That's saying I've seen so many people who get those missions, I don't know, ayahuasca told me to do that, but is it ayahuasca really? Is it their own inner voice? I don't know. For people stuck in the city, I would recommend, first of all, supporting various organizations that do good work for protecting those plants, and ideally supporting more grassroots, smaller organizations that are led by the local or indigenous people and the communities. And also support the efforts for the whole ecosystem protection. So to not just focus on the plants, but to focus on the whole biome, because plants don't exist in isolation, and you can work on saving, I don't know, ayahuasca or iboga, but then if the whole forest disappears and all the animals and all the subtle ecological links that exist between plants and animals and everyone as a whole. So I think it's very, very important to protect the whole of the ecosystem, not just to focus on plants. And I would also encourage, wherever it's legally possible, to grow your own. Oh, wow, that's a good question. I would start with well, again, my own bias as a biologist and the training that I have and the impact that I could personally make for me. So my strength is more in using some sort of biological or ecological assessments. So I would go and actually find out what's the, in terms of psychedelic plants or substances, I would first of all want to know what's the situation with the plants in the wild, and do population studies and assessments of harvesting. But yeah, again, that's my own bias. So I know very much the importance of working with the communities and doing not just biology, but all sorts of anthropological and social sciences research, and very, very, very important aspects of changing the current systems of prohibition and drug policy. So yeah, I would find some people who are good in those areas and maybe legal areas as well, to trying to figure out those. And I personally would go out and into the forest and count plants. Well, you cannot answer this question without mentioning Richard Evans Schultes, who was the great ethnobotanist, and also his students Wade Davis and Tim Plowman, and Mark Plotkin as well. So they all have wonderful books. And I also really like Encyclopedia of Psychoactive Plants by Christian Raj. There's such a resource, like repository of knowledge. There's just so much information there. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sure everybody found Anya's presentation as fascinating as we at EGA have, and thanks very, very much to Anya for that wonderful presentation and for sharing her knowledge and passion for this subject. Our next speaker is Dr. Monica Barratt. She's Vice Chancellor Senior Research Fellow in Social and Global Studies Centre at RMIT University in Melbourne. She's currently undertaking a 4-year program of research investigating psychoactive drug use in digital society, with topics of interest including digital drug trading, digitally enabled communities, legislative responses to new or novel substances, translation of police data into public health alerts, drug checking and festival harm reduction, drug checking in the community, and microdosing. Monica has published over 70 academic research papers and attracted over $4 million in competitive funding in her almost 20-year career. She's also been a great friend of EGA for many years now, and I remember certainly well over 10 years ago, Monica was presenting to us her PhD research at that time. Monica's the Australian lead for the Global Drug Survey and serves as an editor for leading journals in the drugs field, including the International Journal of Drug Policy and Drug and Alcohol Review. Monica also volunteers at bluelight.org, a global drug harm reduction community recently celebrating 20 years in action, and for the Loop Australia, a not-for-profit organisation that was started in 2018 with the goal of conducting drug checking interventions both at festivals and in the community. Monica has attended and contributed to EGA since the mid-2000s, and she continues to advocate for the recognition of the benefits and pleasures of psychoactive substance use in context with known risks, many of which arise from prohibitionist regimes themselves. So it's a great pleasure to welcome Monica, and her talk will be entitled Encrypted Communications, Digitally Mediated Drug Trading and Psychedelics. Monica,
thanks a lot.
Great to see you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you so much. Should I keep going?
2 seconds.
Just 2 seconds for a technical thing going on here. But thank you so much, Martin, for introducing me. Is that good?
Yep,
Shall I begin?
you begin.
Okay, excellent. So today I'm going to speak about encrypted communications, digitally mediated drug trading, and relate that a bit to psychedelics, as is the theme for Garden States today. And first I'd like to acknowledge our country, as I spend most of my time, not right now, most of my time living and working on the Dja Dja Wurrung people's land, and they are the traditional custodians of this land. And I'd like to pay my respects to their elders past and present, and extend that respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. And I've just got a picture here of a recent local tree called the grandmother tree that was actually crowdfunded and saved recently in our area, which is excellent news. So I'm trying to move forward, and I cannot. I don't know why.
That's very unusual.
My apologies. Can I maybe have it back to the full screen? Because I don't know why it is like that. Apologies, everyone. Aha, here we go.
Maybe to me. There you go.
Sorry, guys.
While we just figure that out, we'll just so because we need to have both screens looking the same. If you are familiar with PowerPoint, it likes to do handy things like this just to help you. You are tuned in to Garden States today, and we will be hearing from Monica in just a tick. And I urge you to get along to the Garden States website, gardenstates.org. Check out all the items up for grabs in the raffle. There are heaps of things there, and it's really fantastic. Tickets are $8 for one, $20 for three, $50 for eight, $100 for 20, and $200 for 50. And this is a fundraising raffle, so anything that you give today, hey, is it like tax deductible, Ronnie? I'm just finding things out on the go. It is tax deductible. No, it's not, because it's a competition. I'm sorry. I'm learning rules as we go. Get along, get into the raffle, and get yourself up for some prizes potentially. No, it's sorry. Which I'm having conversations. No, the issue is that it is putting it in presenter view, and we can't have presenter view.
We're gonna have to go with presenter view.
Oh, okay, all right. Look, I'm going to make something work, and I'm going to cross right back to Monica now. Monica.
Thank you for that interlude, Nick. And Ronnie's going to work my slides, which is excellent. And I think Martin already mentioned this, but it's been now 10 years since the Entheogenic Australis 2011 edition, and I had such an excellent time there 10 years ago, some great memories. But it was also the first time that I presented on the topic of darknet markets, as only a few months earlier I'd become aware of the Silk Road darknet marketplace. So it's excellent to be back 10 years later to talk about this very same topic. Next slide. So yeah, the first thing I'll go through is, I guess, the evolving global drug markets in terms of thinking about where darknet markets and digitally enabled markets fit within the broader drug markets, and also the features of these different markets, so open, closed, and crypto markets. Next slide. So I really love this quote, and I think it goes to, often when we think about darknet, we think about it in comparison to street drug markets. And this quote, I think, is quite good, because in reality, much of what is commonly called street drug markets, street level drug dealing in Australia, is probably more accurately described as lounge room level dealing. And this is because it's far more likely to take place in the home of one of the parties to the transaction and involve people who know each other well. So this is essentially social supply, friends, supplying friends, usually during the act of actually using drugs themselves. So it's important to think about that, but also that when we're thinking about digitally enabled drug markets, we have to go back a little bit, because first we saw phones introduced, then pages, then mobile phones, and all of this changed how drugs were traded around Australia and the world. And so what we're looking at here today is how encrypted trading platforms and encrypted digital messaging have, I guess, contributed to the innovation of drug trading at this time. Next slide. So in terms of drug crypto markets, first, just what are they? Probably most of you know what they are, but in case you don't. We've defined them as digital platforms that use anonymizing software, which is usually Tor, and cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, Monero, etc., to facilitate the trade of goods and services. And that typically is drugs, but there are a number of other services and goods that are sold. And as I mentioned, it's now been a decade since Silk Road began, earlier in 2011. So a feature of darknet markets, which you don't normally get in other kinds of marketplaces, is that you can collate vendor ratings, and these are utilised by buyers to discern best quality and service. They look through the comments as well as the ratings. Now, typically the drugs are then delivered through the postal system, but there's also some crypto markets where they use a dead drop system. So for example, the Hydra market in Russia, once you purchase the drugs, you just get a geolocation and you go to that spot and you can get them. Now that means there's less waiting involved, so that's an interesting innovation. So these are essentially decentralised and globalised drug exchanges. Next slide. And this is an example of Silk Road when I first saw it over 10 years ago now, and you can see there's only really a few hundred drugs available at that time. And if we go to the next slide, we'll see a screenshot of a marketplace called Torres, which was actually something I screenshotted yesterday, 2 days ago in fact. And you can see there's actually over 37,000 drug listings in Torres. Next slide. So I did some research back in 2013, and this looked at who were the people using the Silk Road, which at the time was the only crypto market available, as opposed to other kinds of drug buying. And it was essentially at that time young males of higher than average education and employment, and almost all of them reported having used illegal drugs before. So this was not sort of, I guess, naive people that were coming in. And the most popular drugs bought, according to this research, was MDMA, cannabis, cocaine and LSD. And interestingly, we asked why people were using Silk Road, and convenience was the biggest factor. People, I would say, are getting so used to buying everything online, why wouldn't they also do so with their drugs? For many people, the quality was really important. They were able to get better strength, less adulteration, and also access to drugs they couldn't otherwise get to, so the range was better. Being able to look at the ratings for the vendors was important, and for some countries, not all, but countries like Australia, price was a major factor, but that's not the same across the world. We just have very expensive drugs. Got it?
All good?
Yeah? Yes.
Yep, keep going.
I can't, the slide's not.
Oh, you didn't say next slide.
Next slide, sorry. So, sorry about that. So in terms of using crypto markets, there's quite a bit to learn. They have similar features to Amazon and eBay, but you have to learn these three things. You have to learn how to use Tor or other similar anonymous browsers. You have to learn how to use PGP or encrypted messages, and then you need to learn how to use cryptocurrencies. And I think for a certain proportion of the population, this is standard, they already know about these things, this is fine, but that's a small proportion. And I think a lot of people, what we found in some of the work we've done later, a lot of people are really put off by these things. It's just a bit too hard for them. Next slide. So in this table, which I'll get back to as we work through, I've looked at open markets, closed markets, and crypto markets on a number of different features. So open markets would be a street market or the festival dealer or someone that you don't know at all who you can get drugs from. Closed market would be friend to friend or a known dealer, that sort of thing, and we've got crypto markets there. So you see there are some similarities between the open and crypto markets. You don't need to know someone. The introductions are not required for new entrants. But as you see there, the difficulty of entering relies on technical expertise for crypto markets, so that's a bit of a barrier for some people. It's a bit different because it relies on delivery mainly. And when you look down the bottom, those last two, the crypto market really shines because you have access to historical information to establish trust, and you have a third-party system designed for dispute resolution. So this is the escrow system. So the administrator of the marketplace will hold funds in escrow, and those will only be released when the buyer says that the goods have been received. There are some issues with this system, but it's certainly a system that isn't there for standard face-to-face markets. Next slide. So this graph uses the Global Drug Survey data from the last few years, from 2004 to the most recent year, this year. And you'll see in that graph in the middle that that's the global trend that we found. So what we're measuring here is among people who use illegal drugs in the last 12 months, how many of them have purchased them or obtained them through the dark net? And we see that sort of slowly going up year on year. I've highlighted the Australian figure there because we do seem to punch above our weight when you look through other countries, although Russia, Finland, Sweden, Poland and the UK are definitely, it's more prevalent there according to the data that we're using. And that data we've actually been giving to the UNODC and the World Drug Report because no one else is really asking about this stuff on a global scale. Next slide. So this is some Australian data from the Illicit Drug Data Report. This is what our police and customs put out every year. And it shows you around the last 10 years, looking at the number of international mail detections where drugs are detected. And you see that number, the percentage of detections through international mail just keeps on going up for all drugs. It was quite high originally for MDMA to start with, but even other drugs it's going up. So we could interpret that as an increased use of this kind of supply. Next slide. Next slide. But what we do see, yep, that's it, next slide. What we do see is actually that while the percentage of international mail detections has gone up, the weight of those detections is actually not a huge part of what the Australian Customs and Police sees. Mainly the weight comes from the other kinds of detections, so these are shipping, cargo, air cargo, etc. Next slide. Okay, so I'm going to talk a bit about the evolution of crypto markets and also give you a bit of a run through of one of the active markets that I had a look at a couple of days ago. Next slide. So as we saw, this is what it looked like 10 years ago. And you'll note right at the bottom there, one Bitcoin was worth $15.64. It's a bit different today. Next slide. So there was really just this one dominant marketplace in those years 11 to 13. It was quite an unusual period of time because there was this sense of confidence. If this market could continue to grow like it did, how is it going to end? Interestingly, Dread Pirate Roberts, who is now serving time in prison after the market was seized, he had a libertarian philosophy, and he also had bans on a number of different things that he had decided were too harmful to continue with on the site. And then on the 1st of October 2013, next slide, next, and then click again, the site was seized by the FBI. Click again. And a whole bunch of other sites came up over the next couple of months. We had about 20. So there was one, and no one was really a competitor until suddenly there were this many. Click again. These were some examples, click, 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 yeah, of what happened, including, so Grams, which we just saw there, was actually a new search engine that opened up at the time. So with this next period of time, you'd say was the Renaissance. And we saw a number of different marketplaces open, as I just mentioned, but most of them had a really low, they didn't last for too long, so it might have been 6 months, 12 months, that sort of thing. They didn't last forever. But we also saw all the Reddits open, and that was really important because people were being funneled through who didn't really know much about Tor or encryption into the marketplaces through these darknet market Reddits. And we saw the cross-market search engine Grams. So really at the time, we concluded that the FBI's closure and the arrests seemed quite responsible for spurring on these innovations. I don't think they would have happened without that, particularly in connection to security. Next slide. Once again, however, the impact of this operation was short-lived. We had another seizure called Onimus They love the names. And the crypto market sales doubled from their pre-anonymous levels after only 2 months. Next slide. So then this next period of time, a whole bunch of other stuff happened, a bunch of innovations. We saw single vendor shops pop up. So some of the vendors were getting so confident and I guess had a lot of their own ratings and credibility that they would open up their own shop so they didn't have to pay administration fees to anybody else. And we also saw non-English language markets start to flourish in French, Russian, Finnish, etc. We saw that there were both law enforcement takedowns and there were exit scams from both administrators and vendors. And this all led to the development of multi-signature escrow. So this meant that out of the 3 parties involved in the transaction, the administrator, the buyer and the vendor, you had to have at least 2 of those to get the money out. And that meant that the administrator couldn't just run off with the money as they had done before. Then there was a new law enforcement strategy, a kind of quiet takeover in 2017 of Alpha Bay and Hunza, where the Dutch police, I believe, operated Hunza for about a month before they revealed that they had actually arrested the owners. So that was a little bit different. And during this period of time, a number of different services were shut down. Reddit had banned their darknet market Reddits, so that was a big deal. But again, innovation occurred, and in 2019 we saw the launch of Dread, which was a darknet version of Reddit, which has become really important in this area, and a new cross-market search called Kilos, which was like grams but better. And I guess, the last couple of years we've seen the pandemic, and that's had a varied effects on drug markets. I don't know if it's almost too soon to say exactly how it's affected the crypto markets, but they're definitely still there. And the rise and fall of a new sort of combination of crypto market and app called Televen, which I'll talk through. Yet, as illustrated through the sales volume and the survey data, the darknet markets are still a viable and utilised drug trading platform. Next slide. So this is just an example of what Dread looks like. It's essentially like Reddit, but on the darknet. And what this really has meant is that when darknet markets die or are taken over or whatever, their forums and their communities don't die with them. Everything is much more, I guess, able to be saved in this archive of Dread. Next slide. And this is Kilos. So essentially it's sort of modelled on Google, and the idea is that regardless of what market is up or down, you should be able to search for what you want and find something. Next slide. So this slide is from 2014 to 2021. You may not be able to see the detail, but essentially it shows all the different markets that were up from that time through to now. And the big green bar in the middle is Dream Market. That's essentially the market that was online for the most. And a bit of an update to this is this graph was made in May. And then since then, we've had 2 major markets actually retire. So they weren't, according to them, it wasn't law enforcement and it wasn't an exit scam. They didn't do anything wrong with the vendors. Everyone got their money. They just said, look, White House market admins and Canazon have just said, we're done. Thank you. Next market, please. So that's a different, different way of doing it. That's fine. That's the next slide. So in terms of how did this sort of thing affect people on the ground, in the Global Drug Survey, we asked about the impact of the market closures, and we've done that twice now, in 2017 and 2019. And I thought it was really interesting because in the earlier period, in 2017, 22% of our respondents said that the market closures had made them more anxious about using the darknet, and around half had said that there was no effect on their use. And when we fast forward to 2020, we see that more people say there was no effect and less people say that they were anxious about it. I think what was really happening here is people have factored in that in this marketplace, this stuff happens and they're not that bothered by it. They've got the systems in place. It basically makes the law enforcement efforts less effective in breaking up these markets. Next slide. So this is really just a few screenshots that I've done of Torres to give you an idea of a current market and what's going on there. And I won't obviously go through everything in detail, but they talk here about multi-sig escrow, which we spoke about earlier. Next slide. There's also yeah, I mean, there's a really interesting FAQ here about the dispute system, what to do, expected timeline for every action on the site. Next slide. And then the vendor ranking, which they have. So depending on the number of items you've sold, you can then see this ranking, as well as the sort of 5-star or less ratings that you see for each individual item sold. Next slide. So there's also a few things they prohibit. So similar to Silk Road, this particular marketplace will not allow child pornography. It will not allow fentanyl. So it accepts that there are some drugs that perhaps should not be sold on these sites. Next slide. So, and then when you actually get through all of that, you actually get to see what the market looks like. And I think I showed this slide earlier. Next slide. So I've gone and had a look at what is underneath the drugs and chemicals title there. So you can see the different kinds of drugs that are available. Next slide. And these are the kinds of psychedelics that are available, from LSD through to some less prevalent ones there at the bottom. Next slide. And I had a little look at the 5-MeO-DMT to see what was going on there. I think we only had 25 items available, so it does start to get a little bit, you know, when you start to get to some of the psychedelics that aren't very well used, there's maybe not so many options. But most of these options were from whatever country they were into the world, and they were easy to ship. Next slide. So this was just one example of what you get. With most of these listings, there will be very verbose descriptions. This one begins with 5-MeO-DMT is a testament to the interconnectedness of our living world, while being at the same time allowing the human mind to process exactly how interconnected everything is. So it won't just typically be, we've got this drug, we want to sell it to you. There'll be a lot of stuff going on there. Next slide. And also harm reduction dosage. So in this one, you'll see here, it says effects will be apparent with a dose as low as 1 milligram, and then it goes on to talk about the light, the standard, and the buckle up and have a friend nearby dose, as they discuss. Next slide. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit briefly about what's also been going on in this last 10 years, which is the use of social media apps and messaging apps. And some people are using those instead of crypto markets, so I'll briefly skip through that. Next slide. So some of these apps you can see here, Snapchat, Wickr, Telegram, etc., are being used in various ways to assist with drug trading. Next slide. So, and you may have seen some of the press in the last couple of years. This was a Herald Sun article last year. Victorian drug dealers are brazenly using Instagram to ply their trade. Next slide. So how it typically works is a little bit different to the crypto markets. There'll be public feeds with hashtags, and this will be the initial connection with the buyer. They're searching for a hashtag and they see this public post. So this is an Instagram post example. And then in the comments, there'll be a more secure messaging app that will be mentioned. So in this one, they mention WhatsApp and Wickr, and then this will lead to a local meetup. So everything sort of proceeds as it would through in-person markets. Next page. So recently there's been a few articles published looking at some of this data. For example, this one on Telegram, all the public groups where drugs are discussed on Telegram. Next slide. So putting apps into this features of drug markets table, you see there's actually quite a lot of similarities between apps and open markets. You don't, and that last two lines are important, you don't get that information, that historical information to establish trust, and you don't have any third-party resolution systems. Next slide. So I was involved in a project a couple of years ago where we asked people about apps and why they were using them, and I thought this quote really summed it up. It just seemed like a simple modern way to buy things. I'd gotten really sick of the darknet because I never really got it, so I always had to have a friend around on hand to help me out. With apps, it's super simple. I get it, and in no time I've managed to connect with strangers who I would never have been able to access before. So for this person, apps were allowing them to do, I guess, what a street market connect would allow them to do. Next slide. And some of the other things people spoke about, which were a little concerning, was visual dealing practices. So this person was saying through Snapchat, they could actually see their dealer opening sealed packages on their story, and they felt safer consuming it because of that, which kind of bothers me because I'm sure they could be faking that kind of thing. And even this last quote where they say, well, it's much more secure. law enforcement can't access it. Well, I don't know if that's actually quite true, but certainly there's a lot of this kind of sentiment out there, especially among some of the young people we interviewed for this study. Next slide. So what we've also seen is a combination of apps and crypto markets. So this idea of multi-channel marketing, which is a concept from legal commerce, the idea that you interact with customers using a combination of indirect and direct communication channels. So, for example, the crypto market vendors will offer Wicker messaging as an alternative trading platform, and that will increase convenience, especially when they've established a relationship. And they also offer discounts for that because it means they don't need to get the commission from the crypto market. Next slide. So that leads to the last part of our talk, which is about Televend. And this is a combined darknet app, darknet market / app. We'll just walk through it a little bit and speak really briefly about the data that we've collected about it and then sum up. So next slide. So this is grow options, but that wasn't the norm. So it was normally direct deal, so just a normal buy sell. And the shop bots were completely different. They were available through Telegram and you essentially interacted with this robot in order to buy. And so I guess our question when we encountered this was, could the above set of innovations make the Televend model, as they stated on their front page, the new generation in dark web marketplace? Next slide. So this is just a bit of a run through what it looked like a few months ago when it was up. This was the back end. It looked very much like a typical darknet market. Next slide. It had a fee structure. It was very open about that for its vendors, commission collected in advance. Next slide. And you could, as I did here, search for anything. So I searched for MDMA that shipped from Australia to Australia, and I got a few entries for that. Next slide. And in this particular case, I found a vendor called Oz Express, and I was able to look through all of their vendor listings. Next slide. And also some really good feedback. So feedback that even had an order value on it, so it was quite detailed. Next slide. But this is where things changed. As soon as I wanted to buy from this guy, I had this message come up. Basically, go to Telegram now. Next slide. So I did that and interacted with the bot. So what you did was you said, show us your catalogue. Yes, I'd like to know more about MDMA. Yes, I'd like to know more about this particular thing. And you can see there the things you could check on. So basically, I got as far as putting it into my cart. Next slide. So what you could do is you could actually see lists of all of these vendors who had verified shop bots. And this again, you didn't need to have an encrypted browser to see any of this stuff. Next slide. So what we did was we actually added an item into the Global Drug Survey last year saying, if you've bought from Televend, we'd love to know. So essentially we got a really small number, 114, who said they'd bought from Televend. Next slide. And this was, with this question here, which is where did you purchase whatever drug type from in the last 12 months? Next slide. And what we found was that it was cannabis mainly purchased, but then cocaine, MDMA and LSD were purchased as well. Next slide. And so to put this in context, getting all of that data and having a look at all the different possible sources, and I wanted to point this out because it's important that pretty much 90% of people said in person was the source that they'd used in the last 12 months. But we see there, if you look at darknet markets, that for cannabis it was about 7% in the last 12 months, but for other drugs it was about 15%, and it was 21% for LSD. So this meant that of our global sample, about 1 in 5 people who had used LSD in the last 12 months had bought it from the darknet markets. So it's clearly an important factor here. Next slide. So what I then did was looked at the Televend group, which was small, and compared them to darknet market and the social messaging or app purchasing. And what we saw there was that the age, the Televend people were essentially demographically similar to the darknet market people and not so much the social media people. And the importance there was thinking about, well, does Televend appeal to app buyers, or does it appeal to darknet buyers? And at least in this nascent stage, it really only appealed to darknet buyers according to this data set. Next slide. So I've thrown that fifth column in there, this sort of crypto app combination, where does it sit? And I think what's interesting here is that, again, like crypto and app, you don't require an introduction to enter. But there's also a low level of technical expertise required. You only have to download an app. It's a really big difference. But at the bottom, you see that if it was working properly, you also get some of the best parts of crypto markets. You get to access the historical information and you get the third-party resolution system. So in a way, I look at that fifth column and say that's probably the safest and the best combination. Now, it obviously hasn't worked. These people have retired Televend, but we might see something pop up like this in the future. Next slide. So yeah, implications, questions. So darknet markets clearly continue to evolve and innovate. I put here, perhaps law enforcement should give up. And I mean, I say that because it's quite unclear what the purpose of the law enforcement busts are. When you track what actually happens after those busts, they don't appear to be achieving what I believe they think they're achieving. So the question is, what is the point there? And as I mentioned before, we don't know whether this Televend hybrid combination model will become the next generation of dark web marketplace. That's something to look at in the next few months. I don't know if we're going to see competitors use this same combination. And one reason why they might is because it might just be more appealing to more people. There seems to be a bit of a ceiling on the number of people that are prepared to learn about cryptography, to really understand how to use the darknet. We know that a lot of people are scrolling through their social media feeds all the time. So this is something they do already. So it's not that hard for them to go that step further. Next slide. So I'm closing up here. I did want to mention that the Global Drug Survey 2022 is now happening. You can go to globaldrugsurvey.com. And the reason I mention it is we do have questions in there all about this, as we do every year. And it's always exciting to see how this changes year on year. So if you're willing to have a look, we'd really love to check that out. Next slide. And especially because one of our excellent people here, Liam Engel, is involved in the mescaline-containing cactus module, which is the first time we've measured mescaline-containing cactus use in Global Drug Survey. So we're super excited about that. Next slide. So I've come to the end of this presentation. Super happy to take any questions, and thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Monica. That was a wonderful talk and an area that I'm particularly interested in, so I always enjoy hearing from you. Now, you're not going to see me, but what I do have flashing through the other screen is I've been screenshotting all of the people who have been sending me friend requests on Instagram who are solely what I refer to as drug porn accounts. They are highly sexy photos, very, it's almost like, I don't know if there's a drug image stock market out there somewhere, but it wouldn't surprise me because these photos are very professional, and it's very, I suppose the whole thing about modern social media is really getting that visual appeal out there, and a lot of people are very good at it now, probably thanks to a lot of templating websites and things like that as well. But I'm also interested because over the past decade, what we've seen alongside the rise of crypto markets is also the rise of novel psychoactive substances, a whole bunch of new drugs that sat outside of the regulated drug regime. And I'm wondering if you would like to talk to us a little bit about your take on the past 10 years of the government's policy response to this, Monica.
Sure. So yeah, this is another area I'm really interested in. I should probably be looking this way, right? And yeah, in terms of novel psychoactive substance responses by governments, what's essentially been happening is this cat and mouse game. So we get the government saying we're going to go in harder and prohibit more and make our prohibitions broader and broader and broader so that we can try and kind of catch these people that are trying to take these, I guess, these little pathways to sell something that's, not being covered by the law. And so the most broad version of that was something we saw a few years ago now in Australia, and we've also seen it in the UK and a few other countries, where essentially anything that is psychoactive, regardless of its harm potential or anything that we know about the harms, unless it's on a list of exclusions, which include alcohol, tobacco, and a number of other things, is prohibited. So they've tried to make it as broad as possible, and it's quite concerning in terms of what that means for being able to take a psychoactive substance. I think, I'll quote Steve Bright here, it's okay to be psychoactive. There is nothing inherently wrong with a substance that is psychoactive. And what the prohibition regime has done here is equate harm with psychoactivity, which is problematic. It's quite possible that there are some of these novel substances that are actually psychoactive but not as harmful as some of the other substances that are much more commonly used. And if that were the case, we wouldn't want to be necessarily banning that substance. We might want to be regulating that substance. So it is a concerning development. And what we see on these darknet marketplaces is complete access to all of these substances. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of different kinds of substances can be found. What's also interesting there, as I showed in the slides, is that when you get down to some of those rare substances, there's only a few listings. And partly that's because there's a very healthy desire by people who use substances to consume the well-known substances. There's a strong, pull there. And so what we tend to find when people are using novel substances, they might be psychonauts, they might really just want to use this new substance and really like it, but oftentimes they're kind of being forced into it. So we see, for example, 10 years ago in the West Australian mine sites, they were testing very heavily for cannabis. And so when some of these synthetic cannabis varieties were sold in the mines, that was why they used them. They would have used cannabis. They couldn't because they were getting workplace tested. So we see this time and time again when you start to push this down on the traditional illegal drugs. We then see people pop up and say, well, what else can we use? What else can we find that gets through? So I think it's not that different to the thing we see with the cat and mouse game between law enforcement and crypto market administrators. What we see there is this similar sort of tussle between people who would like to consume a psychoactive substance and people who would like to shut that down. And in the end, the demand and the supply remains.
Thank you for that answer. Sorry, I'm looking at our next questions. I really appreciate everybody who has been commenting along and dropping questions into the YouTube chat. If you do have a question for Monica, please do drop it in there. And just in that other window, I'll just say again, those are accounts that I've found on Instagram. You might see some of their identities. I didn't blur them out because I thought, most of them will be gone now because as soon as you take them, another one pops up. So yeah, that's just some pictures to enjoy. Our next question, how prominent, Monica, are psychedelics compared to other drugs on the darknet markets? Are there less psychedelics on apps, for example, in comparison? Or do you see any trends?
Yeah, what we've seen is that the main, and it depends on how you measure it. So if you're measuring which of the drug classes sold on the darknet through scraping darknet market websites, and if you look at the number of listings, then cannabis definitely wins. It's the one. Any cannabis type product, so it's not just standard, but all kinds of edibles and concentrates and all that sort of thing, that's where you get the most of it. And then MDMA tends to come second. So, cocaine is there, amphetamines are there for sure. And then I think that's where you come to the psychedelics as a class. So, when we measure it a different way, where we actually ask people, if you've used this substance in the last 12 months, did you buy it from the darknet? That's when we see LSD is very high. And I think that's something in particular about LSD being, accessible and it's so potent, available in, impregnated onto paper. It's much easier to send that in an envelope and it's probably just an easier drug to get around. So I think some of the drugs that are more potent are going to be more accessible. In terms of whether or not they're being sold through the social media accounts, it's much harder to get data on that. We can't just scrape all the social media accounts. And there have been some attempts to do that kind of thing, and I don't think psychedelics have been a huge part of that. I've definitely seen accounts, and maybe some that Nick has shown, where they're focusing on psychedelics, so that's definitely a thing as well. But yeah, what we saw in the survey when we asked about where you got your drugs in the last 12 months, The apps tend to come up for cannabis. That tends to be the... and when we have a look at some countries around the world, like in Israel and I think in Mexico and Brazil, there are some really well-established kind of app-based markets for cannabis only. So that might explain some of that as well.
This question from our friend Dr. Stephen Bright, who will be speaking later, noticing that there is so much dealing on platforms like Facebook, or maybe we should refer to them as Meta now, across all of their platforms. And hey, maybe in virtual reality one day, we'll see. How many, though, are actually dealers, and how many are law enforcement or scammers?
That's a fantastic question that I do not know the answer to. I guess the fact that when we ask it the other way round, and we ask, through a survey or through interviews, we do get people that say that they buy drugs and do indeed receive drugs through, Facebook Messenger, Instagram, etc., but also through Discord, a whole bunch of other, apps that may not initially be associated with drugs. Given that exists, we can say, well, people are doing it and it's not just law enforcement, but absolutely. I mean, it's so problematic, these they're public accounts, and it really could be a trap most of the time. So we don't have any ratings, we don't have any sense of, has this person been, doing this for a long time and is trustworthy. We get none of those cues through these public posts. So it's buyer beware, I think.
Yes, that's a very sensible buyer beware. I feel like there's a lot of people who are not that bewaring anymore. It just seems like in an age where we know that surveillance is becoming more sophisticated, people are becoming more brazen, and it surprises me. But that's what people do, I guess. Another question. Another one from Steve. Thanks. Keep them coming, Steve. And anybody else, if you want to drop those questions in, we'll take yours too. Is the purity of drugs bought on drug markets better than in real life markets? Do we have a way to compare that?
Yeah, that's an excellent question that I've been working on for quite some time. And it's really hard to compare. And again, it's about how you measure it. So when you ask people for their perceptions, people who buy from darknet markets and from elsewhere, they'll often say that one of the reasons they buy from darknet markets is because of increased purity, decreased adulteration. And theoretically, that makes sense. Theoretically, if you're a vendor that has a reputation to uphold in those marketplaces, and if buyers only buy from such vendors, then it makes sense that you have, I guess, this feedback loop that if you do the wrong thing deliberately, or even if you make a mistake, that you're going to be punished for that. There's going to be rating loss, there's going to be comments, and so it makes sense that that would be the case. However, is it actually the case? And so one of the studies that we haven't published yet, or we're getting there, was looking at some data from the Australian Federal Police, which we negotiated access to, which looked at some of the controlled sales that they had done through darknet markets about 5 years ago. And so what was great about that information was it gave us basically what it was sold as, but also then what they tested it to be, and then also what its purity was. It's not complete data because we don't have a screenshot of the actual listing, so we don't know what the vendor actually said about the product. So when we looked at that, we also said that, well, what are we comparing it to? This is great, but how do we know that this is good or bad? How do we know that the street market or the friendship, social media, whatever, the other markets would provide us with similar or different? So then we had a chat with Victoria Police Forensics, and we said, well, if we compare your data and say that that's a kind of quasi snapshot of what's actually going on out there, huge caveat, because obviously it's seizures, so seizures could be different from the broader drug market. So yeah, we had a look at that. We found that the methamphetamine was exactly the same on the darknet as it was out in Victoria. It was all 80%. It was all strong. It was all not adulterated, so that was no surprise. But when it came to things like cocaine, heroin, MDMA, it was mixed. We had adulterations of MDMA that we found in the AFP data. So that, didn't really make sense, but it was there. It was N-ethylpentalone being sold as MDMA. And we had really varied purity of heroin and cocaine that was, questionable. But in the end, on the other side, in the Victoria Police data, which was sort of representative of that whole market, the median purity for these drugs was higher on the darknet market samples than it was on the normal market. So it's a bit of a mixed picture. And I think it's a really, what I really wanted to do was actually get the government to give us money to buy the drugs for the darknet and then test the drugs. And it actually got past a few little hurdles, and then eventually they just said, no, you can't do that. So I think that's probably the only way to really test it. And maybe one day we'll be able to do that work.
What is your biggest hope for the future of crypto markets, and what are your biggest fears? And I suppose this also comes on the back of an increased focus from government on regulating all sorts of parts of the internet, including the way that we communicate in an encrypted manner.
Yeah, so we have seen that over the years, and that was the topic of my talk 10 years ago, was about Australia and its desire to filter our internet and what that meant for people who use drugs. And at the moment, there's actually an inquiry, a federal inquiry by a law enforcement-based committee into this whole topic. I don't know what prompted the inquiry, but they are collecting submissions right now. So there's, I guess, a desire at that level, at that federal level, to regulate further. And so it is, I guess, so what are my fears and what are my hopes? I mean, it depends on what hat I've got on. And, with the hat on of people who use drugs that should be able to do so safely, for me, the darknet markets provide avenues for that. It doesn't mean that it is safe, but it means that there are, better protections, some protections at least. There's more information there about those more recent purchases and those vendors. So, what I expect, I guess, is that we will continue to have this cat and mouse game and this innovation. But what I would hope is that we have a complete paradigm shift. We need to really consider whether we need to be prohibiting all of these drugs. And, we need to consider what the harms are of that prohibition. And I know that's a step too far for many people, and it's sort of, we step shyly into that and say, well, let's look at decriminalisation first, let's look at decriminalising use and possession. That is definitely a good thing that we should be looking into, but it doesn't solve the problem of the supply itself. And when the supply is not safe, then, more people die. And we know that. I've given evidence at coronial inquests a number of times in the last 3 years and had to meet the parents of these people that have died in situations that were completely preventable. So I would argue that we can prevent those situations not by trying to assume that we're all not going to take psychoactive drugs, because that's a complete impossibility and not even desirable, but instead, what about making those drugs safer? So I think we still have to go there, and I guess that's what I'll keep trying to aim for over the next coming years.
Thank you. I've just got one more question, and then I think we're about time to wrap up. And I'll just bring that question up here. Now, I don't actually know the context of this. Stephen Bright put it in the comments, so maybe if you can give us a little context for it first. But Steve has asked if you can talk to the statement from Energy Control, who are a harm reduction organisation conducting pill testing, had to make about their drug checking service being used by vendors.
Yeah, so Energy Control are a Spanish drug checking service that has run their service for about 25 years now, but they've since 2014 run an international drug testing service, and that's been aimed at darknet markets. It's been aimed at people from anywhere in the world being able to send a sample in and find out what's in it as quickly as possible and how pure it is if it's one of the major drugs. They've had to be quite careful because one of the critiques that they've been getting locally in Spain by authorities there is that this service should not be used by dealers to advertise how good their products are. And of course, that's kind of what does happen a bit. And they do say, you know, that's not our intention, and you definitely shouldn't be putting this on your profile and saying that you've come to us. That's not helping us, and that's not helping the community. But in the end, again, it's about the political pressures that drug checking organisations find themselves under. And the most, I guess the best thing I would hope for to resolve that would be what's just happened in New Zealand, which is the first country in the world to create special legislation to make drug checking completely legal for everybody involved. And we actually, even though the Netherlands and Spain have been doing drug checking for what seems like eons, they don't have special legislation, and they still have to dance around a bit when it comes to these sorts of things. So, you know, that's what we would need is legislation to make it okay for everyone involved in drug checking to do the job of hoping, you know, getting that information out there.
Thank you very much, Monica. It has been a pleasure to hear from you today. And I know that there's a lot more research that's on the horizon, so I wish you all the best for the continuing research. And, you know, we'll catch up again, I'm sure not too far down the line, because festivals are beginning again. The world is starting to turn again slowly. Thank you very much, Monica.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now I want to show to you, what have we got here? Not that, that's my behind the scenes stuff, ignore that. Here we go. ISWAS have a special EGA t-shirt, which you can find at the ISWAS website, iswas.com.au. The EGA t-shirts are a specialty of ISWAS, who have been producing special edition EGA t-shirts for a number of years. And you can purchase them, and it is part of the EGA fundraiser, so the money goes to helping EGA do the work that they do. So there's a look at one of them. That is the latest one. So this is the design that has been made for this Garden States, and you just find that by clicking EGA up the top there. So yes, do head along and get those. Also, the raffle. Just want to push that raffle again. Tickets. $8 for one, $20 for three, $50 for eight, $100 for 20, $200 for 50. There are a range of plants. There are tinctures of all sorts. There's some books, lots of books. I believe there's some clothing in there, maybe some tapestries, jewelry, golden crowns. What else you got, Ronnie? Yeah, all sorts of things. So go and check it out. You can find what's really available at the EGA website, or just head to gardenstates.org. And we're going to cross now to a video, and that video is from Caine Barlow, our resident mushroom specialist. So, Caine, welcome.
Panaeolus cyanescens is known by the common name blue meanie, a term that originated in Australia. The term blue meanie refers to the blue meanies from the film The Yellow Submarine. The species was previously known as Coplandia cyanescens, a term that you still come across quite often. People still use this within literature. It's a fairly global species, introduced to tropical and subtropical areas through cattle and horses. The species occurs in fairly much the same habitat and environment as Psilocybe cubensis, and they quite often grow side by side. It's thought that the genus Panaeolus gained the ability to synthesize psilocybin through horizontal gene transfer. So the genus did not evolve this itself, but collected it through association with growing around psilocybe. Pharmacologically speaking, Steve from 1992 reported that the species contains psilocybin between 0.17% to 0.95% dry weight, and psilocybin at 0.16% to 0.19% dry weight. Hence probably why they're reported to be so potent, because psilocybin crosses the blood-brain barrier very, very quickly, and so probably comes on very quickly as well. Historically, the species is thought to have originated in Asia. It was described in Sri Lanka in 1871. It was originally named Agaricus cyanescens by Berkeley and Broome. It was named Coplandia cyanescens by Singer in 1951. Coplandia is no longer a valid genus name, so the name has reverted to Panaeolus. Cicado had named Panaeolus cyanescens in 1887. The species grows in open grassland. In Australia, it's an introduced species. They're found growing from cow pies, so either really well, fresh cow pies or well decomposed cow pies. The species requires rain and humid conditions to be able to fruit. They're found in Queensland, northern New South Wales, likely to be found in the Northern Territory and also northern Western Australia. Again, we're lacking detail on this, in the same way that we're lacking some of those details on Psilocybe cubensis. The season is during that rainy, kind of humid period, November to February. The next couple of photographs show Panaeolus cyanescens within their habitat. So here is an example growing from cow dung. You can see the blue bruising on the stem, and you can see the grey coloured gills. Panaeolus means mottled gills. Here's another photograph of a specimen growing from cow dung in open grassland. Taxonomically speaking, Panaeolus cyanescens, the cap is at first hemispheric, expanding to campanulate to convex. They have an incurved margin when they're young, and this kind of unfurls with age. They're light brown in colour, fading to off-white or light grey at maturity. The gills, they have a broadly adnate to adnex attachment, and they're quite close. You can see in the image on the right-hand side that they're quite dense. They're grey in colour, turning black as the spores mature. The gill faces have a mottled appearance, as per the genus name Panaeolus. The stem, it has an equal width, but the base is slightly enlarged. It has a powdery texture and coloured like the cap. This photograph has a few specimens showing many of these features. You can see the even stem, the cap, you can see the blue bruising, and you can see the dark coloured gills. In terms of lookalikes, there are many lookalikes for Panaeolus cyanescens, primarily other Panaeolus species. There are many Panaeolus species that are not active, are in the same kind of habitats, and they can be confused. Other species are Stropharia species, Sathiorella species, and quite possibly some Agrossoby species.
And thank you, Caine Barlow, for that little taste of mushroom knowledge. And you can find much more by by subscribing to the EGA YouTube channel and just having a flick through some of the almost 100 videos that are now available on the EGA YouTube channel, and there will be lots more coming through. I know because I've got a hard drive sitting under my desk with a bunch of stuff that I haven't touched, have meant to touch, but what I'm saying is there's a lot of videos and they haven't come out yet. Videos from past conferences, videos from today in full quality so you can see it all. So do subscribe is what I'm getting at. I want to introduce who you can see on the screen right now. Dr. Martin Williams, PhD, Research Fellow in Medicinal Chemistry at the Monash Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences at Monash University in Melbourne. He is the founding and current president of the what's the D in D gift recipient? Deductible gift recipient registered health promotion charity, which means you can donate to them and you can get a little bit off your tax. So head to prism.org.au and make a donation now, because that would help them with all of the work they're doing, which you can also find at their website. He is the founding and current vice president of the botanical and education charity EGA, where we are broadcasting from today, co-lead investigator of the upcoming Melbourne psilocybin trials at St Vincent's Hospital, and there's a whole bunch more information on Martin, but I'm going to hand it over to him now. If you want to read more about Martin, EGA website, gunstates.org. Martin, welcome.
The initiation of the global war on drugs. But now, of course, we see a psychedelic renaissance take place, and it's very promising by all accounts, because in fact it's been pointed out fairly recently that the current wave of global psychedelic medical research has now comfortably endured beyond the original first wave of psychedelic medical research and clinical practice. So as far as psilocybin is concerned, why has psilocybin become the preeminent psychedelic for research and clinical practice, potential clinical practice? Well, essentially, one reason would be is that it's the prototypic psychedelic. In other words, as long as we maintain this serotonergic focus, in other words, the activity of the psychedelics at the serotonin receptor system, then psilocybin is one of the most closely related to the compound serotonin itself, which of course is the monoamine neurotransmitter, which is acted upon by the classic psychedelics. LSD, of course, was used extensively in research and practice in that first wave from the late 1940s through to the mid-1960s, and in fact into the 1970s. But of course, pursuant to the global war on drugs, LSD has carried so much cultural baggage, unfortunately, that it's really quite difficult to see that being used to any great degree for the time being. But there are other reasons for the choice of psilocybin, as we'll see in the next couple of minutes. But nonetheless, as I said before, there's plenty of potential for exploration of other psychedelic compounds, which may provide more nuanced approaches to the treatment of mental health conditions. And I will restrict my conversation today just to medical applications, clinical applications of psychedelics. So just a very brief history of psychedelic medicine, and of course acknowledging and respectfully acknowledging the very deep indigenous prehistory of use of psychedelics for cultural, medicinal, and non-medicinal purposes. But we can fast forward to the 20th century when, just at the very turn of the 20th century, when mescaline was discovered by Arthur Hefter and isolated by Arthur Hefter and self-administered in 1896. There was something of a hiatus until the mid-40s when LSD, the effects of LSD, of course, were discovered by Albert Hofmann in Switzerland. It wasn't for another 14 or 15 years until the effects of psilocybin were discovered by the Western world, by the Wassons in Mexico. And then fast forward again another 13 or so years until the early 1970s when the effects of MDMA were explored in a clinical context, and then 2CB through into the 80s. 2CB being probably one of the really first really widespread use novel psychoactive compounds synthesized by Sasha Shulgin, of course. Now, during that sort of mid-century, mid-20th century period, it coincided with the dawn of psychiatry, and so psychedelics were considered to be potentially the next big thing in psychiatric practice. I have to emphasize that psychedelic-assisted therapy is really currently the widely used expression for the application of psychedelics to medical practice. Because psychedelic-assisted therapy, one will not exist without the other in medical practice as we see it, because it merges so effectively the pharmaco and the psychotherapies in clinical use. Just very briefly, which mental health conditions appear treatable by psychedelic-assisted therapies? And you'll see very quickly that these are what we would tend to call the mood disorders or affective disorders. So things like end-of-life distress, anxiety and depression, substance use disorders, OCD, eating disorders and body dysmorphia, and so on and so forth. And we can expect that the list will extend as time goes on, as further clinical research takes place. Now, it would appear to people who are familiar with the neurological mechanisms or structures underlying these conditions that there are probably common factors which underlie the efficacy of psychedelic-assisted therapy for mood disorders. And so I'll go into those in a couple of minutes' time. But what we can also say is that there appear to be some conditions, mental health conditions, which are refractory or resistant to treatment by psychedelic-assisted therapies. In particular, those are related to psychosis, schizophrenia, for example, well-entrenched personality disorders, and then possibly bipolar disorder, although this is now the subject of some further research and a fair bit of discussion. So how does psychedelic-assisted therapy work in medical or clinical practice? Well, it appears at this stage that there are two main networks of regions in the brain, in the human brain, the default mode network on the one hand and the salience network on the other, which are influenced in certain ways by activity at the serotonin receptor system. And generally we differentiate the 5-HT, the serotonin, 2A, 2C and 1A receptor systems, which seem to be almost solely responsible for the psychedelic effects of classic serotonergic psychedelics. In clinical practice, it appears that there are some key effects or key factors which positively correlate with the positive clinical outcomes. And those are what we call the transcendent or the mystical experience, leading to a sense of oneness or the loss of boundary between the individual and the outside world, the universe, nature, other people, and so on. And there are certainly other therapeutic elements which come into play. But at the neurological level, then it appears also that there's a degree of regeneration and modulation of neuronal interconnections, which appear to be downregulated or diminished in the course of mental health conditions such as depression, anxiety, and so on. In many cases, they're likened to a rigidification of thought processes, and so it seems that the effects of psychedelics at the neuronal level and also the behavioural level to reset those connections and to reintroduce some significant degrees of flexibility in previously rigidified systems. So why is psilocybin so effective on the one hand as a psychedelic in treatment, and then why has it become so popular, essentially as the only classic psychedelic for the time being involved in medical research? Well, certainly psilocybin has the advantages of being a natural product. It can be extracted from a number of up to 100 species of mushrooms, and it can also, as it happens, be synthesized quite readily as well. The toxicity level of psilocybin is really is not well established, because it appears at this case that at this point that there has been no toxicity in humans, measurable toxicity, although toxicity has been established in rodent models. Psilocybin appears to elicit a significant depth of experience, and this seems to be related to the tryptamine class of psychedelics. It has a well-defined but manageable duration of action, which generally is in the sort of 4 to 6 hour range, which is considered to be clinically and therapeutically tractable. Longer periods of action can be exhausting, both for the participant or the patient and for the attendants or the therapists. And so this sort of 4 to 6 hours appears to be quite a sweet spot in terms of the timing of therapeutic action. And then also psilocybin elicits a very steady dose response with great reliability. So it can be titrated quite effectively. And it appears that the intensity of experience can be replicated from one subject to another. Although I'm sure a lot of us have met various hardheads over the years who we'd say would need significantly more for therapeutic response. But at this stage, we have found that there is a steady dose response. On the other hand, psilocybin has some identifiable limitations. It is a tryptamine psychedelic, as I mentioned before, and so there are certain transcendent dimensions of the experience which might be considered difficult by some people, in fact too difficult for clinical or therapeutic application. And so this would represent in some cases a limitation of psilocybin. And probably the most immediate psychological or mood responses to psilocybin, particularly the onset of a psilocybin experience, tend to be anxiety and dysphoria, and some people might regard these as being therapeutically problematic as well. So the question is certainly, could other psychedelics achieve similar therapeutic outcomes? But we have to give the proviso that any and all alternatives would need to be assessed in terms of similar considerations to psilocybin, alongside the standard considerations that come to bear in any development of new medicinal approaches. So the key considerations from our point of view are the safety, on the one hand, of any other psychedelics apart from psilocybin that could be used in therapeutic practice, and their efficacy in the treatment of mental health conditions. We would like to have well-defined and identifiable mechanisms of action, and then we need to take careful note of the duration of the experience. As I mentioned before, too long an experience is potentially problematic and exhausting, tiring for both the patient and for the therapists. Too short an experience may actually make it difficult for the patient to gain full benefit from a psychedelic experience, because in fact there perhaps may not be enough time to experience the emotional processing that needs to take place in certain therapeutic contexts. And then unfortunately we're still to a degree subject to the ongoing resistance to non-clinical use, particularly by authorities around the world, and so the potential for non-clinical use does come into play in terms of the consideration of new psychedelics. What we can say, of course, in relation to most of the classical psychedelics is that, in fact, they are considered to be non-reinforcing in animal models and to a degree in human models as well of use. So in general, they are considered to be anti-addictive, or at least non-addictive in clinical and non-clinical use. Just briefly, the risks and the adverse effects of psychedelics and other drugs are reasonably well characterized. At the physical or physiological level, then you can see that there's a range of what might be regarded as side effects or adverse effects, which in many cases are not actually directly related to the serotonin receptor effects. They tend to reflect the activity of certain compounds at other monoamine receptor systems, such as the dopamine and the adrenaline or epinephrine receptor systems. And so if psychedelics are to be considered for clinical use, then a separation of their serotonergic effects probably would be advisable. Separation from their dopaminergic and adrenergic effects. In terms of their psychological risks or adverse effects, then anxiety and panic, as I mentioned before, can be very immediate and initial issues, and that is probably the basis for what people have been calling the bad trip for many, many years. But essentially, with careful preparation and then careful integration following a psychedelic experience, then it appears that the risks of anxiety and ongoing issues can be mitigated. However, extreme psychedelic experiences can result in some further issues such as existential crisis and depersonalization. There is definitely widely regarded a need for careful screening for people who might have a predisposition, a personal or family predisposition to psychosis or schizophrenia. And then eventually there could be concerns around ongoing depression, which might ensue after a particularly transcendent psychedelic experience. So these are considered to be potential side effects that should be considered in relation to any new psychedelic treatments. The effectiveness of psychedelic-assisted therapy does seem to be dependent on the intensity of the experience. They do correlate quite closely. And there are considerations related to the phenomenology or the quality of the experience itself, the degree of the intoxication by a psychedelic. And that degree of intoxication may have an impact on the capacity for a patient or a participant to actually access the mental processes that are required for therapeutic benefit. As I mentioned, the intensity of ego dissolution or the mystical experience does seem to correlate positively with the therapeutic outcomes. This can also relate to the capacity of a patient to access memories and to process those memories or emotions. And then ultimately we're always interested in the persistence of therapeutic benefit or therapeutic effects. And so these are all, again, considerations that would come into play in determining whether any new psychedelic might be applicable to therapeutic practice. So we can move on to the chicken wire diagrams, the alternative options for psychedelic use. The first class is phenethylamines, and mescaline is, of course, the prototypic phenethylamine. It also has a well-established safety profile and a long history of human use, of course. Most of the following compounds in the phenethylamines were developed originally by Alexander Shulgin and then David Nichols in the US and several other laboratories, key laboratories around the world. The very short list I've placed here varies quite dramatically in duration of action, in intensity of action. You might note that the first line, 2CB, 2CI, and so on, are the 2-carbon phenethylamine compounds. The next line, the DOI, DOB, and so on, are actually psychedelic amphetamines. And they tend to have around 10 times the potency alongside 10 times the duration or so of the phenethylamines themselves. Now, some people might become rather sort of shocked and concerned about the inclusion of the dragonfly and other fly compounds, as well as the N-bomes, in my list of possible therapeutic compounds. The reason I've put them in is that of the serotonergic psychedelics developed so far, these appear to have the purest, among the purest action at the 5-HT2A receptor. And so if we were to be trying to develop new psychedelic compounds for therapeutic use, then these compounds already exist, and there's potential perhaps to explore them in a clinical context to determine whether there might be any application for them in the future. The tryptamines, of which psilocybin is, as I mentioned before, one of the prototypic compounds, embrace or include a broad number of other compounds. They differ from the phenethylamines pretty much in just the double ring indole scaffold rather than the benzene ring. DMT and 5-methoxy-DMT are currently the subject of a good deal of interest globally from a therapeutic point of view. DMT being the active psychedelic, purely psychedelic ingredient in the ayahuasca brew from the Amazon, and 5-methoxy-DMT is a subject of quite considerable interest now, and we're likely to see some research to take place in short order. Alpha-methyltryptamine is very interesting because it's actually the tryptamine analog of amphetamine, and it was used. It's known to have antidepressant properties through its monoamine oxidase inhibitory action, and it was used therapeutically through the 50s and 60s, I believe, in some parts of the world. DIPT, diisopropyl tryptamine, is interesting in that it's one of the very few classic psychedelics that doesn't have much in the way of visual but rather oral effects, and so certainly worth exploring in a therapeutic context. The ergolines are generally based on or related to LSD, and there's a series of LSD analogues which could be of interest because of their shorter duration of action. And although LSD was used considerably in therapeutic application in the 1960s, as I said before, it carries quite a lot of cultural baggage currently. However, there is a series of analogues which could be worth exploring. And then I've included the beta-carbolines in this list primarily because harmine and harmaline are two of the three compounds which potentiate orally inactive compounds such as dimethyltryptamine, DMT. And they have psychoactive effects of their own, and they could have some potential. They're already well known to be monoamine oxidase inhibitor type antidepressants, but they may be able to modulate the positive therapeutic applications of the classic psychedelics. Very briefly, the pharmacology of any new compounds needs to be determined with some accuracy, and so an approach that's commonly applied is called receptor screening. And so this figure actually represents a broad range of about 25 or 30, I believe, human receptors against which a number of compounds are checked for their affinity. And so essentially the compounds to the left of each of these two strip diagrams are the most potently binding to the receptors. And so the vertical black line in the middle represents essentially the threshold of activity. The two compounds represented here are DOB and DOI. These are the psychedelic amphetamines that I mentioned earlier. And they have extended duration of action, but as you can see, particularly DOI has quite a broad range of receptor activities, well beyond the serotonin receptors. And so what's known to be a sort of a dirty drug phenomenon, and LSD is quite notorious for that as well, is cited as being potentially a confounding issue in therapeutic application. However, on the other hand, it's possible that this breadth of receptor activity could actually be harnessed and could provide potential benefits. So the other receptors we're talking about tend to be the noradrenaline or norepinephrine receptors, the dopamine receptors, histamine, and so on and so forth. And all of these could have behavioural effects through agonism by various of these compounds. Another complication, of course, is that some of these compounds are known to bind to the monoamine transporters in the way that MDMA binds to and reverses the action of the serotonin transporter system in the presynaptic neurons. There's a concept that we call functional selectivity or biased agonism, which is one model, at least one compelling model, for the different experiential activity, experiential effects of psychedelics on the one hand, but also, of course, there's a number of serotonin receptor agonists which are actually totally non-psychedelic. And so this selectivity, which is related to their effects, their actions as G-protein receptors, is implicated in this breadth of experiential effects. Dose response is very important because it's important to be able to try and titrate doses and to achieve a reproducible and predictable response from a given drug. And then ADMET stands for administration, distribution, metabolism, excretion, and toxicity. That's a common acronym in pharmacology and pharmaceutical development. And these concepts do come into play in drug development, as I'll discuss soon. Although psilocybin is used singly in therapy at the moment, there's certainly potential for the use of combinations of drugs which might synergize very effectively and thereby require less of a particular compound, less total quantity of psychedelic material administered. Certain phenethylamines, for example, or tryptamines could be applied together, but they actually could be applied in combination as well. A number of people will be aware already of the strong positive synergy between MDMA and both tryptamines and phenethylamines, although it needs to be stated that that a number of these compounds, because they do bind to the serotonin receptor, the serotonin transporter, can result in the risk of serotonin syndrome and some adverse effects. So it's important to characterise these sort of combinations very carefully. Matthias Lichty is noteworthy at the moment, in my mind, because he has, within the last week, he's a researcher in Basel in Switzerland. Within the last week, he's applied for a US patent essentially protecting the intellectual property associated with the administration of MDMA in conjunction with classical psychedelics. So there are people who are already working pretty actively in this space. Matthias Lichty is a very prominent, prolific, and highly regarded researcher in this field. But it's interesting to see that there's already some work to try and wrap up this intellectual property. And then the beta-carbolines, as I mentioned before, particularly harmine and harmaline from natural plant sources, are already effective in combination with some classic psychedelics. And then there's certainly potential to explore beta-carbolines as adjuncts to the use of others in therapeutic practice. Many people will be familiar with the concept of the entourage effect. Pharmacological tofu was a term coined by Sasha Shulgin in relation to 2,4-D, one of the phenethylamine compounds, which he regarded as not having a strong psychedelic effect in and of itself, but it was thought to fill out or augment or somehow support the effects of other psychedelics in combination. one of the major considerations at this particular point is the question of drug development, novel drug development, and the drug discovery process is well established in the pharmaceutical field. SBDD stands for structure-based drug discovery, and that essentially was the approach, or is the approach, that is being used in the potential development of active psychedelics for therapeutic use. The next step would be receptor screening, which, as I have illustrated earlier, is a way of determining the breadth of action of any given compound against a range of the receptors in the human brain. Hit to lead is the process of developing initial relatively low affinity hits through to higher affinity leads and then on to commercial drugs. Preclinical research is the pre-human research phase, which tends to take quite a lot of time and chews up a lot of funding before human clinical research can take place. And then, of course, the final stages of the introduction of any novel psychedelic compound into therapeutic practice would require effectively rescheduling from the most restrictive drug schedules currently in effect in relation to psychedelics. And then, of course, the very costly process of medicines approval and registration in various jurisdictions around the world. As I noted, all of these are very costly processes, and it's no surprise nowadays to hear of between $1 and $2 billion budgets by pharmaceutical companies in the development and commercialization of new drugs. So just to finish off, I just wanted to throw a few questions out there. Where are we actually heading in this field? Certainly psychedelics have suffered in the political and the social context from the ongoing war on drugs. And fortunately we are seeing a change in the conversation as the medical potential of a number of these drugs is being explored. But nonetheless, there's a lot more sophisticated conversation to take place. But at least we're seeing the media and the general public discourse really moving back around towards the acceptance of psychedelics and their clinical potential. Research and development are going to be extremely important, but of course we have to recognize that there's already a very rich collection or library of psychedelics that already exists. This is a particular interest to me because there's in this new wave of an excitement of psychedelic drug development. It appears that the commercial aspects are starting to really overtake the conversation generally, and so we could see interests such as the research enterprise, the intellectual property, patent lawyers, and so on. And then the longer-term financial aspects of the new drug development coming into play, and perhaps actually eclipsing the fact that we already have a huge number of very active psychedelic compounds which have not been adequately investigated for their therapeutic potential and, in fact, for their non-clinical potential as well. Of course, we always have the medical considerations of safety and efficacy, and those will continue to play a part in the decision making in relation to any other new psychedelics that might replace or augment psilocybin in therapeutic practice. And then clinical translation is always going to be very important because we have the whole health enterprise which comes into play. And so ultimately we would be hoping to utilise psychedelics to help to assist humanity in both mental health as well as potentially physical health. Nonetheless, I think this point of preventative health and well-being is extremely important, and so there are many other aspects which come into play rather than potentially the application of psychological or psychiatric band-aid medications. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm very happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Martin, for that presentation. And we do have some questions, and I'll just bring those up. Our first question from the YouTube chat, and thank you to those who have dropped a question in. Our first question is, after psilocybin and MDMA, what psychedelic do you expect to boom next? Any crystal ball gazing or thinking of all sorts of crystal balls now?
I guess following from what I said in the last couple of slides, it's probably the one that hasn't actually been invented yet. But I would like to think that some of the phenethylamine compounds, such as 2CB, 2CI, and then there was a sneaky one that I put in at the end of my little list there called 2CTFM. Very few people would have heard of that at this stage. But these are compounds which are known to be relatively warm, friendly, provide a positive affective response, so in other words an immediate antidepressant response, and then potentially, if used in combination with psychotherapy, could really provide some excellent outcomes. So my sense is that there will be significant effort placed into developing compounds which are similar to, but not quite identical to, these compounds which already have overall a pretty good reputation. Unfortunately, as I mentioned before, the implications of non-clinical use are still currently of concern. And so there may be some efforts placed into developing compounds which don't have quite as much of a happy feeling as in their effect profile as well.
Thank you, and do keep those questions coming in the comments. Oh dear. Let me just wait a moment. The questions in the YouTube comment section, thank you for dropping them in so far to everybody who is engaging in the conversation there. We are hearing from Dr. Martin Williams from PRISM, Psychedelic Research in Science and Medicine. You can find out more information at prism.org.au. And our next question, what are the role of, I'm pretty sure that's meant to be dimmers, not dimers, dimmers, at the 5-HT2A receptors, and how does this affect the therapeutic effects of psychedelics?
So dimers is actually the word, as I would understand. So
Thank you.
Dimer means two particular compounds, or in this particular case, we're normally talking about receptors that join together and may have a different functionality compared with those single receptor molecules. And remember, the receptors we're talking about in this case are generally G-protein coupled receptors, and they are large protein molecules which are embedded in the cell, the cellular membrane. And I suspect that what we're talking about is an interesting observation and a series of hypotheses that have followed. The observation is that the 5-HT2A, the serotonin 2A receptor, appears to dimerize or to associate with what's called the metabotropic glutamate receptor number 2. So they're two quite different receptors for two very, very different groups of compounds. But it's possible that in association together as the heterodimer, then they may be responsible for the psychedelic effects themselves. I have to say that at this stage, I think that's really not well established as yet. And in fact, going back to that concept of functional selectivity or biased agonism, these may turn out to be competing, they may turn out to be complementary theoretical frameworks for the psychedelic, the experiential effects of psychedelics. Now, as far as the potential to utilize that heterodimerization in therapeutic practice, I'd say that's a fair way down the track until we have a better understanding of what's actually happening. Then I think it's going to be difficult for us to really establish and to find ways to harness those possible forms of activity, I guess. So yeah, tricky, very, very interesting concepts. I think we've got a lot to learn. Now, I know that some people have posited that there's certainly a range of compounds, for example, that are quite closely related or structurally related to LSD, but which have no psychoactive effect whatsoever, and lisuride is the one that comes to mind. Now, whether lisuride does bind only to the 5-HT2A receptor and elicit no effect through this functional selectivity, or whether it is more a matter of this heterodimerization of the metabotropic glutamate receptor and the 5-HT2A receptor. I don't think we have an answer as yet.
Our next question. Will future trials of, and this one is thank you to Stephen, hang on, now I've forgotten the acronym, Psilocybin-Assisted Psychotherapy, or PAP, thank you Stephen, in Australia, obtain psilocybin from native mushroom species, be synthesized or imported from elsewhere in the world?
I think there's certainly plenty of scope to develop beyond the current standard, which is chemical synthesis of psilocybin. And this brings us back to the entourage effect that I mentioned before, as well as it was actually Giuliana in the first talk today was mentioning that she firmly believes that the combination of compounds that are present in natural mushroom sources provide a modulation or a different and, in her opinion, superior effect, experiential effect and potentially therapeutic effect to the single compound psilocybin. There are a couple of alternatives, of course, to chemical synthesis. One is biochemical synthesis in modified yeast or bacterial sources, and this is very, very commonly employed in biotechnological development or production of fine chemicals for pharmaceutical application. The third one, of course, is the extraction from natural mushroom sources. All of those are, I believe, being explored actively. If not actively, then soon to be explored and exploited, I have to say, commercially by any number of new enterprises, new companies that have formed to support this psychedelic drug renaissance. So look, I think there's going to be a balance. I think it'll be very interesting to see if the entourage effect concept can be applied to psilocybin and analogues, close analogues from natural mushroom sources. So watch this space. I think it'll be interesting to see.
Thank you. A couple more questions, and thank you to everyone for the very lively discussion in the YouTube chat. We appreciate all of the conversation that goes on. It helps to... sometimes you ask a question that hasn't been asked before. Sometimes you ask a question that has been asked 1,000 times before. But either way, it's valid because things change, and if you don't know, you don't know. Our next question. Could DIPT be looked at to reverse engineer, I suppose, auditory hallucinations in schizophrenia? And maybe if you could talk to us a little bit about what DIPT does in terms of auditory hallucinations.
Yeah, look, I wish I'd love to have an answer to that question, but I don't think we're really quite sure. I'm not quite sure. I'm talking to this one anyway, but I'm not quite sure if we know the if we have any sense of the origins of the auditory hallucinations that in some manifestations of schizophrenia can be very disturbing and very concerning. The auditory effects of DIPT are again not terribly well understood by any means, and they're also not particularly reproducible or linear. In other words, it appears that some people experience a very significant tonal shift, so pitch and tonal shift. Sounds can appear to flange as well as to have their pitch decreased very substantially. So, but there seems to be, from Shulgin's account as well as a number of online accounts that I've read over the years, there seems to be a non-linearity there, so it's very difficult to predict. So look, my sense is that this is not likely to be particularly useful in understanding and certainly treating schizophrenia, unfortunately, but I'd be very, very happy to be wrong in that instance. One of the issues associated or related to my limited understanding of schizophrenia is that the auditory hallucinations can be extremely cogent. They can be full conversations. They can be full-on arguments, and so this is not the kind of thing that people experience on DIPT. That's for sure. And so I'm not quite sure that the probably the essential mechanics of sound perception by the brain will have much to say about schizophrenia.
Thank you for staying with us for all these questions today, Martin. Really appreciate it. And
it's a pleasure.
I mean, it's very interesting sounding effects with the auditory hallucinations, but yeah, I suppose it's such a wide area. I think sometimes that word hallucination even gets
Sorry, I should clarify also that DIPT has been found to distort perceived sound, not to have anything to do with pure hallucination of sound.
Actually, while we're on that, I won't go into a full rabbit hole here, but how is that different? Like, there's different kinds of hallucinations we've got here. We've got a definition of hallucination, which is a distortion of the sensory array, and then you gave another definition there that was almost like a conjuring of something that is outside of the sensory array. Do we have different ways to define these hallucinations? Are there scales for this sort of thing?
I'm not an expert in that particular field, so I'd love to be able to give you a sensible answer, but I think we'd probably defer to people who have much more knowledge and experience in that field. But it is certainly in many cases the word hallucinogen has been somewhat discredited in the psychedelic community because a hallucination tends to imply something that doesn't actually exist, but is generated by the mind somehow. But also in many cases it's thought to imply an apparition or a vision that isn't understood to be a hallucination. So in many cases, if we think of deliriants such as the tropane alkaloids, hyoscine and scopolamine and so on, then in many cases people have full-on imaginary conversations with imaginary friends and so on. And so that is a rather different concept altogether, and that's probably where the true definition of hallucination comes into play.
And we have one final question from our comments for you. What are your findings, and this is in relation to the St. Vincent's work, and we will be hearing from Marg Ross later as well, but about microdosing for microdosing. Well, actually, that is a slightly side issue then, for end of life and depression. So it's not microdosing in the study, but do you want to talk to that question?
Well, look, I think until we have some experimental results of microdosing in the bag from a number of researchers, then I think it's going to be very difficult to provide very useful insights into that. I can assure the questioner that in fact it's the dose being used in the psilocybin end-of-life trial at St. Vincent's is well and truly a macro dose. It's the 25 milligram fairly standard dose being used for to occasion very reliably a mystical or transcendent experience. There's actually a little bit of work about to start in other labs exploring different doses apart from the 25 milligrams. So it'll be interesting to see to what degree, for example, a 3/4 dose, so 19 milligrams, correlates linearly with the 25 milligram therapeutic, generally agreed therapeutic dose. But as I say, just in relation to microdosing at this stage, there's probably not really very much we can say until more research results are in.
Martin, thank you very much for joining us on the EGA Garden States webcast today. It has been very appreciated. Some very lively discussion in the YouTube comments, so if you want to jump in there afterwards and see what's going on, that would be fantastic. We are broadcasting today all day for the EGA Garden States webcast, and you can get some raffle tickets. We're going to be drawing that around 7 p.m, so you can buy tickets up until then at gardenstates.org. And also, while you're over at the website, make sure to check out the resources, but really connect. Get onto the newsletter. That's where you're going to get updates about everything that comes out of EGA. It's the easiest way to stay in touch unless you have a particularly virulent spam filter, in which case whitelist that. And you will get updates on EGA projects, new resources when they become available, new videos as they become available on the YouTube channel, which I hope you subscribe to. If not, do so. And other news and information. So please head on over there and subscribe to the newsletter. Next, we have a video from Aunty Fran Bodkin. She is an Indigenous elder, and this was an interview conducted for EGA a little while ago. Let's cross to that.
Woman of the Bidigal clans. My mum was Aboriginal. My dad was a mixture of Irish and Canadian Indian. Yeah, they made a great pair. Mum was the one who taught me a great deal of what I'd learned about our bush, about our culture and special places. We're in one now. And also my great nan. I didn't speak much to my grandma because I didn't particularly like her. But my great nan was a beautiful little old lady. She was, even then she came up to my shoulder, but she was a tiger. She was wonderful. And she also taught me an awful lot. Mum wrote down the stories for me, but it was Nan who explained them and the importance of the stories and what I could learn from them. And yeah, and she also taught me a lot about the plants and that and how they need to grow together. Although they both gave me plant knowledge, it was her knowledge that I'm working on at the moment. It was Great Nan's knowledge that I was working on now. And it's so interesting. It ties the medicines and the foods and the people together. This wonderful association. Science is made up of 4 parts. The white man's part, which is experimentation and measurement, and our part, which is observation and experience. And if you put the 4 together, you then have a continuum, a growth of the what would we call it, the science of knowledge. And that's what they taught me, and that's what I've been trying to teach others. Most of my relatives died, the females died at 40, and I'd always thought I would too. Mum died at 40, and I always thought that I would be the same, and I thought I better start writing everything down, otherwise it'll be lost, because I was single, they had no intention of ever getting married, and so that's when I started writing it all down, and hoping that I would survive long enough to finish writing it down. Now I'm 80 odd and I still haven't finished writing it all down. So it's probably what's keeping me alive. What I'm doing at the same time as writing this big book is I'm actually sorting out the associations, at least of New South Wales, because fortunately when National Parks was first formed, the scientists there did a lot of work on going through the old notes, old explorer notes, and finding out, you know, the associations of, because those old botanists were wonderful. They put down every particular, every detail. I was able to use them, gather the information that I needed, and it made it so interesting. And the fact that it was associations, and the associations are quite wonderful because I've also been working sort of at uni, finding out how all this happens, and like marrying the four parts of science, marrying the lot together because they've been walking separately through time for so long, and in putting them together by doing the associations. It's quite wonderful because they knew, in the old days, we knew that the plants needed to be growing together to produce the medicines that we needed to heal ourselves. And so I thought, yeah, we're going to do this, I am going to do this. And so I put the associations together. I did got some of the students to do some experiments at uni. And lo and behold, our old knowledge worked. And what it was, if the plants are growing within their associations, then the medicines that they produce are going to be stronger. So what we found is that there's a mycorrhizal fungus which is within the sap of the eucalypts, and it travels around the eucalypt and then accumulates in the leaves of the eucalypts. Then gradually, when they reach about 6 months old, the leaves fall from the tree. Everybody says the eucalypts are evergreen. Well, they are evergreen, but they're also deciduous, but they're deciduous all year round. They don't drop their leaves, just in one, which is a real annoyance when you've got a swimming pool. But anyway, that's beside the point. With the association, the mycorrhizal fungus accumulates in the leaves eventually die and fall down to the ground. There they start to decay, and the mycorrhizal fungus in the first rain then goes through the soil and attaches itself to the roots of the plants growing underneath the tree. And then that enables, by attaching themselves to the root, it enables that plant to take up the nutrient that it needs to produce its medicine. And the more leaves, the stronger the medicine. The more eucalyptus leaves, the stronger the medicines. And and that was the wonderful thing. When those plants die, the nutrients that they produced then goes back into the roots of the eucalypts and is taken up. And the eucalypt can make medicines too. See, we've been too busy studying the small bits. We haven't been studying the effect of the big bits. And that's what I'm doing at present, and it's so exciting. I hope it never stops.
That was Aunty Fran Bodkin, and if you enter the raffle, you go in the chance to win a signed copy of her book. Head to gardenstates.org and you'll be able to find links to the raffle there, and we'll be drawing that at around 7 p.m. today. Thank you to everyone who has tuned in today. Hope you're subscribed to the YouTube channel and connected with us on social media as well. We're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and the conversation always keeps going on all those platforms. There's plenty more to talk about. Our next video is, our next segment is a panel discussion, and our panel discussion is Anya Ermakova, who you heard from earlier. And if you missed out, we will have that up on the YouTube channel in the coming months. Ricard Fora, Liam Engel, and Darklight. And the panel is Plant Thieves and Plant Keepers. Make of that what you will. You'll figure it out very soon. This is the EGA webcast.
Do you want to say something about the quality quick, just that it varies across the
Oh, just quickly. The internet is a bit wild somewhere, all over Australia, in different places. Sometimes we have floods, sometimes we have fires.
We've got a panel here tonight on plant thieves or plant keepers. We'll be looking at the nexus between plant collection and plant conservation, endangered species extinction, and also some cultural appropriation issues. Illegally collecting wild plants can threaten vulnerable species. Yet the illegal collection of plants has also helped protect some vulnerable plants from extinction. At the same time, someone may be seen as both a plant thief and a plant keeper. The thief and keeper issue is uniquely complex when psychoactive plants are involved. We do have a special relationship with our psychoactive plants in our community that are different from our relationships with ornamental and edible plants. The panel will consider the thieves and keeper conundrum through 3 cases, studies of vulnerable psychoactive plant populations, Lophophora williamsii, Tabernanthe iboga, and our Australian acacias. Tonight, our panel members are Dr. Anya Ermakova from Chacruna. She'll be talking particularly about Lophophora. Ricard Fora from ICEERS, the International Centre for Ethnobotanical Research and Education, and Dr. Liam Engel from Entheogenesis. Welcome.
Hi.
Hey. Would you like to start to give us some details on how you came to this work and how your passion for these particular species has brought you closer to this interface of collection versus appropriation? Anya?
Thank you very much, Darklight, for the introduction. Just a bit about myself. So I'm originally from Russia and I'm currently living in London, UK. And I'm very much interested in conservation science and biology, and I have a master's degree in conservation biology, and my research project 2 years ago when I was doing my master's was on peyote ecology. It was, I spent several months in Texas doing field work and measuring and surveying plant populations there. And this is how I got involved in specifically conservation biology of psychedelics. Before my research, I was also involved in psychedelic science from a different angle. My background is in neuroscience and psychiatry, and before I worked in mental health and psychedelic research. So yeah, I'm a fairly newcomer in the conservation biology side, but this is my passion. This is something that I really love, and I do it with the love and the heart.
Thank you. Dr. Ferrara.
Yes, hello. Yes, thank you, Darla. Well, yes, my interest in psychedelics in general comes from my very adolescence, when I started like getting in touch with all this world. And then I got studies in psychology, anthropology. And so after that, a PhD, like a doctor on social psychology. And I came to work with ICEERS, like my interest went into ethnobotanicals some time ago. And then they asked me at some 3 years ago, to develop this assessment on Iboga and Ibogaine to see what the global community was thinking about the situation of Ibogaine, and then what the local communities in Gabon could say about it. And so I went to Gabon and I got initiated to one of the rites of the local tradition related to Iboga, to the Mabanji tradition. And then I got into it. I got caught by Iboga on a different level. And yeah, that's all. I mean, that's my great interest in this issue.
So you put the report together for ICEERS, one of the 3 reports that came out recently?
Yes.
And they're available online?
Yeah, there are 3 reports that we put together with my colleague Andrea Langlois, I work with in this issue. And so, yeah, there is this in ICEERS, we have this land page where you can find all these reports there, right, if you're ever interested.
Fabulous, thank you.
Yeah.
Liam.
Well, I research illicit drugs for work, but for fun, I grow a lot of cactus. And just the more deeply and the more time I spend obsessing and thinking over cactus and plants, the more I'm kind of wondering what the ethical and environmental implications of these thousands of cacti that are taking over where I live. And thinking like, well, actually, I don't know if we need more San Pedro in the world, as much as I might love them, or at least, you know, maybe that energy could be invested somewhere that can benefit more. And the result of that was looking a bit at peyote, and still that's a big interest for me, and because my passion is cactus. But at first I kind of tried to put my attention on acacia because it felt like, you know, this is where I live. Maybe there's an ethical imperative to focus on home first. So I did that, and I seem to have done what I feel I can do, and I'm not sure what more I can do there. well, maybe some stuff, but peyote really seems to need help. And that's exciting because I love cactus, so it's a great excuse.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's dive into the pointy end straight up. What is the nexus between collection and conservation problematic, or are there greater problems that need to be addressed?
I can start with this. So I would say that probably the greatest problem for all biodiversity conservation is land use change. So it's the disappearance of habitats where these plants can grow, whether this is peyote, iboga, ayahuasca, or any other plants. The fact is that we as humanity are using more and more land for agriculture, for cattle ranching, for industries, and very often very destructive industries like mining. There is ongoing deforestation that has not stopped. And there are so much talks now about planting and replanting trees and carbon capture and those things. But what we really need to stop is deforestation of the old growth forests. And by far, this is the largest problem and much more pressing than collections. That's what I think.
So would you say that these species that we're all so fond of actually represent a focal point more than a problem themselves? So when we consider the species, we're also looking at the environment, the social conditions around them, rather than just considering them as an isolated population. They all have implications.
Of course, there are individual cases that are exceptions to what I said, but I think all in all, these species could be something like an equivalent of charismatic species that draws attention to wider issues, to the more global issues around them.
And so when it comes to people taking seed and populations, they're also showing a wider form of disrespect. They're not just ravaging the populations themselves, they're also taking something from the environment that is integral to its own integrity.
I definitely increasingly feel like that the more I pay attention to specific issues. But I think I can also notice a time in my life where I might have thought that I was caring for a plant by collecting wild seed and not considering the impact I was having. And I'm not saying that that was the right thing to do, but also making those kinds of mistakes have helped me learn from them, I guess. And so I definitely wouldn't want to justify wild seed collection or encourage it. And I'm not saying that I've done this, but I know there are cases of acacia where that has happened, and that does seem to have now resulted in a kind of ex situ population that will conserve the native habitat, and it's a good thing, but it is questionable how the seed was collected in the first place. And so it's kind of this weird position. And I don't want to put a value on it, but it's kind of good that there's this population, right?
So because the species are so diverse, the implications of collecting from the wild are different for all of them. Ricard, how do you find that collecting from the wild seed population affects iboga populations?
Well, we have a situation there in Central Africa forests, and most specifically in Gabon, where iboga has only traditionally grown on the wild. It has never been traditionally cultivated, as nothing was cultivated there. It was a hunter-gatherer economy, let's say, there. So basically all the iboga we find, Tabernante iboga, that we find all over the world, which most of the ibogaine is extracted from Tabernante iboga. It's coming from the wild, and there is this prohibition, this ban on export from Tabernante on the wild, and so most of the iboga or ibogaine that is consumed, even for therapeutic uses in clinics in Australia, Mexico, Canada, most of it comes from poaching and black market. And so that's a great problem because there's no traceability of the plant. And we know that mostly it could be coming from people who's just sending other people to the forest. They grab the plant and they just take the whole of it. You need the root bark. So they unroot the whole plant. Traditionally, if you take the plant, you leave a piece of the root inside, or you just replant some branches so it grows again. But apparently this is not done when people just go there just to have a lot. So there is this desacralization of the process in which the plant is taken, and then there is a reduction on the amount of plants in the forest. So it could be taken in a different way, but we see that because the whole system, it's extractivist. And so what we see is that there is not even this care in replanting apart. Like you could take the plant and just break 5 branches, put them back then, and in 5 years or 3 to 5 years, you would have them rooted again. But they don't do that anymore because people who are harvesting these plants, they're not into the traditions like the local, they're not indigenous traditional practitioners. So there's a huge problem there. It could be done, but it could be done properly, and it's not done properly. It's massively taken. That's what we believe. So now local communities, which have been using that forever, they never cultivated that. I mean, there was no need for that. They just went to the forest, took what they needed, go back home, did their own ceremonies. Now they need to go further and further inside of the forest, and in some areas like the Libreville or the big cities, it's hard to find it, like very expensive. It's causing trouble in their own way of doing their own ceremonies. So it's a problem. Yeah, I mean, we need a change. I mean, yes, it's just the extractivist way of understanding how you go and take things, you know, because it could be taken in a respectful way, and just following the instructions on how it has to be taken. There is more than that. Like usually people there, they need to pray, ask permission to the plant. I mean, can I take you? I will use you for that. And you need the plant to give you the permission. I mean, of course, this is not happening when you go and you want to provide all this marketing in the whole world.
So extracting large amounts of biomass is actually the issue for both Lophophora and ibogaine, as opposed to plant collections being moved offshore out of the native environment. Are you finding this the case in Australia for acacia, Liam?
I'm not sure. I find like all the information on this issue is so anecdotal that really I don't know much more around what the population of this species of concern looks like, other than, you know, people posting photos of trees being cut down. I've had some communications with the species coordinator who's kind of expressed a concern, but they haven't really shared any data with me on how this practice is changing. And the one kind of hopeful change that I've noticed in the consumer market around DMT extracted from this acacia is that there has been, since the Conservation Project, some on darknet markets, some DMT that is marketed as from sustainably farmed acacia, which hopefully is an impact that we created. And but yeah, really, I don't know what's happening to the population.
Yeah.
Sorry. I just wanted to ask about the acacias. I know in Australia there are several acacia species, and some have different degrees of being threatened. So is it possible to maybe shift the demand from for acacias to the species that are less threatened? And
fantastic segue.
This has actually happened. early in the days of Shaman Australis forums, around about 1998, I was hired by the owner to try and plant tissue culture a very small population of endangered acacias that were quite well known for their activity. We didn't get it into tissue culture. We did try. The population was under pressure both from disease and an increased number of visitors and harvesters. And of course, Phytophthora coming in on people's feet. I don't know if that's a problem with Lophophora or Iboga, but I think there was a small population known of about 28 plants. We didn't get the formula, but the interest shown in that program also encouraged other people to go out and find other acacias that were easier to cultivate, of a similar profile, and things that they could take home and grow. So that took a lot of the population pressure off, and then a viable protocol for maintaining the endangered population in cultivation was developed by another guy. And yeah, I think we did change the market in those early days. I'm not sure the Australian community could do that again because we're much larger these days, but that was a successful, what do they call it? Intervention.
Shifting consumer demand.
Yeah, yeah.
I think around acacia, the current public messaging that I guess I'm on the bandwagon of is, ideally don't wild harvest. If you do, if you must, then Acacia obtusifolia is probably good on the East Coast, and on the West Coast, probably Acacia acuminata. Still, ideally don't wild harvest, but if you had to, those would be the species that you would go to. And, if you're growing your own stuff, though, you do whatever you like.
Yeah. I might just know plant heads, but I think the cachet of actually growing your own population and sharing seeds and planting more trees seems to be a pretty reasonably well-established paradigm. Do you think that process could work for Iboga and Lophophora?
Well, for Iboga, there's a huge debate about this. I mean, it's not me who can solve this issue, but the debate is about what happens if we plant Iboga, Tabernante Iboga, out of Gabon with the let's say with the return to the communities in Gabon, because there's this huge debate here about ancestral property of the knowledge, which is not contemplated now in the whole international patent system, where all these companies, everyone is trying to make all this money with the different new inventions of this little molecule based on that. And so there is this thing. I mean, it's important to say that in Gabon they're saying two things. First, we haven't seen yet a proper big plantation of Iboga out of Gabon, which provides ibogaine in enough quantity. They say there in Gabon that might not happen for some botanical issues that we haven't seen yet. So this is something to be seen. Probably it will work. We don't know. And then what are all these other plantations going to do with regards to the return, reciprocal return to Gabon? But my opinion is that if we really want to see a reduction on the pressure of the plant in Gabon, we need to really think of alternatives out of Gabon. And that could imply plantations elsewhere, respectfully, and seeing in which way we can organize this return to the original communities and so on. But also to make sure that this huge growing demand all over the world is not really putting in danger the plant itself in its original forests. So yeah.
So for both Lophophora and Iboga, have genetic mapping of populations taken place to establish what diversity is already there?
So for Peyote, there was a very small scale research study organized by Martin Terry in 2008, 2009. But where he traveled around Mexico and sampled several populations in Mexico. But the results of this study are not yet published, and there haven't really been any other studies looking at genetic diversity of the populations of peyote. In fact, there haven't even been comprehensive studies looking at populations and population densities across its range. So we don't really know, in particular, we know that the situation is very dire in Texas, but we don't really know what's going on in most of Mexico. So there is some research in Mexico in the protected area of Viricute, which is the part of Chihuahuan Desert, which is sacred for Virarica people, and we're most well known for its peyote connections because that's the site of Virarica pilgrimages, and it's also one of the places where there is most pressure of all the Mexico because of peyote tourism and various people who go there to try peyote as well. But what's happening elsewhere in Chihuahuan Desert, no one knows in Mexico.
So there's no baselines and there's no monitoring?
No, not as far as I know. I've only seen studies from Viricute and maybe other small area in Chihuahuan Desert, and my research focused on in Texas. And in terms of genetic diversity, peyote has been in European cultivation for probably around 150, 160, 180 years. It's hard to tell for certain. And there are probably greenhouses. Well, there are definitely greenhouses of peyote in Germany, in Czech Republic, in other countries. And they are grown for horticultural reasons and ornamental collections, or at least that's what it's mostly said. And there is many of those plants actually have the history of where they came from in terms of the seeds. So you can pinpoint geographic locality where the original seeds were taken. So it could be potentially a very good resource for conservation in terms of looking at genetic variability, even without doing more complicated studies of, and probably more costly studies of going to Mexico to study it. You can start by looking at genetic diversity within the stock that's already in cultivation in Europe.
So going back to the plant collections to re-establish diversity would be something that you'd have to undertake fairly carefully, I imagine, if you're re-establishing diversity back at the sites.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a very, very important point because, for example, peyote, the Mexican and Texan populations can be quite significantly different as well. For example, in Texas, peyote populations are self-fertile, so you don't need to cross-pollinate them to produce seeds, fruits and seeds, while in the South, the populations do need to cross-pollinate. So, and of course, there is also the issue of being adapted to particular environment, to particular climatic variables. So if you plant, say, Mexican peyote in Texas, and it might not survive there because it's adapted to different conditions. So whatever replanting and reintroduction is done, it has to be done very carefully using particular known origin of the seeds and their ancestry. Yes. to do it properly so that the seedlings have better chance of survival. And there is oh,
sorry. So sorry about that. So for iboga genetic diversity, I understand that there are a couple of at least 2 chemovars. What's known about the genetic diversity of iboga and habitat fragmentation by land development, for example?
Yeah, well, that's a huge issue now, because there was the species was defined in the 19th century, Tabernante iboga, and then there was at that time also defined like Tabernante mani, like another variety. But actually now the let's say the Ngangas and the Nimas, which is the name like the local shamans, the spiritual mothers and fathers, they claim that there are several different kinds, varieties of iboga, and actually I've been there, and you can see differences, morphological differences in the fruit. Like some of them are long and the others are round, and the colors, and they also claim locally that they use the different varieties for different uses. So some is more for calming down, the others for opening the spirit. But botanically, we just only have Tabernante iboga. Mm-hmm. So now there is this demand, or we're starting thinking of the necessity to assess this, because that was something that it was done 130, 40 years ago. And we said, okay, we have this species, and it might be possible that we have some more diversity than we think we are. We can see that morphologically. We can see that in the narratives of the anthropological narratives, let's say, the uses, spiritual uses of that. And so now we're seeing if we can organize some sort with Liverpool University and some other botanical institute in Barcelona and elsewhere, some again to assess what's the one, if these varieties are only varieties or go deeper into something different. That would be important, because suddenly we would be thinking that we've been doing all this research with one only plant or species, and we might have there a different variety. What we know is that there is very few known actually about this, because that was done a long time ago, but real interest in Tabernante iboga has come very recently, actually, some
Yes.
20
And
years.
clinically, iboga is quite complex as well as pharmacologically complex. It's not something that you would just hand out like lollies. It's so in terms of clinical implications of genetically distinct populations, definitely justify a closer look.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So Liam, do we have the opposite problem in Australia? In terms of now so many of us have got acacias growing in our backyard, do we risk genetic pollution?
Yeah, well, I think for anyone, to try to give a quick rundown, while I said those two common acacia DMT sources that are kind of like, if you must wild harvest, they're the better options, that I also kind of recognize two threatened options, neither of which I'll name for the obvious reason of not encouraging people to do it more. But I believe I have heard reports for both of these two threatened species of hybrid species being created by them, people growing them alongside other acacia. And so for that reason, I think, there's a need for people to be growing them in controlled environments and for keeping track of, if you believe it has become a hybrid, to note that with your seed, etc. Because, if we did get to the point where the wild population, is extinguished through a fire or something, and we can't repopulate through hybrid seed. So we want to know who's got the good stuff.
What's the data like on Australian acacia distribution generally?
Like in the wild?
Yeah.
I think it's comparably decent. Like, yeah, I don't know how much of an informed opinion I could say, but I feel pretty confidently for most of the popular DMT acacias, if someone wants to find it, it's very easy for people to look at a map on the internet and hunt it down.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and that isn't the case for Lophophora, thankfully.
Well, the case with Lophophora is a bit more complicated. So first of all, you have to consider that United States and Mexico are very, very different. So in the United States, in Texas, it grows in comparably small areas, and all those areas are on private land. And generally finding peyote is quite difficult without the good local knowledge, because you actually do have to trespass on somebody's private land to find it. And the landowners in Texas are not particularly welcoming to trespassers, and you could even get shot for that. And so I think in practice there is a lot of talk about poaching in Texas, but whatever poaching is happening in Texas, it's very often happens by the local pickers, and this poached peyote ends up on the racks of licensed peyote distributors, where you cannot tell apart whether it's been poached or harvested legally. So in practice, poaching happens. So if for example, there is agreement with the landowner to harvest peyote on their land, and then the poachers just jump the fence to an adjacent land and start harvesting there. And then there is really no way to tell apart whether it's been poached or not. While in Mexico, it's very different, because a lot of so-called the new age tourists and people who want to try peyote recreationally often go to Mexico, where you can purchase peyote, and of course it's illegal, but the regulations and enforcement is a lot more lax, and also peyote grows on common land rather than private land. So now as a tourist in Mexico, you can go on a peyote safari where you're dropped off in the desert. You get to harvest your peyote and take it, or you can do it in a ceremonial setting. So I think harvesting by non-traditional, non-indigenous people is a lot more of a problem, serious problem in Mexico.
So would you say that that's a result of economic inequality or greed?
In terms of harvesting, I think it's a result of very many things, and it's lots of historical reasons for that. And also I have to say that probably the demand for peyote is a lot less than, say, for iboga. And I think that's a good thing for peyote for now. But
so where are you finding the pressure on iboga principally coming from with regard to poaching? Is it local people, or people jumping in from another country, or?
Well, no, actually, we need to understand that most of the iboga which is demanded worldwide, it's actually going probably now to the clinics that work in issues of detoxification on opioids and other drugs. And so most of the people who are physically poaching this on the ground, like in Gabon, they are local kids sometimes, like little kids who are paid by other people to just harvest, go inside, see the plant and harvest. And so then this goes into small or bigger networks of illegal export. Like sometimes there are like individual entrepreneurs who can be foreigners who are there, or that we have many reports of more serious criminal bands from Cameroon or other, basically Cameroon, who just organize the whole thing. They bring the iboga to Cameroon. They find a way to say this is illegal. There's a legal stamp for that, and export like legally from poached iboga from Gabon, but legally from Cameroon to Europe, Australia, US, etc., everywhere. So yeah, that's who's physically doing that. It's local people. Who's strategically doing that? All of the clinics and all of the people in the world who are demanding for that. It's not only clinics, and many clinics are doing their job very well. It's very important here to understand that maybe because this is not so much that there is this demand for psychospiritual approach to iboga, of course. But there is a huge demand for like a clinical approach. And this clinical approach, they work many times, they are happy to work with ibogaine, like the extracted alkaloid. And this alkaloid can be extracted now or semi-synthesized from other plants. As Tabernanthe iboga is an Apocynaceae plant. There's this other Apocynaceae called Voacanga africana, which is not in danger. She's growing easily in many countries in Africa, and it can be taken, one particular alkaloid called voacangine can be semi-synthesized, into ibogaine, and that is happening already, and that is perfectly good for Tabernanthe iboga, perfectly good for Voacanga because it grows very quick. It's being already planted for pharmaceutical and cosmetic reasons. So we would encourage all this market in the world who is eager to have ibogaine to look for another source other than Tabernanthe iboga. And
so it's a more top-down driven, market-driven,
absolutely,
than perhaps Lophophora.
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah. And so it's beholden on all of us to check the sources. So when it comes to growing for consumption, what about the idea of a central approval body? It's been touted a few times where sustainably harvested produce could be labelled and given an accreditation. How do you all feel about that?
I fear it will just be marketing.
For the iboga side, this might be going to happen from Gabon itself. Like the government apparently is now thinking of creating this agency who could be doing that, like setting prices, or maybe putting their step in and seeing how iboga can be grown, what would be the local prices, and then what would be the external price, and then how to implement Nagoya Protocol, just to redistribute the resources that come from the selling of this plant. This is happening. This might be happening in the country of origin itself. But we have to see very open.
Do you think that approach would work for Lophophora, Anya?
In terms of cultivation, so as I said, the major consumers so far of Lophophora are indigenous people. It's a sacrament and medicine for Native American church, and nobody knows for sure, but there are numbers from 250,000 to 600,000 people in the United States and Canada that use it as a sacrament, and the indigenous people of Mexico. So, and the consumption by the people of more European and others is a lot less people. So whatever cultivation projects are happening, they have to happen in a way that's acceptable and appropriate by the indigenous people, because there is a variety of opinions among different groups, different chapters of the Native American Church, for example, about cultivation. And there are some that firmly believe that peyote has to come from the wild, because in cultivation it maybe loses its spirit, or maybe if it's grown in these commercial greenhouses and straight rows, it's not going to be as good for the plant spirit to be like this. And there is also a lot of fear about commercial growing, that this is going to be inaccessible and impossible to get, or how it would affect the plant. So there is some resistance to cultivation, and definitely resistance of having it commercialized and standardized as it is. But also the situation is different, because peyote has been in cultivation in Europe and Asia and elsewhere for more than 100 years. So there is already a lot of peyote cultivated, and it's also a lot easier to grow it at home for individuals who do want to grow, because you can have it on the windowsill, which you can't really do with a rainforest shrub like the Bernanke boga. You probably need to have a garden with a bit of a rainforest to grow it by yourself. So while peyote is readily available, like for example, in Europe, to get peyote, you don't have to harvest it from the Chihuahuan Desert or from Tamaulipan thorn scrub in Texas. You can just, order it online, and it comes from the greenhouse in the UK or from Germany. And it's not that hard to get it, and it's not illegal either to grow it.
Mm-hmm. Here in Barcelona, you find peyote in plant shops. Just you can find them there sometimes, just like this.
Yeah. So I think as a harm reduction measure, home cultivation is great, because it really reduces the harvesting of wild plants.
Mm-hmm. Liam, have you noticed any conflict in the market between a preference for wild harvested or cultivated?
Not beyond the little anecdote I gave around the darknet market, and the kind of goal of that conservation project was to try to drive consumer demand for a cultivated product. I know that was our goal, and we kind of have this one maybe bit of evidence that we made some progress towards that goal, but beyond that, I'm not sure. But within, the EGA community, or, plant heads, for sure, cultivated plants, because I feel most people that grow plants, you pretty quickly start to worry about what you're doing to your little babies.
So when it comes to removing germplasm from the environment and to put it into collections, that is a separate issue to taking biomass, and often involves intellectual property and cultural identity issues. How is that going to change as these plants permeate society increasingly?
Darklight, can you give a definition of germplasm and biomass for all the people playing at home?
Sorry, mate. For me, germplasm is any kind of viable plant material, plant cell material that you can take and you can propagate from. What was the other one?
Biomass.
That's just wet or dry stuff that you can use. Sorry, guys. I can't remember what the question is now. Taking plants from country is separate from using them from country.
Yeah, nice.
How is that notion going to impact all of your species?
Well, I think for acacia, it's I think it's more general than for acacia, but it's like with use to some extent, the kind of the political move kind of stops there. But when you take a life and you're maintaining this life, there's all these additional politics that surround that, because the experience keeps on going. Whereas I think the experience is a bit more contained when you consume something. But relevant to acacia, I know there is this, the species of concern I mentioned, where there's now this kind of cultivated population. But I ultimately, and I feel this is the sad answer I come to every time I try to, conservation, what do we do? How do we do more about this? We do more research and we find out, because I have no idea what to do, and I still want to help, but I'm pretty lost. And the more I look at it, kind of the more I feel like I just shouldn't interfere, but I also don't want to just cop out and not help.
Mm-hmm. You've got a science background. What is your science background?
Me?
Yeah.
Communications, actually. I've just grown a lot of plants and spent a lot of time on the internet.
We've had some fabulous science discussions.
Oh yeah, I try to keep up the speed. I try to connect people like you to people that speak English, biomass.
So when it comes to taking germplasm off country, material that can reproduce from country, what is the impact on the local environment? What relation does it have what meaning does it have for the people who did the work and maintained the land and came up with the awesome discoveries in the first place?
Relevant to acacia, it's actually easier, I think, than iboga and Lophophora, because there isn't the species that I'm talking about, there isn't like a cultural history of use really that's known in any regard. And so when I approach them to talk about this plant, they're like, oh, I didn't know about it. I didn't know it was under threat. That's awesome. Let's help out. I love what you're doing. Whereas the conversation, I think, it does not go like that in these other two cases.
So what about Lophophora and people removing seed stock? Is that still happening?
There is, it's hard to tell how much of it is still happening, and also because there is so much supply already in cultivation, I don't know how much new seed is being taken from the localities. A lot of the seeds that are now available with like exact geographic locality have been collected 50, 60, 70 years ago. So I don't know how much of a problem is taking the seeds now, and generally taking the seeds is less of a problem than taking the plants themselves. And for peyote is like is a Schedule 1 drug in the United States, the whole cactus itself, and also all cacti in general are under CITES, which is the international treaty that prevents trade in plants. So it's actually quite difficult to transport it across the borders legally. And of course, it is to some extent transported illegally, but it's harder. But yeah, the big obstacle in terms of taking it is the fact that it's a Schedule 1 drug in the United States. Yes. But that said, this is also a huge obstacle for all the repopulation and conservation efforts, because it's regulated under criminal law rather than under any environmental regulations. Then doing things like salvage operations, for example, if there is destruction of habitat and you could relocate plants and replant them elsewhere, is a lot harder because it's Schedule 1 drug. And to do anything like that, you need a license from the DA, and that adds a whole new level of complications. But there are some people who firmly believe that keeping peyote as a Schedule 1 drug gives it some protection, and that protection is mainly from collection.
Yes, collection of whole plants. Collection of whole plants rather than seed.
Yeah.
And what about the implications for removing viable material for iboga?
Well, yes, as it's been said here, the situation of the plants is different because of the different history of use and knowledge, and particularly if Lophophora has been cultivated in Europe for more than 100 years. Iboga has not even been cultivated in Central Africa itself, like it was growing in the wild, and that was all. But so we have maybe different issues here to take into account. On the side, we know that there are plantations out of Africa right now. We know some plantations in Costa Rica and in Colombia. We know also some people cultivating in Australia. And so we have two things here. All of them are very new because they just started a few years ago. We were waiting now, we hope some of them to be at least 5 years old, which is when you will be able to see if there are the alkaloids in the roots, like because before that there are no alkaloids. So it's that new, the whole thing. And so there are these reports saying that, well, in Gabon itself, it's in one hill, the plants will grow ibogaine, and in the other hill, they won't. And I don't know why yet. I mean, It's just happening like that. So there are people who said that out of its genuine original environment, this won't work. We'll see. We think it will work at some point, but we still won't know why. And sometimes it has the alkaloids and some other no. So the problem here would be more to think about how this is connected, that this should be connected to the return or I mean, everything is connected. And so if we take the plant out again and we give nothing to the original land, I mean, we are deforesting. There's a deforestation process in Gabon, and then we take the plant, we plant it elsewhere, and we make big profit with that without taking care of what's happening to the original forest, not only the plant, and to the people who are living in that forest. That's not fine. That's not good. So we really need to think of what's the impact also of the whole system, because if we'll save the plant, but then what do we do in order to save the whole environment? Yes. I mean, Anya was saying something very important at the beginning of this talk, which is like the important thing that there are the plants, but we need to save the whole environment. And this is a biocultural environment, meaning that there is all this genetic ecosystem that works together, and all these different cultures that are part of this ecosystem too. So it's difficult to talk about saving or taking care of one plant, and we should be thinking of the whole environment. So the plant, the natural ecological ecosystem, and then the cultural ecosystem there. So if you take the plant and bring it somewhere else, that can be fine if this is helpful to reduce the pressure there, but still we need to be responsible on what is happening in the original place.
So again, the notion of reciprocity under the Nagoya Protocol is again separate from that notion of the plant and its actual social and environmental context.
It's not separated. I mean, like Nagoya Protocol, like everything is connected. Like for me, nothing is separated. So if we really want to cultivate something out of its place, how are we connecting this to the original place? There is not a single answer to that question, and we need to build these answers, like to make them up now. We need to see if we are moving things from its original place. So now we need to ask new questions and make up new answers about how are we protecting the whole thing without extracting, like taking care of our. We can try to do our best intentions, but be colonial again. And so it's just to take care of this. I think everything is connected. So Nagoya Protocol is very important, but still we don't know how to implement it. It's so complicated. Like we know it's there. We have this huge economic system, financial system. So we have these patents, and we know that you use this. Okay, you send money to my account. So we know how to give back to those who claim that have property on the knowledge based on the patent system. But how we give back to an ecosystem, how we give back to the elephants that eat iboga in Central, how we give something reciprocal to them, how we do that. We don't know, so we need to think about it. We need to really think how to do that,
Yeah, I really agree with you, Ricard. This is such an important point, and we can talk so much about cultivation and even culturally acceptable cultivation and appropriate cultivation, but unless we protect the whole ecosystems and protect these cultural keystone species with the living cultures that these species sustain, it's as important. And this interface between biodiversity conservation, access and benefit sharing programs, intellectual property rights and traditional knowledge is very complicated. And there are like all those rules that they're not written, and often you have to figure out those agreements. You have to figure out who are the holders of traditional knowledge, who amongst the traditional communities are the holders of traditional knowledge, when are those benefits coming in. For example, if does say assuming that iboga becomes clinically approved drug, ibogaine, then it's now undergoing several clinical trials. So before it officially and legally becomes a drug, so the people would have to wait 10, 20 years until there are profits from there, and then it goes back? Or how would it work? How do you set up those agreements? It's really not easy. And then there is more than just money to come back to the communities. You need capacity building, you need really knowledge transfer, you need technology and all sorts of other supports, not just give money to the community and leave them be. And also you need to make sure that whatever programs, particularly conservation programs, are happening out there where these plants grow in the ecosystems are sustained long term, because there are so many conservation projects that fail when there is, funding for 5 years and then it's abandoned because there is no more funding. So you really need to think long term with all those agreements and the time scales that are operated, not to mention the biggest ontological conflict. So for many indigenous groups, the whole idea of intellectual property and rights is very alien, because this is plant and it's alive, it's an entity, it has spirit or soul or whatever you call it, and it's not something that you can commodify and sell, or certainly not within the particular scheme or way of thinking about it. That's very different from the Western way we think about things like property or entities. So there is also this big, you have to think at a very different ways of thinking are very important, ways of knowing and thinking about the reality. And there are probably lots of indigenous people who don't want to share their traditional knowledge and would be very, very much against it overall. And how do you navigate that? So there are so many issues around it.
My utopian way of navigating it is when we can communicate with plants, it's going to get a lot simpler. When we can agree that this communication is accurate and clear, it sounds like ridiculous, but honestly, so many of my questions around the ethics of plants could be so easily resolved if I could dodge the human arguments. And it's probably utopian, but gosh, I would love that.
It is taking them a little out of context, though, because the reason we know about the plants is that we learnt them from somebody else.
Exactly. And then maybe I'm just doing the colonial thing by trying to extract the plant identity as well. Maybe I'm just the problem. I don't know.
No, you're not the problem. You're not the problem. No, but I mean, for something like Acacia lophophora iboga, this is something that we learn from somebody else. This is some genetic material that's come from somebody else's country.
Maybe that means we can't communicate with the plant then, right? Maybe it is so ethnobotanical, it's so socially constructed that's why we can't just separate the plant from us.
And there's that notion of cross-cultural mapping, as you were saying before, Anya. What property means to one person is a completely different idea to somebody from another culture, especially knowledge property. And the notion of transferring plants out of context just might not make sense in some environments. So I think for Australia, the best and most comprehensive example of that would be the bush foods industry, rather than purely ethnobotanical plants, where we are taking more and more Western European people like me setting up large bush foods businesses without any reference to the people that taught them and looked after the place until they could get the plant material to cultivation stage. Intellectual property loss, does that affect acacia at all? IP loss or?
In my engagement, that didn't come up, but I have pursued interest in another psychoactive plant that does have indigenous tradition of use here in Australia, and their reaction was go away. So it was very, so I think it's like, if there is this tradition, the IP issue is more sensitive.
Yes. Yes, and that's fair enough. I mean, in some instances with a lot of the medicinal plants, it can be like giving your 4-year-old a key to the car and saying, go to the pub and get us a beer, mate. There's often very good clinical reasons and social reasons not to share information. And do you think that was the case?
I don't feel like I'm in a position to have any idea. I'm curious. I feel a bit guilty about my curiosity, and I hope one day I'll get to learn a bit more. But yeah, for the moment, I left that one alone, sadly.
It's not like we're going to run out of plants.
No, exactly. I shouldn't be greedy.
So do you feel that this is an issue in terms of cultural sensitivity and knowledge?
This issue I'm talking about for sure. It was just not appropriate for me, definitely as a man, maybe more appropriate as a woman, but even then as like not a member of the community, there was a lot going on.
So how much of plant endangerment or plant population risk is a result of cultural appropriation? I mean, when Lophophorus were being removed for collection, how much of a population risk was that for the Lophophorus when they started to go into cultivation? Plant collectors, were we stealing all the stuff?
I think the plant collection for horticultural reasons now is probably less of a problem for peyote, because as I said, that like this started more than 100 years ago, and there is now plenty of peyote in cultivation elsewhere. I think more of a problem now in terms of peyote use is just that, particularly in Texas, again, I'm much more familiar with the context in Texas, is that there is really very little peyote, and there is very little land available for peyote left for peyote to grow, because it's shrinking every year as landowners decide that it's more profitable to, for example, root plow the native vegetation and seed it with grasses, so it can support a lot more cattle than native thorny bushes could, or raise the whole hills to build wind turbines or put the pipelines out. Or have a housing development, for example. And in Texas, this is a very pressing issue, the land use change. And on top of that, there is a traditional use for the Native American church, because there are less and less space for the populations to grow, taking it out from the wild is becoming less and less sustainable. And there have been shortages noted since the 80s, and official warnings from the Native American church about peyote crisis, about more and more difficulty in obtaining peyote for ceremonies, and smaller sizes of the peyote cacti, indicating depletions of the older populations. So this is much bigger issues than taking plants for collection. Like this taking plants for collections happened, and for most people who want to try peyote, particularly outside of the USA, you just get it in the plant shop and can get it this way.
Hey Anya, maybe I'm just repeating gossip I've read online, but I think I heard the Big Bend peyote population that's now extinct. I thought I read people pointing the finger at horticulturalists because it was like whole plant removal rather than just heads. Is there any, or am I just repeating gossip?
Yeah, so when it is possible that it was horticulturalists removing the peyote population, the Big Bend, but Big Bend is a bit of an odd population because it's actually that population is way outside peyote habitat, and there are rumors that it was planted originally. So it's actually not known where those populations come from, and it also could be that. It was just not located, those populations in the Big Bend, because I heard also maybe last year that somebody did find it again.
Ooh, I like that.
So I don't know yet about that population.
Cool.
And so do you think that the particular nature of Lophophora being slow growing and close to the ground is making it less sexy and easy to overlook in terms of conservation? I mean, if it was a 10-foot bright orange tree, it would be more noticeable that it was missing, but it's a small, slow-growing button on the ground.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and another reason is the legality of it. Like under, at least this is my opinion as a biologist, as a white European science-educated biologist, is that if there are legality issues and if the plant is criminalized and the people still want to obtain this plant, it's if you live in the country where the plant grows, you could go and harvest it from the wild. While if you could actually go to the plant shop and buy it, you probably wouldn't, say, go to Texas or go to Mexico to dig up those plants. Mm-hmm. So I think also of the small-scale cultivation as a harm reduction measure, and also a great way to for people to get to know and to appreciate those plants. Like so many people I know who grow peyote, and after having this peyote on your windowsill for 10, 15, 20 years, you think twice about eating it and absolutely probably not go and harvest it in the wild or buy it from the wild, because you see how slowly they grow and you spend time with this plant.
Yes. So Ricard, removal of germplasm from the rainforests.
I think the situation is completely different for Iboga. We don't know that there are people going into Gabon or Congo-Brazzaville and going inside of the jungle and trying to find the plant just for collection. We don't know of this happening. So the problem for Iboga, for Tavernante Iboga, I don't think it's collection at all. And then we have this other thing, people trying to plant Iboga. It's very difficult. It's not like having your Lophophora at home. You won't be able to just, I don't think we are capable yet to offer it in a shop. Like, here you are. I mean, it will die. It's very delicate. You need to be like, for instance, I know this person in Germany who bought a seed, and he could plant it in Germany, but always with all this like greenhouse stuff, very hard, and it was very poor. And at the end, didn't really. I mean, it's very harsh. So we don't think this is a situation which is relevant for Tavernante Iboga yet. As we speak, we don't think this is relevant.
Apart from potential loss of intellectual property, where
this is the huge thing. The thing is about what happens if we cultivate in places where it is possible to do, like in the tropical area, like maybe also Hawaii, where we have all this ayahuasca also developing there. So it's good places for this to develop, and I think it will happen. So once it happens, it's probably just for participating in the big market, like and they want to sell the ibogaine in the iboga, probably. That's why people will do that. And then we need to open up this other conversation. What happens with the intellectual properties? And that's a huge conversation because, as we have said, does plant have an intellectual property? And so maybe we're not talking about this, but we should be talking about the global balance. And we go back again to, if we take something from one place and we want to make business with like money with that, where and how we give back. So that's a big issue. Not so much, I don't see like a problem like more iboga out of Gabon means less iboga in Gabon. It could be the opposite. More iboga out of Gabon could be protecting the iboga that is in the forest in Gabon. So then the debate is another one, like what we do with all this revenue that will go towards these new, brand new companies in pharmaceutical industries that want to make all this money with that. So how, okay, you get all this money, it's okay. But what do you give back to the global balance of, and that means like in this case, what's happening in the origin, but also the global forest there. So that would be for me the debate to have in the case of iboga, Tavernante iboga.
And of course, sustainable cultivation for Australian acacia with Liam.
It seems to be, if people are growing their own plants, very easy, particularly with some species that have a high concentration in their phyllodes, which then just drop to the ground. It's the least invasive harvesting ever. It's fantastic, especially considering I've heard that this phylloid content is high enough to not even need an extraction. You can combine it with an MAOI and you have Changa with no work required. So I think that has a lot of fantastic possibility there, but it is wrapped up in this kind of conservation issue.
It's an interesting situation in Australia. I was approached recently by somebody who was wanting to grow a large crop of entheogens in tropical Queensland. And they were proposing to do it by scraping the understory and doing some intensive agriculture that way, and describe the work as sustainable. So I think when it comes to a point of determining what is, who's marketing what, sustainability is different for each plant, but an important consideration overall. Are you finding that in Gabon, Ricard?
Yeah, very much. That's a very interesting issue. Like, for instance, now that locally there is this new, we see and they see there that it's important to cultivate for the first time, like really cultivate in order to sell iboga to the market. You see different approaches to that. So you see community forests cultivating as iboga grows. That means iboga is not there. It's always growing usually in the understory, in the middle of the forest. There are like several plants and it's a bush. So it grows there. There is some variety growing in the seaside with no trees over, but usually it's in the middle of the tree, of the forest. But now there are people who's just cutting the forest and doing monocrops of iboga. Mm-hmm. So you create a new problem because luckily we have to see still again if this iboga will be strong, if in terms of what they are looking for, which is ibogaine in the root. We don't know because this is not the way in which iboga grows. But we're very concerned that if we want to protect the plant and then we destroy the ecosystem, then this is even the cure is even worse than the problem. So yeah, this is a very important issue to take into account. How, like agroforestry, monocrops, it's not just about cultivating the plant. It's about, again, thinking systemically. It's an ecosystemic approach. So we know, for example, that as I mentioned before, there are many animals that consume iboga, like the forest elephant, gorillas, porcupines, pangolins, parrots. We know that they use it, but we don't know exactly why. From a biological point of view, it would be just they eat the seeds, so they spread the seeds, and so. But they go and they have iboga, and we still need to think or to review our perceptions on why they do it. Maybe they do it for the same reasons that we do it, like for psychospiritual reasons that we don't attribute to our brothers and sisters in the animal realm. But so there are all these like symbiosis or holobiosis happening there. And if we would want to make it properly, we need to think of this and do it properly. And it could be possible, like spreading the plants all over the forest, and then just like the chakras integrales with ayahuasca in some places in Colombia or Peru, where ayahuasca is being planted in the middle of the forest together with chacruna there or whatever, and so you can have all this systemic approach. There's now this turning point where we can see iboga being cultivated in an ecosystemic way, or just monocrops and cut the forest and again the same. No?
So sorry. Oh, Anya, sorry.
I just wanted to add that to continue Ricard's idea, and he was talking about ayahuasca, how it's planted in agroforestry. I wanted to say that in Brazil, Brazil is one of the only countries that has certain environmental regulations on how to harvest wild ayahuasca vines and psychotria chacruna leaves, and they also have incentives for people who do harvest wild plants to set up plantations and cultivation. And I've seen some research from Brazil about how ayahuasca vine is usually cultivated, and they say that a lot of cultivation actually does happen in the agroforestry, and part of this cultivation is set up in such a way that they try to restore the degraded areas that were maybe previously cut off, and they reforest those areas and plant not just ayahuasca vines, but also a lot of other native plants that were removed. So it actually could be very beneficial for the systems and for regeneration of the land to have those plantations, if they are done in a way that's like an agroforestry or in permaculture way, rather than as a monocrop plantation.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So Liam, are you happy with the way that the Australian acacias are being managed for production?
Not really, but I don't know if I'm ever happy. I think there's a lot of people doing some good stuff, but it's a complicated issue and it's hard to help everyone understand it. And most people, when they just want, their DMT or they just want their whatever, they're not normally looking to have like a deep lesson on conservation. So, maybe that's some slack that drug education could pick up in a kind of drug law reform dream. But yeah, it's a tricky one. It's a tricky one to try to, and so there's this drug prohibition issue. There's this conservation issue. There's this traditional peoples issue. I think, like Ricard was saying, they're all symptoms of this broader systemic issue. And, it's kind of, it's super hard, and I don't really know how to do it, but we got to tackle a lot of things at once, because otherwise it's just Band-Aids.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So you're saying commodification is actually making people less responsive to what's happening, not more engaged?
I think outside of the kind of ethnobotanical community, yeah. I think the ethnobotanical community is really cool and they really care about plants, but I'm not sure of the trickle down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Have you got any ideas? Have you got any ideas how to approach that? You said the acacia project you were describing before was effective.
Yeah, I thought it was, there was a big, large font in the front saying, "Have you tried DMT?" or something, and it contained some good harm reduction info about how to use it and dangerous combinations. So hopefully we kind of generated some interest through this giving of stuff that maybe was more interesting before then we told them that we actually wanted them to do something specific. And there was some instances of backlash where people thought it was preachy that we suggested that they preference cultivated DMT, but that's just how people are, I guess. I don't know. People don't like being told what to do.
What would you like to see most happen with the Australian acacia scene? If you could wake up tomorrow and the thing had happened, what thing would you like it to be?
That there would be some kind of collaboration between National Parks and Wildlife Service and the psychedelic ethnobotanical community around a conservation strategy for these species of concern. I think if we could connect over this, it would be good for everyone.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Awesome goal. And if you could wake up tomorrow morning, Anya, and the Lefofre thing had happened, what would it be?
Well, what I would love to see happening is to stop the destruction of the habitats where it can grow, so it actually has space and time to regenerate, and also that there are some the initiatives that are happening now with Indigenous Peyote Conservation Initiative and other Indigenous-led organizations are becoming stronger and more proactive, and there are more and more sustainable cultivation and harvesting happen, and it becomes more and more widespread.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be my hope. And in terms of Mexico, that again the agribusinesses and the mining companies would leave that land alone as well. Leave it for the peyote.
Thank you. Ricard, the iboga thing, it's happened. What is it?
Well, I would love to see also the forest of Central Africa, which is the second biggest and diverse in the world after the Amazon, thrives, and that iboga keeps being another species, another tribe in this ecosystem. I would like to see the local cultures thrive too, like the iboga traditional systems, Bwiti Mabanji, all these other systems thrive keep developing their own way without being threatened by all these global demand on their genetic resources and their knowledge. And I would like to see also some different sources of ibogaine out of Gabon, so to release all this pressure on the local populations, both vegetal, animal, and human.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for your participation. I'm loving all the work and the diversity of opinions and circumstances that you bring to the table. Thanks for joining us for Entheogenesis Garden States 2021. If you've got anything else to say, please say it now. Bring it to the table.
I just want to say thank you for illuminating discussion and so many important points raised. And of course, we don't have the answers, but we can contribute bring our opinions and thoughts and information to this broader conversation and broader discourse. And these conversations would continue to evolve and develop. And thank you very much for all your thoughts.
Thank you, guys. Have a lovely evening. Hope to talk to you again soon, and hope to see you in Australia one day. You can come and see the lab.
That would be lovely. Thank you, Director, and thank you, Jonathan, who's now appearing here, for being behind, like making it possible.
And thank you very much to our panelists today. And our panelists were, I've lost my folder. Thank you to our panelists. You'll be able to listen back to everything that you have heard and seen here on Garden State's webcast today as we release the videos one by one over the coming weeks. So if you have missed anything, don't worry, you'll see it. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel, or you are subscribe to the EGA newsletter where you'll get updates about that. And I just want to say a quick thank you to Trish and Adam down at Blacksmith's Alley. Blacksmith's Alleyway, for donating coffee and food to the EGA team today and keeping everybody going for this lengthy broadcast. Theblacksmith.com.au 1/1700 Burwood Highway, Belgrave, right in the middle of Belgrave, on the low side, near Puffing Billy. Handing over to Liam now. Liam.
Hey, thanks, Nick. Well, I'm about to show you a video about the world's most famous magic mushroom, but there's only 2 hours or so to go left for you to be able to buy tickets to our raffle, and there is a whole ton of awesome things. Too many to list, so many. I've forgotten some of them. When I was sorting through them, I probably could have stolen some things, and you wouldn't even know. The list is so long, but I didn't, and I also can't buy tickets. So I'm going to show you what I'd like to win. We have this book, Culinary Herbs and Spices of the World. Thank you. We have a copy of Journal 4, 2017 from Entheogenic Australis. I think this was the last outdoor conference. We've got the Ultimate Fruit Winemaker's Guide. We also have Confessions of an Ethical Drug Dealer. We've got one of my favorite plants, Cannabis sativa. And it gets a bit more exciting now. We've got Global Tribe, Technology, Spirituality and Psytrance by Graham St. John. And, exactly. And it's signed. And it's not the only thing that's signed. Check it out. We've got another book, this one by Graham Hancock, Supernatural, Meetings with the Ancient Teachers of Mankind. Pretty sure it's sci-fi. And, like I said, also signed. And I didn't know, I was trying to put these in an order of most exciting, and I don't know, maybe this is the most exciting, maybe it's not, and it felt like a controversial pick, but there is something actually more awesome than this to come. But this is Psilocybe Mushrooms of the World by Paul Stamets, which is signed by Paul Stamets. I have no idea how much that's worth, heaps, but obviously you wouldn't sell it because it's priceless. But perhaps even more priceless, we've got Encyclopedia Britannica, which I understand was compiled and illustrated by Frances Bodkin, as well as signed by Frances Bodkin, with a cute little note to EGA. And there's another signature on here, and I wish I could read it, but we'll find out more about who that is and why it's amazing, but it is, because check this out, you want it. All right, now we have Caine's video, the mushroom man himself, the most famous mushroom, magic mushroom, I should say, in the world. Take it away, Caine.
Psilocybe cubensis is the most recognised as the magic mushrooms. It has this particularly distinctive look, as per the photograph here on the right-hand side. It's easily cultivated. There are numerous books of particular note. The book by the McKenna brothers and the book by Stephen Pollock. My first introduction to Psilocybe cubensis was with the 1991 High Times advertisements advertising the PF Tech, a technique that went on to extend the cultivation of this species. And hence there are numerous strains as well. There's the PE strain, there's the Enigma, Golden Teacher, the list goes on. There's many strains. Of particular note, I recommend everyone go check out the Oakland Hyphae Psilocybin Cup. There's some fascinating results. Pharmacologically speaking, Tsujikawa et al. 2003 reported cubensis as having psilocybin between 0.14% to 0.42% dry weight, and psilocybin between 0.37% and 1.3% dry weight. Historically speaking, it was named and described by Franklin Sumner Earle in 1906 as Stropharia cubensis, a name you might have heard in the recordings of Terence McKenna, as he refers to it in this name quite often. It was described from specimens found in Cuba, hence the name cubensis. Rolf Singer moved the species to Psilocybe in 1949. It's now pretty much a global species. It's been introduced to numerous subtropical and tropical areas via cattle. Aberdeen reported it in Australia in 1958. And it went on to become quite popular in counterculture circles in the late 1960s. In terms of cultivation, the book's Psilocybin Magic Mushrooms Grower's Guide by Austin Ulrich, aka Dennis and Terence McKenna, was published in 1976, and then there was the Magic Mushroom Cultivation book by Stephen Pollock in 1977. These two books really extended the interest and cultivation of the species. In terms of habitat, they grow in open grassland. In Australia, they're an introduced species, quite often found growing from cow pies, either as full piles of dung or as broken down dung. They require rain and humid conditions to grow. They're found in Queensland, northern New South Wales, and they're likely to also occur in Northern Territory and northern Western Australia, but there seems to be a lack of data on this. The season is generally recognised between November to February. The following photographs are demonstrating how they grow from dung on open grassland. And in this case you can see that the dung has broken down quite a bit, but there's still enough for them to be able to grow from what looks like soil. Taxonomically speaking, the cap is conic to convex. It has an umbo. It's red to brown when young and golden yellow with age. It has a universal veil. So unlike other species, so like Psilocybe subaeruginosa, which has a partial veil, this has universal veil remnants that can see on the cap. These following photographs show Psilocybe cubensis in their natural habitat. So in this case, growing from quite a large pile of dung, and in this case a pile of dung that's broken down a little bit. It kind of looks like the mushrooms could almost be growing from the soil. Taxonomically speaking, the cap is conic to convex. It has an umbo. The cap is red-brown when young, turning golden to yellow with age. There is a universal veil which leaves remnants on the cap. Those kind of small white kind of spots that you can see. Nothing like Amanita muscaria, but if you look closely you can still see them, particularly on the younger specimens. The gills, their attachment is adnate to adnext. The gills are quite close, as you can see here in this image on the right. Narrow to slightly wider at the centre, and then pallid to grey in colour. The gills turn dark purple to black in age, which is a common feature with many Psilocybe. The stem is white to yellowish with age, and you can see the persistent annulus on many specimens. It's the leftover part of the partial veil that drops away as the cap expands, leaving a little skirt. That's sometimes purple-black from spore deposits. This photograph demonstrates some of the features of Psilocybe cubensis. You can see that kind of red-brown cap that in time becomes kind of yellow, kind of golden in colour, and you can also see spore deposits on top of the cap, that kind of purple, the purple remains of the spores. You can see the partial veil that's connected to the edge of the cap here in these two specimens on the left-hand side. You can also see the remnants of the annulus as well, the kind of purple-black ring around the stem. In terms of lookalikes, Psilocybe cubensis has a few lookalikes from Stropharia species. There's Stathurella candoliana, Rhodocolibia species, and also a Grossovi species.
Wasn't that great? Don't we love Caine? He is my favourite mushroom man. So next up we've got Stephen Bright, who is, I guess, another one of my favourite psychedelic Australians, and his presentation is titled Down Under, What Does a Decade of Persistence Look Like? Dr. Stephen Bright has worked as a psychologist within the mental health and alcohol and other drugs field for the past 20 years. He is currently Senior Lecturer of Drug Studies at Edith Cowan University. In addition to psychedelic science, Stephen conducts research into media reporting of AOD-related issues as seen in the Daily Telegraph, emerging drug trends and harm reduction. He is an advocate for an evidence-based approach to AOD legislation and has provided oral evidence to parliamentary and coronial inquests. Stephen is also co-founder of Psychedelic Research in Science and Medicine, an Australian non-profit research association that develops, initiates, coordinates and supports formal research into mainstream medical applications of psychoactive compounds known as psychedelics. Prior to MDMA being banned internationally in 1987, it was showing promise as a pharmacological adjunct to psychotherapy. In the past decade, there has been significant global growth in clinical trials of MDMA that have shown MDMA-assisted psychotherapy can be effective in treating treatment-resistant post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, alcohol use disorder, and social anxiety among adults with autism spectrum disorder. In 2010, Rick Doblin from MAPS was a keynote speaker at the EGA conference and presented impressive data from their first Phase 2 clinical trial of MDMA-assisted psychotherapy for PTSD. A workshop for researchers interested in psychedelic science was held after EGA, where Rick convinced attendees that Australia could make a contribution to global MDMA research and pledged funding for an Australian MDMA study. Directly following that meeting, Psychedelic Science in Research and Medicine was formed. PRISM's journey to establish clinical trials of MDMA-assisted psychotherapy in Australia has been challenging. Our first effort to replicate MAPS research was rejected by an ethics committee in 2012. This highlighted to us the differences in conducting research within the Australian healthcare system versus the US healthcare system. Our second bid in 2015 was vetoed due to stigma and university conservatism. Then, in 2018, Edith Cowan University supported me to lead a small trial of MDMA-assisted psychotherapy. Despite this institutional support, the road to starting recruitment for this trial has been slow. This presentation will describe the obstacles that PRISM has overcome and the support we have received from MAPS and others. A decade of persistence has resulted in PRISM Limited becoming the Australian leaders in MDMA research. In doing so, we hope to create a smoother pathway to MDMA clinical trials for other Australian researchers. And PRISM and Steve and Martin and all of you guys are amazing. So please, Steve, tell us in detail about how and why you are.
Hello, I hope everyone can hear me. I feel blessed to be on this Zoom call because not only am I able to do this live cross from Fortress Western Australia in Perth, one of the most isolated capital cities in the world, hence the whole Fortress WA thing, but I've had the opportunity to live on the East Coast and meet many of the amazing people who have been involved in Entheogenesis Australis. I think I might be the only West Australian member of Entheogenesis Australis. I certainly know I'm one of only 2 WA members of the Australian Psychedelic Society. So I'd like to thank Ronnie, Nick, Martin, Liam, just everybody from EGA who have really been the foundation of psychedelic research in Australia. Running events this large is a massive undertaking, and EGA do an incredible job. And the people behind EGA have been tirelessly dedicated to these issues, providing thousands of hours of their time voluntarily. Liam's already provided a nice introduction to my presentation, which really just covers how I became interested in this area in the first place. As Liam sort of talked about the history of PRISM and our efforts to get MDMA underway in Australia. And as you sort of heard, and as you can see, 10 years of persistence has led to a few goes, and we're hoping three's the charm. So if I go back to 2009, I was a clinically trained psychologist working in the Perth alcohol and other drug sector. I was also completing a PhD looking at dominant discourses and drugs with a focus on how the media were limited in their representations of drug use through framing. And I then moved from Perth to Melbourne. I've got it as a work opportunity. It was more the fact that my PhD scholarship ran out and I needed a full-time job. And it was through this that I had the opportunity to begin to meet all the fantastic people that you've heard from today. And at that time, I was doing some research, again in inverted commas, because it was a sort of a citizen science approach to novel psychoactive drugs, and I was trying to figure out a way of integrating this work into my PhD. And it was through that avenue of research interest that I first met Monica Barratt, who we've heard from today already. And we hit it off before it even moved to Melbourne. So I had one contact when I moved to Melbourne, but boy, I've got a lot of contacts over there now. With this interest in novel psychoactive substances, I wanted a place to test out some of my ideas around presenting this as research, and I wanted a place to do it that wasn't a mainstream academic conference, because I knew if the media got wind of this, it was going to create a hell of a lot of moral panic. And Australia is very good at banning stuff. We ban lots of drugs, and I could just see all of these new novel psychoactive substances getting banned. And somehow, I actually don't know how, but somehow I came across this thing called an EGA. And so I submitted an abstract, which looked at these legal and so-called herbal highs that I was interested in, and was quite struck that my abstract was accepted. I didn't know what I was rocking up to. I knew it was an outdoor event, but wow, I was absolutely blown away when I got there. You can see a little bit from this abstract that I've tried to force fit my citizen science research into dominant discourse theory. Honestly, this article reads a bit like a word salad, and I've been given the opportunity to revise it, but looking back on it, it's a piece of history, and even though it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, it really was the way I was exposed to this new wave of psychedelic research, because the keynotes at EGA 2009 were Bear and Bob Jess. Now, Bear was certainly interesting to watch. He reminded me a little bit of Grandpa Simpson on acid. And apparently, according to my partner, as he was wheeled past my presentation, he said, "Get that guy off, he sucks." More importantly, I got to hear Robert Jess talk about the research that had recently been completed at Johns Hopkins University that demonstrated that psilocybin could reliably induce mystical experiences. Because having worked in the alcohol and other drug field, and I was doing a little bit of lecturing at the time, I knew about the history of psychedelics. I knew that they had previously been used for therapeutic purposes, but I had no idea that this research had recommenced. And it was only through attending EGA that I found out about it. And I went away from that conference really looking into this research, because if I wasn't aware of it, then it was pretty certain most of my colleagues wouldn't be aware of it either. And I submitted an abstract to the Australasian Professional Society for Alcohol and Other Drugs in 2010 that was accepted. And it was the first on psychedelics, I think, possibly ever, or certainly for a long time. I do know a few years prior, someone had spoken about ibogaine. And so I also submitted an abstract to EGA 2010, not really expecting to get picked up, given it was an indoor event. And so, there weren't concurrent workshops. There was just the keynote addresses. And so I was really stoked that I got an opportunity to present the findings of the literature review at EGA in 2010. The only downshot of that was, in my literature review, I looked at MDMA. And of course, at 2010 EGA, Rick Doblin was presenting. And so I can vividly remember looking back at Rick as I was speaking to each of my slides on MDMA, saying, have I got that right, Rick? That's right, isn't it, Rick? It was really nice to hear from Rick earlier today, the message that he recorded for EGA. And so really for me, this slide is just really a bit of a placeholder, in that this was the first time that that MAPS and Rick had presented to an Australian audience. And Rick has sort of listed off many of the accomplishments that MAPS have achieved since he visited in 2010. But what he did talk about in 2010 was the first phase 2 clinical trial of MDMA-assisted psychotherapy. So 23 people were randomized to either a placebo condition or 2 MDMA-assisted psychotherapy sessions. Now, 3 people dropped out in the MDMA arm. The first person dropped out because they were unwilling to travel, nothing nefarious there. The second actually didn't meet criteria for treatment-resistant depression. So they wanted to recruit people that had not responded to existing treatments for PTSD. And so one person was unenrolled from the study due to them actually not meeting that criteria. And the third person had to be terminated from the study because they had a relapse of depression following the cessation of their SSRI antidepressant medication. And I think that is quite significant. Rick sort of alluded to some of the issues that they've had in the phase 3 clinical research with increased suicidality. And the issue isn't MDMA, the issue isn't PTSD, the issue is taking people off SSRI medication. And it's something I keep coming across through public forums, through the Australian Psychedelic Society. People are often asking me, how do I get off SSRI medications? To which I have a fairly standard response, which is 1, don't stop taking your medication. 2, I'm not qualified to comment on it. And 3, get some medical advice, because if you're going to titrate off your SSRI medication, it needs to be done with medical supervision because of the potentially adverse side effects. And so if we think about mainstreaming MDMA-assisted psychotherapy, we need to think about how that's going to look in terms of holding people while they're coming off SSRI medication. What was the watershed moment to me, though, was when Rick presented this graph, which shows it blew me away. People often think that I'm an advocate for MDMA because I've been banging on about it for a long time now, but I'm really an advocate for evidence-based medicine, and seeing this picture just demonstrated to me what the data was showing, which was that MDMA-assisted psychotherapy was extremely effective in people with treatment-resistant depression. And it was even more salient for me because working in the alcohol and other drugs field, maybe not most of our clients, but certainly a lot of patients seeking treatment for alcohol and other drug-related issues have comorbid PTSD. Dual diagnosis in the AOD sector is the norm, not the exception. And the prognosis for patients with a dual diagnosis is not great. So seeing this data filled me with enthusiasm, hope, and optimism. Now, this is really just another way of looking at the same data, showing that 83% of participants no longer met the diagnostic criteria for PTSD after receiving MDMA-assisted psychotherapy. Now, Rick didn't present this slide because the data hadn't been collected yet, but what it shows is the crossover where they allowed 5 people in the MDMA arm to, everybody was unblinded to what condition they were in. They allowed people in the MDMA arm to have an additional session of MDMA if they wanted to, and 5 people took them up on that offer. And people in the placebo condition were then offered the opportunity to have the MDMA assisted sessions with MDMA instead of a placebo. And 7 out of 8 people took them up on that opportunity. Now, the one person that didn't, the reason they didn't take them up on this opportunity was because they didn't meet criteria for PTSD anymore. So Martin was talking about the importance of psychedelic assisted psychotherapy in terms of the terminology, because it's the combination of the pharmacology and the psychology. So in this case, for that individual, the psychotherapy itself, even without the MDMA, was in and of itself enough to treat and potentially have cured them of their PTSD. And then the 3.5-year follow-up shows that these changes were maintained for up to 3.5 years later, which to me is showing, again, the data is trending towards a cure for PTSD. And as a scientist practitioner, as somebody that bangs on about evidence-based medicine, it's this data that's really driven my interest in MDMA-assisted psychotherapy as a treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder. So when Rick was over, he talked about, why focus on PTSD? And Rick has been really strategic. Not only are current treatments unable to provide relief for a substantial number of patients, Rick's also been strategic in the way that he has recruited and conducted studies with war veterans, and who wouldn't want to, how unpatriotic would you be to not support clinical research to help war veterans? He's also facilitated research with first responders. And again, there's a bit of an irony in there that you may be treating a police officer who has PTSD with the same drug that they were doing a bust for, that led to their PTSD in the first place. In terms of MDMA as a treatment for PTSD, it makes a lot of sense from a psychopharmacological perspective. As a psychotherapy, MDMA increased trust and empathy, and we know that unconditional regard and the therapeutic alliance are the essential parts of psychotherapy. When you pit different psychotherapies against one another, there's often more variance within each model of psychotherapy than across the different models. It's because of those therapist effects and different people's ability to build therapeutic alliances. MDMA also reduces the fear of exposure to the traumatic event. And so while other drugs like alcohol do that, and somebody with PTSD, when they're intoxicated on alcohol, may be able to talk about their traumatic experience, they're not able to reprocess it. MDMA also turns on part of the prefrontal cortex, which allows, which enhances their language capacity and their capacity to reprocess their trauma. And what's really blown me away through pursuing this is the way in which MDMA increases people's self-acceptance, and watching the videos of people who have these aha moments where they realize that it wasn't my fault, or I couldn't have done something here, is what we often do in 12, try to do in 12 to 18 sessions of exposure-based cognitive behavioral therapy. We do use Socratic questioning to get people to have those aha moments. People were having these aha moments spontaneously. This quote was presented by Rick in maybe it wasn't presented by Rick in 2010. It might have been presented at another time he was over, but I still think it's just a wonderful quote in that it highlights the way in which the MDMA is a catalyst for the psychotherapeutic process. Bit of a metaphor there. I saw this image in Martin's presentation. Rick also imported with him this famous now picture of the room within which Annie and Michael Mithofer were providing the MDMA-assisted psychotherapy from the results of the study that I've just spoken about, and additional research that Annie and Michael have been involved in. One of the reasons I might have been swayed by the data is my background in alcohol and other drugs, in that I didn't have any particular stigma towards MDMA or psychedelics in general. In fact, I knew the safety profile of these drugs, and they were relatively safe drugs. In fact, I was writing a PhD on the way in which the media misrepresents ecstasy and other drugs to create these moral panics. So I came in with not only an open mind, but I was aware that MDMA wasn't a particularly harmful drug. What I wasn't aware of that Rick talked about, though, and what I now include when I teach my students here at Edith Cowan University, is some of this research that was undertaken to try to demonstrate that MDMA was a harmful drug by the US National Institute for Drug Abuse. So they spent over $300 million trying to demonstrate that MDMA was a dangerous drug because, after all, they had banned it. So there was a study that showed that MDMA caused brain damage in monkeys. Unfortunately, there was a lab error, and they had administered the monkeys methamphetamine, not MDMA, and the results had to be retracted. Despite the retraction of the results, the US government continued to use the neuroimaging from that study to demonstrate the potential harmful effects of MDMA. And it really highlights the intersection between the politics and drugs and drug research. A lot of the research was based on animal models where they were given unrealistically high doses of MDMA that really aren't compatible to human use of MDMA. And other studies were observational. NIDA didn't really spend money giving people, healthy volunteers, MDMA to look at its potential toxicity. And of course, ecstasy may or may not contain MDMA. And so there's a number of limitations with the observational data that they've collected. So having got this information back in 2010, and now when I present this information to my students, I asked them, well, is that money well spent? $300 million, was that a good spend of the US taxpayers' money? And most students have a bit of a giggle. But the really interesting thing is that the NIDA research actually demonstrated the safety of MDMA and allowed MAPS to commence phase 2 clinical trials of MDMA-assisted psychotherapy without having first completed phase 1 clinical trials. So at the end of the 2010 Entheogenesis Australis conference, I was, as a speaker, I was fortunate enough to be invited to a workshop that was held afterwards, and this was essentially the inception or the birth of PRISM. A workshop was held with Rick and other presenters at EGA, and at the workshop, Rick convinced us Aussies that we could replicate the study that he had just presented on, the data we had just looked at. And people that know, that have met Rick will know that he's very charismatic, and I was a very young, innocent and impressionable young fellow back then. And so I believed that we could do this. And so PRISM was born with a mission to replicate the MAPS research, basically replicate what MAPS had done. We incorporated it in 2010. I'd like to give a shout out to Torsten, who actually came up with the acronym PRISM. And originally the PRISM website was hosted on Torsten's server. The original executive committee were Martin Williams, prior to him becoming Dr. Martin Williams, Steve McDonald, Dr. Sean Legenhathan, and myself. And so with much excitement, Steve was also at the 2010 EGA, as was Sean, myself. Another person that was there was Dr. Stuart Saker. And we worked with Dr. Saker to develop a protocol for a randomized, double-blind, active placebo-controlled phase 2 pilot study of MDMA-assisted manualized psychotherapy in Australian war veterans with chronic treatment-resistant post-traumatic stress disorder. Basically, we tried to replicate exactly what we'd been told to do, which was to replicate the US study and undertake it in Australia. We submitted it to Bellbury, which is an independent human research ethics committee, and there's evidence of it still on the Australian New Zealand Clinical Trials Registry. Now, Bellbury rejected it on for a number of reasons. One was that they believed that to do this sort of research in Australia, it needed to be done with an institution, that is a university and or a hospital. In addition to that, Stuart was not able to answer some of the questions asked of him by the HREC adequately so that they felt that he was the right person for the job. And so after this, we thought, well, we've had a go. We need to get some more public attention on this. And I've just got a short clip of from the 730 report from 2013.
Steve, you might need to select a selection to get the sound to work. We're not hearing anything.
That's fine. I can skip the video. If you can go to prism.org.au, if you go into our archives, you'll find the footage there from the 730 report. It just really highlighted the early work that Prism did to try to raise the profile of the need for Australia to be involved in what's now known as the psychedelic renaissance, but back then our focus really was MDMA. So between submitting to Bellbury and 2015, we engaged with Dr. Nigel Strauss, who some of you will know. Nigel has been quite interested in this area ever since he was exposed to it. And so we reworked up the protocol and it was submitted to Deakin University as per the suggestion by Bellbury to involve an institution. However, it was vetoed by the Deakin Pro-Vice Chancellor of Research prior to it ever reaching Deakin's Human Research Ethics Committee. Basically, they said, we don't want to be doing this sort of research at Deakin. Well, after that, we thought more public publicity. So this time with a focus on academia, we published in local journals, the Australian New Zealand Journal of Psychiatry, Drug and Alcohol Review, which is Australia's only AOD journal. In addition to Australian psychologists, I gave a TED talk at the University of Melbourne, really trying to raise the profile of this. And in 2017, another EGA came around, and you can see there's Rick on the as one of the keynote speakers, along with Kathleen, Tom Roberts, Ben Sessa, Fiona Measham, so many others. And again, we didn't really have an after party this time, but it was more of a regrouping because basically we'd been working on this since that EGA 2010 conference, and it felt like we were really banging our head against the brick wall. I will paraphrase what Rick said to us, which was basically, it took him 25 years to get the first clinical trial of MDMA up and running. And even the study he was presenting on wasn't the first study. They'd done one in Spain that got shut down by the Spanish government. due to political reasons alone. And so to paraphrase what he said, it was basically drink some concrete and harden up. Fortunately, we walked away from this. It was a brainstorming session. Everything was thrown around, including potentially looking at ibogaine because it's a Schedule 4 drug in Australia. But we went away from that, and serendipitously, a number of things just seemed to fall into place. One was the St Vincent's trial, which Martin spoke briefly about. In addition to that, I moved to here to Western Australia to ECU, and having the experience of Attempt 2, where it was vetoed by the Pro Vice Chancellor of Research at Deakin University. When I moved to ECU in 2018, I contacted my Deputy Vice Chancellor of Research, who I knew had a background in medicine. I sent him a couple of papers, and he responded saying, "Why aren't we doing this research in Australia?" I said, "Awesome, well, let's do this research in Australia." And ECU have been extremely supportive of us trying to get this trial underway. In 2018, Dr. Petra Skeffington from Murdoch University and myself attended MAPS training in the Netherlands, which was incredible. Hands down, best training I've ever done in my professional career. In 2019, after some delays due to university governance concerns around how we were going, ECU had an appetite to engage with innovative research. We just didn't have the clinical governance structures to manage that. So I had to assist the university to build those governance structures so that we were able to get permission to submit the protocol to Bellbury, which, as you remember, is the first HREC we submitted to. In 2020, Bellbury approves the protocol. There was then a little bit of back and forth between MAPS Public Beneficiary Corporation and ourselves, because by the time we started this process in 2018, and by the time we got ethics approval, the protocol being used by MAPS had changed. We needed to make amendments to our protocol that had been approved by Bellbury, and all of that took time. We also secured a TGA clinical trial notification in 2020. This year, we have successfully gained a storage administration permit for MDMA and also an importation permit. The trial is now registered with the Australian New Zealand Clinical Trials Registry, and only last month, Petra and myself completed Part D of MAPS training program. The training program has even evolved during these 10 years that we've been trying to get this trial up. And so really, we're just waiting on the arrival of the MDMA at our Schedule 9 safe here in Perth that was purchased by Prism and donated to the pharmacy here in Perth through people's donations to Prism. And we just need sign off on a contract between us and the hospital, and we can start recruitment early next year. And we have a dry run meeting planned for January 2022. So Prism, what does it currently look like? Well, we now have a board of 6 directors. We're a not-for-profit company limited by guarantee. 4 of those directors, including myself, are unpaid volunteers. 2 are semi-paid volunteers. So Martin as the executive director and Melissa as the secretary. And that's through our partnership with the Vasudhara Foundation, but we also have these strong partnerships with MAPS, EGA, USONA for psilocybin, and other not-for-profit organisations, both locally and internationally, that are trying to engage in not only MDMA-assisted psychotherapy research, but clinical trials of psilocybin and other potential therapeutic psychedelic drugs. So we've got the St Vincent's trial underway, other psilocybin research in the pipeline, the MDMA research I've just spoken to you about. There's a study of 5-methoxydimethyltryptamine that Mel is leading, mindfulness-based research with Martin, virtual reality research with Mel. And ideally, we would like to be more involved as a hub of knowledge and experience to assist the Australian community to to make the journey to being able to engage in this sort of work easier than it's been for us, because in 10 years we have learned a hell of a lot, and we are happy to share our experience, because we would love to see not only this trial be successful, but more trials be successful through more more researchers being interested in this area, wanting to put their head above the pulpit and move forward. And also we need to generate funding for this sort of research. And so if you haven't already, I'm sure most people are watching this would be well aware of PRISM, but if you haven't already, please check out our webpage, see how you can get involved. Even if you are unable to donate, you might be able to pass this information on to somebody who can, because we run on the funding that the community provides us with. So thanks very much for having me, and I almost made it to 40 minutes.
Yep, and you should be right to go.
Thanks, Steve. That was great.
No worries. I can't figure out how to stop sharing my screen.
Oh, well, I can't help you. It's an absolute tech nightmare here. There's like, well, I think I can see 4 or 5 cameras, more cables than I could like count. It's nuts, but we're getting there. So I think we've got a few questions for you. Is that the case, Nick?
Yes, we do. I'll put that first.
So Steve, can you talk to us about intergenerational knowledge sharing on altered states?
Intergenerational knowledge sharing
on altered states.
I'm not sure that I can.
I know, I'm surprised. I don't know where the question.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm qualified to comment on that. I think within Western culture, there has been some knowledge transfer, and we see that through people. We see that through particularly the John Hopkins team, who have been lucky enough to have, his name is just falling through my brain at the moment. But people that were involved in the first wave of research have been involved in this second wave of research. So there is that element of knowledge translation through the generations. But really, for us in Western society, this is new, and so I think that question would be better posed to somebody that has strong knowledge of indigenous use of psychedelic medicines. I'll leave it at that.
For you, what psychedelic substance do you believe is efficacious in strengthening the therapeutic alliance? And that question's from Jay Marinis in the chat.
Well, I think MDMA is very well placed to assist in developing the therapeutic alliance. I think that's one of the reasons that MDMA is so effective in the treatment of PTSD. Now, if we go back to before MDMA was banned, it wasn't just being used to treat trauma, it was also being used for relationship counseling, couples therapy, and it makes complete sense to use a drug like MDMA in that context. You know, Rick sort of talked earlier today about the conjoint therapy involving the person's spouse or significant other. MDMA is particularly good at enhancing the therapeutic relationship, whereas I think with other psychedelic compounds like psilocybin, it's the therapeutic relationship that first needs to be enhanced or built through the good work of the therapists that are working together with the client. And so whether it's MDMA-assisted psychotherapy or psilocybin-assisted psychotherapy, a key ingredient is the relationship between the co-therapist team and the way in which they are able to work together as a team to foster a therapeutic alliance with the individual so that the person feels safe enough to be able to let go of the guards that they've put up to protect themselves from experiencing trauma, or to let themselves experience those challenging moments that come with the psychedelic experience, and feel safe enough to lean into those experiences rather than trying to avoid them. Because, you know, through one of the other lucky things, other than attending EGA, one of the other lucky things that I've had the opportunity to be involved in is harm reduction work at festivals. And, you know, a lot of the time people are having difficult psychedelic experiences because they're trying to really push the experience away. And so it's really important that as psychotherapists, we create a safe place, a holding space for people so that they feel safe enough to be able to let go and have those experiences. I don't think there is anything really other than MDMA that enhances the therapeutic alliance in substance-assisted psychotherapy.
Experience with MDMA might also play into that therapeutic alliance too. I think that's something we've chatted about before. All right, we're about to go to another video by the Mushroom Man again. Caine, thank you. This one on Psilocybe semilanceata. But first, I'm going to give a quick plug to the new ISWAS shirt. You might have noticed a fantastic banner promoting this event, and there was a really pretty picture on it that included both Psilocybe cubensis and a San Pedro cactus. And there is now an equivalent of this image on a t-shirt, and you can buy it. You'll look awesome. We'll get some money, and you also get to support ISWAS, who supports us, that made this fantastic jumper as well. So please support your psychedelic community, and if you didn't want to hear about mushrooms, you're in the right place, because here's more.
Semilanceata is commonly known as the Liberty Cap. It's named after the Frisian cap, which was a symbol of liberty and freedom around the time of the French Revolution. The history about the Frisian cap does go back further in time, and it's a really lovely story to read about. Semilanceata is now the type species for Psilocybe. It's what we refer to taxonomically for the whole Psilocybe genus. It was the first reported Psilocybe to result in a trip that was documented and reported. It's also been reported by Gaston Guzman as the most widely distributed Psilocybe. Pharmacologically speaking, Boog and Bigwood in 1982 reported psilocybin between 0.62% to 1.28% dry weight. Stephen Kuiper in 1985 reported psilocybin at 1.7% and baeocystin at 0.36% dry weight. Psilocybe semilanceata was named and described in 1838 by Elias Magnus Fries. It was first called Agaricus semilanceatus. It was then moved to Psilocybe in 1871 by Paul Kummer. It has also been moved to Panaeolus and Geophylla, but is now squarely back in Psilocybe. In 2009, it became the type species. All non-bruising Psilocybe were moved to Diconica or other genera. The species was first recorded in New South Wales in 1895 by McAlpin. It was recorded in Victoria in 1973 by Shepherd and Hall, and Roy Watling collected specimens of the species at Mountfield National Park in Tasmania in 1974. Psilocybe semilanceata grows in open grassland. It's an introduced species and is associated with cattle, horses, and other animals that occur within pastures. It requires a little bit of cold and heavy dew to start fruiting. It grows on decomposing grass and is found in Tasmania, Victoria, and New Zealand and New South Wales. Its season is between March to May and then August to October. It's usually too cold and moist and too much frost for them to be able to survive during that intermediate winter period. I'm going to show a couple of photographs of them growing in pasture on grass. You can see them just popping up above that grass level. And here growing in open grassland. The stem tends to reflect the height of the grass. And again, growing in open pasture, growing from grass, and quite possibly maybe some of the moss shown in the photograph. In this photograph you can see some of that blue bruising that typically occurs with Psilocybe. Taxonomically speaking, the cap is between 5 to 25 millimeters in diameter, sharply conical to bell-shaped. They have a really prominent papilla. It's that tiny little kind of nudge at the top of the cap. They are pale brown to dark chestnut brown in colour. Again, these are hygrophonous, so they'll start out dark chestnut brown, they will dry, becoming light to yellow brown in time, as per the photograph shown here on the right. The gill attachment is narrowly adnexed to almost free. The stem, these can vary quite a bit in height, so between 45 to 140 millimeters. They're quite slender, white to a yellowish brown, and very fibrous. A really way to be able to tell if they are Psilocybe similanciata is to wrap the stem around your little finger. If the stem snaps, the chances are it's not similanciata, but if they kind of stay firm and together, then there's a good chance it is. And as you open it, you should be able to see the separable pellicle. This is a common feature with many Psilocybe. It happened on Psilocybe subaeruginosa and other species as well. In terms of similanciata lookalikes, there are a few. The most common ones are Taconyca species, Panaeolus species, and in particular Protostropharia semiglobata. From a distance, they can look similar. So this image here on the right hand side is of Protostropharia semiglobata. One of the distinctive differences is that the semiglobata cap is quite rounded.
Thanks, Caine. I think I could probably listen to you talk about mushrooms forever. Next up, we've got Renee Harvey. Renee is a clinical psychologist who has recently relocated to Australia after a long career in the UK as a consultant in the NHS and more recently as an honorary research fellow at Imperial College London in the study of psilocybin for treatment-resistant depression. She was responsible for leading in service development for people with complex emotional needs in the UK and specialised in training clinicians for this work. Renee was a key member of developing psychedelic interest groups and in establishing and running a psychedelic integration circle in Brighton prior to leaving the UK. She is currently based in Melbourne, working in private practice and part of the developing Australian community in psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy research and clinical service. Her talk, titled Psilocybin-Assisted Therapy, will focus on psilocybin, its therapeutic uses and outcomes in various settings for people with a variety of mental health-related challenges. How essential is psychotherapy for the process of change, and what sets it aside from other approaches? The presentation will also cover the key elements in training therapists for this work and why they are important. Thanks, Renee.
Hi. It's lovely to be here, and thanks so much for inviting me to talk about one of my favorite subjects, psychedelic assisted psychotherapy. As it was mentioned in the introduction, my interest really skyrocketed after I had the opportunity to work particularly at Imperial with people in the Psychedelic 2 study, which was for treatment-resistant depression. So I'll try to share some of those examples with you. So what we're going to cover today is, first of all, that it's about providing a form of psychological therapy combined with a psychedelic medicine, doing this with a particular aim, helping people with some sort of psychological distress or diagnosis, and in a particular way. So this is not going to cover recreational use. It's going to look particularly at people with mental health challenges and how we can help them. So the usual format, this is how it's developed in various research studies, is that the sessions are organized so that you start off with screening and assessment. Then the dosing is on either side, it's kind of encompassed by a preparation session, dosing session, and then an integration session. And then, as I've indicated there, you've got the, it's batched together, another set of those sessions, and then the follow-up sessions. So within the various research studies, those can extend to maybe 3 of those configurations of preparation, dosing, and integration. Or within that configuration, you can have more than one preparation session, and you can have more than one integration session. In some of the studies, the dosing obviously will include a placebo. So some people will start off with a placebo in the first batch and then have a dosing session second batch, or it can even happen the other way around. In the study in London, people were allocated either to a placebo group or to a dosing group. And so we had people going through that only had placebo, and there was quite a bit of a clinical challenge in dealing with the disappointment, because it's very hard to disguise the fact that people aren't getting the real thing. Now, I think this format is what's shaping our thinking in how we do therapy with people. But once we start translating this into clinical use, it's worth considering that we might want to expand this quite a lot in terms of the preparation. I certainly think that the more complex the person's history is, the greater the difficulty, the more preparation sessions you need, possibly more integration, and then certainly after this, not just a simple follow-up, but perhaps ongoing therapy. I think that's really going to be important. We've seen from the outcomes that often people have a spectacular improvement and then there's a deterioration afterwards. So I think that we need to build in a proper follow-up in terms of therapy to try and sustain the results for people. So what is the aim? It's helping people in distress, including, and Martin went through some of these. The results, the research studies now covering a vast range of difficulties. Some of the ones that are mentioned here in this paper, Low et al., are just speculative. And in particular, the more difficult ones like 20, the ones at the bottom, the more personality disorder-based ones, I think are in very early stages. And I think that's where we probably need a lot more work in preparing people and in looking after them after the sessions are over. I've heard anecdotally that when people don't have very good outcomes, it's usually because they have some sort of a personality disorder issue going on. So I think we need to try and think about how we modify what we do when the issues are very complex. So the questions arisen, and it's been talked about a lot now, is do we really need the psychotherapy? A lot of the research now, some of the research is focused on looking for the molecule that makes the difference, looking for the particular brain area where we're going to find this change. And I think this goes back to a more sort of medical model way of looking at the problem, and that is just wanting to find something to replace an antidepressant pill, which you can prescribe, send the person home with. and hoping that it's all very simple. There's even been attempts now to eliminate the psychedelic experience. People saying, well, why do we have to have people go through seeing all the different pretty pictures that they see, or various other subjective experiences they have during the dosing sessions? Should we just try and eliminate that? I was really amused to hear Bill Richards say recently that that's a little bit like taking a person through an art gallery blindfolded. And the other discussions, eliminate the therapy, or at least shorten the therapy time. We wait to see what happens with studies now that are looking at how you can possibly administer something like DMT and shorten therapy time, see whether they have the same sort of outcomes. So on the other hand, we have the view that the therapy is vital. In fact, even the therapy is the key intervention, and that the substance, the medicine, is really just supplementing the therapy. That was what was in the memorandum submitted to the TGA in 2020, where it stated that the psychological support is essential, and that the psychedelic is therefore not the treatment, but the tools to support the psychotherapy. And really, when you think about it, this shouldn't take a lot of convincing people, because we know now that evidence-based treatment for depression generally is regarded as medication plus psychotherapy. So, it may just be that the same thing happens here, where it's the therapy plus the medication that makes the biggest difference. Also, in terms of the effect of the substance creating this disruption of the default mode network and resulting to greater brain plasticity and openness to learning, we really need to capitalize on this opportunity. For me, one of the frustrations in working with people with complex PTSD and complex personality disorder issues has always been that you can do therapy for years on end, and you seem to reach a point where you hit a wall. You can't break through that the barrier. People are so stuck. And this is one of the questions I had was, how do we break through this? And I think here we have the answer. I think that psychedelic medicines give us the opportunity to break through those barriers and make very, very deep change that you can't actually get with therapy, certainly not in the shorter term. So what are the common elements in this therapy? You've got set and setting, and I'm going to briefly go through them. Set being the actual setting and the mindset. So in the preparation sessions is where we have to manage set. There may be some issues that are picked up during assessment that straight away show you that you've got something to deal with first of all. One of the more common ones is people come in saying, I've read Michael Pollan's book and I just want a transformation, and it's probably going to be my last resort. It makes my blood run cold when people come in and say, this is my last chance. I've tried everything else, and if this doesn't work, I don't know what I'm going to do, i.e., possibly in more extreme cases, people can get really, really desperate. So there's something about working with managing people's expectations of therapy and making them understand that a lot of work needs to be done before and after if people are really going to make changes, find something meaningful, and actually have this change into a meaningful difference in their lives. One of the potential disappointments is people are expecting these very, very deep spiritual transformations, and sometimes the experience can be relatively mundane, or it can seem to be, but it's worth considering that, and this is something I like to tell people as a matter of course, is what comes to you will be what you need to deal with next. The lesson is exactly what it needs to be. Another question in the setting is whether you do goal setting or not. There are some approaches where you get the person to write down their goals and do all kinds of planning in terms of what they could plan to experience or try and get themselves to experience. And in my experience, again, this just flies out of the window very often with psilocybin. You can try and set as many goals as you like, but the psilocybin is going to take you where you need to go. Another part of the set is creating predictability as far as possible. So it's very important to take the person through what's likely to happen in the experience, and so that there are very few surprises apart from what's going to happen inside themselves. So there's something about structuring the way the day is going to go, giving them information about, you know, what the onset's going to feel like, how long it's going to take, that sort of thing. Practical issues like what happens if they need a bathroom break. A lot of reassurance that they will, at the most, for the most part of the day, have two therapists in the room with them, that one therapist may leave for a very short break. We sometimes negotiated with people whether they wanted us to tell them if one person is leaving the room. Some people felt that they wanted us to just touch them on the arm and say, whatever the name is, Joe, whatever's leaving the room for 5 minutes, and then tell them when they're coming back in. Then that also raises the issue of touch, working with how you're going to get people's attention. If they need you to hold their hand, how that will happen. It's quite a good point to do some rehearsing on how that'll happen. Touch is a tricky situation. It's a tricky topic with people that have possibly been traumatized. And also, I know that certainly in my own training, I was trained not to touch people. No touch was allowed. And I've heard it said recently that you could say in this kind of therapy, actually it's unethical not to touch people if they need it. So there needs to be very clear setting up of the boundaries and the limitations of how this is going to happen. It needs to be made very clear there will never, ever be any sexual touch. And that I like to ensure people that the touch will only happen when everyone's in the room. One of the biggest reassurances you can give people is to tape the sessions, videotape the sessions, so that they know that there's no possibility of anything untoward happening. The other aspect to think about is this concept that MAPS emphasizes a lot, and that is the inner healing intelligence. This is pretty much a core part of MAPS' therapy, where they are describing to the person that we all have this inner healing intelligence, or you could call it an inner wisdom, something within ourselves that propels us towards healing, that propels us towards finding what is right for us. And the goal of the therapist is to really help foster that and to help bring that out. And what this turns on its head is the notion that the therapist has got anything to do with the healing. And for some people from their training, it's quite hard to let go of this notion, because they come into this therapy thinking that they are the healing element here. They are the ones that are doing the therapy, which sets the participant or the client up as a passive recipient of the other person's skill or talent or whatever it is. And we don't want that at all. What we want is to mobilize that person's sense of they actually are the people that know most about what's going on with them. And we're just there to facilitate and help that along. These call them mantras are what Bill Richards is very strong on repeating in his training, and what he's learned from years and years of experience, is to teach people these mantras and then use them in the therapy. First being trust, let go, be open. Encourage people to really just open themselves up to the process, trust that the therapists are there to help them, and that they will be okay, and to just let go. Of course, it's very hard. One of the things I just should have said in managing expectations is very often people are very frightened when they start losing control, and they may even feel like they're dying. They might think that this letting go of control, the sort of ego dissolution, means that they are dying. And it's important to kind of let them understand that that's not the case, and this is just the ego letting go, and that really they should be open to it. The other one is in and through, and that is whatever happens, whatever you encounter in your path, go towards it, go into it, go through. If there's an open door, go through. If there's a staircase, climb up. If there's a monster, approach it, talk to it. in the ayahuasca experiences, they often talk about the anaconda. And again, as Bill Richards says, if you see the mouth of the anaconda in front of you, dive in and look out through its eyes. I don't think I've come across anything quite as dramatic with psilocybin, but it can get pretty scary. It can be quite daunting for people to go ahead and follow that. So in the setting, the first thing about this is the room. The image on the bottom left is the Johns Hopkins standard one, and that shows an ideal situation where you set the room up to look like a comfortable living room as much as possible, soft furnishing, soft lighting. The reality in some of the research situations is more like the two on the right, the top one being where you have a hospital room with all the equipment, and it becomes pretty hard to soften that and to kind of make it feel a little bit more like a lounge. The one just below that is what we got to eventually at Imperial, where we managed to soften it quite a lot. There were screens around the room and curtains and salt lamps, and when the main lights were off, it was a very soft, very gentle atmosphere. And this extends to the ensuite bathroom, where unfortunately sometimes we weren't allowed to do that. So people come out in the middle of a session and then go into this bathroom with the bright neon lights. So not an ideal situation, but that was about the best we could do in that situation. The music is the next element. Music is incredibly important. It's important to get it right. There are lots of playlists available now, and easily accessible. Important to be flexible on this, because people might not like the same kind of music, or there might be a track they don't like. So therapists need to negotiate with the person how they would say, look, I don't like that track, please fast forward to the next one. Generally, people would not be able to select their own tracks, because they could just come in with heavy metal or something that's really not going to be conducive to the process. The other option I think is important to give people is no music at all. If they don't want to have music, they should be allowed to not have music. Then the therapists, the next component. So for the therapists, a lot of what has to happen in training is for people to let go of some of the stuff they've learned before, and some of the habits they've developed in their years as being therapists, and it can be quite challenging for them too. So there's this delicate balance of being there fully with a person, being with them, and then, it also at the same time stepping aside and let the process happen. Helping the person to wonder, to be open, to wonder about what's going to happen. It's quite important to try and eliminate not being open yourself, your own anxieties, your own fears. You need to try and work on yourself, work in supervision, work with your co-therapist to try and not come across as being afraid yourself. And this relates to working on yourself in psychotherapy, doing ego work yourself. Don't come into this work if you've got an ego or something to prove. Important to work on your own shadow, the Jungian concept of the shadow. It's pretty good policy to choose people for this training who have been through some life challenges themselves and been through therapy and done some work on themselves. Beware of transference, counter-transference. These would be, for people who don't know, the dynamics that can happen between therapists and clients, where the client will transfer onto the therapist, perhaps a notion of them being parental, or the counter-transference corollary of that, where as a therapist you start thinking of the client like a child. And you can't necessarily eliminate this, because the therapy is set up so that you have usually a male-female dyad, and there is a kind of parental replication there. But it's important to be aware of this and not carry it too far. It needs to be managed. Beware of explanations in terms of biology. Beware of explanations in terms of your own pet theory. This is really not a time to try and explain it away. You need to be as open as you possibly can. So trust, let go, be open, and in and through applies to the therapist too. They have to apply those things to their own experience. Therapists sitting in the session with the person experiencing psilocybin really should be almost participating in the process themselves. Although you're not taking the substance, it's a good opportunity for you to get into a meditative space and start thinking about yourself and what happens there, particularly if the sessions are very quiet. Sometimes sessions can be quiet for hours on end. Your own experience is very important here. And the other part of managing in the beginning is that clients will often say, well, you know, have you ever had psilocybin yourself, and what was it like for you? I think it's important. It's good to be open, but it's good to bear in mind that question has a purpose. The purpose is usually that the client wants to know whether you understand and whether you're going to judge and reject them or whether you can cope with it. And I think you address those parts of it rather than launch into a whole disclosure about what happened to you in the past. If you haven't had the experience, then it's okay to say that, but I think it's quite important to try and know what it's about. And this is why I'm very excited by the research that's happening at Monash early next year with Paul Ignatsky, where we're doing psilocybin for generalized anxiety disorder. He's just had permission to give the therapists the experience of psilocybin as part of their training, which is absolutely excellent. Very, very exciting. So in selecting people, you almost need to come into this with a set of qualities that are there before the training. You can train some of this, but some of these have to be in place beforehand. And Phelps's paper talks about empathic abiding presence, where you just your being there is the reassuring, quiet presence that people need. To be able to enhance trust, to inspire trust in people, to have a spiritual intelligence. Janice Phelps' course was developed at the California Institute for Integral Studies. And they're very strong on the notion of including spiritual understanding. This is important because people will have experiences that can be described as spiritual, metaphysical. And although this doesn't require you to actually have any particular belief system of your own, but you need to know how to be open to this and how to work with this with people. As was mentioned before, people can have very deep mystical experiences. And we know from the Johns Hopkins reports that people say that this is the most life-changing and therapeutic part of their journey. So we need to be open to it. So therapists need to have a good knowledge of the physical and psychological effects of psychedelics, self-awareness and ethical integrity that comes with therapy, proficiency in complementary techniques. The therapists need to let go of some of the stuff they come in with, but also need to be open to learning about new things. One of the other things that I was definitely not taught in my training was any of the somatic oriented stuff, how to work with the body processes. So I think it's up to therapists to educate themselves in that as well. You might need to actually use some of those techniques in the session itself. It's a good policy that if you don't have those qualities is to pair up with somebody who does, so that your co-therapist can complement what you know. So in terms of the actual experience, it's important that people are open to this notion. The cave you fear to enter holds the treasure that you seek. Joseph Campbell. C.G. Jung wrote a lot about this as well. So the themes that often come up in psychedelic assisted psychotherapy are this notion of running from the monster or being chased by your shadow. So this is also why we encourage people to go for the experience, because often if you try and run away, it'll follow you, like your shadow is always behind you. And sometimes the further you run away, the longer the shadow, the bigger the shadow becomes, the more scary it becomes. So it is important to try and deal with that. Facing the very thing that you would rather avoid the thing that years of therapy may have uncovered. So one of the key questions up front is to ask people in the preparation session is, what is the one thing you really, really, really don't want us to talk about? Because that's likely to be the thing that comes up. The other thing can be that it's like when you reorganize the cupboards in your house, you often end up with a mess first. Like everything looks terribly disorganized before you pack everything away again. And in this kind of therapy, it's like rebuilding your whole house, if you can imagine what a drastic shift that can be. So the opportunity of the disruption of the default mode network can give you a chance to reconstruct from the ground up. So some of the models that come in here, the things that I think therapists should be aware of, maybe read up on if they're not familiar with it. Perinatal matrices is a concept written about by Stan Grof in relation to his work with LSD. And this describes the stages of the birth, a child going through the birth canal and being born into the world, that can sometimes come up as themes. Sometimes people can have something that seems like a rebirthing process during a session. So it's worth knowing about these theories and keeping them in mind to possibly inform how you understand it. Parts theories seems to be more popular now. This notion that there are parts within yourself and how you allow them all to be, how you allow them all to kind of exist together. That's another kind of notion to bear in mind. The shamanic models, these notions of soul retrieval, good model to know about. Facing the shadow, I've talked about, Jungian aspects. Uncovering trauma. People will come out with trauma in psilocybin sessions quite often. Encountering the anaconda, I mentioned that before. And working with transpersonal. So these are, and the somatic approaches. So when it comes to integration, our next topic, there's also integration for the therapist. There's integration of these therapies. It's about putting together these different models and trying to think in a way that incorporates a lot of these ideas and being flexible to move between them. So I do believe that after many years now of therapies developing, splintering off, developing their own specializations, and each of these seeming to have a 3-letter acronym, there's always a new 3-letter acronym to come up with. I think now we're trying to put this back together again and try and think more in a more integrated way. For the participants, when you start getting to the integration, notions of integration for the clients or participants, I see it as going through stages like this, and they may not always go in the sequence, but roughly they follow the sequence. The first reaction usually is that the person is trying to make sense of what happened. They're trying to create a narrative. And I think the initial session the whole of the first session can be taken up by this person just very excitedly talking about what they saw and what happened. I personally think it's a mistake to try and intervene there and try and bring in some kind of explanation or interpretation. That person just needs to kind of get it all out. It's like a person telling you about a dream. You want them to tell it, just tell it as it happened. When they get to the end of it, let them start again, because sometimes the second time round, they come out with new details. So that can sometimes take an entire session. In the integration groups that we ran in the UK, this is how we ran them. We used to have a circle that went on for about 2.5 hours, and we'd have a group of up to about 8 people, and people would elect to talk, and they'd get the first 20 minutes uninterrupted to just talk. And then we said to the people in the circle, we said to the people that the speaker is the one who determines what happens next. If they want questions, they can invite questions, or if they want comments. But if they want you to say nothing, then please respect that and say nothing. The second phase then is retaining the treasure. If the person has ventured into the cave where the dragon is and they found the precious treasure that the dragon holds, or in Roswatz's ACE model, they've dived down into the sea and they found the pearl in the clam at the bottom of the sea. They need to find a way to hold on to that, because it's very easy for that to get lost. It's as easy as forgetting your dream. You could wake up after a wonderful dream and you're excited about it, but by tomorrow you've forgotten what that's about. Unless you've written it down, unless you've spoken to people, unless you worked with a therapist through what it means, unless you symbolized it in some way, you've done a drawing or a painting, or written a poem or something. That's how you consolidate it in memory. That's how you create something that you can go back to in future to remind yourself of what happened. So part of the integration session is working out for the person what's comfortable for them. What's their particular way in which they'd like to retain this treasure and remind themselves of what happened. Maybe it is just writing a simple letter to themselves, or retaining an object that symbolizes it, or finding a particular place where they can meditate and they can recall what happened. Or going back to the group that they shared it with. The next phase here is then working with the healing wounds and trying to think about how what the experience was about fits in with the past, what that means, and how they're going to take the work forward. Taking the work forward, I believe if these sessions have happened properly, people don't necessarily want to plunge back into another session too quickly. In the structure that I gave you earlier, they sometimes about 6 weeks later, they go into a second session. But, outside of that situation, people can take years to work through what's just happened. And they get a much better chance to reach a stage where they feel that they are ready to go in and have a look again. An awful lot of work can happen in terms of the wounds and the past with what they've brought back after just one trip. The next phase then is making changes, and making those changes on a personal level, the internal, the way you think about yourself, and then the external changes. So with this comes a very strong message to people: don't go out and resign your job or get divorced straight after a session. Excuse me, I'm just going to drink some water. But to hold on to that very carefully and think about it before you go and make changes. Beg your pardon. But I think, it is good if people think about making external changes. This can be things like changing how they relate to other people, changing friendship groups if they have to. And then maybe in time changing a job, getting away from a toxic situation. And sometimes when people go back, they revert back to a state of depression, and it's easy to say, oh, the therapy didn't work. Well, if there's no change, there's no change. Very old therapy, bit of therapeutic wisdom. If there's no change, there's no change. So people really do have to think about how they get away from what caused the depression in the first place, if they're going to have long-lasting change in their lives. So what about challenging experiences? I don't believe in so-called bad trips. A challenging experience is always something that's come up for you that you need to actually look at. Very often, a person can have a challenging experience if they haven't actually faced the problem, if they've turned around and they've run away, if they haven't been prepared properly in terms of the possibility that, they might see a monster, and been given some hints on how to cope with this monster. So before the session, in the preparation, you preempt that the monsters might appear, and you give them the tools to cope with the monster. You reassure them that you're there, you can hold their hand, nothing bad is going to happen, and to engage with this monster and ask it what it has to say to you. So a lot of that can mitigate how challenging the person finds the experience. afterwards, it's about working through what is this monster. After all, it's something that's come out from inside themselves. And if you follow the principle that this has come to teach you something, then, you know, you could spend quite a lot of very fruitful therapy hours thinking about what that is and working through that and trying to face some of the things that it may represent for you. So after the experience, the therapy models going forward, you've got ACT, you've got internal family systems, you've got Jungian therapy, and you've got the ACE model, which I should have included there, I didn't. And then the question mark basically indicates that pretty much any other therapy can be made to fit in with this work. So in training therapists, we're not saying to them, look, you have to give up your favorite theory completely. But you have to try and think about how it can support what's happened and not negate the experience the person's had. So it's an and model. So the ones I've mentioned here are just the ones that are being written about now, most commonly, but no doubt you can make any kind of therapy fit in with this if you're flexible enough as a therapist. So finally, how do people get to do this work and what are the training issues? Well, I would say, first of all, I think you really need to think long and hard about if you want to do this work, whether you've done enough work on yourself, whether it's really you're prepared for the demands and the challenges that can come from doing this work, whether you can face the less glamorous aspects of it. As it stands now, it's not terribly highly paid work. We don't know what the future is going to hold with this. The myth out there is that it's expensive, but I think in terms of the long-term effects, and if you cost up all the follow-up therapy, it actually isn't. But so I think there's a certain amount of givens that need to be in place first. I think if you are very new to this, very fresh, and you don't have any experience, the answer is go and get some experience, go and do some supervised work in therapy, get some therapy for yourself, and possibly don't rush into it. Training and training issues, I think good training courses will incorporate a very careful selection process. They won't just allow anyone into the training, because two things can happen. One is you get people coming into the work that come in for the wrong motivation, that are poorly prepared, and might get burnt or feel that they don't achieve much. And the other issue is that you're sending people out into the world to work with people who really aren't up to doing the work. And well, you know, there's probably a whole another lecture around the possible dangers and risks that can happen with that. So there are some reputable training courses. There are at the moment, there isn't a controlling body that provides accreditation. So any course that's claiming to be accredited is not right. It's not so. Currently, the best in the world are probably the MAPS training for MDMA or the CIIS training in California. Some other very good training courses coming up overseas. And most of them will incorporate a range of skills around knowledge, background history, that kind of thing. But the strongest focus needs to be on the skills of the therapist to actually work therapeutically with a person. A whole lot of intellectual knowledge is not going to send people out there with enough skills to do the work and to do justice for the people that come along with these difficulties. You almost need to know very well how to work with the difficulties in your other models, so you need to be experienced. That's where I'm going to stop, so I will leave it open to questions now.
That was great. Thanks, Renee. The first question I've got for you: I work in harm reduction and often deal with psychedelic crises at events. What are some techniques that harm reduction workers could utilize?
I think when you're in a harm reduction situation, the most important thing is, I think there are two things. The one is you need to know what your safety protocol is. So you need to know how to look out for risks. If you do harm reduction training, they will take you through this, so that you need to know when the person's in a real medical crisis and what to do and how to get them to a position of safety. Other than that, it's about this, just being with them, just being calm, remaining calm yourself, and being supportive, just being a supportive presence. Very reassuring, talk them through it, don't leave them alone. That's the best way, I think, to do it. But of course, I think the upfront, I think it's tricky for people to be doing having any of these experiences outside of a well-structured and well-held space. I know of a couple of instances of people who had taken, had these experiences recreationally. Even though one person that I knew in the UK was slipped a drug at a party and never ever recovered from it. Very, very sad. He had a complete breakdown because he didn't know what was happening to him. So I think the best harm reduction, if you're going to do this, first of all, don't do it. But if you are, just be very, very careful that you know you're going to be safely and carefully held.
Sure, and hopefully don't take something unexpectedly at a party. I think that's not an ideal circumstance. Someone was wondering if you could talk to us about differences that you'd seen in psychedelic research and clinical services in Australia compared to your work in the UK.
Well, I haven't seen much in Australia yet. I haven't been here all that long, and it's been locked down almost since the day I arrived. But I'm hoping to get involved in some of the research very soon. I'm really looking forward to this. So I've done the training, I've done the MAPS training and the training for psilocybin therapy at Monash. So, anywhere else I can get involved in some of this therapy would be absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, great. And I know it's, not many people have that training, so it's fantastic that we have you here because, undoubtedly this is going to be a big thing, and the more people ready to deal with that, the better. Regarding therapists, the value of the female-male dyad is widely recognized, but are there other balances, such as personal qualities or professional skills, between the therapists that are also important?
I think this is where you need to be a little flexible again in terms of what the person needs. One of the examples, one of the sessions I had in Imperial, they brought me in because this person had a very significant relationship with a grandmother and had issues around that. So they wanted me there as a kind of older woman presence. And I've done sessions with another female partner as well. So I think you can be flexible in terms of that, So I always say I can always try and channel my inner bloke and bring a bit of masculine energy or something. I don't know. But yes, if you can't ideally get the male-female dyad, then you can be flexible.
And how about techniques that you might recommend for aftercare or support for people who experience mystical or profound experiences that they find to be psychologically destabilizing?
I think the first thing is to just let them talk about it. Let them talk about it as openly and as unconfrontationally as possible. The last thing you need to do is try and impose an explanation or a structure, or try and impose your own beliefs on them at all. Let's go along with what they tell you. Just let talk it through. I found I'm had quite a long years as a therapist, and the value of just listening to the person and listening to them unconditionally is so healing. In many cases, people find their own answers. They really find something within themselves. But if people do come out with particular religious notions that are important, I think you should redirect them to somebody within that spiritual tradition to help them more if you don't feel comfortable doing it.
Nice. Have you noticed any differences in the experiences and outcomes of patients that have a history of psychedelic use compared to people who it might have been their first psychedelic experience?
To be honest, within the people that I worked with in Imperial, they were all people that had never had an experience before. You know, I think they were chosen because they didn't have the experience before. So I can't really say too much about
Sure.
experience. Yeah.
Well, I don't have any more questions here, but I did have one that I wanted to ask. And I heard you speak about Joseph Campbell, and I'm a big fan, and I totally get psychedelic vibes, but I haven't seen many people joining the dots. So I'd like to hear how you connect your understanding of psychedelics and Joseph Campbell, because I heard you mention his name.
Gosh, well, I mean, I suppose my interest in that's come very much from sort of the Jungian side of it. And I think symbolically, people can come up with a lot of symbolic stuff. I mean, the psychedelic journey can be but like a hero's journey within itself. So yeah, I think it's about encouraging people to go on that journey and find the treasure and come back. But as a Jungian, my approach mostly in therapy is about meaning making. It's about thinking about your narrative, about the story of your life, how that all fits together. I hope that's answered your question. I can't really say very much more about that.
No, I think when you trail off like that, you know you've nailed Joseph Campbell, right? It's about a feeling, not about what's actually being said. Thank you so much. I think that's all the questions that we have.
All right. Thank you very much.
Our pleasure. We're going to go to yet another video from Lord of the Mushrooms, Caine Barlow, this one on Psilocybe alutacea.
Psilocybe alutacea is still a fairly new psilocybe. The description was published in 2006 by Chang and Mills. There's still a lot of excitement about this species. We've only really known about them for about 15 years. So people are really keen to get out into the bush and to go and find them for their first time. The common name is the Poo Meanie, named by Bo Meister. In the Chang and Mills paper, the species was described as resembling Psilocybe semilanceata. The pharmacology of the species is currently unknown. In terms of history, the holotype for the species was collected in 1990 by Weyers Chang, found on the Snug Falls track in Tasmania. Herbarium specimens were collected in 1990, 1991 and 2000. I recall in the early 90s in Tasmania, there were rumours getting around of a wombat poo loving psilocybe being found around Snug Falls, and people would quite often go looking for it. I never found one, unfortunately. Online reports appeared on Mushroom Observer in 2011. And then further reports started appearing on other sites, the Shroomery, Mushroom Observer, and Facebook groups from 2013, 2015, 2016, and now they're fairly regular. Again, the common name is the Poo Meanie. A huge shout out to Bo Meister for a very, very cool name. The image on the right hand side here is the hand-drawn illustration for Psilocybe alutacea from the Chang, Gates and Rakowski paper from 2006. This is Snug Falls in Tasmania, where the first specimen was found. You can see in the photograph that it's mostly calodendrous rainforest, and then that would then change into wet sclerophyll forest. The habitat for Psilocybe alutacea is wet and dry eucalypt forest, but also rainforest. It grows off animal dung, in particular wombat dung and also wallaby dung. It's found in Tasmania, Victoria, South Australia, and is also known to occur in New Zealand. Its season, it grows generally between March to July, but has been found in February. There's the possibility that the season extends much greater, so we're still in the process of gathering that data as a community. I'm going to show some photographs of habitats where Eleutheria occurs. So this is wet sclerophyll. You can see the eucalyptus, you can see the man ferns. You would expect a few other trees here as well, Bedfordia, for example. Temperate rainforest. So this is a picture of Calodendrous rainforest from Tasmania. And this is the understory of a similar kind of Calodendrous rainforest. You can see the ferns and all the broken debris on the ground. This is an image provided by Tanner Koolhaas showing the mushroom against a 5-cent coin. You can see it's not a huge mushroom. Taxonomically speaking, Psilocybe eleuthera, the cap is 13 millimeters in diameter, conical or convex in shape. It's quite striate and has a leathery brown to ochraceous brown colour. The gills, the attachment is adnate, greyish brown in colour. The stem, 46 millimeters tall, white to pale brown. And as with many other Psilocybe, they bruise blue where damaged. You can see in this image here on the right hand side the described similarity to stem lanceata, the kind of that white, slightly brown, fibrous looking stem. In terms of lookalikes, there are a few lookalikes. Diconica species, as illustrated here on the right hand side, but also Panaeolus species and also Protostropharia semiglobata can also look similar.
More amazing mushroom stuff. Great, thank you, Caine. If I hadn't spoken enough about the raffle, I will. But first, yeah, let's get him in now. You can't wait. Come on, here we've got the guy that is obsessed with books and all things psychedelic. Michael Bock, hello.
Hello there. Good to see you again, Liam.
Always fantastic. We're going to play a little game where I say, show me the book that excites you most, and tell us why. No, in fact, let's start with the most valuable. What you got?
Most valuable is difficult to categorise because psychedelic books have taken off in the past decade. I've been collecting for 30 years.
Oh, all right. Well, I guess it's a hard question. Well, show me something expensive then.
I believe that one is very expensive.
How much is that, do you reckon?
I'll shout out to Caine. Caine, how much is the pharmacophene in its slipcase? Hardcover and slipcase.
Oh,
Signed, of course.
Between $2,000 and $7,000.
Well, that's
Okay.
all right. That's all right.
What number is it?
Oh, I've got both first and second edition.
Okay.
And is it signed?
Is it a number or a letter edition?
I'm not sure, but yes.
All right. Well, basically, not only is this the expensive $7,000 book just worth that much on its own, there's also, is it personally signed with your name on it?
No, it is signed, but not personally signed.
All right. Well, what have you got with your name on it?
Personally signed is this Christian Rauch book. Now, most people will be familiar with his Encyclopedia of Psychoactive Plants.
Yeah, we probably have that.
We
here
have it down
somewhere
there.
too. Yeah.
Yes.
This is the one people probably know, right?
Yes. That's the one in English. But before that, because he's a German researcher, German writer, he wrote it all in German. And
yeah, show them the good stuff.
Yeah. So, of course, when he was out in Australia, I had it, and I'll bring it a bit closer to the camera. So, yes, it's signed and personalised, and yeah, there is a very funny story about that personalisation too.
Yeah, well, go on. You better tell it.
Well, I'll let you read it out.
All right. For Michael Bock, the Archangel of Erection, with warmest memories of most magical moments in
Palenque.
Palenque. Yeah, we're
Yes.
going to need some context.
Okay. I was one of the speakers at one of the Palenque conference in '99. So alongside Christian Raj, Jonathan Ott, Terence McKenna, Alexander Shulgin, and Paul Stamets, and a few other people. And at one of the porch parties, people asked what new psychedelics, what new plant substances had I tried in Mexico, because things were illegal in Australia and also the quality was dubious. There are quite a few things I actually hadn't tried. And so, but earlier I was introduced at the conference by Christian Rachas. This is the researcher whose surname means erection. And we actually have, if you can see down there, yes, it's a very silly thing, that yellow book called Erbach next to the Buiti.
Oh, mate. So this one?
This one, yes. Yeah.
So this is why are you an erection? And is this book related?
This book is related. Erbach being my surname. So Christian Rach had worked on the etymology of my surname, and in fact written a book about the ancient German aphrodisiac beers before the Catholic Church banned using these herbs. And yeah, it's signed as well.
Another personalised. Well, I can't read that. It looks like it's in German.
It's
Is
in
that right?
German, but yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, and if you haven't heard of Christian Rach, basically this guy, like as you saw, wrote the Encyclopedia of Psychoactive Plants. He also helped with a variety of other kind of encyclopedia-style books, including the Encyclopedia of Aphrodisiacs. But he's done heaps of cool stuff, and including like lived in Nepal with like...
Lived in Nepal, lived in sort of Central America, studied the Mayan, well, the Lacandone people who are the descendants of the Mayan. So he's a very interesting character. But yes, he'd studied both aphrodisiac herbs and my surname. So that's how he introduced me at this conference.
Well, I'm not sure how long we have to talk about books because you and I have done this on more than one occasion for hours. So I'm just looking over here and they're not telling me to stop. So we're going to keep going. Yeah. I want to hear about McKenna. What have you got?
Oh, well, we have a few McKenna books.
What McKenna book of yours are you most fond of?
Would it be Food of the Gods? I think it's Food of the Gods.
Show us.
I'll reach down here and grab a handful of McKenna ones.
Just a handful.
Just a handful. So yeah, Food of the Gods. Things like the Evolutionary Mind and Trilogues at the Edge of the West and True Hallucinations.
And if you have to pick one, I said bring me your favourite and you brought me like 7.
That's right, but they're signed.
All of them?
All of the ones that were written before he died, or published before he died.
Fantastic.
So, yes.
Oh, amazing. Well, I guess we continue to talk about books.
Yeah.
I want to know, because we've got that Stamets book in the raffle. I want to know, what have you got that's signed by Stamets?
Actually, same book.
Same book?
Same
One
book.
of these?
No, yeah, we'll put those back. Now, my book collection is on holiday up here, so I actually don't know where everything is, but I do have some early Stamets books. Do we know where they are?
Oh, yeah, right. Well, I know I haven't organised these. I wildly put them in the shelves with enthusiasm.
Yes. So, other interesting books is we have James Orrock, a very interesting New Zealand character. I'll put it over there away from the mic, who unfortunately died in a paragliding accident just recently. But he's been a speaker at EGA, and he was a very interesting character.
Another sign, also signed, I imagine. I've caught you. I kind of asked. Oh yeah, no, it's signed. Never mind.
It's signed.
Yeah, cool, awesome. Well, what do you grab first if it's going to burn down and you can only grab one?
I'll probably grab my Rach or my Pharmacotheon, my Jonathan Ott books.
All right, cool.
And, yeah, very sentimental with that, especially because I used to write to Jonathan Ott to say that there was I had a copy of his first edition of Pharmacopoeia, and I said, there's a problem with it. It's actually missing a whole lot of plants. I'm sorry to report. And actually, he was a great scientist. He wrote back saying, this is fantastic. He was very excited to learn that he was missing a lot of material. And of course, he was, all right, this is absolutely fantastic. Put your references where your mouth is, kiddo. So I did. I sent him many packets of references. And this is the 90s, and he was away from a long distance from any internet, so it was all physical paper sending off to Mexico. And yeah, I was able to add plants in every one of his categories except for the mescaline containing plants. And I wrote to him saying, I won't be able to fill that one until they discover an acacia with mescaline in it.
Awesome. Oh, and
yes.
And how about all these books you've got on the mantelpiece? I believe there's a theme, right? These
Yes.
are all...
I actually put them up there for Liam to work out how they were all connected.
I didn't work it out. Caine worked it out, and I'm an idiot.
Caine worked it out straight away, yes. Liam hasn't. But they're all encyclopedias of psychoactive plants. So from here, we have our Garden of Eden by Snu. We have Christian Raj, Jonathan Ott. We have Plants of the Gods by Schultes and Hoffman. We have Narcotic Plants by Boden. And then we have the really early stuff.
Yeah, what's that old thing?
Well, we have Magical Gifts.
This one.
This
the
one.
really old-looking one. That one
This
looks
is
epic.
one that not many people have ever actually heard of by a guy called Hardwick. And have a go at trying to pronounce this.
Oh, yuck. All right,
Yes.
hang on. I'll try. Hartwig die Menschleichen Genussmittel. How's that?
Yeah.
Can you do it? How do you say it?
Oh, it'd be much the same, but this is...
Looks like I got it perfectly.
Oh, no, my partner would criticise me because she's German.
Oh,
so-
okay, keep safe.
Yeah, but this is one of the first big encyclopedia of psychoactive plants. There were earlier ones, but this is the Germans being Germans catalogued and categorized everything. So that's why a lot of the early books on psychoactive plants are all in German. We have Baron Ernest von Bibra. We have Walter Rico. We have Louis Lewin over there with his Fantastica, narcotic and stimulating drugs.
Well, I feel like we've done like a good overview of like different psychoactive encyclopedias. I'm pretty sure we're getting the wrap up, which we should because this will go on indefinitely.
It will, especially I will promote one book. One more book.
What have you got?
We will talk about this. Oh, people were talking about this earlier today. It's Merlin Sheldrake's Entangled Life. So if you're interested in fungi, I'd say have a read of it if you can.
Oh, fantastic.
But there you go. Now I'm getting kicked off.
Yeah, I think you are, Michael. Not by me. It's someone else. I'm a nice guy, but also thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. His book collection is ridiculous, and you're seriously not even seeing like 10% of it. It's almost scary, but it's an amazing thing. Next up, we have Melissa Warner and Carl Hayden Smith giving a presentation titled Psychedelics, Context Engineering Psychedelics for Altered Traits. Melissa's mission is to cultivate an evidence and experience-based understanding of psychological well-being, with the aim to translate this knowledge into systems that support eudaimonic agency and mental health. Melissa is Secretary of Psychedelic Research in Science and Medicine, a charity supporting the creation of psychedelic research trials, a teacher to future psychedelic therapists at Mind Medicine Australia and Psychedelics Today, a co-founder of the Australian Psychedelic Society, and a member of the UK Australian Young Leaders Forum. After graduating in neuroscience from the University of Melbourne, Melissa travelled to leading international centres of psychedelic research, transformative technology, and meditation. She is now integrating these experiences to contribute to the establishment of next generation of mental health treatments in Australia. Melissa is currently a postgraduate psychology student at the University of Melbourne and is leading the development of a therapeutic virtual reality program to support psychedelic-assisted therapy through meditation, training, and immersive visuals. Melissa is an experienced meditation guide, having studied under the, Mahamudra lineage of Tibetan Buddhism. Melissa's approach is informed by a scientific outlook, a transpersonal perspective, a positive psychology lens, and grounded in the somatic. In her free time, Melissa enjoys her yoga practice, poetry, dance, and painting. Carl Hayden Smith is a director of the Learning Technology Research Centre and Principal Research Fellow at the Institute for Creativity and Technology, Ravensbourne University, London. Carl has 20 years' experience conducting research and development into the application of hybrid technologies for perceptual, cognitive, and creative transformation. He's focused on using both the technological and biological means to alter, probe, and study the spectral nature of consciousness. His research focuses on generating new forms of media, including neuroadaptive mixed reality training, natural media, and wearable experience. Raising over £10 million in research funding, Carl has worked on numerous large-scale Leonardo Lifelong Learning, Erasmus, FP7, X Prize, and Horizon European projects including Wearable Experience, REAP, AR4EU, Hobbes Academy, Hyperhumanism, Contextology, and Holotechnica.academy. Carl has given over 300 invited public lectures, conference presentations, and keynotes in 40 countries and published more than 100 academic papers. His research interests include embodied cognition, spatial literacy, umwelt hacking, sensory augmentation, artificial senses, and body hacking. Their presentation will take us through the fusion of psychedelics and technology. Psychedelics and moist media have the potential to offer greater precision in modulating and entertaining altered state experiences. Both psychedelics and extended reality technologies, like VR and AR, have the potential to immerse users in enriched sensory landscapes. Both have been studied as mediums of transformative experience, and both have been used as aids to help recovery from mental illness. Psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy is a promising and unique therapeutic modality with a focus on disrupting entrenched ways of thinking, feeling, and perceiving. Psychedelics do not guarantee positive change. They are experiential medicines, and they may provide a window of plasticity which can be utilized as part of a therapeutic process towards well-being and personal growth. While altered states can be illuminating, altered traits are not guaranteed. Context engineering involves the deliberate restructuring of experience to enhance and expand perception and cognition. CE gives us new abilities and control over our senses, providing us with a new type of self and social exploration.
Now we'll go to Melissa and say hello. Hello?
Hello, hello, hello?
Great. Thank you for the introduction. And thank you for the invitation. So next slide, Melissa. Okay, so my intro. I'm co-founder of the Psychedelic Society. And by Psychedelics, we mean
holy shit, man.
Technologies that enable altered states. I'm also an academic full-time in London, and I'm co-founder of the London Experimental Psychonautics Club, where we're also looking at all sorts of different ways of creating altered states, not necessarily using substances or technologies, but everything else, like sound, breathwork, etc. So I spent a lot of time traveling the world. Actually, the last Psychedelics incubator we ran was in Melbourne. And we're very interested in the cultural differences between different key cities around the world and how different artists are creating psychedelics and the sort of the different flavors of those psychedelics in different cities. I'm also a big part of psychedelic clinical research. I've done 6 years at Imperial College London, trying the DMT in different phases, both the EEG, fMRI, and recently DMT extended. So I'll talk a little bit about that in the talk. I'm also very much interested in how do we use technologies to help support those clinical studies? How do we get people to prepare and integrate those experiences? Moist media is when we combine psychedelics with cyberdelics to create a whole new field of research. I'm extremely interested in the looking at the antidotes to the drugs and combining the two. Over to you, Melissa.
Thanks, Carl. I'm Melissa. I'm the Secretary of Psychedelic Research in Science and Medicine here in Australia, and also a teacher for the Certificate of Psychedelic Therapies. I have a deep meditation practice I like to share. Also a teacher of Psychedelics Today, a co-founder for the Australian Psychedelic Society. Also have a background in performance art, and I'm a neuroscience graduate, currently studying to become a psychologist. I have lived experience of healing through psychedelics and a deep interest in combining different modalities of art, meditation, psychotherapeutic knowledge into virtual experiences that can support the preparation, acute experience, integration phases of psychedelics. And I met Carl in London in 2018, I believe. And he deeply inspired me to begin a virtual reality project. And I'm really grateful to be giving this talk with him today. So, one of the first times I actually heard about psychedelics was reading a book by Oliver Sacks, a famous neurologist and author who's written curious and charming books such as Seeing Voices, The Man Who Took His Wife for a Hat, and Hallucinations. It's actually in Hallucinations that he says, every culture has found such chemical means of transcendence. And at some point, the use of such intoxicants becomes institutionalized at a magical or sacramental level. Some people can reach transcendent states through meditation or similar trance-inducing techniques, or through prayer and spiritual exercises. But drugs, they offer a shortcut. They promise transcendence on demand. And in that book, he described a moment of demand and his desire to experience the true color of indigo. And through his, I quote, pharmaceutical launchpad of LSD and cannabis, he did. There was a indigo, a majestic color beyond both blue and purple, experience of transcendence on demand.
Okay, thanks, Melissa. So, yeah, this idea of transcendence on demand, I believe, is part of the sort of the new demand for immersion generally. I think we've gone through a phase where we were happy to be passively consuming, but now I believe we are all demanding to be inside the media that we're consuming. So we're all like looking to be in the film that we're watching, and I think that it's an evolution of consciousness. I think that we are seeing, you know, a demand for the psychedelic experience, and whether that's using substances or using technologies, or, you know, I think that it is our birthright to explore consciousness. And I think that, you know, Timothy Leary started the Psychedelics movement. You could argue that he went horribly wrong in lots of ways. And we're building on what went on in the 60s, but certainly trying to have a bigger impact. Over to you, Melissa.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so he actually did originally coin the phrase turn on, tune in, drop out, but across the course of the 60s, 70s, and into the 80s, he actually self-corrected that over time to be turn on, tune in, boot up, suggesting a more formal engagement with how we avoid television dictatorships and how we may be able to democratize the cyber screen politics of the future.
Thanks, Melissa. So I'm really interested in the early use of these medicines, Elefsis in Greece, the ancient mystery schools of Greece, both the inner and outer mystery schools, We know, or we believe, we're using something called Kirkion, which was an early LSD-based brew. We also know that they went underground. They had a sensory deprivation element. We know that it was quite an ordeal, like a death, a rebirth experience. So this was very heavily guarded. We know that all the Greek philosophers went through this experience, 600 years. It lasted, and we've turned what we think was a psychedelic experience into a cyberdelic experience with a project called Seventh Ray. Seventh Ray is a mixed reality experience where we look at those motifs, including out-of-body experiences, and we simulate those inside the cyberdelic in order to have a new kind of modern-day mystery school. Next slide. So the main premise of our talk today is this one of a fusion between these different elements. So we're going to touch upon psychedelics, cyberdelics, and what I've mentioned as moist media. And we're basically asking, do these in combination have a bigger impact than themselves individually? So do they offer in combination a greater precision in modulating and in training altered state experiences? Do they stabilize optimal states? We all know that we're all chasing now in this new economy these altered states, but can we create altered traits when we start to actually help these different areas with these different technologies? And yeah, I think that there's lots of similarities between virtual reality and a psychedelic experience, but can they inform each other to enrich each other? Over to you, Melissa. Oh, this is my slide still, isn't it? So yeah, I've mentioned already moist media, but actually, why don't you give us your take on this slide, Melissa?
So yeah, so moist media is a combination of psychedelic assisted therapy, the consumption of a psychedelic, and a virtual experience. And how these can combine together is they can co-facilitate each other. Psychedelics sensitize an individual to their environmental context, increase presence, openness, and visual appreciation. Whereas extended reality environments are context-engineered immersive environments that can be tailored to provide a therapeutic narrative attuned to the individual through biofeedback. Back to you, Carl.
Okay, what's the next slide? All right, so yeah, so context engineering as a concept is something I coined around 7 years ago. And again, it fits in with this narrative that we've done a lot of content engineering. If you think about all the media that's passively consumed, we're now seeing a real push. We're now seeing a real push to adjust our senses as the content. So whether it's changing vision, and I've worn this headset here on your top left of the screen, which is basically a 360 vision device, which enabled me to turn my 180 degree vision into 360 vision just by adopting a street view camera and squashing that into 180 degrees instead of a 360 degree vision. So it's almost as if the brain goes, thank you very much. Why didn't you do that before? Because the brain is a prediction machine. It is based around the inputs that it's getting. And if suddenly you change your peripheral devices plugging into the brain, you can radically change the world that you're inhabiting. You can also do it below that image. You can see these Hear One active listening buds, which means you can context engineer your sound environment. You can increase the bass of your life. You can remove certain sounds like people snoring or that annoying sound on the plane, that buzzing sound, and have the rest of your sound environment perfectly engaged, perfectly still there. So you're changing the context. You're changing the way you perceive as the content. We can then look at this above, which is the dolphin movement. We can now plug into the motion of an animal. We can body swap underneath there where you're actually body swapping and gender swapping just by changing your vision. So you're putting somebody else's vision through your brain. The next one along is time adjustment. So disabling the body in order to slow down time. And the one above that on the top right is the ability to have digital taste. So, putting your tongue into your phone and being able to taste your meal in the restaurant that you're about to eat. So all of these things already exist, but I think there's a whole new economy coming where we start to create context as opposed to content. Next slide. So psychedelics, as we know, is a historical term, but it's very specifically about creating altered states or altered traits with technology. Technology, as in the cyber, is required. And it also harks back to the subculture that existed in the 80s and 90s. Next slide. So yeah, I've already mentioned a couple of these, but the creating feedback loops is also a big part of the psychedelic sort of technology scene. So using sensors, using the quantified self in order to enhance the experience. One of the most powerful psychedelic experiences I've seen so far is on the top right there from David Glowacki and his team, an experience called Isness, which came out of Bristol in the UK. Isness is amazing because it's a VR experience that plugs into a physics engine, a real world physics engine. And you're just effectively, you're wearing gloves and you're actually you're creating a mudra. So connecting the cosmic consciousness with the individual consciousness. And as you connect the two in the experience, you create light. You create this point of light, and then you've got 2 points of light, and then there's 3 other people in the room, and then you've got these 8 points of light. And between those 8 points of light, the physics engine kicks in, and then you're seeing yourself without the physical form. You're seeing yourself as you actually are in terms of physics. You're reducing or expanding yourself to see yourself as you actually would be without your body. So really powerful, trippy experience. And what's interesting about Isness is that they've actually combined and compared and used the same measures as we're using at Imperial to actually see if you go into an altered state. So there are existing guidelines and standards for what an altered state is. And so this experience has already been measured against those, which is another way of actually measuring your cyberdelic to know if it is a cyberdelic. And beneath that, my colleague at the Psychedelic Society, Jose, created Virtual Awakening, which is all about, again, harking back to the Greek mystery school. The death is only the beginning. So exploring death and trying to remove it as a taboo. I think we're all facing the death drive at the moment and facing our mortality. I think that's really healthy. I think it's really important that we don't shy away from death. And I think death is misunderstood. I think death may well be a massive expansion of consciousness rather than a contraction. Next slide. So again, moist media, you can go onto Reddit and you can look into a subgroup called Rift into the Mind. And that is a whole database of experiments being done around the world where people are combining virtual reality with different drugs. And you can see there just listed, ketamine is a very popular one in terms of VR, because if you did ketamine before a VR experience, generally you're disassociated and you would kind of really be present in that experience. Again, we're going to talk about ethics of this stuff a bit later on, but yeah, obviously if you're put into a VR experience having been drugged against your will, then there's a whole different bag, a whole different level of complexity. And of course, people can be tortured in VR. There's all sorts of horrible scenarios that exist and are being studied by the military. That's the danger, and the double-edged sword of all technologies. Most technologies you use on a daily basis are formed through the military complex, and that's part of being alive in this crazy world. So yeah, moist media is all about combining wetware with dryware. So combining your own biological systems with the dryware of technology. Next slide. So yeah, so we've also, I think this might be actually a repeat, but yeah, we've got a lot of people. Actually, why don't you talk on this slide, Mel? I think you're muted.
One of the key things here is this idea that through sensors, through data tracking, we can allow biofeedback to feed into experiences and develop metacognitive training systems for enhanced learning. Is there an ideal amount of frustration or uncertainty before a peak experience? And psychedelic assisted therapy is by itself a unique therapeutic modality, able to disrupt entrenched ways of thinking, feeling, and perceiving, provides a window of plasticity, which can be utilized as part of a therapeutic process toward well-being and growth. And both psychedelic-assisted therapy and psychedelics are experiential therapies. Healing is mediated through the interaction between pharmacology, phenomenology, and the context of the container. The goal of combining these therapies is personalization and the individualization to each person's needs. As we said, these are experiential medicines, but we are still learning what particular factors, what contexts, which medicine will lead to the best outcomes in each case. And just as psychedelics enhance creative capacity, we have this opportunity to be creative as to how we approach treatment, how we fuse science, technology, therapeutic practice, and contemplative wisdom in order to facilitate experiences which can mobilize possibilities of change and tenderly prepare patients for personal confrontation and support them in growth. The premise is that psychedelics, under the right context, facilitate transformative experiences. Rare, exciting, oceanic, deeply moving, exhilarating, elevating experiences that generate an advanced form of perceiving reality. They're even mystic and magical in their effect upon the experimenter, said Abraham Maslow, who developed the hierarchy of needs. And he actually observed that those who experience more peak experiences, more transformative experiences, and more frequently self-actualizes. And there are two key components of transformation. There's the transformative experience, these pivotal mental states that are transient, hyperplastic brain states that have the incredible potential to mediate transformation and serve potentially an evolutionary function, which is to aid transformation when a perceived environmental pressure demands it. And thus they can also be overwhelming and unstable. So the other key aspect is stabilization of change. Because not all psychedelic experiences are transformative. Not all altered states lead to altered traits. I'll just go over this slide quickly, but there are some known altered states and altered traits that psychedelics can facilitate. Through ego dissolution, there is an opening towards awe, connection, and nature relatedness. By letting go of our stable sense of self, by opening up our inner boundaries, we can connect both to nature but to other individuals, increasing our sense of empathy and leading to potentially pro-social behaviors. These experiences of beauty and awe connect us to an appreciation of the visual world and deepen our relationship to processes of change, leading to greater creativity and openness. And these are all contextual. So what is the context that we're aiming for? What are the domains that we're hoping to experience transformation, state change into stage change? Stage change being development of higher organizations of mind in the relational aspects of our lives, in our personal meaning, philosophical and mnemonic components, our creativity, our healing, and even our celebratory and our playful, and the healing and the release of tension in our bodies. We believe that context engineering can support the setting, and skill development intrinsic to psychedelic healing. The set being the mindset of the journeyer, their grounding, their ability to surrender, the curiosity to experience, setting being the environment, and also the relationship to guides that are present, and potentially the construction of the virtual environment, the art around them, what's coming into their experience, and also their skills. We believe that through context engineering and through the development of personalized virtual spaces, metacognitive skills can be developed and stabilized over time.
Thanks, Melissa. So yeah, as I mentioned, I've been part of the DMT Extended experiment at Imperial College over summer, so 3 months, being subjected to this powerful transformative tool. And yeah, it's an interesting one. Andrew Gallimore's book, Alien Information Theory, he sort of talks about an altered trait, and maybe not such a positive way. I mean, he says that, and I think that the science is there, that because there's no tolerance to DMT, because it is naturally occurring in the brain, there seems to be a potential through intravenous, drip feeding of the substance to keep you in the peak of the DMT journey permanently. And he talks about using the third dimension to launch us into the fifth dimension. And that's, basically, in my opinion, degrading the human experience. And I think we may have won the lottery by being born as humans. It might not seem that way right now, but I think that we may well find that the void, which isn't empty but very full, is actually the norm, and the human experience is a real rarity. So even if that's not the case, I still think we should work on the basis that it is, and the altered traits that we're trying to develop may not be permanent psychedelic states. Next slide. So yeah, but an altered trait is, in my opinion, how do we reliably bring back information from these experiences, whether it's a dream experience, which you could also call a psychedelic state, or whether it's a flow state that you want to bring back all the ideation that you gathered during that moment. And maybe, it's all very well to have a lot of ideation, a lot of insight, but it's all about actioning such insight that I believe will lead to altered traits, to these optimizations of peak experiences. And I think we are now entering a new frontier of being able to be more mycelium-like. How do we act with this greater intelligence? And that the fungi have survived 5 mass extinctions whilst we're causing the 6th. So clearly there's a far greater intelligence in this networked parallel form of consciousness than this individual capitalistic grab everything you can. I mean, if we could see under the ground using mixed reality, and if we could see this intelligence that the Wood Wide Web, the mitochondria networks, this ability to share immediately when you're in abundance to not just your own life form, but everything else around you, and for that to be standard behavior, I think if we could witness such a thing, it would be the ultimate psychedelic experience without taking any psychedelics, and it would give us a chance to stretch out and expand on what we believe to be fundamental experience. Next slide. So the big sort of meat of this talk is the transformative experience design principles. So what are the factors in these virtual environments, the key ingredients that will support the different phases of psychedelic assisted therapy? So how do we combine cyberdelics with psychedelics? How do we use technologies to support the psychedelic experience? And we're proposing that there's a variety of mechanisms by which cyberdelics may optimize these therapies. These include things like positive psychology, transformative experience design, and the gamification of well-being.
Thanks, Carl. So one of these design concepts that's related both to the psychedelic experience and to extended reality is awe. Whereas the beautiful is limited, the sublime is limitless. So the mind in the presence of the sublime, attempting to imagine what it cannot, has the pain and the failure, but pleasure in contemplating the immensity of the attempt. In the words of Immanuel Kant in Critique of Pure Reason. How awe is induced could be a great help in defining new methods of personal change and growth. The Japanese have a word for it, yugen, said to mean profound, mysterious sense of beauty of the universe and the sad beauty of human suffering. Yugen suggests that beyond what can be said, but it is not an allusion to another world. Why stop at a word? Let's break down awe a little bit more. So Kant also described awe as the feeling that arises when we become aware of divine experiences, and what he called a priori knowledge, universal validity, this sense of something vast, beyond what you have experienced, outside of one's ordinary frame of reference. And cognitively, when we experience that, there's this scrambling for, what does this mean? What is this? How do we define it? Can we define it? A need for accommodation into our current schemas, our current mental models. And often experiences of wonder, of awe, are a little bit beyond that. We kind of lose the grip on our cognitive schemas, on our mental structures, on deciding what this is, and just be with, just experience. Sense of humility, gratitude, connection, perception of beauty. But if we resist, if we fail to accommodate for these experiences, that can lead to some discomfort, terror, resistance, and this really does underlie the difference between a transformative experience and actually a challenging one. And there can be moments of challenge. In fact, you need some degree of challenge. Mihei Csikszentmihalyi studied the lives of high performance creatives, artists, scientists, and found that by studying these individuals, the best moments usually occur when a person's body or mind is stretched to its limits in a voluntary effort to accomplish something difficult and worthwhile. Optimal experience is just something we make happen. Optimal experience, flow states, where there's a balance between skill and challenge, leading to a higher organization of mind, letting go of the concept of self and the being with in a creative flow, which is both a creative and can be a therapeutic process. So the ingredients for constructing meaningful experiences that support transformative possibilities and personal development, as we mentioned with awe, are associated with an expansion of one's frame of reference. And so how do we do that? How do we move people outside of themselves? One idea is the idea of potentiality, the potential space between fantasy and reality, a space that is inhabited by play, imagination, symbolism, and creativity. It is only in being creative the individual discovers the self. It's also in a space of play. Creativity is fundamentally playful, and I feel like often in psychedelic research, we skip over the fact that psychedelics are fundamentally playful. Another quote by researcher Winnicott is, "It is in playing, and only in playing, that the individual child or adult is able to be creative and to use the whole personality and discover the self." Another concept is the idea of liminality. Liminin from the Latin meaning threshold or boundary, being at a threshold, holding space and uncertainty between past and future identities. And the term comes from Arnold van Grenop, who studied rites of passage like Eleusinian mysteries through these structural phases of separation, transition, and incorporation. And liminality occurs in liminoid spaces. These spaces which are constructed to be playful, to be a little uncertain, and to promote opportunities for personal growth. From this perspective, virtual experiences may be referred to as epistemically transformative technologies by bringing people into a subjective window of presence, into unactualized but possible versions of themselves and the world. Back to you, Carl.
Thank you. So some game mechanics for you now. We've moved on to the next phase of our design principles. And this is a reference from Gaglioli, 2016. So manipulation of body consciousness. I am a different me, which is supporting shifts in perspective through experiential embodied cognition. And we can achieve this through self-location. So the ability to have an out-of-body experience using technology, very easily achieved if you put on a VR headset and then you don't go into a game world in terms of your view, but you actually put the view to go into two cameras. You put the cameras behind you at the same sort of eye level as you're looking, and you're immediately out of body. You're looking at that person going, who's that? And it's you, but you're not aware of it. Your brain's being tricked. So, you know, it will get the picture pretty quickly, but if you added another sense modality, for instance, a pen, you know, visually you're seeing a pen touch you and another pen is actually touching you at that point, then again, that amplifies the trickery and it creates this, you know, this state of disbelief. So there's lots of different cyberdelics. We've done similar thing in the Seventh Ray experience. And yeah, and to be another lab in Barcelona, also working on this kind of game mechanic. Next slide, Melissa. So the next one is this idea of embodying alternate perspectives. I am another you. So experiencing the self as a different self or a less stable construct. Again, there's experiences which come under this term, the Proteus effect, which is in embodying this alternate perspective. Loads of science gone into that, and I'm really interested in something called Umwelt hacking, and you see work by groups like Marshmallow Laser Feast, where you can inhabit different animals. In VR, so you can be a mosquito, you can be various other things. And the Interspecies Society have created not a VR experience, but literally they've hacked the senses. So echolocation installed directly into your cheeks and placed behind your ears. So you can sense how far away things are from behind. You know, you might argue that that's not a very important skill to have, but you know, somebody has become the literal Batman. So yeah, lots of people developing different umwelts. An umwelt generally means the apparatus that you have for sensing your context. And different animals have very different umwelts. If you look at a lobster, for instance, how they sense compared with how we sense. We're all living in the same world, but that world is vastly different depending on your contextual apparatus for perceiving it. There's also lots of work going on. Mel Slater in Barcelona has done all sorts of work with VR to create empathy engines and this ability to plug into, people of different race, different gender. He's doing experiments with people drumming, so you could actually go into, you could be quite a good drummer, but you go into a body of a famous drummer, and suddenly your drumming improves just because you're having that empathy with a famous drummer. Next slide. And the third one in this series, so altering the laws of logic. I'm suddenly in a paradoxical reality, maybe without gravity. But yeah, you're suddenly in an impossible world. And if you think about it, a lot of lucid dreams represent these impossible worlds. And I know a lot of people that are practicing in a lucid state, something like an exercise or something like a skill, like a martial arts. And people practicing Tai Chi, for instance, report that doing such an exercise in a lucid state, in a dream state, is actually 4 times more effective for training than doing it in the real world. And you can see why that is, because they're having to create the contextual factors like imposing gravity, because one of the things that tends to happen when you're starting out in this practice is that you float off the ground because you've forgotten to apply the contextual environmental factors, which you have to do, as well as the content, i.e. the Tai Chi. So it's a lot more involved, a lot more factors. Other examples of psychedelics that utilize this game mechanic. I'm working on a project at the moment with a dear friend of mine who's created a watch that's an analog watch face. You never look at the watch face because it's a vibration. So you're feeling time burning into your wrist. So different vibration for minutes, different vibration for seconds, different vibration for hours. And eventually you're actually having time as a new sense, as a subjective sense. And you no longer know time as an abstract concept, which is super powerful, but also super potentially ethically dubious, because flow states depend on you not knowing the time. So if you're given the time as a new psychedelic intervention, then what do the knock-on effects have? I could go on all day about this one, but I'm going to give over to Melissa.
Thanks, Carl. So how do we combine these game mechanics into a system? Because psychedelics shuffle the decks. They break down large-scale neural networks, and this interaction leads to shifts in the concept of self. And already psychedelics are a multi-sensory immersive experience. And VR is also an immersive experience. You have this proplasticity window where there's a greater chance that change can endure. So what we would imagine, so this is an approach developed by Adam Ghazali at the Neuroscape Lab at University of California, San Francisco. This idea of a closed loop system, a dynamic feedback loop that can guide outcomes from within the game itself, how the user interacts with the game environment. As the user explores game interactions, the game monitors their behavior, and the user tunes a certain set points. For example, it might be a certain number of slow breaths before the sun rises. And as the user does engage in this way, they're visually rewarded for a set point change. They learn, and their breath rate improves. So analogy can be made here to the idea of a personal trainer. These changes occur subtly to attenuate to your experience. Some other ideas for the Psychonauts Dojo in the psychedelic realm is these are all elements of meditation experiences or creative experiences or psychedelic experiences, but played with in the game world. So this idea of presence in and with, creating experience of presence within the body, and then shifting that to presence within the world. So shifting the user's focus from within their actual body to potentially their game body to objects in the world, the ability to shift attention. Embodiment, disembodiment, so the idea of having a virtual body, having an avatar in the game world, and then becoming disembodied, which may also support things like ego dissolution experiences or out-of-body experiences. shifting the concept of self from stability to less stable, to more open. The idea of in training focus, training attention through a meditation practice, and then actually introducing elements of distraction in the visual world and seeing how quickly the individual can return to their meditation, return to certain baseline readings in their physiology. Another component is shifting between periods of autonomy and also in training acceptance. So the individual can modulate in the game, they can explore the world with a sense of autonomy, with engagement, and then something happens and their experience is outside of their control. Experiences of flow, where there are challenges, where the individual can meet these and engage with ease. And also creating situations, paradoxical situations, these alterations in the laws of logic, lack of gravity, psychedelic visuals, that create a sense of uncertainty and ambiguity that can help entrain a comfort in discomfort. But why are we doing this? We're doing this to develop certain stabilizations in stages of development. For example, metacognition, which is described as thinking about thinking, and was introduced as a concept by John Flavel, who described metacognition as the knowledge you have of your own cognitive processes. So your ability to reflect on, to direct, and learn from both your mistakes and successes, and is considered a crucial component of learning, and also in self-regulation and self-reflection, and also the ability to mentalize other minds. Metacognition has also been described as being able to keep your mind and the other mind in mind at the same time. Very much related to metacognition is meditation. Groff describes psychedelics as these non-specific amplifiers of unconscious processes, whereas meditation can entrain awareness and the navigation through contents of consciousness, creating a map of experience, creating an ability to move between different states by choice, by ease, from focus to creativity, to compassion, to rest, to creativity. Meditation has been shown to is indicated that experience of meditation is to reduces anxiety during psychedelic experiences. And a wonderful paper, if you want to learn more about this, is from my friend Jake Payne, and the reference is there. And how does this work in the psychedelic system? How do we entrain mindful aspects into behavior? So VR digitizes mindfulness. Instructions and guidance are provided in the digital virtual world. We can also personalize these experiences to the individual's needs through observation of things like heart rate variability, gaze, movement, breath rate, galvanic skin response, and EEG to track a user's state. Underlying both metacognition and meditation is an awareness of what's happening inside our body. Sensations of our respiration, of heartbeat, of arousal states. And we know it's really important to keep an individual within a certain range of arousal during a psychedelic experience, shifting between inflection points from ease, apprehension, uncertainty, and keeping someone away from an overwhelm point. So there's a capacity for extended reality systems to bring awareness to autonomic inflection points as physiological reinforcers of behavior. So now I'd like to share an experience that our team is creating, which has been a few years slowly progressing in development. So Albert Hofmann describes psychedelics as giving us the recipe to gain entrance into worlds beyond the ordinary. I'd say that psychedelics can support that. Game dynamics can incentivize certain inflection points through the movement of clouds, ocean, winds, waves. The user can interact through hand gestures, head movements, eye gaze, and this interactivity can support a sense of interdependence and connection to the game world, empowering a sense of self-agency. Narrative structures can create knowledge and learning points that can trigger a reflection and also insight. As the explorer is given the opportunity to explore 3D worlds, they have an opportunity to reflect, integrate, and encode experiences into the psyche. And these can be beautiful worlds or inspiring worlds. Now back to you, Carl, for another experience example.
Yeah, so this one I found very, very useful for helping people prepare for 5-MeO DMT experiences. It's a VR game called the Ricky's Plank Experience. It's untethered, so you're going into a hotel. It looks very realistic. You go up the lift, and this is the scene that you see when the lift opens. You're literally in front of a cityscape, and the idea of the game is to walk on the plank. And some people augment the experience by getting a physical plank to walk on, and it's incredibly real. Your brain's screaming out to you, "Don't do it! Don't do it! What are you doing? Don't do it!" And you're obviously doing it. You kind of, the back of your brain knows that it's safe, but the front of your brain is going, "This is not good." And the idea of the game is that you actually have to walk off the plank. And then you fall, and you feel like you're falling, and then you hit the ground, and it's a whiteout. And the real entry point for a 5-MeO DMT experience is the ability to let go. And you can't let go in a cognitive sense. You have to let go in an embodied sense. So building on what Melissa's just told us, it's very much a psychedelic for preparing for a psychedelic. Next slide. So over to the final part of our talk, which is about ethics. I think it is, as I mentioned, a hugely double-edged sword. I think we're in the midst of a psychedelic renaissance. Anything could go wrong at any time, and then we'll be back to the dark ages in terms of not being able to research these substances. So how can we utilize what we know about good practice and good design in terms of psychological design and physiological design? We need to involve a lot of experts, a lot of different camps in this design. And so what are the ethical considerations of artificial guidance to experiences which are fundamentally unique and personal? Next slide. So yeah, I think as mentioned, I'm really interested in how do we formulate the antidotes to the side effects, the inevitable side effects of relying on substances, and whether those antidotes are other substances like nootropics, or they are body tech such as meditation, breath work. Really important to understand the poison and the drug and how closely related they are. And also, when I talk about changing your perception as the new content through context engineering, I think there's incredible dangers there as well, because, you know, I'm of an age where people used to watch 5 channels on television and they would have stuff to talk about. Now we all watch 1,000 different things, and reality itself is very, very, very unstable. What we understood of reality now in the midst of a pandemic is very fluid, and people don't have a firm grip of what reality itself is. So if we start changing our perception and change the way we see, change the way we hear, we all know what deep fakes are potentially able to do in terms of subjugating truth. So let's keep an eye on the ethics of both the psychedelic realms, but also the cyberdelic and the context engineering as a whole. Next slide.
It's also important to have an awareness of the systems, virtual, man-made, and thus fallible that we live in to address the multifaceted web of dynamics that may enable personal, social, and cultural evolution. There's an incredible visual journey you can explore on the I Have Room project, which is a project supported by the North Star Pledge, which takes us through a possible future for psychedelics. And I'd say also for cyberdelics, because self-agency is weaved out of the fabric of interaction. It's not simply a characteristic of a single individual, but emerges out of a set of interdependent feedback systems. And we're all pioneers here, seeking to create and prototype new ways of living and be examples by doing. And there is currently a tension between making psychedelics and cyberdelics available without them becoming shallow and hollow and possibly endemic to our culture. Because what is the current context engineering for? Powerful quote by Thomas Kuhn from The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. What man sees depends upon both what he looks at and also upon his previous visual conception of experience and what they've taught him to see. You can't read the label when you're inside the jar. So what are we hoping for? What are we striving towards?
So yeah, last slide from me. I think that it's a trajectory that we're moving through, and I think cyberdelics certainly has its place, but I'm very interested in creating these recipes that Hoffman was talking about. How do we create reliable recipes for consciousness augmentation by creating stacks of interventions? So you can see a stacking with moist media where we're combining virtual reality and extended reality technologies with psychedelics. But Holotechnica is a little bit more going down that path. So Holotechnica combines all sorts of different techniques, holo being to combine into the whole and technica meaning technique. So how do we combine all sorts of things? So whether you start with meditation, then you maybe do some breath work, then you may do some magic mushrooms, then you may go into a VR experience, you come out of the VR experience, you do more breath work, you listen to some music, you do, you do some more meditation, and then you create a stack. I've also started a new project called the Museum of Consciousness, where we're looking at sound, specifically sound, and the challenge to the artist is how do you induce an altered state through sound? And we've got all sorts of different techniques that are being applied, and very much interested in how those stack together. And finally, hyperhumanism, and feel free to watch my Breaking Convention talk in 2019. The title's there, Exploring Double Consciousness Using Holotechnica to Develop Hyperhumanism. So hyperhumanism is absolutely opposed to transhumanism, and I think transhumanism completely takes us down the wrong path, primarily because it's life extension at all costs, a big fuck you to nature, frankly, and also dependence on technology, where we really are running out of resources. We are in danger of wiping ourselves off the face of the earth, and transhumanism is just like setting fire to the earth. So I think hyperhumanism is the antidote. Hyperhumanism is very much looking at technology as a scaffolding, or as some sort of stabilizers, like stabilizers for your bike. When you're learning how to cycle your bike, you remove them after you've learned the skill. That's how we should be focused on technology. Technology should be the sort of the catalyst for getting us a new skill, but then we develop that skill with our own innate human abilities. Thank you very much. Over to you, Melissa.
And lastly, we'd like to share a psychedelic experience with you. So let's load that up, play some music, and settle in and enjoy. When it comes to the doors of perception, the truth is the door is always open. Always open. Not just ajar, but beckoning towards you. Beckoning towards you to open. Beckoning you to open to yourself. It's like stepping into that daydream vista you always longed for, but never really believed you would find. The door is always open. And if you allow yourself to reach for it, yes, if you allow yourself in that gentle gesture to meet that threshold, you may just find yourself stepping in that daydream vista, finding that it was here all along, waiting, in no rush. It's like stepping along that path you thought you knew, and yet there you are, at that once distant, once unfamiliar threshold. And there was a path, yes, and there is a path now, and that path is gone, and the path now is unforeseen. Yet there you are, with that daydream vista on the horizon. The journey of meeting its potential may depend upon that pilgrim courage of moving from this to that. And if you agree, ready and willing, allow yourself to settle in. Allow yourself to fully inhabit this vista of experience without and so within. Found at the doors of perception, stepping through. Close your eyes. Open your eyes. Do it again. And there you are. Thank you. Thank you everyone for the support, and we hope that we've left you a little more curious, a little more aware, and inspired to meet and co-create our own psychedelic future.
And thank you, Melissa and Carl. And we'll just move away from the share screen so we can see both your lovely faces. There we go, and there we go. Thanks, guys. It was a very interesting talk, and an area that I find particularly interesting as well, on this sort of melding of technology and altered states and all that sort of comes with that. We've got a few questions, and we'll move through them fairly quickly because we are fast approaching the raffle. Okay, so first question is, the next big tech race is toward more generalized AI, virtual and augmented realities, and what dangers should we be on the watch out for, especially when we're melding altered states and potentially vulnerable psychological states as well?
Yeah, let me maybe answer that one first. I think the combination of mixed reality with AI machine learning is going to be a huge combination. We haven't really touched on too much to do with machine learning or AI, but the general gist, and one of the things I'm doing at the moment on XPRIZE in America, rapid reskilling pathway, is, yeah, how do we look at combining your biometrics? So understanding in a cognitive science perspective, understanding that, as Vygotsky said 100 years ago, if you're stressed out, you're not going to learn. And if you are in a good state, then you're going to be able to be moved further into your zone of proximal development. And I think that we can apply that to the psychedelic experience as well. So if we're able to measure non-intrusively and in a way that is encrypted, post-quantum encrypted, so that we're protecting the users and anonymizing their data, then, and we can do that through voice. We can measure your affective state through voice. So if we're able to actually keep a track of your affective state and understand when you should be pulled out of a psychedelic or a cyberdelic experience because you're getting too stressed, I think that that's where machine learning and AI can really help what we're trying to achieve.
Melissa?
Yeah, I think it's something to be aware of, because we are playing with the technology here that has the ability to entrain certain and instantiate certain ways of being. And as we discussed, well, what are we context engineering for? And that's something that has to be ideally explicit and something that we may not always know. And I feel we know that there will be errors, as there are with all new technologies. So it really is about creating a space of holding, of transparency, and of co-creation, and a multidisciplinary approach between ethicists, scientists, psychologists, technologists, futurists, combining all these skills so we can play this right.
So I guess leading on from that, how can we ground new psychedelic technologies like these within our culture? And is there any relation or any similarities with Indigenous traditions?
It's a great question. I think I'm always fascinated by the ancient technologies from the indigenous groups. If we think about dream time, if we think about memory palaces, if we think about language and how, you know, you may be you may be inducing a very much psychedelic awareness if you're relating to space in a new way. You know, when you're not saying how you are, but you're saying where have you been and where are you going, and relating to your sense of place in terms of your direction. If we look at like the Chinese understanding of feng shui as an altered state as well. If we think about the fact that the compass, when it was invented, wasn't actually designed as a wayfaring tool. It was designed to understand energy and the energy of the space. So I think we can learn a lot, and this is where my colleague in this Psychedelic Society, Jose, has looked very much at the ancient techniques, the ancient wisdom, the ancient practices, and combining those with what we're doing now. I think we can learn a lot from the analog world that we're fast losing. And I think that's also where the hyperhumanism comes in.
Yeah, particularly bringing this to an Australian context with the culture around the dream time with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. There's actually an incredible VR project by Stuart Campbell or Suter Eats Flies, which you can look up, that explores the dream time in a VR context. It's quite psychedelic, and I feel there is a lot to learn and hold space for and connect to in Indigenous wisdom, as we do seek to embody these multifaceted perspectives that are embedded in a cultural appreciation of both where we've come from and where we hope to go.
Thank you to everyone who has dropped in comments and questions into the YouTube chat as we have been slowly approaching our final talks this evening. We still have a few more talks coming up, and I've got one more question I'd like to give to you, Carl, and you, Melissa, and thank you for being with us tonight. But I suppose this sort of, again, leads on from the previous question. What ethical considerations for artificial intelligence and virtual reality do you see are specific to psychedelics?
I think, apart from the encryption debate and who owns the data, I think it's super interesting when we start to get AIs and machines to trip. You know, what if we fed all the trip reports of Erowid into an AI, and then the AI starts to create trips, starts to formulate trips that we could then read out to people that are going into a trip, so that you start to trip the trip of the machine. That would be my answer.
I'm not sure if this is answering the question, but just riffing of what Carl said there, part of what we're developing in our experience is actually a machine learning what's called style transfer, which overlays on the game world. So you can sort of, in the journey, you can actually take a substance, you can actually consume something, put it in your mouth, or do a hand pattern, and you are in a psychedelic-like experience, and we're using a sort of deep dream type algorithm to do that. So isn't it quite fascinating that those systems do actually look a little like a psychedelic visual? So there's such an interesting interaction here between already how our brains process these states and how machines can replicate them. And I think it'd be fascinating to actually explore that further.
Thank you, Carl, and thank you, Melissa, for talking about this frontier topic in an area that's already full of frontiers. I think this is sort of that frontier that we're not hearing enough about yet, but I suspect we will hear more, and thank you for being at the forefront of that. For those interested, I did post a link to Carl's Breaking Conventions video in the YouTube chat, so you can check that out and do support Breaking Conventions as well. Another fantastic psychedelic conference. Thanks, Melissa. Thanks, Carl.
Thanks guys. And thanks, EGA. Thanks for running the whole team.
And now, oh gosh, very soon we're going to be drawing that raffle. So I think tickets might still be open. I'm looking around for some kind of confirmation. I think they are still open. If you want to grab a last minute raffle ticket, then please do so. All the money raised goes to supporting EGA in the projects that it does. Now, one example of a project that EGA is working on at the moment is this. So what you're seeing at the moment, can I mix these plants? These are a series of images that will be used in a upcoming chart. I'm not sure how much I'm allowed. Oh, yes, it does say the Ethnobotanical Combination chart. And this is being put together at the moment. And there will be NFTs. Speaking of cyber futures and, creating scarcity from abundance, but also being able to support people in fields where their work can just be replicated over and over and over. I guess we've got a bit of a tricky conundrum there. These will be available as NFTs in the future. And if we go over here, can I mix these plants? Here's some more. This project was inspired by TripSit's drug combination chart, which you can find at tripsit.me. The TripSit chart is a fantastic resource for finding drug combinations, positives, negatives, deadly combinations, etc., etc. And the ethnobotanical chart will do a similar sort of thing for plants. This is the Entheogenesis Australis Garden States webcast. Thank you for being with us. We still have a couple more talks coming up. Sam Gundy is coming up a little bit later. Sam is an ecologist. He's got a few different roles. He's a PhD ecologist, researcher and science writer, and current research assistant with the Synthesis Institute. And he's going to be talking to us about nature and psychedelics and the relationship that goes with the psychedelic experience. That's a little bit later, but first up, I'm going to hand over to the wonderful Meredith Drinkle, who has joined us now. Meredith, welcome.
Thank you. This next speaker. Dr. Marg Ross is a consultant, a clinical psychologist, and the clinical lead in Australia's first ever psychedelic clinical trial. This trial is based at St. Vincent's Hospital here in Melbourne and investigates the ability of psilocybin-assisted therapy to alleviate anxiety and depression in terminally ill patients. Marg is going to talk to us today about the study's progress, existential distress, research in the area to date, and why psilocybin-assisted therapy will assist the terminally ill. Welcome, Marg.
Thanks for having me. Thank you for inviting me to EGA Central, and massive shout out to the EGA crew who are bringing the talks today to you in Technicolor and HD. Again, thank you for having me. As you can imagine, there's a hell of a lot I could talk about today, but I'll try and keep it brief so that we've got some time for questions. Please put your questions through to me. I'm not quite sure what you'd like to hear about, so I'm more than happy to take some questions around this area. So what I'm going to do is talk a little bit about the context of what it's like for a terminally ill person and what they face and why psilocybin-assisted therapy may be helpful for the terminally ill patient. And also I'll talk a little bit about the research to date and talk a little bit about our study. We're about halfway through, but I'll talk a little bit about the details of that shortly. And I'm not sure if our slides are up. Are we getting slides up?
Where are they coming from?
They're coming from that screen over there. Sorry, technical difficulties. While we're waiting, I was going to say, Lord of the Mushrooms, Caine Barlow, could you please confirm to me how to pronounce Psilocybe
Okay.
Okay, here it is. I believe this is a running thread of the day, but I need to hear this.
All right. So,
So
I say psilocybe.
Psilocybe.
Subaeruginosa.
Subaeruginosa.
Ganosa. So it's kind of broken. I break it down into 4 different.
Okay.
I guess syllables.
Yeah.
So, eru.
Eru.
Gin.
Yeah. Gin.
Osa.
Okay.
Run it together. Subaeruginosa.
Subaeruginosa. All right. Thank you. I get this question a lot, and I don't. Yeah. Anyway, thank you. It was something I've been burning to ask
No
you.
problem.
So. Okay. So I can click on to the next slide. Do that. Yep, I can do it. Okay, perfect. We got this. All right. So look, I guess one of the things that I really want to get across to people is what it feels like for a terminally ill patient and what they're facing in their life. As you know, terminal illness can be a massive assault on one's sense of identity. All of a sudden, life as they know it is just completely dissolved, and the sense of future is foreshortened, and they have to undergo often quite dramatic treatments. Their bodies can be quite dramatically altered or disfigured by disease, by the treatments themselves. And this can really rupture one's relationship to their body and to also the world around them, and their, how they feel in relationship to those around them who have healthy bodies. And I think, when you think about what it's like to lose one person in your life, that's hard enough. For the person who is dying, they're losing every single person that they know in their life, or their friends or their family, all at once. So, this is annihilation of the self. This is a very, it's a huge psychological event for them. So, as you can understand, there's a lot going on for them psychologically, spiritually, emotionally, physically as well. The other thing that can happen for people who have terminal illness is they often feel very reduced to their illness, and they're very, they become quite bounded. Like there's a physical boundedness to them as they become, they experience sort of loss of control, loss of their role, being a mum or a dad, or, having a job. There's enormous symptom burden, and then there's a progressive dependency on others. So they have this body that sort of has betrayed them, and there's enormous fear and a lot of uncertainty, and there's this kind of this physical boundedness as life gets sort of smaller and smaller for them. And I guess the other thing that can happen for them is that they're forced to then have this relationship with death while everyone around them is going on with the business of living. So on top of that, they can have this really quite profound existential loneliness that can go on for them as well. The fact that they then have this sort of foreshortened future, then they've got this existential boundedness as well. So all of a sudden, this idea of the future plans and what they wanted to do and what they wanted to experience just starts to become uncertain or just completely impossible. So there's enormous grief there. So I guess I just wanted to paint a picture of that because it's, a lot going on for the patient when, they're facing terminal illness. And so it makes a lot of sense from a mental health point of view that the prevalence of mental health, disorder, there's a hell of a lot going on here. So we've got, 25 to 30% of cancer patients will meet criteria for a diagnosis of depression or anxiety or adjustment disorders. So we've got much higher rates of depression and anxiety than the general population. Also want to point out there's probably a lot more that would actually meet criteria for, quite sort of protracted demoralization, and anxiety that perhaps maybe even wouldn't meet criteria, but these people are really sort of suffering quite silently. Also worth pointing out as well, there's a big difference between anticipatory grieving, which is very healthy and adaptive response to what they've been told, they're about to lose their life. So, but this is more than that. This is when the distress becomes so terrifying or so preoccupying that they're just unable to experience any kind of pleasure. They become withdrawn. They're not interacting in their usual ways. So, or they become so preoccupied and so sort of ruminative that then, just everyday life feels quite terrifying for them. So, so it's not that kind of normal kind of, I guess, adaptive and healthy grief that we're looking at. This is ones where, they're really robbed of that precious time that they have left with their loved ones as well. And that time is really punctuated by these thudding reminders that their life is coming to an end. So we also know that psychological distress at end of life can really increase people's experience of pain. It can increase their experience of nausea. It gives them sleep disturbance as well. So we know that anguish makes the physical symptoms of their disease much worse as well. So how do we treat it? At the moment, we've roughly got treatment that falls into two categories. We've got, psychological treatments, so talking therapies, creative therapies like music therapy, art therapy, and then there's medications. Neither are perfect. For some people, they work quite well, but then there's a small percentage of the population that just don't respond to either of those treatments, and they remain quite terrified and quite depressed as well. I won't get into too much of the problems with the medications, but unfortunately, I guess particularly with things like antidepressants, it can take 6 weeks to get clinical benefit. There's a lot of side effects. There's nausea, which can kind of augment their physical symptoms. But also it really doesn't get to the core of the issue. And this is what we were seeing as clinicians. So it's really, it was important for us to sort of have a look at, the emerging treatments and how we could actually get to talk about what was actually going on for them. The talking, I guess, in the waking conscious state doesn't appear to kind of get to the core of the issue in the same way that the psychedelics can offer, but I'll talk a little bit more about that later. The other, I guess, issue with medications, so things like benzodiazepines, which are used for anxiety, these can be a little bit problematic. So people can obviously develop a tolerance quite quickly, so then they need more of the same medication to get the same benefit. And then there's issues of things like withdrawal, and at advanced stages of illness, it then can precipitate a condition called delirium, which is quite common in palliative care, and particularly in advanced states of illness, and that's a medical emergency. So there's definite problems, unfortunately, and limits with medications. Some people, as I said, will respond to that, but some people won't so well. And I guess then there's the talking therapies, and unfortunately the evidence isn't great. It's sort of moderate at best. And unfortunately, what we're finding is that talking will kind of give you a moderate, maybe short-term or momentary relief, but beyond that doesn't really kind of give us more of that kind of longer-term benefit that we're looking for. So we were obviously looking for something else that we could potentially use for our patients to sort of help them. And the other thing is as well is that existential distress is really quite visceral and arresting. It's very difficult to access again with that talking therapy, so it's tricky. I've skipped across here. Here we go. I don't need to tell you about what psilocybin does. That's something that I have to usually talk to academics about, what psilocybin is and the effects of psilocybin. But what I would like to talk about is obviously it has a very, very rich history of Indigenous use and sacramental use, Mesoamerican, Indigenous and in healing ceremony. And I think the other thing that I'd really like to touch on is actually how we came to understand psilocybin as being something that could potentially help, particularly end-of-life distress and anxiety. And there's a really interesting story about a gentleman by the name of Eric Cast, who is an anesthesiologist, who back in the 60s was looking for a new treatment to treat pain in advanced cancer. And he'd heard that LSD could potentially disrupt some pain signals and potentially, because I think, in advanced cancer, you can get quite sort of protracted pain. And back in the 60s, it was even worse. It was much harder to treat. So he started to give his cancer patients LSD. Didn't tell them he was giving them LSD. So this was some of the questionable research of the 60s. However, something that happened that was quite interesting was that it was able to disrupt pain signals. But the unintended side effect was that they found that LSD really quite dramatically shifted people's attitudes towards death, and they had this sort of quite rapid reduction in distress around their anxiety around dying. They sort of reported these sort of oceanic feelings of boundlessness and increased sense of connection to others, and they were much more present and mindful with their families rather than kind of ruminating about their illness. So this sort of kicked off some more research, particularly with cancer patients in Spring Grove Hospital, Maryland Psychiatric Research Centre, sort of in the mid-50s. And then obviously the Controlled Substances Act sort of all brought it to a grinding halt for at least a couple of decades. But then more recently, and I won't go into swathes of detail here, but basically if you fast forward to the early 2000s, Charlie Grob at UCLA conducted a pivotal open label study which achieved quite remarkable findings actually, even though there were small numbers, but it was actually quite a small dose compared to subsequent studies, and that's including ours. They were looking at, I think, about 0.2 milligrams per kilo of body weight. So now sort of looking around about 0.25. So they were still able to get quite striking findings. And then the other really sort of seminal findings that came out of this period were the findings from the Johns Hopkins and NYU studies, where they similarly conducted studies examining the effect of psilocybin-assisted therapy on depression and anxiety levels in their cancer patients, and their results were pretty compelling to say the least. Around 70 to 80% were able to achieve remission of depression and anxiety symptoms. And this was after a single therapeutic dose of psilocybin, and these were maintained at 6 months follow-up, and even more recently, I think a longer-term follow-up of I think some of the surviving participants from the NYU study found that still, 60 to 80% of participants continued to meet criteria for clinically significant antidepressant and anti-anxiety response. So that's pretty staggering. And I think, this is the area of psychedelic assisted therapy that has probably produced the most promising findings and the most robust findings to date as well. So obviously, the preliminary findings are suggesting that this is a very effective antidepressant and anxiolytic for people who are experiencing, cancer and, potentially terminal illness. And the question was sort of why? I think there are many features of the psilocybin experience that offer potentially therapeutic opportunities for the terminally ill person. And obviously there's from the pharmacokinetic point of view or the neurological point of view, psilocybin works very similarly to antidepressants. If you're interested in the science of it, obviously, and some of you may already know this, it binds to the 5-HT2A receptors, which is similar to antidepressants. So kind of, floods those receptors. As Matt Johnson says, it's like getting 6 weeks of antidepressants in one hit. But that's about where, the similarity to antidepressants ends. And I'll talk a little bit about that later. So from a neuropsychological point of view, we know that psilocybin tends to down-regulate the default mode network, which many of you have probably already heard of. So if you don't know about it, the default mode network is a network of brain regions that tend to be more active when we're at rest and when we're more engaged in self-referential thinking. So when we're engaging, say, for example, in ruminative sort of thinking, negativistic type thinking, which is quite automated, we see that a lot in patterns of depression and with anxiety. So if you're thinking about yourself in the past or thinking about yourself in the future, this is when we see, kind of that ruminative, negative, automated thinking that is quite common in the depression and anxiety. Sorry, I did have a glass of wine before this, so stumbling over the words a little. Thanks, Ronnie. But so basically when this default mode network is down-regulated, it does allow for more expanded and deepened perspective. So it's a way of kind of, I guess, looking at old problems with newer and expanded ways of thinking, which is they're not usually accessible to that person in their usual waking state. And I think that's important to point out. So for the terminally ill person, these altered perspectives can really offer them an opportunity to look at the ruptured relationship with their self, with their body, with their illness, their trajectory towards death in a very different way, a very expanded and a very deepened way. You know, all that said, you know, these are sort of all the kind of the scientific ways of understanding this, but actually it's the transcendent experiences that that patients have reported in previous studies that really bring this to another level of healing. So having, you know, experiences of mystical and transcendent experiences, states of bliss and love, you know, heightened sensory experiences. And if you think for a moment, when I was talking before about this idea of feeling physical, you know, boundedness, you know, people who are terminally ill have daily experiences of waking up feeling pain, feeling weak, feeling frail. They can experience their body in a very powerful way that's quite different and not that boundedness. They can experience no pain. They can experience, you know, a sense of aliveness, of eros, of sensuality. And this is quite extraordinary and quite a freeing experience for somebody who's terminally ill. So it can offer this quite powerful kind of way of experiencing their body that's so ravaged by illness and the treatments and so forth that they've had to kind of undergo, and they can experience it in a very different way. And they can do it while they're alert. Now that's interesting, because actually when we try and medicate, you know, or treat pain and symptoms in advanced illness, it's usually sedating. They're usually not awake. They're usually, you know, quite dulled alertness and so forth. So this is all happening while they're alert and kind of, you know, experiencing this in its fullest expression. So it's quite a powerful experience for them. And the other thing that it can do is it can interrupt pain signals, so they can have that experience of not feeling pain, which is quite a freeing experience for them. And then there is ego death, insofar as that they can then have an experience of death in the symbolic, and in a way that's not terrifying or kind of this sort of... People have a very Hollywood idea about dying. They think they're going to be fully conscious and that they're going to just and die quite suddenly. So it can be quite terrifying to have these ideas, or if they've witnessed somebody, a loved one, die in quite, you know, troubling circumstances, then that seems to kind of stick and they get quite frightened about this. But from patient accounts, having these experiences of seeing death in the symbolic in a way that's not terrifying, but actually could be peaceful, that could be quite beautiful, quite accepting and freeing. So that can be another way of them kind of experiencing, I guess, their death in a dress rehearsal kind of a way. But to be able to kind of, you know, having that sense of losing memory, losing things that they were attached to in this life can be, you know, a way of promoting acceptance. And then a number of participants have also reported experiencing ways of being able to feel at peace with conflicted relationships where there's been, you know, quite fractured histories with loved ones, but then being able to kind of feel a degree of resolution from that. So this is potentially what psilocybe may be able to cultivate in the person who is terminally ill. And so obviously we were very interested in this. And so we were very keen to see if we could bring this to our patients in Australia. So this is currently where we're at. By the way, I don't need to talk too much about the treatment. I understand, you know, many of you already know what this looks like. I do want to point out one thing though. My mistake at the bottom of this slide says 2 therapists present at all times. On dose day, there are 4 therapists. There are 2 therapists in attendance. There is the music, and then there is the psilocybin. So you have 4 therapists actually. So that was my mistake there. So let me just bring you briefly up to speed with where we're at currently. So our study at St Vincent's, we're about halfway through. We're hoping to recruit 40 participants who have malignant or non-malignant terminal illness, by which I mean we differ from previous research and first actually globally to include people who have not only cancer but also non-cancerous terminal illness as well. Our study is a double-blind trial, which basically means that the patient doesn't know what they're getting and we don't know what they're getting as therapists, using psilocybin versus niacin. That's for the first dose, but then we actually bring them back for 6 weeks later and everyone gets an open label dose. We didn't feel ethically right about people just getting a niacin. Oh, thanks for coming, you got niacin, sorry about that, I'll see you later. No, everybody gets at least one experience of the full treatment and a 50% chance of getting 2 doses as well. So basically, at this point, I'm going to now hand over to Q&A. But first of all, big love to not only USONA, who is providing our psilocybin to us for free, Prism, Dr. Martin Williams, who's out the back there, thank you, sir, who was instrumental in getting this up with me and schooling me up in psychedelic-assisted therapy science. And obviously the gorgeous team at St Vincent's Hospital, Melbourne, who made this possible, and my dear colleague, Dr. Justin Dwyer, who I would not be able to do this without. So that said, I'm very happy to have some questions, if there are any. Or if you're all having your dinner, fair enough. And
cool.
All right.
Thank you, Marg.
No worries.
Lovely to hear about this study.
Thank you.
Such a beautiful thing.
Yeah, we're really excited to bring it to our patients, actually. And I'm desperately wanting to be able to tell you about some of the incredible things that we're experiencing, but I can't do that yet. So just, give us another year and we'll hopefully we'll be able to publish it soon.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions for you.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm in an interesting position, kind of where I'm online a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm across a few different groups, and I get to see a lot of what the general community is kind of talking about and chattering about. And one thing I've noticed is that people in the community are very keen to be able to access psilocybin.
Mm-hmm.
And it's fascinating how much people are calling out for really quite rapid access to this.
Yeah.
But what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, it's funny. That's exactly what we're seeing. When we were sort of preparing to kind of go, okay, yeah, we're going to be doing this, I think we were all bracing ourselves for this kind of stinging rebuke from the community and from academics and so forth. It didn't happen. It actually went the other way. We had enormous, support from the general community, and also, but it actually went so far the other way that there's now this huge demand for psilocybin-assisted therapy. And one of the things that we get on a daily basis, we're just absolutely smashed with inquiries from people who are not terminally ill, but they're wanting to access the treatment. And, I think, look, from a psychiatry perspective, that makes sense. Obviously, there's, Ben Sessa talks about this. We don't use the word cure very often in psychiatry at all. And we do need to look at other options here. And, there's enormous potential in psychedelic-assisted therapy. I think one of the things, though, that what we're noticing, though, is that with the message and the fervour that's going out there seems to be this idea that I think it certainly seems to be coming up for us in the inquiries as well, that people think that it's you just kind of lay back, take it, and then that's it. You get the love, you get the bliss, you get the serenity now, and that they get to kind of bypass all of the psychological work. And I have to tell you, it is not the case at all. People have to work very hard psychologically to do this work, actually. And, the transcendent is, those transcendent experiences are both light and dark. They have a lot of challenging experiences in them. And I think that people are missing this in the greater kind of message that's coming out, that there is a lot of promise here, but I think that they're missing the fine print, and the fine print is that actually this is really bloody hard work, and they can't bypass that psychological work. And they're because I think, unfortunately, and this I think happened with mindfulness as well, the minute we sort of medicalize an intervention, we sort of develop a very passive relationship to it. Like, I'll just take it and lie back, and I don't have to do it. I don't have to think about it. And in some ways, that's where it's getting compared to antidepressants. It's not like antidepressant. You can take an antidepressant and not think about it. This is not like that at all. You're required to be a very active participant in this therapy process, and not only that, but also to have a preparedness to be able to tolerate and to deal with some challenging experiences should they arise. And I think that the psychedelic community gets this. There's a degree of respect and I guess reverence for these plants that can produce such profound experiences, but it can go this way as well. But I'm a little bit more worried about the general community, because they're just hearing all these wonderful things about it, but without actually understanding this is hard work, and it can go in a way that can make you feel quite frightened, transcendent, or can be quite frightening as well. Some people can experience these sorts, if you think about like a Hindu kind of mystic and they experience this kind of void, they can experience that like nirvana. But if you might be someone who goes, that is absolutely bloody terrifying, actually, to have this no sense of self and no mind and, you know, no ego, no self. So, you know, we've got a lot of work to do, I think, in terms of educating. And I can completely understand people's need for something else, and particularly now people have just been smashed with COVID, I think, from a mental health point of view. So we're all looking for something. We've all got this existential ache. And I understand that we're wanting something, but you've got to read the fine print. You have to work hard with this. It's not easy. So, and it absolutely deserves the respect and the reverence that it's getting, I guess, in the psychedelic communities. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, and Indigenous communities as well. There was you know, I was actually in Brazil. I was invited to you know, see these beautiful ayahuasca plants, and it was flowering at the time. And the man who was showing us this beautiful flowering ayahuasca plant said, "Have a look at this flower," and then asked the plant for permission to pick the flower. The reverence for the plant is just extraordinary, and I think that there's something about the power of that it needs to be translated here. We're not doing enough of that talking, and I think that I certainly feel that I bear some responsibility in being able to do some talking about this too. Yeah, sorry, I've gone off track, but yeah, that's. I think you got to know what you're signing up for.
It's good.
Yeah.
There's a definite sense of respect for the plants when you speak to Indigenous people about them.
Absolutely.
The care and respect that they give to them, and you know, like we had Giuliana this morning talking about how in Mazatec, you know, they're really revered quite highly, and you know, they're treated at a really special level.
Yeah, and you're shrouded in ritual and significance, and the symbolism of it is just, you know, so. Yeah. And that creates a richer experience for
definitely
for the people who are taking it.
So, no, and I certainly am concerned that that's something that we're losing in our kind of Western approach to these medicines.
I think that there's a lot we can learn from Indigenous use and sacramental use, but also just the respect of it, and even, you know, the idea that, you know, inappropriate kind of use is quite frowned upon. Actually, it was understood. It was the profundity of it was respected, and I think that I cannot articulate that enough. Having sit through, you know, however many sessions now, with, you know, incredible humans who have signed up to do this work, and again, I'd love to be able to tell you about it, but I can't. But to underscore the fact that this is, you know, psychedelics are serious business. I think that people have just kind of got this idea. It'll just kind of, if I just take that, it'll just take my depression away or my anxiety, and so Yes. Thank you.
It needs to be treated with respect.
Exactly. Yeah. Absolutely. So.
I'm going to jump into some of the questions we have from the chat. We have Sequoia is asked, are there certain types of terminal illness where you would predict psilocybin-assisted psychotherapy may cause harm?
Yes. I think there's a big medical interface, obviously, with the patient group that we're looking at. So there's certain things that we would be mindful of. For example, if people are on respirators, and then there's secretions and so forth, and if there's, you know, increased emotionality, you know, you're going to get increased secretions. If people are crying, you're going to get more of that. So that could be, you know, things like, even just from a practical point of view, quite a choking hazard. I think if there are people who have brain metastases, we actually don't know the extent to which they can kind of, I guess, zip themselves up. Some of those higher order cognitive processes may have been impacted by their disease, and we don't have a way sometimes of understanding the fullest extent of that. So we would actually say that we can't include them in our studies. So people who have, you know, brain cancers, for example, are not able to be included in the study, unfortunately, but we just don't know if it's going to be safe or unsafe for them. I guess, places where they've got some kind of infiltration of disease in the brain, we would be very mindful of not kind of bringing them into the study. But then, yeah, just from a physiological point of view, physiologically actually it's pretty well tolerated, but I guess from, we still keep a bit of an eye on things like, cardiac function, liver function, kidney function, and so forth. So, but we've had actually some pretty crook people. And again, I can't get into details, but they've actually tolerated it very physically. It's been tolerated very, very well. But I guess the main thing is, and look, the ones that kind of go without saying, history of psychosis, history of bipolar at the moment are definite exclusions, and also first degree relatives, and that's kind of in any protocol at the moment, or most of the protocols. I think there's one study at the moment they're looking at bipolar, I believe, overseas. But at the moment, it's still a safety exclusion. So yeah, but physically, it's actually pretty well tolerated, even with quite unwell people. Yeah. Thank you for your question, though. I think that's a really good one. Thank you.
Have you had difficulties recruiting?
Not at all. Not at all.
Are patients keen to be involved or not?
Yes, they are. Yep. We've had no problem at all. I've worked on clinical trials before, and this has just been unbelievable. No, the difficulty is screening all the people that want to get. I mean, we get in the vicinity of maybe 20, 30 inquiries a day. Now, a lot of them aren't terminally ill, but we get a lot of, we're not struggling.
the general inquiry.
Yeah, other people write to me, isn't life a terminal illness? No shortage at all. So yeah, we've been very lucky actually. So, and we've got good. We're very embedded in the oncology and palliative medicine teams at the hospital. So we do get a lot of interest from our clinicians as well. So it's been very well received. I have to say the hospital have been really supportive. So yeah, it's been good. Yeah.
Are you allowed to say how many patients you have recruited so far?
I can. So we've got at the moment 1, 2, 3. I've got about 3 what is lined up. So we're at 20. Yeah.
20.
So sort of bang. Yeah. Although one of them is yet to. Yeah. 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 But that's me because I'm behind it. It did last year. It did last year. This year we were able to sort of push through. It was a little bit trickier. Obviously we had to put lots of COVID safeguards in place. Because we're dealing largely with people who are immunocompromised, so we had to be mindful of that, and also bringing them into the hospital where we actually had COVID patients and so forth. So it was a little tricky, but we were able to do it with lots of discussions with our H&S and infection control departments. We got through it. So, but so we're hoping we'll be sort of finishing recruitment around this time next year, maybe earlier, hopefully. So yeah. Thank you.
Okay, another question. So with the passing of voluntary assisted dying laws in many countries and many states, how do you see the incorporation of psychedelic assisted therapy combining, merging or integrating with voluntary assisted dying?
Yeah, look, I think it's an interesting one because I think, was it the Johns Hopkins study that found that it actually reduced the desire for hastened death. Now, one of the things that certainly I've been working with terminally ill for maybe the last decade in the hospital, and one of the things that commonly comes up is that people say, I don't want to live like this, which is completely understandable. And they may opt for euthanasia, but they may actually want to see what else is on offer for them before they opt for voluntary assisted dying as well. It's certainly, I mean, if we've actually had a couple of inquiries now, someone, who put their name down for voluntary assisted dying, but then also kind of wanted to have a go on the study. No, that's okay. Well, it's not, we're not saying, you can't do that because you're, VAD. If that helps them in any way, of course we would offer that to them. So, we're really, we're at the end of the day, we're clinicians at heart, and I think that if we can reduce the suffering of our patients, that's the main thing for us. But if they still want to go down the voluntary assisted dying pathway, that's absolutely their right, and that's okay too. Mm-hmm. But we would hope that if there's some way that we could offer them the treatment, and if they were safe to do so, absolutely.
We have a comment from someone that I'll read out to you.
Sure, please.
So, Dr. Ross, I just wanted to say thank you. I lost both my parents in my early 20s, and I know they struggled with it. I'm so glad people in the future may be able to handle it better.
Wow, thank you. Thank you.
So,
That's beautiful, and I'm so sorry that you lost your parents so young. Yeah, and unfortunately there's a lot of people who are dying quite scared and quite terrified, and we're hoping that we can offer them something else. So thank you for your comment. Yeah.
Okay.
We're done.
We're done.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Pour the wine. All right.
It's lovely to hear you talking about this topic. Every time I see you talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's lovely to have you MC as well, and thank you for telling me how to actually properly pronounce.
Not a problem at all.
Subaeruginosa. Got it. No. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Margaret.
This is the EGA Garden States webcast, and we have been broadcasting all day. If you've only caught the tail end of our broadcast and you want to catch up on some of the speakers that we have had today, make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel. That's where we'll be uploading more videos, more videos over the coming weeks, over the coming months, as we finally head. And I feel very repetitive because I've been saying this all year on our monthly webcast, which, by the way, hey, I haven't plugged that all day. Here's a new plug. Monthly webcasts. The last Wednesday of every month at, 8 p.m? Yeah, 8 p.m. I thought it was 7 p.m. and I'm meant to press the buttons. EGA has a webcast series where we speak to a range of experts, people from the community who have something interesting to say. Mostly experts, academics, all sorts of people. We've had discussions on everything from psilocybin to nicotine, and a whole range of guests. You can find out about the EGA webcasts at the EGA website, entheogenesis.org or gardenstates.org. That'll take you to the same place. And from there, you can find all of the webcasts. It is also something that, although we haven't received many contributions to, we do have an active call out to any of you. If you have something that you want to say, if you have a beautiful garden that you'd like to show off, if you have something that the EGA community should see, get in contact with us. Get us a video, get us a picture, get us something, and send it our way, because we would love to have your contributions on the Microdose webcast. We have a video now on... Oh, well, we're going to join the raffle.
And we'll be back
Somebody...
after this video with the winners.
Oh, okay. So hang on. Sorry, that's that's the drum roll continues, and I'm going to play a video. Here we go. This is the EGA webcast.
Last year. And this guide summarizes the propagation techniques I've used and refined over the years. It's a live electronic document that I'll continually update with different bits and pieces. I'm not sure where it will be hosted permanently, but I'm sure at the end of this little talk, a link to its current whereabouts could be posted. So I developed this easy-to-use guide that beginners could refer to and build upon as they develop and refine their own propagation techniques and style. And I think it's a really good idea to share your results with the wider plant community so that we can all learn together. And growing trees, of course, begins with the seed. So the best time to germinate acacia seeds is in early spring as it starts to warm up, with plenty of rainfall and soft sunlight. And coincidentally, this is the first day of spring here in Australia, September 1st, is also our National Wattle Day. So each year I always make a point of germinating seeds on this day. Now place your seeds in a mug or similar. I like to use this little glass measuring jug, and pour in boiling hot water, covering the seeds by a few centimeters. And here we're replicating a bushfire scenario where the short-lived intense heat triggers the dormant seeds in the soil to wake up. You may notice some seeds float to the surface, and this usually indicates that the seeds have not developed properly or have been damaged and are likely not viable. I usually just keep them there on the chance that they may be viable. However, you can choose to remove them. At this stage, I like to inoculate the seeds once the water has cooled down, and I do this by adding a small amount of soil collected from around the roots of a healthy wild acacia. Ideally of the species you're actually trying to cultivate, but if you don't have access to that, just collect some soil from acacias in your area. And this introduces a symbiotic soil bacteria called rhizobia, which fixes nitrogen to the tree, helping it grow more vigorously. So we stir in the inoculation soil into the seed soup and allow it to soak for 24 to 48 hours. Then simply strain the seeds with a little kitchen strainer or whatever you have on hand. So at this stage, you'll notice that the seeds have swollen, having absorbed some of the water and hopefully some bacteria too. The seeds are quite sticky here, so I like to place them on a paper towel for an hour or so just to dry out slightly, and this makes them much easier to handle. To prepare the germination media, I mix together 50% cocoa coir, 30% perlite, 10% granitic sand, and 10% small river stone. I don't use exact measurements, I just sort of eyeball it. So I mix all those ingredients together, but if you don't have access to any of those ingredients, really just don't worry about it and continue with whatever you can. So we need to choose a germination tray. The small one on the left is suitable for about 10 to 20 seeds, and the larger one can suit 100 plus seeds. So fill up your germination tray with the media, leaving a centimetre gap from the top of the tray. A nifty little trick is to place another tray on top of the media and gently push down, creating a nice flat surface. Place the seeds down flat on the surface of the media, with ideally a 1 centimetre gap between each seed. At this stage, I like to sprinkle some more inoculation soil on top too. Cover the seeds with some more germination media, filling the tray up to the top, and sprinkle a small layer of river stone on top. And the reason for doing this is it helps to anchor the seedlings down in the loose media we've created, as their taproot is so strong that upon germination they can often push themselves out of the media, exposing their roots to sunlight, which will lead to their downfall. So just adding a little bit of weight on top helps to sort of anchor them down. And again, I like to sprinkle some more inoculation soil just to be sure. So set your tray on a heat mat or a heated propagation table. I like to set the temperature to about 23 degrees in an area of good airflow. Alternatively, if you don't have anything like that, just set it in a warm place with good light and water daily. After 2 to 4 weeks, you'll start to see the seeds germinating. Don't touch them straight away, just give them a week or two more to establish. Once the seedlings are 1 to 2 centimeters tall, gently pluck them out using a dipstick, which is like a small pencil, skewer or chopstick, angled down to the bottom of the tray next to the seedling. And with your other hand gently holding the seedling, jiggle it and pry it up from the bottom, from underneath, with the dipstick. And the loose media we created allows for the seedlings to come free easily without damaging the delicate and important taproot. It's a good idea to pot only a few up at a time, as they can dry out really quickly if left exposed, even for a few minutes on a hot day. I like to set 5 to 10 at a time on a little plate covered with a moist paper towel whilst potting up. So prepare your potting mix by combining 70% native potting mix, 10% perlite, 10% granitic sand, and 10% 3 ml riverstone. And again, these are just rough measurements. as well as a little bit of inoculation soil again, and some native slow-release fertilizer. A lot of people have trouble finding granitic sand. I just get it from a building supply place locally. If you can't get it, just don't worry about it. So we'll mix those ingredients together. So back to the seedlings. So once they're plucked out, here you can see a distinct change between the stem and where the root begins. And when potting up, you want to line the top of the soil with the beginning of the stem. And in potting into a native tree tube, it's a good idea to first fill a couple of centimeters at the bottom of the tube with your potting mix and just lightly compress it down. Hold the seedling and gently fill in around it, aiming for the beginning of the stem to be about half a centimeter or so below the top of the tube. And this actually creates a reservoir to capture more water during irrigation. So press in the corners of the tube, and that fills any underlying air pockets, and then top it up with some more potting mix, and then water in with a seaweed solution such as sea salt. Water the seedlings daily and occasionally with sea salt. The small soil volume of the tubes only holds a limited amount of soil nutrient, so it's important to top dress or sprinkle some slow release fertilizer on top every few months. So there you have it. In 4 to 6 months, you should have a nice tree ready to plant out. And here's a photo of one of these trees in the wild. Absolutely beautiful. They can actually grow a lot bigger in cultivation when they're not competing for resources. And you can grow them in pots, like bigger pots. But after a few years, you'll notice that they become unhappy. And ultimately, they want to be in the ground so that they can reach their potential. And that concludes this brief walkthrough of the guide. I hope you found it useful. Thank you all very much for listening, and until next time, wish you all the best. Bye.
My hands are sore. I was doing that whole time, of course. We are still drawing the raffle. It's a timely process. There are steps involved that I didn't even think would need to be involved. No, that's not true. Look, we're drawing the raffle very soon. We've got, I don't know, have we got names in a hat? How are we doing it? Random number generator? We're actually asking, is it Lucy, the AI? No, what's her name? That mad one. The one who gets all angry at other robots on the internet. If you're on YouTube, you know the one. Thank you to all of those who have bought tickets for the raffle. I'm not sure of the final number yet, but you have helped to raise a massive amount of money for EGA, which will be going towards developing resources over 2022, putting together more events like this, more webcasts, and of course the in-person event, and more. Some more. I think there's some more other treats that I won't talk about at the moment, but keep watching what EGA is up to, and you'll be able to see those things as 2022 goes on. We are going to be back with you in just a tick with the winners. Yes, the winning numbers. We're going to do that thing where we go to two ad breaks before we tell you what's happening with the prices.
Today I'd like to talk with you about the benefits of opening yourself up to appreciating the smaller and more subtle things in the world of nature and in your own consciousness. When it comes to psychoactive plants, many people seem to be more interested in pursuing the most powerful, potent psychedelics. Certain well-known people have extolled the virtues of taking heroic doses. Although this can be very rewarding, for some people it can be disastrous, especially if they don't have a good understanding of set and setting, or reliable and wise friends to help them get through it. There has also been a glamorization of taking things to psychedelic extremes that has more than a hint of macho competitiveness, and projects disdain towards people who can't deal with those levels of psychedelic excess, or those who are honest enough to admit that it scares them. I think something is wrong with the way many people are approaching powerful psychedelics like DMT, for example, when they feel the need to use them as frequently as possible, and yet find it difficult to express what exactly they are learning from it that they haven't already learned, or couldn't have learned through less extreme means. I wonder if perhaps many people have trouble in paying attention to actually take in what they are being given without needing to be repeatedly bludgeoned by the weightiest Gnostic hammers in the cosmic toolbox. So, in light of this, let's discuss a little secret that isn't really a secret. High doses of psychedelics aren't necessary for a powerful and meaningful experience if you learn to be quiet and pay attention. Many people go through a psychedelic experience with lots of talking and dancing, which can be wonderful but can also be a distraction from the full potential of the experience. In fact, I believe many people take this approach precisely because it can reduce the intensity and increase the enjoyment so that the whole thing is more pleasant and less challenging. It's well known that if you withdraw from distractions and close your eyes, the experience instantly becomes more powerful and deep. Even with eyes open, simply gazing quietly at a point in the distance and meditating can lead to very deep places. The moment you start talking or decide to watch a movie or do something else, those depths of thought retreat and dissipate. If you take more moderate doses, it isn't necessary to be having wild, open-eyed visuals to be having a very powerful and meaningful psychedelic experience. All you need to do is minimize distractions, step back, be humble and open, and pay attention. If you practice opening your senses like this, you can find great depth in the smallest things without needing a megadose to tear your third eye open by brute force. This brings us to the last part of this mini-talk, which is about learning to appreciate the gifts of common garden plants that might not be powerful psychedelic teachers, but still have beneficial effects on the mind and body. Psychoactive plants are all around us, but many get overlooked, either because they are also quite toxic, or because they are mild enough or so common that people don't think of them as psychoactive. People with drug habits can find it hard to appreciate that milder plant drugs are doing anything at all, probably because their expectations of what a drug should do are higher, and their brain receptors may be desensitized to stimuli. These days, something like tea is not considered a psychoactive drug by many people, although when it was first introduced to Western society and people were more open to its effects, it was often drunk in quantities that resulted in exhilaration, and the moral party poopers of the time voiced concerns about teaism, which was the tea version of alcoholism. One beautiful group of plants, which are so common as to be overlooked as psychoactive, are the lavenders, which I've chosen as an example to finish on. Nearly everyone knows the sight and smell of lavender, which can be any one of the species or hybrids within the genus Lavandula, which is part of the mint family. Some people react negatively to the smell of lavender, but most people find it very comforting and pleasant. This isn't just because we think it smells nice, or because it brings up some positive memories through association. Lavenders and many other aromatic plants do actually have a measurable effect on the central nervous system. Lavenders have been used in herbal medicine across the globe to treat anxiety, stress, depression, dizziness, insomnia, headaches, pain, and nausea. They are usually taken either as a tea made from the flowers, or the essential oil is inhaled or rubbed on the body. One species, Lavandula sticus, isn't much good at relieving anxiety, but in India it is believed to strengthen brain powers, expel brain crudities, and clarify the intellect. Most of the more common lavender species have essential oils that contain mostly a mix of linalool and linaloyl acetate, but Lavandula sticus contains instead mostly fenchone, camphor, and eucalyptol. Experimental studies with essential oils and their main constituents have verified most of the central nervous system activities claimed for lavenders in rodents and humans. Lavenders rich in linalool and linaloyl acetate seem to act on glutamate receptors and serotonin receptors, as well as increasing levels of the neurotransmitter acetylcholine. All of this is pretty wonderful for a group of common plants that we take for granted, and that's just one example. Rather than seeking out exotic and rare plants and contributing to their exploitation, plant helpers can be found all around, right under your nose. Just like profound awareness can be found by paying attention to the little things that are right there. Now is certainly a good time to go small and fully appreciate the subtle side we've been neglecting.
Okay. Are we back? We are back. Okay, it is now time for the coveted EGA raffle draw, and a huge thanks to everyone that made donations and everyone that bought tickets. You really are what keeps us going, and to be able to provide educational content throughout the year and for us to plan ahead for 2022. So thank you so much. Okay, can I get a drum roll, please? All right. So there are 6 prizes, and I'm going to work backwards from 6 to the top prize of number 1. So in the 6th prize, ticket number 7313417 goes to Dougal Mc. Congratulations, Dougal. Okay, drum roll again, please.
Just got the first 2 letters. To keep their
Surname has the... Oh, right,
so
okay.
it's Dougal and then...
All right, gotcha. Cool, thank you. All right, so in the 5th prize, ticket number 7315085 goes to Evan W. Congratulations, Evan. All right. The 4th prize, ticket number 7334063, goes to Charlie J. Congratulations, Charlie. The 3rd prize, ticket number 7317885, goes to James McD. Congratulations, James. Oh, we're getting very, very close. I wonder who's going to win that flight with Martin Williams. Very exciting. All right, the 2nd prize, ticket number 733433333, goes to Trevor M. Congratulations to Trevor. I noticed no women won prizes. Was that on purpose? Okay. And in the first prize, the coveted flight with Dr. Martin Williams around the Yarra Valley, ticket number 731-60440 goes to Jacob. Congratulations, Jacob. Jacob R. Congratulations. And again, thank you everyone that bought a ticket. Thank you to those who donated prizes. It really is what keeps us going, and it's so exciting to have you all participate and be part of the community. Okay, so we are now going to go to our next presentation, which is a recorded presentation from David Nichols from Garden States 2019. Okay, Sam, sorry. It's Sam Gandhi is up next with his presentation on psychedelics and nature connectedness. Sam is a lifelong nature lover and has been fortunate enough to conduct ecological field research in various parts of the world. He is a PhD ecologist, researcher, and science writer, and has experience of working within the psychedelic field as a past scientific assistant to the director of the Beckley Foundation, and currently as a research assistant with the Synthesis Institute. Oh, it's hard to say Synthesis Institute. He is also a collaborator with the Centre for Psychedelic Research at Imperial College London, with a research interest in the capacity of psychedelics to influence our connection to nature. Welcome, Sam.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. I'm just great to be here. I'm just going to share my screen. Oh, is it okay, please, to share my screen so I can
yes, certainly.
link
we'll just
my presentation slides, please?
Give that a try now, Sam.
Okay, yep, that's looking good. Just a second. Presentations. Why is it not coming up? Sorry, just bear with me. There we go. Slideshow. Beginning. Okay. Yeah, so it's great to be here. I'm going to be talking about the capacity of psychedelics to influence our connection to nature, our relationship with nature and the natural world. And yeah, before I sort of go into that, I'm going to define what it is that I mean by nature connectedness. So nature connectedness has been defined as a sustained awareness of the interconnectedness or interrelatedness of the self with the rest of nature. And so it can be considered analogous to the concept of biophilia, our sort of innate love of and connection to nature. And it's a sort of quite a complex sort of state of consciousness. We're made up of various facets. So there's aspects of cognition, aspects of emotion. It's a very much a personal, experiential, emotional capacity rather than something rational or knowledge based. And yeah, the only way to sort of assess it is simply asking people. There's a variety of scales in use, and people tend that sort of probe people on different aspects of their relationship to nature, and they sort of answer and are scored on a sliding scale. And that's really the only way you can assess this, because it's a highly subjective, personal but powerful thing. You can't sort of put people in a brain scanner and have a look at what's going on in there. You're not going to find any answers doing that. You might find some mechanisms of ego dissolution that might play a role, but you're going to get a very limited view unless you simply talk to people. Importantly, nature connectedness in broad terms is in decline, more or less globally. And in some areas more so than others, like particularly here in the UK, where I'm calling from. There was a recent study published earlier this year, and it compared sort of a mean assessment of nature connectedness with various other European countries, and the UK sort of came bottom of the pile, which is a bit depressing, really, along with we're considered one of the most nature depleted parts of the world as well. So we're not doing very well on any nature metrics, unfortunately. And it seems to be being eroded by a number of different things, partly through ecological degradation and biodiversity loss, species loss. So this has been linked to what has been termed an extinction of experience, which is a diminished potential for everyday interactions with nature. So as we lose more biodiversity, as our ecosystems degrade, there's simply less capacity for everyday interactions with non-human life. So that's sort of part of the story. It seems also electronic entertainment technology usage is kind of fanning the flames of that as well. So particularly in the young. So it's sort of being, eroded on a few different fronts. It's very important. That's a worrying thing. If we're concerned about mental health and mental well-being, this is something that should be of grave concern to all of us. This figure here was actually taken from a blog of a professor who leads a research group researching nature connectedness here, and it's from a study published last year. And what it found was that, and this study sort of looked at contact with nature, actually spending time in nature, nature connectedness, watching nature documentaries on TV, actually using nature and going out into it, and compared to just living by it. And what it found that was quite interesting was that nature connectedness was 4 times more powerful at predicting well-being than socioeconomic status, which is, you know, quite a finding. And obviously our connection to nature, like, is incredibly ancient, and far more ancient than the concept of socioeconomic status, which is a very new term, really, by which we sort of apply to ourselves. And another study as well, there's been a few different studies that have linked nature connectedness to different things like vitality and well-being and happiness. And yeah, one study published a few years ago found that nature connectedness compared to other big predictors, such as socioeconomic status and income and education, found that it was as powerful as predicting happiness levels as those things. So it's a very important determinant of our well-being and happiness. At the same time, and relevant to the times we find ourselves in, you know, with biodiversity loss and species loss, climate change, all these things, nature connectedness is one of the strongest predictors of pro-environmental, pro-nature behaviors and attitudes. So it seems that as your connection to nature deepens, as a kind of side effect of that, your concern for it sort of goes up. And we can kind of see this in, you know, various indigenous groups who live throughout the world. And there was a huge multi-country study sort of published a few years ago, assessing the state of biodiversity on the planet, like how it's looking, how the picture's looking. And the picture's not looking so good. Nature, wildlife, ecosystems are being degraded and eroded on a scale like never seen before in history, and that destruction is accelerating all the time. And without one of the conclusions of the study was that without a full-scale global mobilization on the scale of World War II to sort of challenge this, we're in deep trouble as a civilization, as a species. But one of the few positives of this was that areas that were inhabited by and sort of managed by indigenous groups were the only areas on Earth inhabited by humans that weren't declining and degrading. And part of that comes through the very deep connection to nature and the surrounding environment that these groups tend to have. And when that connection is very strong, you tend to view your surrounding environment and habitat as an extension of selfhood, basically. And so, and with that comes the kind of the logic that, well, why would I inflict damage on my surroundings when it's just going to kind of reflect onto me or to us, to my community? And that's, of course, that's you know, that's true. That's backed up by ecological science, which is all about the interdependency, interconnection of living systems. So it seems that with the progression of our civilization, which is taking quite a materialistic and individualistic and technologically oriented path, we've become ever more alienated and disconnected from nature, and we've unfortunately lost that intuitive knowing, and that's very dangerous, and probably one of the most unfortunate side effects of the progress of our civilization, which has made amazing progress in many domains, certainly, but it has come at a grave cost as well. And this connection to nature that I'm referring to, this is only sort of a particular slice or dimension of connectedness as a broader concept. It's important to say. And of course, you know, we are intrinsically like part of nature. So you can view it as if we're disconnected from the natural world, as this quote alludes to here, we are in a sense disconnected from ourselves. Some interesting qualitative research conducted by my friend and colleague, Dr. Ros Watts, as part of the Imperial College psilocybin for major depression research, where she sort of did some qualitative follow-ups of people who'd been through, had some psilocybin therapy sessions 6 months later. And one of the consistent findings she found across the board was that these people reported feeling that they'd moved from a state of broad disconnectedness, to one of greater connectedness. And that was connectedness to self, connectedness to other people, and connectedness to the world at large. And so, yeah, this increase in connection to nature that can come through psychedelics is not an isolated domain. It's happening on a kind of broad front, if you will. Just to touch on some of the psychedelic research that's been done so far. So this is very much a kind of new and emerging field still. And nature connectedness research is in general, actually, in the last few years, it's really starting to take off. But where the Venn diagrams of psychedelics and nature connectedness overlap is pretty niche at this time. This was the first survey study that I was aware of that was conducted by my friend and colleague, Dr. David Luke. And this was interesting because it rated the various different psychedelics and other substances that I wouldn't consider classical psychedelics. And it found that, yeah, psilocybin mushrooms appeared to be top of the pile in terms of their facilitating connection and concern, ecological concern. More research is required here to sort of, to better examine these relationships more vigorously, and that research is happening, actually. There's a collaboration going on now with David and another researcher, sort of delving into some more data on this to see, are there differences in the individual psychedelics. What's quite interesting here, though, if we go down to ketamine, ketamine is an inverse. It seems to do the exact opposite. So with this sample here, you're finding that ketamine is not facilitating connection to nature or concern for it. It's in fact very much facilitating disconnection and sort of, and disinterest and a lack of concern. And that might be because of its sort of dissociative effects. I don't feel like it's as simple as just being a synthetic compound, like LSD is a semi-synthetic, but it's doing pretty well there in terms of facilitating connection. So ketamine is not going to usher in the ecological age of Aquarius. Can probably say that. So looking at some of the other studies, there's been a few retrospective survey studies, one of which I was involved with at Imperial, and these have all shown that there's a connection between total lifetime usage of classical psychedelics and people's nature relatedness levels when assessed at baseline. But there's been some sort of slightly more, I guess, rigorous and prospective studies as well, and these have also found a link between particularly usage of psilocybin and increases in nature relatedness, which is considered basically analogous to nature connectedness. It's just a slightly different measure. And then other studies have also found positive changes to people's relationship to the environment and to nature. And an important point here is that these changes tend to be sustained. So in our sample, we found up to 2 years later, people reporting, they still rated elevated on their nature connectedness. And same with this other study assessing people's relationship to nature. This was sustained up to 16 months later. So this is an interesting thing, because we're seeing now some of the clinical research with psilocybin, and some people who have psilocybin therapy respond really well. Others sort of the effect, the window of effect maybe doesn't last so long. It's maybe sort of like after about 3 months, the depression scores are starting to sort of creep back up a bit. So it seems here this is focusing on the nature connectedness area a bit more could be fruitful, because you're more likely to elicit sustained positive changes to people. And I think that's sort of that alone, given what we know about its links to mental health and well-being, warrants further attention. So this is just a snippet from a study that's ongoing that I'm involved in at Imperial. So this is, I feel like this will be a much more kind of rigorous bit of research that will sort of advance this area. And so this took healthy people who were psychedelic naive, so no prior experience of psychedelics. They had a blank slate, if you will, and they were otherwise healthy. And they were put through a few psilocybin sessions. I think it actually was just one for this study, a high dose psilocybin session. And they were sort of assessed on different measures, assessing various aspects of psychology and also, brain mechanisms. They were put in an MRI as well. And we found this sort of, there was this marked kind of jump in nature connectedness. And it was interesting, it was sustained. So there was this kind of 3-month follow-up, and there'd been no decline whatsoever in people's nature connectedness scores. But what was interesting is having a look at the data more recently, and I probably can't say too much because it's not been submitted yet and gone through peer review, but we found that there was no drop-off between 3 and 6 months. And that's really exciting and interesting, because having delved into the literature and looking at various other nature connectedness interventions, so things like wilderness or nature immersion retreats, nature-based educational programs encouraging daily active engagement with nature over an extended time frame. These can all increase nature connectedness potentially, but they don't tend to be particularly long-lasting in their effect. Like I've sort of not found any compelling evidence for interventions that last beyond 3 months. So the fact that a single dose of psilocybin produce sustained effects still at 6 months post experience is novel and interesting, unlike anything I've encountered. Just to touch on ayahuasca. So ayahuasca usage, a few different studies have found that ayahuasca users tend to rate more highly in this trait of self-transcendence. And this is related to openness to experience, and it encompasses sort of being open to or taking on board spiritual concepts in terms of feeling like you're part of something bigger or connected to the universe. And it's a significant predictor of both nature relatedness and pro-environmental concern. So this is a figure taken from a prospective survey study that I was involved with at Imperial, and we found a few things. So this graph here is showing, as mentioned before, the total lifetime usage of psychedelics against people's mean nature relatedness at baseline, and we found a very, very clear effect of total lifetime usage of psychedelics and people's nature relatedness. But we also found that after a single use of a psychedelic, there was also an increase in people's nature relatedness. We also found as well that ego dissolution experiences seem to be positive predictors of nature relatedness increase, and we can kind of hypothesize that when people have an ego dissolution experience, particularly if they're in a natural setting, the perceived boundaries between self and other, or self and nature, dissolve and break down. And that can sort of potentially lead to this reframing or a perspective shift in terms of how you relate to sort of like the wider environment. And we also found that, yes, access to natural settings were also predictive, as one might expect, of increased nature connectedness following that session. And there's a few sort of just nice accounts here taken from the imperial studies that kind of highlight how this connection might be experienced in the acute session itself. Before, I enjoyed nature. Now I feel part of it. Before, I was looking at it as a thing, like TV or a painting. You're part of it. There's no separation or distinction. You are it. I felt like sunshine twinkling through leaves. I was nature. And yeah, just to sort of touch on the different types of nature connectedness interventions that I mentioned. And so those kind of things that I touched on, they tend to sort of obviously require intentionality. So there's a prior intent to facilitate people's connection to nature or contact with it in a certain way. And they're time and resource heavy. And the research indicates the more time they take and you put into them, the more you seem to get out in terms of enduring connectedness benefits. And so we're talking here like multiple days or weeks. And I'm not sure how feasible that is on a sort of like grand scale. And again, there's sort of, these things can elicit increases in nature connectedness. I mean, it's kind of, there's a bit of a mixed bag. Not all interventions along these lines do or can. But the ones that do elicit change, I've yet to see any change that's sort of still really noticeable after about 3 months. And, like it tends to be after about 2 months, scores are sort of starting to come down. But we need more long-term assessment of nature connectedness interventions. And I feel like there needs to be more long-term focus, because I question like the value of short-term increases. I feel like the priority here is eliciting long-term increases. And this is where psychedelics can maybe be helpful. So as mentioned, even a single dose, high dose of psilocybin can seemingly elicit rapid, robust, and sustained increases in nature connectedness. These last at least a year or 2 years. And this is also very interesting and important. The psilocybin can elicit these changes when it's administered in a clinical nature-deprived setting, where the only sort of nature is likely to be human. There might be some, nice artwork or photography around, but I know from the Imperial College session room, treatment room that I helped set up, it was a very nice room, but its purpose in that hospital setting was for immunocompromised patients. So there were very strict rules about what was allowed in there, and it was, nature was not allowed beyond photography and art and stuff. So we did the best we could with that. But this is really interesting. There's no interventions that sort of have this effect in this domain. Like as mentioned, all the other nature connectedness interventions very much are nature oriented, as you'd expect. But the thing that distinguishes psilocybin and the other psychedelics is they can elicit these increases in nature connectedness without the prior intentionality of meaning to do so. And they do it in settings where there isn't that are basically nature lacking or nature deprived. And that's really quite mysterious and unique. There's nothing else out there that I'm sort of aware of really that can do that. And it might be a sense of like when you take a good dose of psychedelic, you're connecting to your internal nature, because we are all nature. well, you know, however aware of that or we are or not. So, or, you know, you're tuning into your internal biology as well. So when you're in the psychedelic state, you know, you're tuning into the mechanisms of brain and stuff. So it doesn't matter if you expand outwards or go inwards, it's nature all the way down or up. And yeah, just to touch quickly on the aspect of ego dissolution. So interestingly, in the sort of more recent study being involved in with Imperial that I mentioned earlier, we didn't actually find ego dissolution as a predictor for nature connectedness increase, which was really quite surprising and interesting, because a few past studies have found this link. And yeah, obviously, so when you have a big dose of psychedelic, your ego, your subjective sense of self-identity that's thought to partly reside or be correlated with the default mode network, that starts to sort of relax. And you know that the ego is what has been evolutionarily bestowed on us to make us feel like we're individual and we're separate from the world around us, from the universe around us. And when that starts to sort of go offline, as I touched on earlier, it can sort of the perceived boundaries between sort of what is me, what is self, and the rest of the world starts to get very wonky and blurry. And it's sort of when you're kind of in that state, those perceived boundaries between self and other kind of dissolve. And I don't think it probably matters. You don't have to be in a nature-based setting to kind of like feel that you've sort of expanded outwards. But if you are in that setting as well, I think it has the potential to sort of reframe how you sort of place yourself in reality, and that the memory, importantly, of that experience is powerful, and it stays with people and sort of informs that relationship from then on. So just to touch on a few different sort of aspects of the psychedelic experience that seem to play a role here. So the mystical experiences that people report under psychedelics. There's a recent study looking at people's first psychedelic mystical experiences by a Finnish research group, and they found that one of the most common effects, after effects, people reported as a result of their mystical experiences was enduring positive changes in people's relationship with nature. And so that's interesting in the sense that there's potential here for incorporating perhaps ecotherapy approaches after people's psychedelic experiences. And we should also note as well that there's a solid literature base to demonstrate that nature-based settings on their own are known for or prone for eliciting transcendent and mystical experiences. And at the current time, there's not really any use of nature-based settings to much degree, at least in clinical psychedelic treatment protocols. But it seems like sort of more incorporation of nature could be beneficial in perhaps sort of increasing the chances of generating mystical experiences, which are obviously very important for long-term outcomes. So we know that the mystical experience and the psychedelic experience can potentially increase measures of trait openness to experience and also reduce neuroticism. And I feel like this one effect of psychedelics to change personality hasn't quite got the attention it deserves, because the implications of the increase in openness and reducing neuroticism has huge implications for health, for mental and physical health. And in particular, openness is linked to enhancement of aesthetic experience. People who rate high in openness are more sensitive to, more tuned into, more appreciative of aesthetics. And aesthetics in nature, appreciating beauty in nature, is a pathway to nature connectedness, which openness strongly correlates with among the big 5 personality traits. And yeah, lower neuroticism levels as well is associated with greater psychological benefits following contact with nature. Psychedelics have also been linked to increases in mindfulness related capacities as well. And that's been found outside a kind of mindfulness meditation context. And this is interesting because nature connectedness and mindfulness appear to have a reciprocal and positive feedback kind of relationship. So if you increase one, you tend to increase the other. So just to touch base quickly on some of the other overlapping and potentially synergistic neurobiological and psychological mechanisms shared by both nature contact and psychedelics. Yeah, so just to sort of touch on connectedness again. So researchers found that just simple acknowledgement of nature, taking the time to sort of tune into it and be aware of it, has interestingly not only sort of increased connectedness to nature, but connectedness much more broadly, connectedness to self and connectedness to others. So this is interesting because it shows obviously connectedness as a construct is interconnected itself. So if you focus on one domain of it or one aspect of it and increase that, you're sort of likely going to have reciprocal feedback on the other domains. And we know this as well from the psychedelics, such as psilocybin, is that they also can increase connectedness on a sort of broad front. And yeah, we've sort of working on a we've recently submitted a paper. My friend Ros Watts, who I mentioned earlier, has developed this scale, the Watts connectedness scale, that's built on her qualitative findings I mentioned earlier, that will assess connectedness in this broad sense, because currently all the scales that exist tend to take little snapshots of certain aspects of it, so social connectedness or nature connectedness, whereas this new connectedness scale will sort of be able to kind of like hopefully pick up on the change across the board. Awe. So awe is tied to that feeling of feeling very small in relation to something much greater than you are. And awe has been linked to a lot of positive psychological and even physical effects. And like nature and awe have long sort of been known to sort of be tied together, but it's also have been proposed that awe is a key part of the psychedelic effect as well, particularly the mystical type or peak experiences have been associated with eliciting states of deep awe. So it suggests that there could sort of be a synergy here. Yeah, we know that both psychedelic experience, at least not necessarily acutely, because psychedelic experiences can be pretty challenging and not easy, but both those experiences and nature connectedness contacts are both they seem to buffer against negative affect or predisposition towards negative mind states. And yeah, interestingly, I mean, I think more research is needed here, but we know sort of one of the classic characteristics, if you will, of the psychedelic state is this increasing global brain connectivity. So within brain network, communication decreases in a local area, but globally across the whole brain, you've got different regions of the brain all sort of like linking up in quite a dynamic, fluid fashion. And it seems as well that walking in nature has a similar effect of increasing global brain connectivity. So yeah, so sort of inferring from these findings regarding the potential synergistic overlaps here, what are the various, what can we do to sort of maximize enhancement potentially of nature connectedness through psychedelics, or the use of nature as a kind of therapeutic aid to psychedelic administration? And there's a variety of different approaches here. So the simple practice of nature-based journaling is something that's, I think, worthy of attention. So as part of the Johns Hopkins psilocybin study conducted by Roland Griffiths and his team there, they looked at the effect of spiritual practices alongside psilocybin usage. And these practices included things like meditation, daily awareness practices using a mantra, and also journaling, journaling with a kind of spiritual focus. And journaling has been found to have therapeutic benefits sort of on its own, decoupled from this. But there's quite an interesting study showing that the simple act of recording things, journaling things that you encounter in nature, so anything that evokes emotion or a feeling of wonder or a feeling of awe or captivates you or intrigues you, sort of, you'd simply sort of like make a note of that just in the form of the sentence. And in this study, participants were encouraged to sort of make 3 observations and recordings over a 5-day window. And interestingly, the control group here were told to do exactly the same, but they were recording facts. And that group had no change in its nature connectedness, which again gets across, this is not a factual, this is not a scientific knowledge-based domain. It's something direct, personal, experiential, emotional. Whereas the people who'd been recording the things in nature that had captivated them or moved them in some way had this sort of boost in their nature connectedness that was still sustained at sort of 2 months post intervention. And this is obviously compared to some of the interventions that are very time and resource heavy. This is something that takes very little time, very easy and accessible to do. So I feel like using some kind of nature-based journaling alongside or either side of psychedelic sessions could be just an easy supplementary add-on. Shinrin-yoku, or Japanese forest bathing, is a sort of a really quite accessible, non-threatening, fun practice. I mean, it's essentially like an active mindfulness practice that takes place in a woodland nature-based setting. And the exercises are essentially designed to kind of get you to slow down and tune into the environment with your various senses. And so I feel like, yeah, perhaps on the sort of the integration side of things, the other side of the experience, it could be quite good. I feel like people say who've left the big city to go and drink ayahuasca or something in the jungle, or, you know, somewhere, and then return to a busy, frenetic urban existence when their brains are a bit more kind of let's say raw and open and perhaps a bit more vulnerable. I feel like practices like this could be quite useful. Again, sort of going on from what I was saying about awe, there was a study published I think last year now by a group that looked at this intervention of awe walks. Again, very simple intervention taking up very little time. People were encouraged to, I think, have a 1 15-minute walk a week for an 8-week period, and people were encouraged to tune into their childlike sense of wonder at the world. And awe thrives on novelty as well, so they would tend to they would either walk in new places or seek out new things if it was a familiar walk that they liked. And they found that sort of over this sort of study time frame, people's levels of mental distress kind of went down, whereas their pro-social feelings towards others increased. And so I feel like, yeah, nature-based ore walks could be a good, again, supplementary intervention. We know from some of the research on psilocybin that not only does ore appear to be sort of a part of the acute experience, but feelings of awe and interconnectedness can persist beyond the acute session. So this is a way of maybe sort of working with that in a beneficial way. Horticultural therapy, garden therapy. So one study that was part of the same study I mentioned earlier, conducted by David Luke, he found that in his sample, up to 50% of people took up gardening to some degree, which I think is quite nice, because I mean, gardening has fantastic like mental, physical health benefits. And my friend Marg Ross, we wrote a paper together sort of exploring these various different options, and she had a few nice ideas about how to incorporate horticultural therapy approaches. So perhaps before a psychedelic session, you could kind of like tend the soil and sort of like prepare a patch of ground, or perhaps plant a seed. So that, and then you can take this sort of like plant pot with this seed in and sort of nurture it, water it, care for it as you're hopefully kind of nurturing and fertilizing the insights that you've taken from your experience, and hopefully watering them and seeing them grow. So the option potentially of walk and talk therapy. I know that this is an appealing prospect for some people, and I'm not sure that like the full clinical doses that are used in the studies now are sort of like appropriate perhaps for that kind of approach, but some people are very interested in the possibility of the idea of having a bit of a dose of a psychedelic and going for sort of a nature walks / hike with a therapist. And it's interesting that context has its own sort of differences compared to, say, the clinical approach. So, you know, if you go for a clinical therapy session into a clinician's office, there's a sort of, you know, there's a sort of slight power dynamic there, in that sort of the clinician is like behind their desk, or maybe not, but like you're going into their zone. Whereas in the outdoors, it's neutral. There's neutral ground. You're on a level playing field. And the outdoor therapists that are proponents of the outdoor approach like it because they feel like they get benefits from being in the outdoor space. And then the person having the therapy as well, they sometimes report that the outdoor space becomes part of the container, becomes part of the therapeutic process as well, that they can then return to self-soothe outside of the therapy context. So given that we know that psychedelics actively facilitate connection to natural environments, it seems they could be well geared towards this. I think if the sky wasn't the limit, and you wanted to go whole hog with this, and money wasn't a sort of an issue, I feel like you could maybe construct sort of psychedelic centers using biophilic design elements, so kind of imbuing nature into the structure itself, but somewhere quite beautiful in nature, maybe a mix of environments. So say a bit of woodland setting, maybe by the coast, so you've got sort of different beautiful natural settings. You could have sort of quite nice windows and a skylight, and so sort of people will have be able to have views of around. It might be the sky, it might be the stars, it might be the trees, it might be the coast, so that at certain parts of the therapeutic process, depending on the needs and wants of the individual, you can kind of titrate the amount of nature that people are exposed to or want to have access to. And obviously, you know, like, it's important just to mention that nature has its downsides as well. The clinical model that we know now works well because it's a container of essentially a container of safety. Like the setting itself, although it's tends to be a comfortable living room-ish like environment, doesn't actually play that much role in the experience, because people are wearing eye shades, they're wearing headphones, they've been briefed to like trust, surrender, let go inwards and look for any monsters, demons, and shine your light there and sort of confront them and stuff. So you've been primed to have an internal experience, and that's great, and that's important if you're dealing with or facing certain issues. You kind of, I think, need to go in there, and that's the way you're going to sort of do some psychological spring cleaning, if you will. But having or incorporating nature-based settings provides the option of a much more interactive psychedelic session, where the external setting is playing a much more of an important role in the experience itself. Now, the thing about nature is it's inherently unpredictable, and in a controlled setting environment, everything's under control, whereas nature is more chaotic, more dynamic. So there's certain considerations. The weather is out of your control. You're going to have encounters with random humans. Is the wildlife and the mosquitoes gonna like get in your grill? So there's certain things need thinking about in advance, but I don't feel like, in terms of ensuring safety of people, I don't feel like these issues are insurmountable. It might be that it would be good for people to have had a few psychedelic sessions maybe prior, before sort of having maybe the option of a more kind of earthy experience. But yeah, there's concerns that need thinking about and preparing for prior. So yeah, this is, as I say, this is a kind of new emerging area, and I'm sort of, as mentioned, I'm collaborating with Imperial on a study that I feel like will hopefully kind of advance this area in terms of the rigor and the strength of the results and the findings, and just the quality, and the quality of the science as well. So that's sort of kind of up in the air right now, but it is sort of happening. I'm waiting on my Imperial collaborators there. I'm part of another group, study group, with Simon Ruffle and a few London-based researchers, and we're doing some research at an indigenous shaman-led retreat center in the Peruvian Amazon, and looking at nature relatedness there. And I'm also looking at doing some qualitative work with David Luke and his PhD student Alex. So there's a sort of a few different irons in the fire here. In terms of taking the research forward, I think there needs to be a more comprehensive study looking at the effect of different settings. So the prospective survey study that I was a part of, we did ask people, did you have your experience in nature, and did you feel like that was an important part of your experience? But that we couldn't, given the nature that it was a study survey sample, like we didn't have a firm hold on the types of settings, or clear picture of the types of natural settings people had access to. So it could have been a little garden, it could have been like pristine wilderness, and everything and anything in between. So I feel like to sort of more rigorously define the role of these nature-based settings, we'd need to design an experiment where we have kind of more control over the types of settings that people have access to. So yeah, this is just to say, this is a review paper I wrote with a few different collaborators, including Roz Ross as my main co-author here, and was a big part of this as well. And this is an open access paper, and we sort of lay out here the kind of the research that sort of shows the overlap between nature, between the mechanisms by which nature contact and connectedness confers benefits to mental health and well-being, and the way that psychedelics do. So showing the overlap between them, and then sort of making the case for incorporating more nature-based content, practices and settings into psychedelic treatment models, and sort of making the
the case for sort of like focusing a bit more on nature connectedness, because I feel like right now it's good that it's being looked at, but it's kind of like a sideshow. It's sort of an interesting little sideshow, and I feel like, well, let's maybe bring it more into the spotlight, because I feel like it's worthy of that. So yeah, to hark back to the indigenous worldview, this quote is from one of the founding fathers of the field of eco-psychology, and it kind of encapsulates quite nicely sort of the potential effect of being more connected to nature and the earth. And he said, if the self is expanded to include the natural world, behavior leading to destruction of the world will be experienced as self-destruction. Nature contact, or the mental health benefits of nature, have been referred to as a forgotten ecosystem service. Nature, so a recent study found that the mental health benefits of contact with nature in protected areas worldwide each year is sort of in the ballpark of around $6 trillion in terms of benefit. Nature contact as a health-based intervention is hugely underused and undervalued, and there's a solid scientific literature evidence base now to show sort of its value. And I feel like by increasing nature connectedness, like one of the other effects that it has is people who are more nature connected tend to spend more time in nature. They tend to sort of value nature and sort of want to get out in it and do stuff, and that itself, without even considering the benefits of nature connectedness, is really important. There's a whole other broad suite of benefits that come through sort of engaging with nature and having contact with it. And given the situation that we find our civilization finds itself at this time, there is a notable lack of interventions that can sort of reduce people's environmentally destructive behavior. Nature connectedness, increasing that, seems to be a possible option here that might be able to help push back against this. So it seems like we'd be a little bit foolish to not pursue all and any avenues available to us to see whether there can be something effective here. And I feel like right now at this time we find ourselves in, reversing this growing trend of disconnection, of alienation from nature is hugely important in here, by pursuing this, the synergistic improvements, not just for human health, but for planetary health. And I feel like this was really nicely encapsulated by Albert Hoffman, who he came to view the psychedelics, one of a few of which he birthed into the world. He came to view their capacity to sort of reconnect us to the natural world as perhaps their most fundamental property. And he said this at the sort of mighty age of 101, shortly before he died: alienation from nature and the loss of the experience of being part of the living creation is the greatest tragedy of our materialistic era. It is the causative reason for ecological devastation and climate change. Therefore, I attribute absolute highest importance to consciousness change. I regard psychedelics as catalyzers for this. Thank you.
About the connection between nature and psychedelics and the ways of incorporating more nature into psychedelic models, as well as nature being a highly underutilized health promotion catalyst. That's not the word I'm looking for, but anyway, can't think of the word. There's just been a few questions that have come through the chat. So the first one is says the natural world often reflects contradicting values to those of humans, cultures, and societies. Is nature connectedness a wholly positive experience, or do you think there are dark edges?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I feel like mostly intrinsically it's positive, but what there is research to show that some aspects